39/A Dwarf Encounter. As we rode through the edges of the Barrowlands, the chill of the north's cold air sent shivers down my spine. Despite the cold, I couldn't help but appreciate the breathtaking landscape that surrounded us. The undulating hills covered with ancient barrows spoke of a rich history, a stark contrast to the relatively flat plains we had traversed after having left Moat Cailin some days ago. Discovering the north with my own eyes and not by book depictions or show images was something fascinating that made me mesmerized, even though the discomfort I was feeling tampered with it. I knew I would have to purchase new clothes for the climate. A part of me couldn't help but feel a bit amused and bitter by the fact I was now in a land whose climate wouldn't fit my tastes, but between staying in the south and facing the backstabbing and ruthlessness of their lords or facing the north with the protection of the Starks, there was zero comparison. Looking around me, I noticed Lady and Nymeria roaming by our side, their fur bristling in the wind. Lady, ever protective, kept an eye on our surroundings, while Nymeria's dark golden eyes gleamed with curiosity as she explored the unfamiliar terrain. Harwin and Arya were riding close to me while Mira and Hojin were behind us by Meg's side. I hadn't interacted a lot with them since our first encounter at Moat Cailin, preferring to let time assuage the anger from that encounter. I knew they meant well in regards to Arya and her family, but the way they questioned me left a bad taste in my mouth. There was also some emotional pain as it reminded me that outside of my companions, no one in the north would have any reason to trust me, and even less if they misinterpreted my relation to Arya. I restrained myself from sighing at this conundrum as I wasn't certain of how to solve it without hurting Arya and by extent hurting me. I knew that Meg, Mira, and Hojin were observing me and how I interacted with the youngest Stark girl. Dismissing this annoyance, I thought upon the relations between Arya and the Reed siblings. I knew that Arya was still giving the stink eye to them. Even then, I wouldn't be surprised if she was thinking about my idea to ask Mira to train her. She just didn't have many opportunities for the time being. I observed how the Cranagmen accompanying us were riding away from the Frey escort. To me it was amusing and concerning. The fact these two people were there for the same purpose, though the old feuds didn't die out just like that. Oliver and Perwyn were the most amicable and interacted with everyone in spite of their distrust of the Cranagmen, contrary to Black Valder, who seemed to stew in his bad mood. And since Hojin and Mira had joined us, it led to some tensions, especially as Mira was very protective of her brother against anyone who mocked him. She was twice tempted to challenge Black Valder to try and put him into his place, though Harwin and Meg managed to prevent such a fight from occurring. I was wary of such tensions, and while I was glad not to be the key figure in the arguments with Black Valder anymore, I didn't want any new conflicts to arise, now that we were now in the north. I was however impressed that the Frey siblings and their men still rode with us, even if their main mission was officially over. I wondered if the old Valder didn't task them to do the journey till the end to prove the implication of his house in the well-being of Arya. A part of me felt a bit ill at this thought while also applauding the opportunism of the man in the circumstance, even if he was a nasty leech. As we continued our ride through the Barrowlands, I couldn't help but admire the undulating hills and ancient barrows. The chill in the north's cold air sent shivers down my spine, and I instinctively pulled the cloth Arya had given me closer, the one that now adorned my neck. The piece of fabric, a symbol of trust and friendship, carried the warmth of Arya's concern. As I shivered, Arya noticed my reaction. Concern flickered in her grey eyes as she rode closer. "You all right?" she asked. I reassured her with a smile, gently touching the cloth around my neck. "Just the north's chill. It will pass." She nodded, seemingly satisfied with my answer, and seemed to flush to my words as her eyes lay on the cloth she had given me. A part of me cursed myself for openly expressing myself when it could deliver confusing messages. I really needed to wrest myself back to the neutral manner I was in, before finding myself in Westeros. Otherwise I would look more like a green and foolish boy with a body twice his age. Silence enveloped us for a moment before she asked, "What were you doing just now?" "I was admiring the landscape," I replied, glancing at the rolling hills and ancient barrows. Arya's eyes followed mine, and a small smile played on her lips. "It's different from the south or your home, isn't it?" "Very much so," I agreed. "It has its own rugged beauty." She smiled at my words. Harwin, who had been riding nearby, overheard our conversation and joined in. The north has a beauty of its own. Winterfell's not too far away now. You'll see it soon enough." I nodded, acknowledging his presence. "Indeed. I can't wait to see Winterfell." Arya's eyes lit up with a spark of excitement, and she glanced at me. "You'll see, you'll love it." "I can't wait to show you around," she said, a genuine smile playing on her lips. I returned the smile, grateful for her reassurance and the shared anticipation of what lay ahead. "I look forward to it. The tales you had told me stirred me a lot in discovering it." Arya's smile widened, and she nudged her horse closer to mine. "I'm glad. Winterfell has a rich history, and I think you'll find it fascinating. There's so much to explore and learn." "I'm sure there is," I replied, feeling a genuine excitement building within me. "And with you as my guide, I have no doubt it will be an unforgettable experience." She chuckled softly, her grey eyes sparkling. Just don't get lost in the crypts. They can be a bit eerie, especially at night. I laughed, appreciating her warning. Then internally froze for a moment. As much as Season 8 of the show had issues in its execution and was perhaps too short to depict what it wanted to tell, I thought back to the White Walker invasion where the dead buried in the crypts came back to life and attacked those hiding there. I'll make sure to stick close to you then. I wouldn't want to stumble upon any ancient spirits. Arya laughed at my words, which brought a smile to my face. I wondered if it was really a good idea to have told her she would be my guide, considering the complicated situation I was in concerning her crush. That shouldn't be my role, especially as I was part of the situation. If only Westeros had something akin to psychologists and childcare advisors. That would have been very helpful for many cases, and it was one situation that would need an outside and neutral perspective. I focused on dismissing this thought from my mind as I didn't want to let Harwin or Arya notice my troubles when the subject was a personal one. My mind then went to what was awaiting me in Winterfell. Even if Robb and his main advisors had heard of me from his father, that didn't mean it would be enough for them to trust me in the fullest, as I was still a foreigner and a commoner. I didn't mind the borderline distrust of the Northerners as I understood their peculiar history from the dawn of heroes to the current days. It didn't make foreigners particularly trustworthy. I hoped that both in deeds and in words, I would manage to find a place there. Even if I stayed kind, generous and empathetic, I reminded myself that Westeros generally dismissed them because of bloodthirsty and short-sighted pride, but also because of a rigid and dogmatic cultural frame. I thought back to the Brother Ray character who was hung by Rouge members of the Brotherhood without banners. I shuddered again as I did not want to be strung up for choosing not to fight. Arya's voice brought me back to the present. You seem lost in thought. What's on your mind? She asked, her grey eyes studying me intently. Just thinking about what awaits us in Winterfell, I replied with a reassuring smile. And wondering if your brother will be as welcoming as you are. Her expression turned thoughtful, and she glanced ahead. Robb can be serious, especially now that he's in charge, but he's fair. I'm sure he'll see the value you bring. Harwin interjected with a friendly grin. Lady Arya is right, Roger. Lord Robb will see your worth and he will heed his Lord Father's word. And he will be grateful for the good you've done in defending his sister. I appreciated Harwin's words of reassurance and nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Harwin. I hope that my actions will speak for themselves and earn Lord Robb's trust. Arya rode closer to me, her expression softening. I trust you, and I believe my brother will too. Her words warmed my heart. Thank you, Arya. Your trust means a great deal to me. I will do my best to earn the trust of your family as well. She smiled at me, which warmed my heart further. I did however restrain myself from instinctively squeezing her hand, partly because of the presence of so many people around us and because I wasn't certain if this gesture could be misunderstood. It made me uneasy because as much as I knew not to interfere in personal spaces, those gestures were part of how Arya and I built our bond. I really needed to think upon how to find a good balance between being cautious and being open. It was a bit painful because it was like being torn apart by two contradictions. I disliked being forced in such positions and I was aware I had to find an answer to my quandary. Suddenly, our attention was drawn to a small group of riders approaching us on the King's Road. Harwin's practiced instincts kicked in, and he directed us to slow down and move to the edge of the road, making room for the incoming riders. Arya and I gave each other curious looks, watching with keen interest as the group grew nearer. As the riders came into view, I couldn't help but notice the presence of one figure in particular. A blonde yet somewhat ugly-looking dwarf. What were the odds? I blinked, realizing that we accidentally ran into Tyrion Lannister. Arya's voice broke the silence, whispering with a mixture of intrigue and recognition, "It's the imp." I heard whispers behind, notably from the fray. I wondered if it was in regards to his uncle-in-law or because of his presence in the north, as they might not be aware of all the news. It didn't matter because I felt there would be some discussion coming between the newcomers and our group. The Cranagmen were far more neutral in their reactions, though I considered it could be tied to their mindset. As we slowed down and moved to the edge of the King's Road, a sense of urgency rose within me. I pulled my cloak over my head and made sure my face shield was securely in place. Partly to shield myself from the occasional drizzle and also to maintain a level of anonymity. No matter how much Tyrion and his sister disliked each other, him discovering my identity would not be a good outcome. "What are you doing?" Arya whispered. "It would be better if no one else see my face, especially from people that are going south," I explained, my voice muffled by the metallic half-mask. Arya's eyes flickered with understanding, a nod acknowledging my precaution. Arya's expression shifted, a flicker of memory crossing her features. I could almost see her mind recalling the reason why I hid my true identity. Her eyes hardened with determination, and she nodded in agreement. "Good call." I acquiesced to her words. Harwin observed us between looking at Arya. "My lady, stay calm and steady. We need no further incident with the Lannisters." While a bit put out by the guard's words, Arya huffed but nodded reluctantly at him. I was glad she would try to keep her fiery personality in check, though I wonder how long it would stay that way. I whispered to her, we may need to keep an eye on Nymeria and Lady. I do not know how they would react to Tyrion Lannister. Arya's eyes widened slightly at my words, and I could tell she understood the importance of keeping Nymeria and Lady under control. She nodded silently, her gaze shifting to where the animals trotted alongside us. I was pondering on the fact that Lady and Nymeria might do nothing or react in a similar way as their littermates in Winterfell. Hopefully, that wouldn't go that way, as I wasn't sure how Tyrion would regard a second incident of the sort. I adjusted my face shield, concealing my identity further, aware of the scrutiny from both our companions and the approaching riders. As Tyrion's little group slowed their pace and stood nearby us, I observed the dwarf's companions. Beyond Tyrion, I had a good idea that Yoren was present. Not many in Westeros wore all black, and if my memories of the book's ANS show were correct. As Yoren approached, I noticed Harwin guiding our group to meet him. The stooped and Harwin's welcome of the Nightwatch recruiter suggested a level of mutual understanding. Arya and I observed the interaction, our horses shifting restlessly beneath us. I couldn't help but recall Yoren's role in the books and briefly wondered how this encounter might unfold. I found it a bit ironic that it might be the only time that Arya and Yoren would interact contrary to canon. Yoren, seeing the man in the flesh, made me think back to how he single-handedly made Cersei's gold cloaks back off. I never thought myself a Yoren fanboy, but knowing of his bravery and sacrifice in canon, made me want to praise him out loud. Of course, I could not do so, but this man might be one of the few people in Westeros that could be called righteous. I was also impressed by the situation, as the chances of encountering Yoren and Tyrion were not exactly optimal, even less due to the delays that resulted from the ambushes. A part of me was bitter of those delays, as there had been a slim hope we might have been able to reach Winterfell before him and thus preventing the cold welcome of Robb. I reasoned that what was done and that all I could do was to handle what the situation now offered me. Harwin and Yoren exchanged words, and I strained to catch snippets of their conversation. I couldn't catch every word, but it was clear that he was inquiring about our group's purpose. Harwin's response indicated that he told the truth about being tasked by Lord Stark to bring Arya back to Winterfell. Tyrion's eyes flickered over our group, and I could see a hint of recognition in his gaze as he locked eyes with Arya. His gaze then shifted to me, and I could feel his sharp intellect assessing the situation. I wondered what his thoughts were, but I knew better than to underestimate him. I found myself grateful that he did not have a crossbow on him. The Lannister dwarf expressed his curiosity. Why is Lady Arya riding back to Winterfell? Last time I saw her, she was to accompany her father to King's Landing. Arya protested, I'm not a lady, which led Tyrion to chuckle. Harwin sent a glance at Arya before looking back at the Lannister. A recent incident in the Riverlands altered Lord Stark's plans. It was deemed safer for Lady Arya to return home. Tyrion's mismatched eyes widened in surprise, and I could almost hear the gears turning in his head. I could have heard him muttering, curious, before looking back at our group. It was obvious that the diversity of the escort puzzled and intrigued him. Here we were, a mix of Crannogmen, Fremen-at-Arms, a bard, and 2 hedge knights accompanying some Stark guards wasn't something usual, especially considering the reputation of the Frey. I found it amusing with the irony of Arya being accompanied by Frey guards and encountering one of the Lannisters, considering the ties between the 2 houses and the part the Frey had in canon, not to mention Arya's Lannister move on them in the show. As he was observing our group, Tyrion also noticed the presence of Mira and Hojan, his brow furrowing slightly in curiosity, as well as the hooded and masked figure that was me. Being a stranger to him, my presence seemed to pique his interest, especially with the proximity with Arya. He might consider me as a sworn shield, though I couldn't claim it was exactly that he had in mind. An interesting assortment you've gathered for Lady Stark's protection, he finally remarked, his gaze lingering on the various people. Harwin hesitated, perhaps unsure how much information he could disclose. I couldn't blame him, considering the fact that Tyrion was a Lannister and thus an unknown and untrusted person to the Stark Guard. I was aware of who Tyrion was, but couldn't comment on it for different reasons, the most obvious being the need to remain discreet in the time being. For a moment I imagined acting like Kaith, trying to give prophecies and attempting to guide Tyrion. Chances are, he'd end up thinking me mad and go back to thinking about where the nearest brothel was. Blackvalder Frey, ever eager to make his presence known, interjected, we saved Lady Arya from an ambush in the Riverlands, my lord. His tone bordered on arrogance, his words an attempt to assert his own importance. I restrained myself from sighing at the man's intervention, as he wasn't the leader of the escort in spite of his status. No matter how I felt towards the man, it wasn't polite and proper, and my personal feelings weren't relevant in the current situation. Even though I wished I could throw food at him like I did during the food fight. Arya however scoffed and muttered, I wasn't saved by him. Once again, I was amused by her reaction, understanding her demeanor well. The look she sent me however reminded me of her crush. I was torn between appreciating the reverence in her eyes when looking at me, and the uneasiness due to the complexity of the situation. I preferred focusing on Tyrion to avoid thinking about this tricky matter for the time being. On hearing Black Valder's words, Tyrion's eyes narrowed, and I could practically see the gears in his mind working overtime. He looked at the man and it was as if he was assessing him. I wondered if he had the dubious chance of encountering Black Valder in the past. I wasn't certain, though I had not much knowledge and information on Tyrion's life outside of the circumstances of his birth, the Tisha traumatic affair and the task to rework the sewers of Casterly Rock and his relations to his father, his siblings, and to his uncles. Saved from an ambush, you say? Tyrion mused, studying Arya and me with renewed interest. Harwin, sensing the need to clarify, spoke up, my lord. We were set upon by sellswords in the Riverlands as we were riding north. We lost many good men in fighting them and the fray have been helpful to save us from such slime. Tyrion's eyes remained fixed upon Arya, and I could sense his suspicions growing. He was no stranger to the political machinations and the dangers lurking in every corner of the realm. Sellswords in the Riverlands. He repeated, more to himself than to anyone else. I wondered if he was thinking if his sister had done something stupid of the sort or something similar. The man was aware of his sister's vanity and cruelty after all. Perwyn Frey, perhaps feeling the need to contribute, stepped forward. My lord, I regret to inform you that your aunt's husband, Sir Aemon, had fallen in the fighting against those sellswords. Tyrion's expression shifted slightly, the news of Aemon Frey's death seemingly elicited a moment of reflection. Aemon, he murmured, his thoughts momentarily drifting to family ties. I suspected he was thinking of his aunt, Lady Jenna Frey Lannister, and how she might react to the news if she hadn't learned it beforehand. I was suddenly wondering what would be her situation, considering how Tywin was a very demanding man who relied far more on cold calculations than his emotional ties to fulfill his agenda, even though he was also blinded by pride and predictability. As the tension lingered, Tyrion's gaze wandered across the diverse group that made up Arya's escort. His eyes fell on the Crannogman, and a hint of curiosity crept into his expression. Crannogman in the north? Now that's an interesting sight. What brings them here? Meg, stepping forward, answered, we were tasked to protect Lady Arya's escort, my lord. We'll accompany them through the neck to Winterfell. Tyrion's eyebrows arched with intrigue. The puzzle pieces were fitting together in his mind, and he turned his gaze to Mira and Hojan Reed. And who might these two be? He inquired, his curiosity unabated. Mira, always composed, spoke up, I am Mira Reed, and this is my brother, Hojan. We're here to help the Starks. Tyrion's eyes lingered on Hojan for a moment. Reeds, he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. Howland Reed's kin, no doubt. Hojan, unfazed by the dwarf's scrutiny, nodded. Indeed, my lord. Accompanying Arya Stark, you say? And for what purpose? There was a subtle playfulness in Tyrion's words, as if he was gently testing the waters to see how much information he could gather. Mira held his gaze steadily, her posture poised as she explained, we are to foster at Winterfell and serve as companions to the young Stark boys. Our father, Lord Howland Reed, agreed to the arrangement with Lord Stark before his departure. Her words were delivered with sincerity, and she maintained her calm demeanor even in the face of Tyrion's scrutiny. Tyrion's lips curled into a knowing smile, his eyes glinting with amusement and understanding. Fostering at Winterfell, is it? An admirable arrangement indeed. He seemed satisfied with Mira's response, as if he had gained some insight into the situation. His curiosity appeared to be satiated, though an underlying intrigue lingered beneath his composed exterior. He shifted his attention toward Arya. She observed him with curiosity and wariness. I could understand her, considering her canonical intrigue to see the Lannister imp and the recent incidents tied to Cersei and Joffrey. My lady, Tyrion addressed her, using the formal title that she detested. Arya's expression tightened, her grey eyes narrowing in response. Please don't call me that, she rasped, a hint of defiance in her voice. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his mismatched eyes. Back in the north, are we? Your presence would be sorely missed in the south, he remarked, his tone a mixture of curiosity and dry humor. Arya's lips formed a thin line, but she didn't let Tyrion's comment go unanswered. I belong in the north, she stated firmly, her voice carrying a pride that matched the stark landscape around us. Tyrion chuckled, a wry smile playing on his lips. Well, my lady of the north, it seems you've brought an interesting entourage with you. As he said those words, his gaze shifted to me, and I felt his scrutiny as he looked at the hooded figure I presented. I wondered if he was about to ask me who I was or if he would inform Arya of Bran's awakening. I felt Arya's glance on both him and me, probably ready to intervene if she felt that the Lannister dwarf would try to inquire about me. Lady and Nymeria suddenly approached his mount, giving him pause. His pony shifted slightly as he stilled, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Seeing his reaction reminded me that his short visit in Winterfell literally ended with the dire wolves of Robb, Bran, and Rickon threatening him and tearing his sleeve. Seeing Tyrion's discomfort, I shot a subtle look at Arya before indicating the dire wolves with a nod. Arya caught my gaze and understood. Arya noticed his unease and quickly intervened, calling out to both dire wolves. Nymeria, lady, come. Her command was firm, and both dire wolves responded immediately, acknowledging her call. Tyrion sighed in relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. Well, it seems these dire wolves are more behaved than the ones I encountered in Winterfell, he commented with some relief and wit. Intrigued by his words, Arya couldn't help but ask, what were you doing in Winterfell? I watched the interaction attentively, aware of Tyrion's stop at Winterfell and regretting that I couldn't arrive earlier to delay his trip south. I hoped he wouldn't encounter Catelyn Stark, as it happened in the canon, otherwise it would complicate matters for Eddard in King's Landing. The probability of the War of the Five Kings occurring would increase, even if the starting point might be slightly different. Tyrion answered honestly, I have heard your brother Bran awakened, and I wanted to see about him. Arya's eyes widened at the news of Bran's awakening. Awakened? She repeated, her voice a mix of surprise and concern while her glance betrayed some gratefulness for the dwarf, probably due to the concern he seemed to have expressed. Tyrion nodded, yes, he's conscious and recovering. I even offered plans for a special saddle to allow him to ride a horse on his own. Arya's eyes widened in surprise, concerned for her brother's well-being. Why does he need a special saddle? Tyrion sighed, a mixture of sympathy and regret in his gaze. His fall had left him crippled and your half-brother asked me to help your brother. I proposed a design for a saddle that would accommodate his condition. Arya's brows furrowed, her mind processing the information. She first said, Jon is my brother. He asked you to help Bran. Tyrion met Arya's gaze with respect, though chuckling a bit to her initial reaction. Yes, he did. When he learned about your brother being awakened but crippled, he asked me to help him. I couldn't refuse. I have a weak spot for cripples, bastards, and broken things, he added with a wry smile. Arya's expression softened, a subtle gratitude shining in her eyes. Despite her tough exterior, she appreciated anyone who showed genuine concern for her family. Thank you, she said quietly, her eyes slightly watering. Tyrion nodded in acknowledgement. It was the least I could do. How is Jon? How is he faring at the wall? She asked, eager to know about her beloved half-brother. Tyrion pauses for a moment, likely recalling his recent visit to the wall, though his eyes shone in amusement to the young girl's excitement. Your brother is doing well. He's adjusting to life at the wall, he said. Is he happy there? Arya asked eagerly and concerned. Tyrion nodded. As happy as one can be on the wall, I suppose. He's found a purpose, and he's committed to his duties. He always carries a sense of responsibility. Arya spoke softly with a little scoff, yes, he does. Her eyes turned distant, I miss him. We've always been close. Winterfell is his home, she said, her voice filled with longing. Tyrion nodded in understanding and perhaps a bit of envy, considering how estranged his relation with Cersei was. I was moved by the interactions, partly because I had no memory of any interactions between Tyrion and Arya in canon. In fanfictions, that was another matter, notably in one where Arya was the hostage in the Red Keep. Thank God she wouldn't suffer such a situation. I found myself happy I was wearing a face shield because I could not stop my lips from curling into a nervous smile. GRRM revealed in the first draft of his story, Arya would be older and in a love triangle with Jon and Tyrion. The sad thing? An older Arya with canon Tyrion might have actually worked. He would admire Arya's strive for independence and her spirit. The older and more mature Arya would have laughed at Tyrion's wit and love how he backed her up. But that was only a what-if. A part of me hoped that this encounter would last a bit longer to avoid the disastrous encounter between the Lannister dwarf and her mother, but I also knew that it wouldn't be wise, especially if he took notice of me. I had no reason to think he would care considering I was a guard from his perspective, but I couldn't dismiss any possibility. And should he take interest in me, I knew I couldn't let him know too much about me. While he was the least dislikable of the main Lannister line, that didn't mean I would trust him. I had a neutral stance on him because while I understood his status of dwarf was an obvious handicap for him, he was still a member of the wealthiest great house in Westeros and his mindset had been built through this peculiar situation. I knew that his personality was partly the result of his upbringing in Casterly Rock and of the awful, dubious, and traumatic incident with Tisha, but I was also aware that he would first help his family. True to my expectation, Tyrion's gaze shifted to me, his eyes lingering on my covered face. It seemed he was unlikely to let the mystery of the hooded stranger go unanswered, especially given the unique makeup of our group. There was a clear sense of intrigue in his expression, as if he was eager to unravel the enigma before him. It was only a matter of time before he directed his attention my way. Arya shot me a quick glance, concerned and protective. At that moment, it seemed like she was ready to intervene if needed. Tyrion, with his mismatched eyes reflecting curiosity, finally voiced his thoughts. You ride alongside Lady Arya, yet you don't look like one of her father's men, nor one of the Frey men-at-arms or even a Crannogman. Who might you be? Harwin, the Stark guard who facilitated my integration into the group, tightened his grip on his weapon. The Fremen in arms exchanged glances, some tense, others intrigued. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton, having joined us after the ambush at the inn, seemed alert but reserved. Arya, however, maintained her composure, ready to protect the secrets that lay within our group. She shot me a quick glance. I appreciated her protectiveness, and yet it reminded me of how she felt for me. Focusing on Tyrion, I met his gaze with my own. I am but a guard, sworn to protect Lady Arya, I replied, keeping my tone respectful while my voice was muffled by the face shield. The truth was wrapped in layers of omission. He needed not know the full extent of my origins or purpose. And I wanted to make my presence in the North uncertain for the key players of the so-called Game of Thrones, even though I knew people like Varys or even Littlefinger would connect the dots in one way or another. And I knew speaking of Arya with her status would prevent Tyrion from raising the wrong questions. Tyrion arched an eyebrow, curiosity and intrigue filling his eyes. Do you? Northerners are not known for trusting strangers. You must really have done something special to earn their trust. I felt my heart beating and apprehension growing within me. His questions and reflections hit too close to home to allow me to be calm. I knew I had to hold still, but I wasn't sure how, as I was worried that I would accidentally blurt out some of the truth if I spoke again. Harwin then stepped forward. Lord Stark saw his skills and offered him a place among us. He's proven his worth in more ways than one. Arya chimed in, her voice carrying a mix of admiration and protectiveness. He protected me during the ambush, risked his life for mine. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by the endorsements. Quite the reputation you've earned. Intriguing. I nodded, uncertain of how to answer his words, especially as I felt myself blushing at Arya's words and more importantly how she spoke them. It was like hearing a little sister praising her brother, a little girl hailing her father. But I couldn't keep silent for long in spite of the pressure and of the apprehension, especially as I felt all eyes on me. I took a breath before saying, I did what was necessary, my lord. If there is someone worth protecting, to shield, to lay my life for, I would. The Starks are among those persons as resilient and honorable they are, facing the darkest of the storms and still rising again in spite of what the world can throw at them. I felt the eyes of Arya and Harwin on me, but I suspected some other of our companions were also reacting to my answer and the way I said it. I however focused on Tyrion. Tyrion leaned back on his pony, studying me with a thoughtful expression. A commendable sentiment, to be sure. The Starks have always inspired loyalty and devotion. But there's more to you than meets the eye, isn't there? You possess a certain air of mystery, and I can't help but wonder. Perhaps one day, you'll share your full story with me. I offered a small smile behind my mask, keeping my true identity and purpose hidden. Perhaps, my lord. But not today. For now, I am content to serve and protect, to stand alongside Lady Arya and her family. Tyrion nodded, seemingly satisfied with my response. Very well. Keep your secrets, my friend. We all have our own mysteries, don't we? His gaze shifted back to Arya, a newfound respect gleaming in his mismatched eyes. It seems, Lady Arya, that you've found yourself a reliable guardian. Arya nodded, a subtle pride in her eyes. Yes, he's proven himself many times over. Winterfell will be fortunate to have him by our side. I looked at her with fond eyes as her words held so much meaning. In spite of my concerns and conflicted thoughts on how to face her crush, I couldn't help but feel enthralled by the pride she displayed. A part of me berated myself to be once again the little boy within that looked for some form of affection. But as much as my logical side and my cautious one were strong and true, my sensitive and emotional parts were endeared by such an unique bond that could blossom if well attended. Tyrion's curiosity lingered, but his attention turned to our surroundings as Yoren approached, his stooped figure blending with the rugged landscape. The bitter wind carried his brusque words as he greeted us. Harwin said you're off to Winterfell, Is that true? I politely nodded, Arya acquiesced, yeah, that's right. Better back there than being south. I chuckled to her answer, while Harwin and Tyrion looked amused. Yoren then turned his eyes on Tyrion, Lord, ye be wantin' to have more words with do yet? Tyrion, not wanting to remain still in the biting cold and eager to join the south, inwardly chuckled. No, Yoren, we're done here. King's Landing awaits, and I have no intention of freezing in this God's forsaken place any longer than necessary. I was amused by his answer, considering how much he loved drinking and whoring, and while the north, not poor of those distractions, was cold enough to deter any southerner to remain here unless for a good reason. Even I wasn't comfortable for the time being with the cold, I knew I would learn to deal with it in time. With a courteous nod to Arya and Harwin, Tyrion saluted. Until we meet again, Lady Arya, Harwin. Safe travels. Arya inclined her head respectfully, and to you, Lord Tyrion. Tyrion rode away, flanked by his Lannister men. Yoren saluted us before following, disappearing into the Barrowlands southwards landscape with the brisk efficiency of a man accustomed to the harshness of the north. As I observed them riding away, Harwin urged us to move. Come on, we've tarried enough. Winterfell's still a good ride away. Our group resumed the journey to Winterfell, the horses' hooves crunching on the snow-covered ground. Arya rode alongside me, and Lady and Nymeria, ever watchful, roamed by our side. The wine's whispered tales of the Barrowlands, and the crunching snow beneath our horses' hooves echoed the stories of the north. Arya rode beside me, her quiet presence a comfort. You handled the imp well, she remarked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I looked at her, both with seriousness and yet kindness. Well, thank you, Arya. Though, please, do not call him IMP. She arched an eyebrow, curious. Why not? It suits him, doesn't it? I glanced at her, my gaze serious yet kind. As would bastard suit your brother Jon? I asked, a hint of a challenge in my tone. Arya's face tensed for a moment, a protective instinct flashing in her eyes. That's different. Jon is. I interrupted gently, I know. But see how you react when someone calls your brother that way. Or how do you feel when people speak behind your back because you are not an obedient and dutiful lady? Words can be as sharp as swords, Arya. Even when we try to dismiss them, they scar your soul. Arya's expression softened, a moment of vulnerability crossing her features. I never thought about it that way. I looked at her with sympathy, feeling a bit guilty to bring out her vulnerability. I steadied myself before reaching over to give her shoulder a gentle squeeze. It's all right, Arya. We all learn, I reassured her, you just heard the way other people spoke of Tyrion Lannister. But remember that it is the same for your father, you or me. Arya nodded, her gaze thoughtful. You're right. I shouldn't judge based on appearances or rumors. It's not fair. I smiled, acknowledging her growth in understanding. Exactly. It's important to look beyond the surface and give people a chance to show who they truly are. And let me give you this advice, never inflict on others what you wouldn't want to suffer. That's a life lesson I had read in the sacred books of my faith. And I think it is a lesson that can help unburden us from needless fears, resentment, or anger. Arya absorbed my words, and for a moment, the weight of the lesson hung in the air between us. The landscape around us, with its stark beauty and the distant howls of wolves, seemed to enhance the significance of our conversation. Harwin, who had been a silent observer during our conversation, spoke up, wise words, Roger. I nodded, acknowledging his words. Thank you, Harwin. He then shot a quick glance towards Arya, a subtle message in his eyes. I understood his meaning, remembering our discussion the day after the first ambush. A subtle shift in my position moved me slightly away from Arya. Harwin's eyes met mine, a knowing look passing between us. Arya, perceptive as ever, noticed the unspoken exchange. There was a hint of disappointment in her gaze, a realization that the closeness we shared might have certain limits. I wasn't certain, but I also suspected a hint of longing. I inwardly sighed, thinking of how distancing myself from her would be tricky and counterproductive as the shadow of Frozen came over my mind with how Elsa cutting out her sister created far more issues than it solved. Suddenly, Black Valder Frey's sneering voice cut through the atmosphere, scoffing at my earlier words. Wise words, Roger, he said in a mocked voice. I wouldn't expect a foreigner to understand the ways of Westeros, he jeered, eyeing me with disdain. Ignoring the jibe, I maintained my focus on the road ahead. However, the uneasiness in the group was palpable. The Cranagmen seemed on edge, the Stark guards displayed discontent, and a few of the Frey men in arms seemed to agree with Black Valder. And as much as I knew I was a foreigner in many ways, his words hit home, reminding me of the inward fears of rejection and of isolation that had been my demons for as long as I remembered. I tightened my reins, trying to focus on something else. And a part of me was bitter by the fact that in spite of the presence of the Reed siblings and of the Cranagmen, the man seemed fixated on reminding me my place in the most uncouth and condescending ways. This time I have my hammer. I took out my hammer and swung it like a golf club. Black Valder went flying through the air, going higher and higher until he became a speck in the distance, probably sent all the way back to the twins. Arya and Harwin held up signs giving me a perfect 10. As I cleared my head of my fantasy, Arya swiftly rose to my defense. He's more than just a commoner, and you know it, please keep your words to yourself, she retorted, a spark of defiance in her eyes. It wasn't the first time Black Valder had irked her in our interactions. As much as I felt grateful and glad for her, I knew that wouldn't help our situation and wouldn't help to assuage the inner turmoil I was suffering. I heard some voices of agreement and I suspected they were coming from Darren, Jallard, Tor or all of them, considering the trust we had built between us on this journey. An unexpected voice rose from behind me. Enough, Valder. Show some respect. Roger has proven himself. I couldn't help but feel grateful for Oliver's words. His intervention eased the tension, if only slightly. Arya's gaze shifted between Oliver and me, a subtle expression of thankfulness in her eyes. That suddenly reminded me of how her character reacted in the fanfiction Sean Bean Saves Westeros with her crush for Oliver. Black Valder, however, wasn't one to back down easily. Respect? For a foreigner who speaks so familiarly to Lady Arya, except when the imp was around. I winced in spite of myself as his words blatantly commented on my relation to Arya. I was torn between intervening or keeping silent as I didn't want to fall prey to his insults and words, and yet the way he was going put me on the edge and ready to snap should he say more unpleasant and insulting words. A part of me was tempted to explain that I used her position title to Arya because Tyrion was officially unknown to me and related to the Queen, meaning I didn't want to allow leaks on my whereabouts. But I held up that thought because it would not change Black Valder's mind, as he would point out another nitpicky element like the fact I only cared for my safety and reputation for specific persons, for example. Besides, should I justify it, that could be interpreted as a clue on the fact I was hiding something, especially for the Frey and even the Reed siblings, considering that they were there not only for Bran but also to monitor and assess me. The Crannogmen were silent and observing with a keen, albeit somber, eye the interactions. The feud between the Frey and them must have played a part, as the fact I was someone they needed to know, even if my interactions with Meg allowed them that. I felt Hojan's look on me and that made me uneasy, wondering what was in his mind in this instant. Arya's jaw clenched, her eyes narrowing in anger at Black Valder. He has more respect than you'll ever earn, she retorted. Once again, I thought back to Black Valder Rivers being baked into one of her special pies. For an instant, I suddenly remembered that in the tourney of Harrenhal, Lyanna came to the defense of Howland Reed against Squires, one of them being a Frey. I wondered if she had this fire in the eyes when facing those disrespectful boys, but facing 4 of them was already an indication of the fierceness Lyanna had. And in spite of my reservations on comparing people due to the differences of context and upbringing, I couldn't help but think that fierce will was something Arya and her late aunt would surely have in common. I observed Black Valder and noticed he seemed ready to explode, and I inwardly sighed, aware that Arya's words might be regarded as a slight, and considering both his difficult character and the fact he was among those who shared a lot in common with Valder Frey. I was dreading his reaction and was ready to intervene, worrying how he would unleash his words, especially for Arya. While she was the daughter of the Hand and that I was the likeliest target as before, I also knew that sometimes anger brought down any restraint. Fortunately, Sir Perwyn intervened in a stern voice. That's enough. Valder, stop provoking Lady Arya and her friend. He has earned respect, and it would do no good if the Starks consider you were harassing one of those who are to their service. Black Valder scowled but fell silent, shooting a venomous look in my direction. I held up a sigh, feeling he would persist in his personal opinion of me, perhaps by misplaced pride than by common sense. I then heard Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton and noticed them riding closer to the head of the group. They positioned themselves between me and the Freys. Their body language telling Black Valder that if he tried something, he would answer to them first. The tension in the air lingered, but the support from my companions provided a shield against the skepticism. I felt deeply grateful and glad of the 2 hedge knights, and a part of me couldn't help but swell in relief and euphoria to the fact that there were people that regarded me in respect in spite of my situation and personality. I couldn't help but compare it to my most loved memory when, arriving third in the school cross-country run, I received an enthusiastic welcome from the other students, at all levels, despite the fact that I had been at the time a semi-solitary boy at the time who wasn't sure of being accepted. And while Sir Creighton's words reminded me that they had their mindset and were considering the fact I would accept their ways and traditions as a whole, I reminded myself they had been raised that way for hundreds of thousands of years and didn't see alternatives or other perspectives. The Crannogmen, silent observers with keen eyes, seemed to nod in acknowledgement, understanding the delicate dance of respect and integration. I caught glimpses of Harwin's subtle nods, indicating his quiet approval. The Stark guards, Jallard, Morse, and Tor, exchanged glances, seemingly reassured by the support I garnered. I sighed in some relief, feeling a new clash had been avoided, and more eager and apprehensive than ever to reach Winterfell. I would rather face Robb's looks and Theon's arrogant demeanor rather than this agonizing man any longer. The idea of challenging him with my hammer or Aikido techniques crossed my mind, but I dismissed it. As cathartic as it would be, I would likely be crushed by the man, and perhaps worse if he decided to make a display of such a fight, which would have other issues and repercussions, notably on how Arya would react. And I rather not want to swiftly delete all my endeavors to preserve her and to offer her a chance to thrive without all the traumas she would know in canon because of stupidity, anger, and misplaced pride. Nymeria and Lady paced alongside us, their presence a comforting reminder of the bonds forged in the crucible of challenges and like a symbol of protection in these northern lands. The wind carried the scent of the Barrow lands, and I couldn't help but reflect on the journey so far. So much had occurred for me in 2 months, and I was convinced more was coming because of this web of political networks and struggles that impacted Westeros. I also thought of Tyrion, and a part of me regretted not being able to have delayed him much to prevent his encounter with Catelyn. I guessed that it was now a matter of context and of circumstances, or as people would say in Westeros, it was now in the hands of gods, or rather in my case of God. Deus Vult, the Crusaders would say. Well, may the odds be ever in our favor. An. 1. And here we go again, back to Mark and his journey to Winterfell. In the continuity of the previous developments in the journey, there are references to the impact of Moat Cailin encounter with the Reeds, the lingering tension and uncertainty due to the awareness on Arya's crush and the growing feeling of expectation due to the incoming arrival to Winterfell. To the core of this chapter was the encounter with Tyrion, notably to show that not everything the SI is experiencing would result in a change, outside of interactions due to his presence, and that ripples and circumstances can affect whatever plans he would have thought of if he wanted. In short, as much as he wants to alter as much as he can the Stark's fate, he is also aware that there are circumstances and situations that are not fitted for such moves. And yet, that also allows unexpected interactions, in this case Arya and Tyrion. I know it has been explored in other fanfictions, but considering that they never had any interaction in books or show, that makes those interactions fascinating and interesting, especially at this point in the timeline. 3. Bringing back the face shield was an idea that came to my mind after the creation of the Twins Blacksmith chapter, as I consider when Mark, I, would have used it for reasonable motives in regards of his personality. And trying to be anonymous from people that he knew would be in the South and King's Landing is one of those circumstances. It is also where the SI can rely on 3 of his skills/features, acting, knowing what information and elements of truth to give and not considering himself in a unique way. I regard myself as a free electron, a pragmatic dreamer, an agnostic Catholic, a pessimistic/vigilant optimist, a realistic idealist, allowing him to present himself in a certain way to Tyrion. 4. The way I regard Tyrion is in the same manner for Daenerys. While I can understand how fascinating they are for many people, I have a mixed opinion on them, as I both understand where they're coming from and yet do not condone their views or deeds. Both are in a way prisoners of their upbringing and of the legacy they are embodying. 5. The encounter with Tyrion allows many references due to the possible ripples, the uncertainties due to the possibility that Catelyn capturing Tyrion can still occur, the references to the Winterfell visit of Tyrion after the Wall, Yoren's canonical tie to Arya. 6. Teaser, next time, a new night stop with a burial discussion. 7. Have a good reading. 40/Barrow's thoughts. Dusk was slowly coming on the horizon as we were riding in the heart of the Barrowlands. I could feel the cold air becoming stronger, making me more uncomfortable. I wasn't keen to spend another night outside in these conditions, but I had to cope with it. But this discomfort was better compared to the quarrel that had followed the encounter with Tyrion Lannister. Fortunately, everyone now was more relaxed though cautious as the North offered its own dangers. Thinking back of the short encounter with Tyrion Lannister some hours ago, a part of me regretted that I didn't do much more to try and prevent the most accidental and yet important spark in the events of Game of Thrones. I chased away this plaguing thought, reminding myself that there was not much I could do and that there might be ripples in the South that would delay or speed up the departure of Catelyn Stark from King's Landing. I rather hoped the former because all her children in Winterfell needed her. My cautious self was wary of encountering her, considering her very protective and traditional mindset, especially if she should suspect anything of the relationship between Arya and I. I looked at the person I truly regarded as a dear friend, wondering how long it would take for her to decipher what she was feeling. While I felt still uncertain and wary of how to handle such unexpected development, my logical self and my tendency to distance myself from many things helped me to assuage a part of my trouble. It was too soon to assume anything concerning Arya's emotions, especially as she looked unaware of this development. I could only observe how it would unfold and hopefully find a way to solve this conundrum, for her sake and partly for mine. And not doing anything or giving too much credit to the issue for the time being was probably the wisest, as otherwise, Arya would notice I was uneasy for an unknown reason and would want to know why, which would be far more problematic and embarrassing for both of us. Arya noticed my gaze, and our eyes briefly met. She responded with a subtle smile. I returned the smile, causing an elusive blush to creep onto her cheeks. She then quickly looked away. I gave a fond glance at my friend before observing our surroundings, the ancient graves of the first men scattered across the hilly plains. The fading light painted the Barrowlands with a soft, eerie glow, emphasizing the ancient barrows that dotted the landscape. Lady's golden eyes and Nymaria's dark gaze accompanied us, their presence providing a silent reassurance. Harwin, probably because he had noticed the impending darkness, signaled for us to halt. Prepare for the night, he ordered. We swiftly dismounted our horses. I still felt a bit of weight on my healing leg, but the pain was mainly gone, leaving only a mild discomfort. I knew it would still take time before I would be able to move as swiftly as before, but I was already glad not to feel any discomfort each time I was riding or walking anymore. As we dismounted, Lady approached me, her tail wagging. Arya followed closely, a hint of a smile still playing on her lips. She likes you, Arya said, her voice a mixture of observation and amusement. I scratched Lady behind her ears. We have become close during our journey. I only hope I haven't stolen her away from your sister. Arya chuckled, and I couldn't help but feel a warmth at our easy banter. She then busied herself to handle her belongings and I decided to do the same. While I was achieving it and preparing myself for the night, I noticed Nymaria prowling around, still keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. Meg and her men, adept at moving stealthily through the terrain, joined Nymeria in the vigil. Jallard, Tor, and Darren, the Stark guards, began to set up the camp with the help of the Cranagman. Oliver and Perwinfrey lent a hand, their interactions still marked by the tension that lingered among the Freys. Black Valder, ever the stoic presence, glared at me as he moved to help set up the camp. I ignored him, focusing on petting my horse. Harwin approached me, his eyes searching for signs of discomfort. "You feelin' well, Roger?" he inquired. I offered him a half-smile. "It could be better, but I'm not a frozen statue yet." As I continued to pet my horse, Arya was now engrossed in caring for Nymeria. I stole a glance at her, and our eyes met again. This time, Arya held my gaze a bit longer. I smiled back, loving seeing her taking care of her dire wolf. It was one of those scenes of life I loved watching, as it reminded me that simple things had beauty of their own. Arya returned the smile with warmth. Her grey eyes softened as she caught the unspoken reassurance in my expression. Harwin approached me again, this time with a practical request. "Mind helping the others set up the camp?" he asked, a hint of gratitude in his voice. "Of course," I replied, eager to contribute. The act of making camp had become second nature to me during this journey. I moved towards the others, ready to lend a hand. As I approached, Jallard, Tor, and Darren, the Stark guards, were coordinating the camp setup with the Cranagman. "Need a hand?" I offered, acknowledging their hard work. Jallard, a burly man with a grizzled beard, nodded appreciatively. Mark. Grab some of those stakes and help us with the tents." I joined the group, working efficiently to secure the tents. Lady stayed close, her presence a comforting companion in the dimming light. Nymeria, Arya's dire wolf, patrolled the perimeter, her movements calculated and watchful. Oliver and Perwinfrey were hammering stakes nearby, their actions synchronized but their interactions minimal. The tension among the Freys still lingered, adding an undercurrent of unease to the atmosphere. Black Valder, a wiry figure with a stern demeanor, shot me a disapproving glare as we worked side by side. I stopped myself from rolling my eyes. As the camp started to take shape, the flickering flames of the emerging fire pit cast dancing shadows on the ground. Meg and her men, well versed in stealth, continued their vigilant watch. The night was almost upon us, and the urgency to complete the setup heightened. Simon Blackmire, the local healer, approached me as I secured the last tent. "How fares your leg, Mark?" he inquired, his tone a mix of concern and professional curiosity. "Better, Simon," I replied, releasing a breath of relief. "The pain has subsided, and I can manage well enough." Simon's experienced eyes studied my face before he nodded approvingly. "Let me check, just to be sure." I consented, and Simon inspected my healing leg and thigh. It had been nearly 3 weeks since the ambush at the Green Leaf Inn, and the wound's healing was progressing. His hands worked skillfully, and I appreciated the thorough examination. The diverse activities of my companions unfolded around me: the crackling fire, the vigilant watch, and the occasional laughter of camaraderie. Tom of the Seven Streams plucked at his wood harp, creating a soft melody that blended with the night's serenity. I decided to approach Arya as I noticed she was finishing tending to her dire wolf. "Everything in order?" I asked, a genuine smile playing on my lips. She nodded, her grey eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "All set. Lady and Nymeria are at ease, and the camp looks secure." Satisfied, I released a breath of relief and satisfaction. The physical strain of the task had distracted my body from the impacts of recent riding. Lady approached, and I patted her neck, feeling a sense of companionship. Arya's grey eyes lingered on our interaction, a subtle warmth in her gaze. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows, and the night air carried a chill that made me shiver. "You seem cold," Arya remarked, her voice filled with concern as she finished tending to Nymeria. "Just a bit. Northern nights are truly colder than what I'm used to," I replied, offering a playful smile. "But I'll survive." Arya's eyes flickered with a mix of amusement and genuine care. "We can find you an extra blanket," she suggested. "Thank you, Arya," I said, genuinely appreciative. "But look here." I reached into my cloak and pulled out the small piece of cloth she had given me back in Moat Cailin. "I'm still using it. Always comforting." Arya's gaze shifted to the cloth, and a subtle warmth crept into her expression. "I'm glad it's helping. You know, it's the least I can do for someone who's been there for me." "You did much more, Arya," I said, remembering the riding lessons from the first part of the journey or the tales of the North she had told on the road. Arya beamed. "Well, I suppose I did offer some entertainment along the way," she said with a hint of playfulness. "But it's been a team effort. We've all been there for each other." I acquiesced with a smile and a serious glance. I then took a look at the sky, mesmerizing myself in the view. The stars were obviously different from home, but losing myself in the sight was peculiar and a bit magical. In spite of myself, the theme of Bellinate came to my mind, but I couldn't help but berate myself for thinking of such a tune with Aria's unknowing crush. Thank God I didn't sing it, or rather the French version, as it would have been awkward and perhaps a bit controversial with my current situation. Aria noticed my gaze shifting towards the sky, and she followed my line of sight. The stars twinkled above us, creating a breathtaking display against the dark canvas of the night. There was a sense of awe in her expression as she took in the celestial beauty. "It's quite a sight, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice filled with wonder. I nodded, captivated by the vastness of the night sky. It's amazing how the stars can remind us of our place in the world. They seem so far away and lost in such vastness of sky, witnessing far above countless stories and journeys. Aria's gaze lingered on the stars for a moment longer before she turned her attention back to me. There was a softness in her expression, a vulnerability that hinted at the depth of our connection. "You know," she began, her voice quiet but filled with sincerity, "no matter where we go or what challenges we face, I'm glad to have you by my side." Her words touched me deeply, and I felt a surge of warmth and affection, far more than I would admit. A part of me reminded me that I felt more at ease with people who were not exactly my age, and it added to my fondness for Aria and the mutual understanding and respect we had. Still, my cautious side was warning me not to send the wrong signals to others. Aria's eyes held mine for a moment, and I could sense an unspoken understanding between us. The night, with its celestial display, seemed to envelop us in a cocoon of shared moments. The quietude was broken as Darren approached, a sturdy figure in the dim light. "We'll be eating soon. Thought I'd let you know," he stated, his words accompanied by a nod of acknowledgement. Aria reacted first, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. "Good, I'm starving," she declared, a playful grin spreading across her face. I nodded appreciatively at Darren. "Thank you. We'll be there shortly." As Darren walked away, Aria and I exchanged a glance. "Let's go then. I wouldn't want to delay the meal if I wanted to train a bit with Sir Creighton or Meg," I suggested. Aria's reaction was immediate, a slight hesitation in her expression. "Meg?" she questioned, her curiosity tinged with a subtle hint of reluctance. I reassured her, aware of the unconscious jealousy that might be surfacing. "She's skilled, Aria. You know how to hold a grudge, but she's just doing her part." Aria's lips pressed into a thin line. "I don't trust her, not with what she did in Moat Cailin," she admitted. I nodded in understanding. "I get it. But she did what she felt was her duty. I haven't forgotten what Mira, Hojan, and she did. But holding on to grudges, anger, and bitterness is like carrying around a burden. I'd rather be free of it." Aria's gaze softened, her eyes searching mine for sincerity. "I understand what you're saying," she replied, her voice quieter now. "But it's not easy to let go, especially when it involves someone who tried to harm those you care about." I nodded, acknowledging the validity of her feelings. "You're right, Aria. It's not easy. But holding on to grudges can consume us and hinder our own growth. It's a delicate balance." She sighed, a mixture of frustration and resignation evident on her face. "I'll try, but I can't promise I'll trust her completely." "I know," I replied. "But look at it this way, we've got each other's backs. And you know what, why don't you ask her or Mira to train you? You need to blow off some steam, and they might appreciate a chance to make amends, not to mention the skills you could learn from the Kranag ways." Aria considered it for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, you're probably right." I nodded in approval. "Good. Let's head back then." We started making our way towards the campfire, while Nymeria and Lady followed suit. As we approached, the group around the fire noticed our return. Harwin, his men, Perwyn, Oliver, and Black Valder Frey occupied various spots around the fire, their conversations blending into a harmonious murmur. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton were speaking with Meg and Simon, while Tom of the Seven Streams was plucking at his wood harp, creating a melodic background. Harwin had a faint smile playing on his lips. The Stark guards, Jallard, Darren, and Tor acknowledged us, Tor exchanging knowing glances with Darren. Tom grinned at me as we joined the group. Oliver, ever respectful, greeted us with a nod. Perwyn, with his characteristic politeness, offered a warm smile. Black Valder, however, eyed me with his usual glare before grunting a greeting. The faces of our companions were illuminated by the flickering light, and the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. I noticed that some of the Frey men-in-arms and of the Cranagmen were on watch service. I hoped they wouldn't fall into their old feud, as it would be a needless quarrel. I quickly dismissed those thoughts to focus on the meal and to take comfort in the warmth of the flames. The heat from the fire seemed to intensify as we settled down. Lady found a comfortable spot nearby, and Nymeria circled around us before lying down, her vigilant gaze never leaving Aria and me. Jallard gestured toward the spread of food. "Help yourselves. It's a decent meal tonight." Aria wasted no time, eagerly digging into the food. We sat together, a comfortable distance apart, as we shared a portion of roasted meat. The night, with its celestial display above and the stories shared around the fire, created a tapestry of moments that bound us together, even in our differences. Oliver then noticed the mountains scattered across the landscape around us. I was also intrigued by them, even if a part of me was thinking it was something I had read when reading the books or the fandom information. What are these mountains around us? Are they graves? The young Frey asked as his brows furrowed with curiosity. Harwin spoke up, lad. These are barrows, ancient graves of the first men. The land here is filled with their resting places. Oliver's expression shifted, showing surprise and respect. Beside him, Perwyn Frey and Black Valder exchanged glances full of intrigue, even though I swore that Black Valder's expression had another glint in his eyes. Tom of the Seven Streams, always ready with a jest, interjected, well, I've never heard of a barrow. What's it for? Simon Blackmire, the local healer, leaned in to provide an explanation. Barrows are sacred burial sites. The first men believed in honoring their ancestors by laying them to rest in these mounds. It's a connection to the past, a respect for those who paved the way. And this place used to be part of the lands ruled by the Barrow Kings. I listened with keen interest to the healer's words, especially as his comment on the Barrow Kings reminded me of something I couldn't pinpoint. However, Black Valder raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but comment, superstitious nonsense, if you ask me. The tension in the air was palpable as Harwin shot him a stern look. Respect your words, Frey. These are the traditions of the North, and we honor them. Arya, catching the exchange, turned to me with a knowing look. I could sense her silent approval of Harwin's rebuke. Despite Harwin's reprimand, Black Valder couldn't resist a retort, I'd trust stone walls over ancient customs any day. Harwin's patience wore thin. These customs have kept the North standing long before stone walls, Frey. The tension lingered, threatening to escalate, but Simon Blackmire, with his calming presence, interjected, it's the beauty of our land, a blend of history and the present. Each to their own beliefs. I nodded with attention and curiosity, appreciating the diverse perspectives. I however decided to intervene as I found Black Valder a bit hypocritical, which wasn't the first time he achieved such a stunt. Besides, how different are the barrow rituals of the first men compared to the burial sites in the names of the seven or achieved by the Andals as a whole? As far as I know, your house doesn't have the Tully funeral practices, Sir Valder, I commented while looking at Black Valder, preparing myself for his potential reaction. Black Valder's gaze intensified, his dark eyes narrowing as he glared at me. And what does a foreign commoner like you know of our traditions? He spat, the skepticism in his voice evident. Perwyn Frey, always diplomatic, interjected, now, let's not turn this into another needless quarrel. We're here to share a meal and stories, not argue over traditions. Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria, shifted uncomfortably at her side, sensing the rising tension. Lady, Sansa's dire wolf, raised her head, eyeing Black Valder with a subtle warning growl. Harwin, with a stern expression, addressed Black Valder, enough, Frey. Respect our customs or keep your silence. Black Valder grunted but refrained from further comments. The atmosphere remained tense. As we resumed our meal in silence, Mira Reed, the agile and quick Crannog woman, turned her attention toward me. Roger, could you tell us about the rituals your people follow for the dead? She inquired with genuine curiosity. I looked at her with some intrigue, even though a part of me was glad of her curiosity. Even if she might still try to assess who I really was, I considered the fact it was a sincere endeavor from her to rectify things after the incident in Moat Cailin. I felt Arya's glance on me and Mira. A part of me suspected she was torn apart between glaring at Mira, holding her distrust and curiosity. Funerals and death hadn't been a topic I had discussed with her till now, though it had not been relevant. I noticed how Sir Illifer was observing me and I knew he was curious if I would share with our group what I had shared with him after the burials of the people killed at the Green Leaf Inn. His presence allowed me to consider the interest in sharing this particular topic of faith and belief as he had already tackled the matter with me. Sensing the glances of many of my companions around me, I decided to share it. I looked at Mira with an earnest and yet kind eye. We often have a funeral service where friends and family gather to pay their respects. There may be readings from religious texts or personal reflections shared by loved ones. Sometimes, there is a eulogy or a speech given to commemorate the life of the person who has passed away, I continued, allowing the group to immerse themselves in the details of my culture. Arya nodded thoughtfully, her expression a mix of curiosity and respect. Nymeria, her dire wolf, seemed to sense the shift in the conversation and settled down, though her watchful eyes remained on the surroundings. In terms of burial practices, there are various options. Many people choose to bury their loved ones in cemeteries, where individual graves are marked with tombstones or markers. Some may opt for cremation, where the body is reduced to ashes, and the ashes can be kept in urns or scattered in a place of significance to the deceased, I added, my gaze briefly meeting Arya's before moving to the others. Harwin, with his stern yet understanding demeanor, listened intently, a subtle nod indicating his acknowledgement. The Stark guards listened with intrigue and curiosity. I was glad that I managed to build ties with them, considering how distrustful northerners could be of foreigners. Sir Illifer, who had engaged in discussions about faith with me before, maintained a thoughtful expression. His presence added a layer of understanding to the group, bridging the gap between the known and the unknown. Tom of the Seven Streams, known for his lightheartedness, chimed in, "Well, that's quite different from our way, isn't it?" Meg, the taciturn Crannog woman, observed silently. Meanwhile, Simon Blackmire had an inscrutable expression, perhaps processing the information through the lens of his own experiences. Oliver and Perwinfrey exchanged glances, with Oliver showing genuine interest and Perwin maintaining his diplomatic composure. Black Valder, on the other hand, scowled, his disapproval evident. "And what does it matter? Our ways have served us well for generations," Black Valder interjected, his voice dripping with scorn. "Foreign rituals have no place here." Arya shot a sharp glance at him. "Our ways may be different, but that doesn't make them inferior. There's no need for disrespect." The Frey Knight sneered, his eyes narrowing. "All he's been is a foreigner, meddling in our affairs. And you, Lady Stark, defend him like he's kin while he is a commoner. What kind of bond is this between you two? I've heard tales of red priests with their strange beliefs and the sway they hold over people. What's to say he's not one of them?" Arya's grey eyes flashed with a mix of frustration and determination. "Roger is not a red priest. His faith is different, and he has never forced it upon anyone. He's earned our trust through actions, not just words." Black Valder scoffed, "And how can you prove it? You are just a little girl who puts too much faith in a lowborn who would take advantage of you at the first opportunity." I felt anger boiling down inside me as I heard those accusations. It was one thing to be concerned of my faith or of my intentions. My logical and cautious selves were wary as should I intervene, I might fuel whatever feelings Arya had for me. But unless Harwin or his men intervened on her behalf and mine, I couldn't let the Manu Sitarbeck move on me. I might be kind and generous, but I was not Tytos Lannister. And enough was enough. The man crossed the line many times and it took all my will and energy not to fall to his level, even if I didn't hesitate to slyly comment on the man in response on some occasions. I looked up to see Rosalind and Joyous Frey walking through the woods. Before I could ask how they got here, the two women began to take turns kicking Black Valder between his legs. I blushed as Rosalind stopped, to walk over and kiss me. As I shook my head again, Arya's jaw clenched, her fingers tightly gripping the hilt of needle at her side. She shot a glance at me, a silent plea for support. My gaze met hers, and I could see the flicker of vulnerability beneath her determined exterior. Seeing her so vulnerable made me decide as I was utterly fed up with Black Valder. And the last thing I wanted was to see Arya attacking Black Valder. Before I could respond, Harwin, ever vigilant, stepped forward, his eyes locking with Black Valder's. "That's enough, Sir Valder. Roger earned the trust of my men and I improved his worth." Black Valder's scowl deepened, but he didn't back down. "Trust a foreigner with our lives? I won't be part of such foolishness." I held back my tongue as I was really tempted to say, "And yet you are here with us now, Sale Singe Hurler." I glared down at the man, far more eager to shut his mouth. I felt the glances of many, especially Harwin's men and the Reed siblings. I wondered if they were assessing my reaction and my bond with Arya. I did, however, step in front of Arya, hoping she would get the message and take her hand away from Needle. As tension thickened, Sir Illifer the Penniless intervened, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom. "I've spoken at length with Roger about his faith, and I can attest that he is no worshipper of our Hiller. His beliefs are akin to those of the Seven, but with nuances." Perwinfrey raised an eyebrow, curiosity written on his face. "And what did he tell you, Sir Illifer?" Sir Illifer nodded, recalling our discussions. "He spoke of redemption, forgiveness, and love. Concepts not foreign to the virtues held by the Seven. His faith is distinct, yet rooted in principles that echo through various religions." Sir Creighton Longbow chimed in, "I've witnessed these discussions. Roger's beliefs are honorable, even if different from our own." A murmur spread through the group, a mixture of surprise and understanding. Sir Illifer continued, "We may have different gods, but the essence of faith and morality remains. Roger's faith does not demean our way of life, it complements it." I nodded in appreciation toward Sir Illifer, acknowledging his support. Perwinfrey exchanged glances with Oliver, a silent conversation of uncertainty. Sir Creighton's nod confirmed the authenticity of our conversations. "I remember," Sir Creighton spoke, recalling the discussions on faith and philosophy we'd had during our training sessions. The man's words hold no malice. His beliefs focus on the everyday life, on redemption and love. They are not a threat. I looked at Sir Creighton and Sir Illifer, "Thank you for your words, sirs." I then looked at everyone and spoke with a firm and yet kind voice, "Just because I believe in one god doesn't mean I believe in our Hiller or even the drowned god. In fact, I would totally despise a god who needs sacrifices of any kind, including human ones, to exist or one that totally relishes in raiding other people." The faith I have may have a belief in the afterlife, but it focuses on everyday life and is on redemption, forgiveness, and love of your folk. Our first commandment is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Black Valder scowled, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't make any comment, as if the comments made by Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, Perwyn, and me had unsettled him or shut him out. The Stark guards exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement, while others remained contemplative. Simon Blackmire seemed intrigued while Mira and Hojan were observing me with inquisitive and attentive glances. I suspected they were still assessing me, which was fair game as long as they didn't do what they achieved in Moat Cailin. Tom of the Seven Streams, ever the light-hearted one, chimed in once more. Well, I still think it's all a bit strange, but if it's about love and redemption, then I suppose it can't be all bad. Arya turned to Black Valder, her voice firm. You don't have to like or agree with Roger's beliefs, but you will respect him and his place among us. He's proven himself time and again, and I trust him. If you can't accept that, then perhaps it's best if you leave. Black Valder's scowl deepened, but he remained silent, unwilling to further challenge Arya's authority. I was personally amused by the audacity of the young girl, as her words would mean the knight would have to ride on his own back to the twins, which would be dangerous and against his pride as a highborn and a knight, not to mention his personal self-importance. Arya left for a moment, disappearing into the woods. Before I could become alarmed, she came back, dressed as an American police officer, complete with a police cap and black baton. She marched over to Black Valder. Respect my authority, she roared before repeatedly smacking Black Valder's legs, making him dance around the fire in pain, while the rest of us howled in laughter. As I cleared my head again, I rubbed my hands over the fire to warm them. Trying not to snicker at the thought of South Park police officer Arya, I observed my companions and decided to lay common ground between my way of life and theirs, at least on a historical stance. As I watched the fire, I commented, you know, there has been a time when the church, the institution that defines the dogma of my faith, played a huge part in society. And it was one pillar in every level of society, including in the oaths of the knights that used to exist in my homeland. My words attracted the attention of everyone, especially those who were knighted like Perwyn, Sir Illifer, or Sir Creighton. Black Valder was sulking, not wanting to express a slight interest in whatever I was saying. Oliver Frey spoke up, how does your faith tie to the knights? In the Seven Kingdoms, knighthood and the faith of the Seven are closely intertwined. With a thoughtful expression, I replied, in my homeland, the church tried to circumvent the violence tied to the knights in a way that would be used against those that would wrong Christians or the church itself. Every future knight began as a page at 7 before becoming a squire at 14. It was when they were 21 years old that they could be knighted. It was a solemn affair, a rite of passage that went beyond just the sword and shield. The night before a man was to be knighted, he would keep vigil in a chapel, praying and reflecting on the responsibilities that came with knighthood. It was a time of introspection, a sleepless night that marked the transition from squire to knight. As I spoke, the fire crackled, and the warmth it emitted contrasted with the coolness of the evening air. The flickering flames cast shadows on the faces of my companions, their expressions varying from curiosity to skepticism. Arya's grey eyes, filled with a mix of curiosity and pride, met mine briefly. Sir Illifer, the penniless, nodded, contemplating the cultural differences. A unique approach, indeed. In Westeros, the knighthood ceremony is intertwined with the faith, and the vigil is often held before the statue of the warrior in a September. Perwyn Frey raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what happens during this vigil? I continued, during the vigil, the future knight reflects on the virtues of knighthood: bravery, justice, and protection of the innocent. It's a time for self-examination, a period of inner preparation before taking on the mantle of a knight. Sir Creighton Longbow, my training partner, chimed in, sounds like a different perspective on the same ideals we hold dear. A night of reflection and a solemn ceremony, it all echoes the principles of knighthood. Black Valder remained silent, still wearing his scowl, seemingly uninterested in the cultural exchange. Arya, however, seemed engaged, finding parallels between the traditions of her homeland and mine. As I glanced around the group, I noticed various reactions. Harwin listened with a measured interest, while Jallard, Tor, and Darren, the Stark guards, exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Meg observed quietly, her eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and respect. Simon Blackmire, the healer, nodded thoughtfully, his interest piqued by the cultural exchange. Hojan and Mira Reed, with their enigmatic demeanors, absorbed the information with a discerning gaze. Tom of the Seven Streams lightened the mood, interjecting with a chuckle, well, I suppose every land has its own way of making knights. As long as they fight for the right reasons, it's all good, right? I nodded in silence to the man, thinking of the whole spectrum of knight behaviors in Westeros, from the extreme bag egg that was Gregor Clegane to the people who were trying to fulfill the oaths dutifully in spite of the restraints and the dilemmas it might include, like Sir Davos. I knew that the knighthood was an ideal, and like any ideal and institution, it could be tainted or distorted from its initial purpose. I remembered what I told Arya, Harwin, and his men about traditions, and I wondered if one of them was thinking about this idea. Then there was the bad reputation hedge knights had because of those who became robber knights. It made me wonder how much easier things would be for Creighton and Ilfur if such bad apples did not exist. As silence settled down around the fire, I took the instant to rub my hand over the fire again, to chase away the cold that struck them. The growing cold of the night was bothering me, and I was exercising my will to restrict any reaction to be seen by the others, no matter how uncomfortable it was for me. A part of me was thinking of Elsa from Frozen and her mantra, conceal, don't feel, as it was really my situation in this short moment. Looking around, I noticed that most of my companions were seemingly taking a break from the quarrel opposing Black Valder and I. My eyes stopped on Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton. I was grateful for their intervention, and a part of me regretted I didn't interact much more with them beyond the Aikido training or the usual discussions when there was an opportunity to discuss the similarities and differences in knighthood between the Seven Kingdoms and medieval Europe. Just because GRRM took inspiration from the Middle Ages to imagine his universe didn't mean it was exactly the same, and it was now a bit obvious to me that this reality might be its own. While many elements tend to prove it was the book verse, others like the Age of Arya tended to indicate some ties with the show verse. I rather hoped it wasn't really the case, as I doubt many people from Westeros would appreciate my reality, not to mention the whole confusion or hysteria their presence could create. I held out a chuckle as I imagined Tywin Lannister finding his way in my reality in the same manner as Benedict from Last Action Hero. Contrary to his professional killer counterpart, the old lion wouldn't find my world to his taste. Unless perhaps he met certain third world dictators. A part of me was reminded with some fondness and nostalgia of the little fantasies I used to imagine for myself when I included myself within the stories I loved, or when I imagined characters I loved finding their way to my reality, and where I accompanied them in an epic odyssey through fictional realities to bring them back home. So many juvenile die-hard fantasies that now came true in a way I wouldn't have expected. I shivered when thinking I was just referring to a Disney slogan. I would rather be in Arendelle or in Disney 1482 Paris rather than in Westeros. But I was here, adapting myself while playing both myself in a role I hoped would not become too burdensome and a crush to tackle before it led to complications I rather not want to see. If fate, God, someone or worse myself wanted to make a dubious and awful prank on me, that was the place. I felt something rubbing against my hand. Looking down, I saw Lady rubbing her snout against my palm. I gently caressed her and looked at her with kindness. For a short instant, I was wondering if there was something else in her eyes, as if it wasn't really Lady but someone else that was looking at me. A little voice within me was wondering if Sansa had wolf dreams, considering she was separated from her dire wolf. Such thoughts made me torn apart, as it could mean she had observed so many things, including how Arya and I interacted. Even considering she would think she dreamt it, that would mean she would have in mind the improperness of the interactions between her little sister and the foreign adult commoner I was. I rather hoped it was not the case, as any future interaction with her might be further awkward. I chased away those thoughts and gently stroked Lady's fur, finding some fun and peace in the gesture after the discussion around the fire. And here we go again. The journey goes on, even though it is also a new night camp stop for the SI in the heart of the Barrowlands. 2. Developing some of the interactions Mark/Roger has with his companions is important, as at this point, the journey is coming to an end. And developing a reference to his bond with Lady was something I felt would work, as Lady was the gentlest of the dire wolves while the SI has something akin. But of course, that also allows me to make fun of this SI trope in a certain manner. Same thing for the tricky dimension of his bond with Arya, notably with the Disney reference and a reference to something I love, singing/mental singing to myself. 3. As it was the Barrowlands, discussing the Barrows and death rituals was something I felt would have worked in this context, especially with how old the Barrows must be, considering the North's history. 4. Black Valder's antagonism toward the SI is now reaching its peak and expressing aloud what others might only assume or suspect in silence, not to mention his own bias and knowledge. 5. It is one of those occurrences where I felt that having off-screen conversations that had occurred before could work, when it helped to show the diversity of perspectives in regards of Mark/Roger's personal beliefs and knowledge, not to mention the fact it avoids needless repetition. 5. The C's/my beliefs result from both being christened in the Christian faith, Catholicism in this case, and his intellectual and analytical mind having developed his own conclusions and focus. 6. Of course, speaking of faith when some of the characters are knights means a reference to medieval rituals to knighthood. 7. The end of the chapter gives more background on the situation of the SI regarding what this reality is concerning what he had read and watched. If you have guessed, I have made a small reference to something that didn't happen in canon for obvious reasons. 8. Next time, a tricky pranking dream that affects many people but also angers an undesirable being. Warning. This chapter may depict something peculiar and over the top, notably with the first real depiction of magic in this story, or some situations that could feel flirting with parodying elements despite the dream nature. 9. Have a good reading. 41/The Scorned God, Multipovs. The Scarred Princess. The harsh cold winds swept through the snow-covered camp, and my breath caught in my throat. I found myself tied to a pyre, flames flickering in the frigid air. My heart pounded, and despair crept into me as I saw my father and mother standing still amongst a crowd, completely unmoved by the impending horror. Lady Melisandre approached with a burning torch, chanting her ominous prayers. Panic clawed at my chest, and I struggled against the restraints, shouting and begging my parents for salvation. Their stoic faces, untouched by emotion, shattered my hopes. Desperation echoed in my pleas as tears mixed with the falling snow. Father! Mother! Please, help! Their silence was a deafening betrayal, and my heart sank. The reality of the Red Woman's intentions loomed, and I wondered where Sir Davos was, my usual protector in times of need. But he was nowhere to be seen, and neither was Maester Cresson, causing the dread to settle in my gut. Melisandre approached, torch in hand, and I redoubled my efforts to free myself. The fear and disarray grew with every futile struggle, and the flames seemed to dance in mockery around me. The world blurred as despair threatened to consume me. All I could look at was the torch as it came closer. Just as Melisandre brought the torch forward to set the pyre ablaze, a hand suddenly came into my view. Said hand grasped the wrist of the Red Priestess, stopping her from setting the pyre ablaze. A voice, foreign yet commanding, shattered the eerie silence. You will not do this. A man I had never seen before, with dark hair and intense brown eyes, glared at the priestess as he held her wrist. A surge of hope pulsed through me, and my eyes widened as he forced her back, away from me. I saw Melisandre somehow stop her backwards movement. There was a fury in her eyes, and her free hand seemed to shift. It turned to a steel-grey color, growing into what looked like a metallic claw. How dare you interfere with the divine will? She almost screamed as she brought her new hand across the side of the stranger's face with a slash. He let go of her and jumped back. 3 bloody trails now streaked across his cheek from the claw. The stranger and the slightly taller priestess glared daggers at each other before they both leaped into the air at each other. Again, the claw slashed and the two landed on opposite sides of each other. Despite the cold, the stranger took off his shirt. Now a trio of bloody marks were on his chest. But he stood tall. You may burn others for an evil god, but I kick ass for the Lord, he declared. His declaration cut through the silence, and for a moment, it brought a flicker of hope to my heart. Perhaps, against all odds, this enigmatic figure held the key to my deliverance. I couldn't help but be mesmerized by him, as he almost seemed to glow. The two charged at each other, and this time, the claw swipes were now ducked and avoided. The stranger then grabbed Melisandre's arm, stopping the claw. He then gave her captured arm a hard twist. She howled and tried to break free. The stranger meanwhile, raised his foot into the air. Are you going to keep burning kids, Jian? He said, the last word foreign but sounding like a curse. His foot began to harshly move back and forth, kicking the Lady Melisandre across the face, forcing her to shake her head no. All the while the stranger was letting out a loud screeching howl with each kick. Weeta 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 weeta. The sight was both amazing and yet hilarious. For the first time in quite a while, I let out a giggle. It was like a fight scene from a mummer's farce, made for my own enjoyment. I usually did not like violence, but this was too funny not to laugh at. As the stranger unleashed his barrage of kicks across the face of Lady Melisandre, the sound of the impact of each blow reverberated through the air. Her eyes crossed from her being dizzy. The stranger released his hold on the Red Woman's wrist and she staggered backward. Her crimson robes billowed around her as she struggled to regain her balance. Father, mother, and their entire army stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed this surreal spectacle. The stranger suddenly backed up. A loud cry of Akia echoed as the stranger leaped through the air. His leg extended while he was jumping forward, and he kicked Melisandre's chest, sending her flying away. I saw her going up into the air towards me. Her back hit the side of the pyre post, thankfully missing me. The impact reverberated through the wood and I could feel the shock go through my body. She then fell to the side, her body behind the post, laying on the ground on her stomach. I tried to free myself, but as before, the ropes were still strongly tied, preventing me from moving. I then heard the stranger shouting, the night might be full of terror, but the dawn is void of errors. The stranger moved towards me, jumping onto the pyre with a grace that defied the chaos surrounding us. With deft hands, he freed me from the entangled mess of ropes, and then, without hesitation, he picked me up, bridal style. While holding me, he turned and gave the bottom of the post a quick kick which caused it to break. Down went the post, landing on the back of Lady Melisandre. I clung to him, my small frame cradled in his arms, as he ran off with me from the pyre. The snow-laden ground beneath us blurred, and the stranger's swift movements carried us away from the nightmarish scene. Despite the cold, I felt my face flush. I could not remember the time anyone held me like this. I had hugged my father, but this felt different. A person that was not repulsed by the remains of the grayscale that adorned my face, holding me in a caring way, had not happened in a long time. As we moved farther from the pyre, I saw Melisandre squirming underneath the fallen post, yelling for someone to get it off her. Her muffled cries faded into the distance, replaced by the crunching of snow beneath our hurried footsteps. I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as I was carried away by the stranger who had just saved me. His touch, devoid of fear or hesitation despite the grayscale that marred half my face, was both comforting and perplexing. His brown eyes, expressive and filled with concern, met mine. "Are you all right, princess?" he asked, his voice carrying a genuine worry that struck a chord within me. I inwardly wondered why he called me princess, but the urgency in his voice overpowered any questions. "Yes," I managed to answer, my voice shaky but grateful. "I'm sorry for taking you away, but I couldn't leave you with those so eager to burn you," he explained as we continued to move through the snow-laden landscape. My heart swelled with gratitude, and I couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Mark, princess," he replied, and I absorbed the warmth in his tone. "Why did you save me?" I inquired, curious about the motives behind this unexpected act of heroism. "No child should know such horrors or pay for the mistakes of their parents," he responded. The lack of fear in his touch, and his sincere explanation reassured me. I nodded, feeling a connection with this stranger who had emerged from the shadows to snatch me from the jaws of death. "Is there somewhere or someone I can bring you to?" he asked. I looked around, but the place was unknown to me. I thought of Sir Davos, but I didn't know where he could be. As I was about to answer, a sudden burst of light surrounded me. The surreal scene melted away, replaced by the familiar confines of my room. I awoke, breathless and disoriented, with the memory of the stranger's rescue lingering in my mind. My eyes scanned the room, half expecting to see the stranger or remnants of the nightmarish pyre. But there was only the dim glow of the candles, casting familiar shadows on the stone walls of Dragonstone. Reality settled in, and I realized it was only a dream. The relief mingled with a tinge of disappointment. The dream had felt so vivid, so real. Lady Melisandre's menacing presence, the cold wines, and the stranger's unexpected heroism had left a lasting imprint on my thoughts. I sat up, my mind reviewing the dream I had just experienced. Lady Melisandre's intentions had always been shrouded in mystery, but the dream magnified the threat she posed. The unsettling feeling lingered as I pondered the implications of such a vivid nightmare. Thoughts of my parents crept into my mind. Their stoic faces and their passive stance during the dream of my parents during the ordeal gnawed at my heart, leaving me with a lingering sense of abandonment. I was aware that mother had difficulties loving me, but father, in spite of his stern demeanor, he loved me like no one else. To picture him allowing me to be killed was so surreal and worrying. I prayed to the Seven that it wouldn't come to that. But if Lady Melisandre could sway him, what would prevent him from doing such a deed? Mark, the enigmatic savior, came back to my thoughts. Did he exist beyond the realms of dreams? His intervention had been more than a rescue, it had become a beacon of hope in a desperate moment. I wondered about his origins, his motives, and the true extent of his capabilities. I couldn't deny the troubling emotions the dream had stirred within me. Gratitude for Mark's courage warred with curiosity about his existence. And the way he held me. I felt myself flush again. A voice in my head questioned the boundaries between reality and dreams. Did my subconscious conjure Mark as a symbol of hope, or did he exist beyond the confines of my own mind? The implications of the dream weighed heavily on me. What did it mean for my future, and how would it shape my perception of those around me? This dream might be a warning. As I pondered these questions, the ghostly tendrils of the dream's emotions lingered, leaving me in a state of uncertainty. I really needed to talk to Maester Cresson and Sir Davos. Both were level-headed and would know how to handle such an issue. I then remembered the way Mark addressed me in the dream. "Princess," I said out loud. I stood up and walked over to a mirror. In the past, I hated looking at myself. So many whispered words saying I was too ugly to love. But knowing that there was at least one person out there might hold me in their arms and take me away from them. As I continued to look in the mirror, I imagined a crown on my head. Princess Shireen Baratheon. 3 words I never truly thought about. And yet could the dream also be telling me of another future? One where I was closer to the Iron Throne? I shuddered as I remembered the one time I met Prince Joffrey. A wicked cruel boy who tormented his younger brother and sister. If I was going to become a princess, I would have to be the opposite of Joffrey. To stand tall like the mysterious stranger in my dream and protect others. The French survivor. I suddenly awoke and still felt the cold air, but this time it wasn't the blizzard air of the dream, but the chill I knew that surrounded the barrows. I felt relieved to find myself in the tent in which I was sleeping. A part of me was reassured it was a dream, but seeing Shireen Baratheon being tied and about to be burned triggered me. What fan hadn't hated that scene from the show? I felt a twinge on my cheek. I gasped remembering that claw hand. I felt my face and chest, finding my skin to be unblemished. I let out a small sigh of relief seeing I was unharmed. When thinking about it, a sudden suspicion struck me. I don't usually have such strange, heart-wrenching, and yet absurd dreams like that. And the scene felt a little too real. That bastard. I thought to myself. It had to be Bloodraven again. But why would he make such nonsensical dreams? It occurred to me that him invading my dream back at Derry Castle could have given him access to other contents in my mind. And apparently, he saw my memories of watching Enter the Dragon, something I had been watching before finding myself in Westeros. Melisandre with the claw hand of Han, the villain from the movie. I started laughing at the absurdity at the thought. I laughed even harder as I remembered the part when I became a stand-in for Bruce Lee and gave Melisandre the ass-kicking many fans wanted to give her in order to save Shireen. Although a part of me wished I could have given Stannis and Celis what they had coming to them as well. Roger, what's going on? Why are you laughing? The confused voice of Oliver whispered. Hearing the young Frey's voice made me realize that my laughter disturbed his sleep. I hoped he was the only one and that no one else had been awakened by my laugh. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Sorry, Oliver. I didn't mean to wake you up. I just had the most absurd dream I've ever had in my life. Oliver's brows furrowed as he sat up, his eyes still clouded with sleep. Dreams can be weird, but you're laughing like you've heard the funniest joke. What happened in this dream of yours? I hesitated for a moment, wondering how to explain the dream without revealing too much. Now was not the time to speak of Bruce Lee and explain who he was as it affected the dream. I was witnessing a real story scene where a princess was sacrificed on a pyre by her parents to allow a god of fire to give her father victory. But contrary to the story, I intervened and struck the priest that was about to light the pyre before freeing the princess. And the way I beat up the priest was what made me laugh because it was a way of fighting I have no knowledge of. Oliver was listening, trying to make sense of the strange story I was telling him. As I stopped speaking, he furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled by the nature of my dream. Wow, that's quite vivid, he responded, his voice filled with curiosity. It sounds like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. I can understand why it would leave such an impression on you. I nodded, I know. And it is much more fantasy than I would really do in life. Oliver gave me a teasing look, not like how you defended Lady Arya. I flushed, aware he had heard all the tales of my different deeds since Derry Castle. You've got a point. It's just. Before finding myself in the Seven Kingdoms, I doubted I would have so openly expressed such boldness. This dream, however, I don't usually get into fights with someone like that. Oliver leaned back, his eyes thoughtful. Well, who would have thought a foreign commoner would find himself defending Lady Arya and join her family's service? Or that my brother and I would accompany her to Winterfell when we never left the twins? I chuckled, appreciating Oliver's attempt to lighten the mood. Indeed, life takes unexpected turns. A man from my home would say that life always finds a way. Oliver nodded, a faint smile on his lips. Seems life has a sense of humor, or perhaps fate has its own plans for each of us. I nodded in silence. Even though I was more a believer of circumstances rather than fate, I knew that Westeros and the whole universe of Game of Thrones and of A Song of Ice and Fire had a certain tie to misleading fates, a bit like in Greek mythology. I scoffed when thinking of prophecies. They were full of holes and misleading. Between those who would do anything to prevent them and those obsessed to achieve them, there were enough foolish people, especially in Westeros. Looking back at Oliver, I was tempted to inform him of my intent to exchange messages with his sister. However, the late hour and the need for discretion prevailed, and I decided against it for the time being. The revelation could wait for a more opportune moment and it would make more sense to reveal it to both his brother and him. Well then, I should let you get some rest. Sleep well, Oliver, I told the young Frey. Oliver, already settling back into his bedroll, gave a nod. You too, Roger. If you're as good at sleeping as you are at storytelling, you'll have a peaceful night. As I settled back into my own bedroll, a strange sensation washed over me. The air seemed to grow warmer, and a distant, angry voice echoed in the night. It was a sensation that left me uneasy, but fatigue took over, and I drifted back into sleep, leaving the mysterious warmth and voices to the realm of dreams. A child of the forest. The cave was shrouded in silence when it was interrupted by a soft but long chuckle. Puzzled and a bit wary, I followed the sound and found it was coming from the three-eyed crow. He seemed his usual self and yet I noticed the soft amused smile on his lips. I observed him for a little while, my eyes narrowing slightly at the subtle changes in his demeanor. The strange elation, a dubious pranking glee, danced in his eyes, casting a shadow over the usual solemnity that accompanied his role as the last Green Seer. It unsettled me and reminded me of another occasion, not long ago, when a similar shift had occurred. Twice in a moon was too far a coincidence for a being like him to be ordinary. I thought I heard him say "be like water" between his chuckles. A phrase I had never heard before. I thought back to days before. We had engaged in discussions, my brethren and I, with the three-eyed crow. The surge in magic had unsettled us, and the cryptic words of the last Green Seer only added to the mystique. Now, in the recent moon, his demeanor had changed again. Was it tied to his Valyrian legacy? I dismissed the notion. Many years had passed without the manifestation of features linked to his infamous kin. I pondered if the previous three-eyed crows were expressing again through the weirwood, but that wasn't how weirwoods worked, and those becoming three-eyed crows kept very little of their past lives, buried by the burden of their bond with the weirwood. However, my brethren and I had noticed that the weirwood was behaving strangely in recent days, and for some reasons, our connection to the world felt more erratic and blurred. My keen eyes, slitted like those of a cat, watching him closely. The strange changes in himself and around us couldn't be ignored, and my mind raced with questions. Was it connected to the stranger he had encountered in a dream? The one who recognized his various identities, sending ripples throughout the fabric of reality. The same stranger whose presence and actions affected the song? I couldn't dismiss the possibility, not when it was obvious those ripples in magic were pregnant and felt like unending tremors. I could feel that our connection to the world was shifting, and it wasn't a good sign, not when the others were returning and preparing to strike the world. The surge in magic, the stranger, and the three-eyed crow's shifting demeanor, they intertwined like vines in a forest, each affecting the other. I pondered on the strange feelings that had crept into the magic around us. Concern etched itself into the lines of my ageless face. The stranger's presence, like a stone thrown into a still pond, created ripples that extended beyond our understanding. To my shock, the three-eyed crow began to shake. "What are you?" he gasped out. As I began to move towards him, the roots and branches surrounding him began to smoke as if someone had set them on fire. Thankfully the tree limbs did not burst into flame. He looked at me, shock on his face. "We are not alone," is all he could say before he seemingly passed out. The red fanatic. The air in my chamber hung heavy with the lingering echoes of a dream that felt too real. I awoke, still feeling the phantom pain of the blows and of being crushed under the post I had suffered in that nightmarish vision. As I opened my eyes, I recognized the room where I had taken my rest since my arrival on Dragonstone. The room was dimly lit by flickering candles, and the cold of the stone walls seeped over my skin, even though it was more a tickle than anything. As I rose from my bed, I traced the outline of the ruby choker around my neck, its warmth offering a stark contrast to the chill that gripped the room or the pain I had felt in the dream. I sat by the hearth, staring into the dying embers. The dream lingered, a vivid tapestry of flames, snow, and the haunting image of Shireen Baratheon bound to a pyre. The girl bore the sacred blood of kings, and in the depths of the vision, I had prayed for her sacrifice to end the storm that thwarted her father's march on Winterfell. My mind, trained by years beyond count, sought meaning in the visions bestowed upon me by Arhillar. Why were we near that place, and did it hold a greater significance in the battle against the Great Other? Was it a glimpse of the future, a potential sacrifice for the sake of Azor Ahai? Or was it a veiled warning, a test of my unwavering devotion to the Lord of Light? Perhaps the third option, as I thought about the metallic claw that replaced my hand. As I pondered the dream, its sudden twist gnawed at my thoughts. A stranger calling himself Mark had intervened, a figure with dark hair and a swift, otherworldly grace. His bold words echoed in my mind. "I kick ass for the Lord." The audacity of it, mocking me. And the night might be full of terror, but the dawn is void of errors. Taunt was an insult to my faith. Who was this man who dared to defy the will of Arhillar? He was a sinner, a heathen, an enemy, an intruder disrupting the divine plan, possibly an agent of the Great Other. I rose with purpose, compelled to seek answers from the flames. The hearth awaited, and I approached it with a sense of urgency. As my gaze fixated on the dancing flames, a hushed prayer parted from my lips. "Lord of Light, reveal to me the meaning of this vision, the purpose of Shireen Baratheon in the tapestry of fate." And then, I heard it, a voice, resonating with anger and power. The voice of Arhillar, stern and commanding, cutting through the crackling of the flames. The message was clear: something had disrupted the order of things, and the Lord of Light was not pleased. And the interloper was obviously the stranger. Wherever he was, I would find him and would deal with him when Arhillar would tell me the time. He shan't stop Azor as I to accomplish his destiny. They will die for this. Suddenly the flames flared up. For a moment they turned green and then went back to normal. No other message came. I took some parchment and a quill from my belongings. Thinking back to the dream, I began to draw the metallic claw. Perhaps a visit to a blacksmith soon. The High Priestess. As I stepped out of my room into the dimly lit corridors of the Lord of Light Temple, the first rays of dawn over Volantis started coming through the high windows. A continued sense of purpose filled my heart. Duties awaited me, as they always did in service to Arhillar. Moving through the corridors and passing some of the bridges, I couldn't help but ponder on the strange signs that were affecting my order in the recent days, as a slight tremor had been felt by myself and my brethren. A subtle disturbance in the usual flow of things. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a sign, a message from Arhillar himself, though its meaning eluded me. As I made my way through the corridors, passing by other red priests and priestesses, I felt a sudden surge of power ripple through the air. Everyone around me stopped, their movements halted by an unseen force. And then, it came, a voice, resonating with anger and power, cutting through the stillness like a blade through flesh. It was the voice of Arhillar, stern and commanding, a voice I had only ever heard when gazing into the flames. Suffer not the interloper. The voice thundered, its message clear. Something had disrupted the order of things, and the Lord of Light was not pleased. Confusion erupted around me as shouts of surprise, pain, and panic filled the temple. I rushed towards the central hearth, where the source of the disturbance seemed to lie. The heat grew more intense with each step, the flames licking at my skin as if hungry for my presence. Upon reaching the bridge leading to the central tower of the temple, my eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A towering inferno engulfed the tower, flames dancing wildly as if possessed by some otherworldly force. Red priests and priestesses stood stunned or prayed fervently, their faces etched with fear. What madness is this? I whispered to myself, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding before me. Looking around, I saw other fires erupting from every hearth and torch in the temple, casting an eerie glow over the scene. My mind raced with questions, but before I could ponder further, I heard a voice I knew well, booming with authority. It was Moriko, the second to the high priest himself. Quell the flame! He bellowed, his words cutting through the chaos like a beacon of hope. The darkness threatens to consume us all. With renewed determination, I joined my fellow priests and priestesses in their efforts to quell the flames and restore order to the temple. Save our shrine! I shouted to my fellow priests and priestesses, taking up my responsibility as high priestess in such a dire situation. But even as we fought, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of a much larger battle, one that would test our faith in ways we could never have imagined. But amidst the turmoil, one thing remained clear: our healers must be done. With determination hardening my resolve, I pressed forward, ready to confront whatever darkness dared to challenge the light. An 1 and here we go. The second multi-povs chapter, and the ones flirting with the fantastical side of Westeros. One very peculiar to imagine, as it was first an idea of the beta reader and one that I discuss a lot with him to be certain it could work, and finally imagining in a way that hopefully would work and will set up some plot lines to come. 2. The main reason why I finally decided to follow this bold idea, considering the spirit of this story, is that I have considered what an ISOT would really mean if it could happen. And what came to my mind was that an ISOT would be akin to the forceful injection of a foreign organism within a body, or a meteor clashing an ocean near the coast. I admit those metaphors might not be perfect, but it is the way I felt an ISOT would be. Something that would wreck the rules of times and space, but also the rules of physics. And in a magical place, what such ripples would mean for the magical balance within this world. I tackled it in different ways with this chapter, even though others elements would come, including a potential reason of why the other gods, notably the old gods, didn't intervene. 3. Ironically, the 6th chapter where Bloodraven intervened in the Sea's dream was the ideal setup for such chapter. I won't spoil about this element, but let's just say that Bloodraven's demeanor was the accidental result of his visit and of his forced watching of Shireen's death scene. For parodying the ill-famed scene of Shireen's death, I have no issue with the scene in matter of consistency, but it is the scene that emotionally wrecked me in the whole show, with kung fu references, the beta readers detailed additions, as I am not really familiar of the movies outside of the homage in **et Obelix, Mission Cleopatra, to which I will include the link below the notes, was both daunting and bold, but my beta reader and I felt it would serve a great purpose for many characters. And considering the SI culture, I felt it was a good opportunity to display, again, another side of the character, his wits. 5. As you can guess, 1, or 2, characters will be key antagonists for the SI due to his nature, and considering the canonical role of one of the characters, especially in the show, I totally agree with my beta reader's idea on that matter, especially as I personally dislike and despise any form of extremism and of radicalism, no matter the ideological, religious, and political side. And this character would have been in my list of no-go characters. And concerning the other character, there will be world building that resulted from my beta reader's suggestion but tied to my interpretation of key elements of the faith of the Red Priests, especially as I had made some connections between different elements in a way that hopefully would be a homage in my own way of GRRM's perspective on how truth is tricky, on religious faith, on magic, and on what gods could be. However, let's just say this second character will play a peculiar role as a mirror to others. 6. Concerning the other characters, it was obvious that depicting the impact of the dream on the other participants was important. Obviously for Shireen, it is a pivotal moment that shifts her perspective. For the SI, the realization and confusion of the situation. For Leaf, the confusion on what was going on as she felt something was amiss, and for Kinavra, the collateral damages as she is unaware of what was going. 7. Next time, return to more grounded situations with a mother returning north and stopping by an inn. 8. Have, hopefully, a good reading. 42/A Mother's Worries, Cattle and I. The rain-soaked road stretched ahead, our horses' hooves trotting through the riverlands. The warm rain was a pleasant feeling to me, reminding me of the times I was playing games with Lisa, Ed Muir, and Peter. The good days of old, now long gone. The sound of the rushing water of the Trident accompanied our progress, and the scent of damp earth filled the air. Sir Roderick Castle rode by my side, his dappled gelding keeping pace with my own horse. For a moment, I allowed a small chuckle as I saw the raindrops drip off Sir Roderick's sideburns. I could not concentrate on anything humorous for long though. A fortnight had gone by since Sir Roderick and I had left King's Landing. The recent events and revelations in King's Landing played out like a haunting melody in my mind. The revelation of Aerys's wildfire plot and the truth behind Jaime Lannister's actions had left me dumbfounded. Thinking of the man made me shudder. His actions and the truth behind his killing of Aerys left me torn between repulsion and a begrudging acknowledgement of the circumstances that led to the former. He was dishonorable and yet, his actions prevented the Mad King from destroying King's Landing with everyone that was there that day. It seemed distasteful that because of Jaime, I hadn't become a widow with only Robb to care for. A world with only Robb. As much as I loved my eldest, I could not bear the thought of a world without my other children. I nevertheless felt conflicted because it made the man a bit more sympathetic while I had to remember that his family was behind Jon Arryn's death and behind the attempts on Bran's life. While I had no proof of who could have pushed Bran from the tower, thanks to Peter, I knew that the imp was one that had hired the catspaw that almost murdered my son with a Valyrian dagger, probably to hide the fact my son had seen something he shouldn't have. Hopefully Ned would find a way that would prove the Lannisters' guilt and their crimes, even though I was worried about him being in the capital, even more with the revelation of the wildfire beneath the city. Sir Roderick, sensing distress, broke the silence. "My lady, you seem lost in thought. Are you well?" I turned my gaze to him, the raindrops glistening on his hooded cloak. "No, Sir Roderick. I am far from well. I'm worried for Ned and my daughter. Having them in that pit of snakes is already worrisome with what the Lannisters could do, but they also have to deal with this wildfire madness. I dread to imagine what would befall them if it goes wrong." Sir Roderick Castle listened attentively to my concerns, listening compassionately. I knew he was also deeply concerned for my husband, considering he and his family had served our family for years. I couldn't imagine what he was feeling with that unexpected and looming threat, especially as his nephew was there, helping my husband. The knight finally offered a reassuring nod. "I understand your concerns, my lady. That wildfire business is very bad and troublesome. But I have faith your husband will navigate these treacherous waters with resilience and protect your family." I sighed, her gaze fixed on the rain-soaked road ahead. "I know, Sir Roderick. But the weight of these revelations and the choices we face are not ones to take lightly. I fear for the future of our house and the safety of our children. It seems like threats are appearing everywhere." The loyal knight turned towards me, his voice filled with determination. "House Stark has weathered many storms throughout history, my lady. We have faced adversity with strength and resilience. I have no doubt that we will emerge from this trial stronger than before. We must stay united and trust in the values that have guided us." His words were meant to comfort, yet the unease lingered. My husband's tension during our brief encounters in the capital did not escape my notice. The burden he carried was evident, and I couldn't shake the worry that clung to my heart. I nevertheless nodded as I regarded him. "You're right, Sir Roderick. Thank you for your faith in us." He nodded, a reassuring smile on his face. "I will continue to stand by your side and do everything in my power to protect you and your family." As the rain continued its relentless torrent, we rode in silence once more. My thoughts, however, continued to think of my family. They dwelled on Arya, my unruly and spirited daughter, full of worries. All the incidents Peter and Ned mentioned to me shook me to the core. That awful business with Prince Joffrey that was solved by a foreign commoner who defended her in her hour of need, and this ambush on her escort and her, that Valder Frey from all people had informed my people by a raven, were weighing down my heart. I prayed to the Seven that my little girl was all right and safe. If it was possible, I would have whipped the prince, no matter if he was Sansa's betrothed. He dared think he could attempt to harm my daughter? Even if Arya should have been more respectful and well-mannered as she should be, the prince's actions troubled me, and I couldn't help but worry that Sansa would face danger from him, especially if the rumors about his mother and him were true. I tried to chase away those awful thoughts, but I couldn't shake the feeling that danger lurked around every bend in the road. As long as I wasn't back in Winterfell, I couldn't be certain of Arya's well-being. I almost lost Bran. It was out of question for me to lose another child. The Trident came into view, the bridge a gateway to both past and present. As we crossed, the waters below whispered tales of battles long fought. The creaking of our saddles, the steady rhythm of hooves on the wet road, and the distant rumble of thunder formed a symphony that meshed together. Roderick's dappled gelding trotted beside my horse, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. "It would be good to have fire and a warm meal," Sir Roderick remarked, his breath forming a small cloud in the cool air. As I was slowly becoming soaked, I couldn't help but agree with him, especially as we were riding in secrecy for many days. I looked ahead and noticed the shape of the inn. Memories of the inn from my childhood resurfaced, adding a touch of nostalgia to my current predicament and giving me an idea. "There is an inn nearby, Sir Roderick. I used to stop by this place with father when I was traveling with him. It was run by a fat woman named Masha Heddle, if I remember well." Sir Roderick's brow furrowed with concern. "With all due respect, my lady, an inn is too public. It would be best to stop by a small holdfast if we want no one to recognize you. I hesitated for a moment, understanding his concern, especially with how easily Peter and Lord Varys found me when we arrived in King's Landing. Yet, a surge of confidence and nostalgia welled up within me. No one would recognize me, Roderick. We'll keep to ourselves, just travelers seeking shelter from the rain. He reluctantly nodded, the worry not leaving his face. As we approached the inn, the rain-soaked road leading to its welcoming lights, I felt a mix of nostalgia and uncertainty. Memories of shared laughter and warmth clashed with the somber reality of the present. The inn's white stone walls became more defined against the grey backdrop of the rainy day. We reined in our horses, the stable looming nearby. As we dismounted, the scent of damp earth mingled with the distant aroma of burning wood. Sir Roderick and I briefly looked at each other, and with a silent understanding, we led our horses towards the stable. Leaving our horses in good hands, we then went towards the inn's entrance. The door creaked open as we entered the inn, the warmth inside a stark contrast to the chilly rain outside. Looking ahead, I recognized Masha Hedel, the innkeeper, even though she had aged a bit since the last time I had been there. As we approached she looked up from her duties before giving us a cursory glance. She greeted, "What can I do for you?" "We would like a room for the night," I said, mirroring the interaction from my girlhood memories. "A fire would be most welcome." Her usual warmth seemed absent as she answered, "There are only 2 rooms available." I thanked her before following her, leaving the common room where some patrons were seated to ascend the narrow staircase to the 2nd floor. She showed us our rooms before leaving to take care of her duties. Sir Roderick telling me, "I'll escort you for the dinner, my lady." I nodded before entering my room. Alone, I shed the wet cloak, the chill of the rain still clinging to my clothes. The mirror reflected a woman weathered by recent revelations, her eyes reflecting her worries for her family. I looked at my bandaged hands, still feeling the pain inflicted by the Valyrian dagger. Scars that I would gladly keep as reminders of protecting my son. I sat by the window, reflecting upon our options. I considered going west to Riverrun, seeking advice from my ailing father. East to the Eyrie, where my sister Lisa might provide answers, but the dangerous mountain road posed its own risks. Eventually, I decided on the north, back home to Winterfell. Arya, Bran, and Rickon needed me. And I knew that Robb would be forewarned both for his sister's return and the situation in King's Landing, but I would bring other information both on the man behind the attack on Bran and on preparations that needed to be done for our sake. But with the situation at stake, riding through the Riverlands might not be a good option as I needed to quickly arrive in Winterfell as soon as I could. I needed to find a ship to take me to White Harbor. Hopefully, Salt Pans was close to this place and would allow Sir Roderick and I to sail back to the north in the coming days. As I pondered, there was a soft knock on the door. Sir Roderick entered, his grizzled features edged with concern. "My lady, if we are to eat, we should hurry. The common room awaits." I nodded, realizing that a meal and a brief respite were necessary before the journey continued. "Thank you, Sir Roderick. And please, for the time being, let's maintain the illusion that we are father and daughter. It might be safer." Sir Roderick, accustomed to addressing me with due respect, slipped into old habits. "Of course, my lady." He then excused himself, realizing that old ways die hard manifested in a subtle change of expression. We descended the narrow staircase, the creaking wood beneath our steps merging with the distant hum of conversation from the common room. The long and drafty room greeted us, benches crowded with a variety of people seeking shelter from the rain. A low hum of conversation, punctuated by laughter and the clinking of mugs, filled the air. Sir Roderick guided us skillfully through the crowd, finding a spot near the kitchen where we could have some semblance of privacy. As we settled, I couldn't help but overhear fragments of the conversations around us, tales of travels, rumors from distant lands, and local gossip. No one seemed to pay us undue attention, a relief considering the delicate nature of our journey. I could some snips about men and soldiers sent to King's Landing in answer to the Hand's message. A part of me was glad that the lands of my family would support my husband, but I was also wary because of the danger that lurked beneath the city. The aroma of food being prepared wafted from the kitchen, making my stomach growl in anticipation. Sir Roderick caught my eye, a reassuring smile playing on his lips. "A warm meal, my lady. It's been a while." I offered a grateful nod, realizing that even in the midst of uncertainty, there were moments of respite. As we awaited our dinner, I took a moment to rest, closing my eyes and silently praying to the Seven for the well-being of my family. The flickering warmth and the distant murmur of voices became a backdrop to my quiet moments of reflection. Just as I was settling into the semblance of peace, a handsome young man with a boyish charm approached our table. His sandy hair curled around his ears, and a wisp of a mustache adorned his upper lip. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of arrogance and mischief. "A bard," I surmised. "Good evening, kind sir and lady," he greeted with a slight bow. "I couldn't help but notice the air of mystery that surrounds you. Whence do you come, and what path leads you forward?" Sir Roderick and I exchanged glances. A courteous smile masked my apprehension. We come from King's Landing. We are traveling to see family in the north. The young bard leaned in with a gleam in his eye. Ah, King's Landing. I was traveling when I heard some unsettling rumors on wildfire being within the city. Pray, tell me, good lady, is it true? I hesitated for a moment, choosing my words carefully. The rumors hold truth. There had been an announcement by the king on the matter. His expression shifted, his boyish charm momentarily replaced by genuine regret. Ah, what a tragedy. I was hoping for a grand performance at the tourney. Alas, the gods had different plans. Sir Roderick scoffed to the singer's words. Tournaments and melodies matter little in the face of wildfire. Averted or not, the danger lingers. The bard's gaze wandered, and he sighed wistfully. My good sir, you have to know I have played for kings and high lords, witnessed the grandeur of Prince Joffrey's name-day tourney. Surely, you must have heard of my songs. I raised my eyebrow at the young man's tales. Have you ever played for Lord Tully at Riverrun? I inquired. A proud smile adorned his face. Indeed, my lady. A chamber is kept for me at Riverrun, and young Lord Tully is like a brother to me. A suppressed chuckle escaped me. My brother Edmure's disdain for singers was well known, a sentiment that had its roots in a particular romantic escapade gone awry. A flopping fish indeed. Sir Roderick also raised an eyebrow in response to the singer's proclamation. What name do you go by, good bard? I asked, attempting to stay polite. The young man straightened, a gleam of pride in his eyes. I am Marillion, my lady, a humble minstrel in the service of fine lords and ladies. Sir Roderick grunted in acknowledgement, clearly unimpressed by the titles and affiliations of bards. I, however, maintained a courteous smile. Marillion, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As we exchanged pleasantries, I took a moment to glance around the common room. The low hum of conversation and the clinking of mugs continued, creating a background symphony to our discussion. How long have you been in this inn, Marillion? I inquired, trying to keep the conversation flowing. The young bard leaned back, considering my question. Not too long, my lady. I arrived with a group of travelers from the north. Heard a few interesting tales on the road, I did. My interest piqued. Tales, you say? What news have you heard? Marillion leaned in, a conspiratorial glint in his eye. Rumors of a foreign commoner intervening in Derry Castle to defend the Hand's daughter from the prince's accusations. A man who also faced the King's Slayer with words alone, dismantling his accusations. He even aroused the anger of the Hound and walked away unscathed. Quite the spectacle, they say. I couldn't help but tense at the mention of Derry Castle and the events surrounding area. My husband had informed me of the confrontation, but the details were scarce. I pondered once again on the foreign commoner, wondering what had become of him, especially considering how the Lannisters never forgot or forgave any slight. And being challenged by a commoner would be a huge slight for a lord or a lady, even more for people like Lord Tywin and his family. I thought of their part in Jon Arryn's death, my son's fall and attempted murder, and on what had happened with Arya. Trying to dismiss those thoughts, I commented, you speak of a brave man. What more have you heard? Marillion's eyes sparkled with the delight of a storyteller about to unveil a thrilling plot twist. On my journey, I overheard some travelers from the north speaking of an ambush in an inn by sellswords. A rather brutal affair, if I may say so. Sir Roderick and I exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between us. I pressed further, tell me, Marillion, where did this ambush occur? The bard, sensing my genuine interest, obliged. The ambush happened north of the Green Fork from what the travelers told me, my lady. It seems 2 wolves and 2 hedge knights had intervened, pushing away the sellswords and saving a young lady that was there from certain death. The local lord was furious and dispatched his men to find the remaining sellswords. My heart pounded in my chest as I heard those words. There were too much coincidences in this rumor. It was obvious that the young lady was my little Arya and that the 2 wolves were Lady and Nymeria, though I wondered how Arya's dire wolf managed to find her, considering that Ned had told me that Arya sent her away for her protection. A chill went down my spine and I once again felt panic, as it would mean my little girl might have faced 2 ambushes in these lands. I dearly hoped my father and brother had heard of this other ambush. Sir Roderick's stern features mirrored my own unease. Thank you for the information, Marillion. Your tales are both intriguing and worrisome. The bard, sensing the gravity of our emotions, offered a sympathetic nod. I only share what I've heard, my lady. May your journey be free of such perils. I nodded in a respectful and polite manner, though I was troubled and concerned. The bard took his leave and went to see other patrons, probably to share his skills or to hear other news and rumors. Just before he turned his full attention to others, he gave me a quick wink. A new look was in that eye. If he had known whom I really was, or worse, Ned had been here, Marillion would have found himself on the receiving end of a fierce beating. Despite the disgust at that pervert, I couldn't shake the dread that settled within me. The possibility of Arya facing not one but two ambushes in a short span of time weighed heavily on my mind. I closed my eyes, offering a silent prayer to the Seven for her safety and the well-being of my family. The warmth of the inn became a distant comfort as the shadows of uncertainty loomed over our path. That was quite a tale, Roderick remarked, his voice full of skepticism. I sighed, my thoughts still entangled in the threads of Marlian's words. It raises troubling questions. Arya faced an ambush not long ago. Could it be that she encountered another one? Sir Roderick frowned. Could this be the same ambush Lord Stark warned us about back in King's Landing? The one the phrase derailed in the woods near their lands. I shook my head. No, Sir Roderick. That ambush was in the woods. This one took place in an inn. Different incidents. His stern features tightened in contemplation. If this is a second ambush Lady Arya has suffered, it's a cause for great concern. My concerns mirrored his as Masha Hedel approached with meals. Here you go, my lady, Sir Roderick. A bit of hot stew and fresh bread to warm you up, she informed us. Thank you, Masha, I acknowledged with a nod, though my mind was preoccupied. The innkeeper nodded before moving away to help or serve other patrons. As we started to eat, Sir Roderick broached the topic again. Do you think these attacks are mere incidents, my lady? I looked at him, my gaze serious. No, Sir Roderick. They come not long after what happened in Derry Castle. The Lannisters are not known for their forgiveness, especially not after a commoner challenged their accusations. Nor would they accept a dire wolf biting the prince. He grunted, acknowledging the weight of my words. So, you suspect the Lannisters' hand in these attacks? My eyes met his, and I spoke with a hushed intensity, I do. The timing, the locations, it all points to their influence. And my poor Arya. She seems to attract danger, and I fear what might befall her. Sir Roderick's expression mirrored my concern. We'll need to be vigilant, my lady. The road ahead might be more perilous than we anticipated. The shadows of uncertainty loomed over our meal, and the warmth of the inn became a distant comfort. As we continued to eat in thoughtful silence, I couldn't shake the dread that had settled within me, casting a shadow over our path and the safety of my family. Sir Roderick, his appetite seemingly unaffected by our grim conversation, spoke again. We shouldn't linger too long in this inn. The longer we stay, the more attention we draw. I nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. True, Sir Roderick. But perhaps a short rest is in order before we resume our journey. These new rumors have made it more urgent to return north. He regarded me with understanding and concern. Rest, yes, but not too long. We don't want to attract any unwanted attention. I grimly acquiesced, all aware of the challenges and dangers my family was now facing. I tried to resume my meal to dismiss my weariness, but even the warmth of the stew did little to dispel the chill that lingered within me. Each spoonful felt heavy, like the weight of worry and uncertainty settling in my stomach. The clinking of cutlery against plates echoed the somber atmosphere, a stark contrast to the lively hum of the common room around us. I knew that I had to tread carefully, for the political landscape was treacherous and the Lannisters held great power. But I couldn't stand idle while my family faced danger. I resolved to gather more information, to uncover the truth behind these attacks and protect Arya and the other children at all costs. After finishing our meal, Sir Roderick and I retired to our rooms for a brief rest. The inn's accommodations were modest but comfortable, providing a respite from the weariness that had settled upon us. However, sleep eluded me as my thoughts continued to race, consumed by worry and the need for action. As we finished our meal, I realized that our path back to Winterfell would be fraught with challenges. I couldn't ignore the responsibility that rested on my shoulders to protect my family, uncover the truth behind the plots, and ensure justice prevailed. And my children needed me. Robb, Bran, Rickon, Arya. They needed more than ever my support and presence with everything that seemed to unfold in these current times. An. 1 And here we are. First POV chapter from our most, famous mother alongside Cersei. 2 This chapter came to my mind as a must because of how the new events would affect her stay in King's Landing. Relying on Vandal fan timeline of ASOIAF, I have found she stayed in total 3 weeks in the city from her arrival to her departure. Of course, with the wildfire revelations and the fact that her husband might have informed her of any message he would have received on what had happened in the Riverlands to Arya would have made her leave the city far quicker than in canon. And the most ironic thing? It is perhaps the one occurrence where Baelish and Ned would have really something in common, i.e. her safety. For exploring what could be Catelyn's mindset at this point was very interesting because on the one hand, she has the false belief of the Lannisters being behind Jon Arryn's death and Tyrion being the one that sent the catspaw to kill Bran when her husband knew both cases are false due to the Sea's informations, and on the other hand, she has to deal with the wildfire revelation which brought worries and concerns for her husband and Sansa, but also with the fact Arya and her escort had been attacked in the Riverlands. Exploring her protectiveness and concern for her family was something I felt would work well. 5 As a result, Due to the sentiment of urgency that would habit Catelyn in this context, I felt she wouldn't ride all the path up to the north as she would be full of worries and concerns, not to mention that with the recent incidents, riding through the Riverlands might be not as safe as assumed, not even considering the neck, even with the Cranagman's help, even with the River Lord's reactions. She would prefer to find a ship that could lead her to the north and hopefully to be in Winterfell in a quicker way. There was also the fact that it would avoid any potential encounter with Tyrion, even if the context wouldn't meet the same conditions as in canon to result to a potential arrest of the man. 6. I thought making this chapter stop at th and at the crossroads would be a funny homage to canon while showing the key difference in canon, i.e. no accidental encounter with Tyrion leading to his kidnapping and all the incidents that created the roots of the War of the Five Kings, but also how the new set of events affect the context, notably the sellswords attacks and the wildfire revelation. 7. The interaction with Marillion was a homage/reference to the canon scene in the book, but my beta reader added the little passage on him hitting on Catelyn due to how Marillion interacted with Sansa in the books. But it also serves to develop the rumor side of the events and how it affects people. 8. Teaser, next time, a father is discussing key issues and revelations with his trusted men before spending time with his daughter. 9. Have a good reading. 43/A Wolf Father's Concerns, Eddard 2. The Tower of the Hand felt more like a dungeon. The past fortnight had been a relentless juggling act between court matters and the urgent need to uncover and neutralize the Mad King's legacy of wildfire caches. And the recent news of the ambushes on Arya's escort by sellswords and a rescue from Lord Valder Frey of all people only added to the burdens I bore. While the Lord of the Crossing wrote she was all right, I still worried for her. If I found those who tried to harm her, they would find out why the North remembered. A positive was that Robert had taken a more active role in governing, enforcing his duties as the king. It was almost seeing him during the Greyjoy Rebellion or in our fight against the Targaryens. But even with his presence, the responsibility for the realm still lay heavily on my shoulders. The small council, in spite of my concerns and of the distrust I had for most of its members, had been working tirelessly to unearth the wildfire caches. I knew that the news of Sir Jaime's confession and the discovery beneath the Red Keep and the Great September of Baelor had sent waves of fear throughout the capital. The door to the solar received a firm knock, and I looked up, my gaze meeting the expectant eyes of a guard. "What is it?" I asked, my voice gruff but steady. "Sir Wendell Manderley, Sir Jory Castle, and Vayen Poole are here, my lord. They await your audience," the guard reported. I nodded, anticipating their arrival. "Let them in and ensure that nobody eavesdrops on our discussion," I instructed, the door creaking open to admit the trio. Sir Jory, Sir Wendell, and Vayen Poole greeted me with respectful salutes. "Greetings, my lords," I acknowledged them, my gaze moving from one to the other. "Please, have a seat." As they settled, the weariness in my bones felt more pronounced. I motioned to the chairs around the table, inviting an atmosphere of collaboration. "I've gathered you here to discuss the recent developments regarding the discovery of wildfire caches in King's Landing." The three men nodded gravely, aware of the increasingly worsening situation. Jory was somber as he was probably remembering what he saw beneath the Red Keep when Sir Aaron and he discovered one of the caches. I felt a pit within my stomach at the idea that my daughter and my household were near the proximity of the danger, and Mark's advice on their safety echoed in my mind. And the discussion in the small council on evacuating Robert's family reminded me that I would need to do the same for Sansa. Vayen Poole caught my gaze, and I could sense his concern. The steward of Winterfell had a steady presence, and I knew I could rely on his loyalty and discretion, even more considering he was the only one who knew about Mark's peculiar knowledge and the advice he had given to me on the matters of King's Landing. Focusing on the matter of the wildfire threat, I turned my gaze to Sir Wendell Manderley. "Sir Wendell, how fares your patrols in the city? What news do you bring?" Wendell straightened in his seat, his walrus mustache quivering slightly as he spoke. "My lord, our patrols continue to be vigilant. We've uncovered more wildfire caches hidden beneath the city, specifically under the King's Gate and the Dragon's Gate. There are also murmurs from the City Watch about the possibility of wildfire jars in the Dragon Pit." Jory, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, visibly tensed at the news. Vayen Poole leaned forward, his brows furrowed. "Wildfire beneath the Dragon Pit? The scope of this plot is unfathomable." I sighed, feeling the enormity of the Mad King's plan settling over us like a dark cloud. It is beyond belief. Wildfire caches discovered beneath the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, the Mud's Gate, and now under 2 other gates. The extent of the conspiracy unfolded like a dark tapestry, and even Jaime Lannister's confession couldn't fully dispel the disbelief that lingered within me. I dreaded imagining where else the wildfire could be hidden in the city. And yet as I thought about Jaime, Catelyn's words on her suspicions on the circumstances of Bran's fall lingered like a grim reminder of how dangerous and dishonorable the Lannisters could be. I shook that thought, remembering Mark's warning about assuming the worst of the Lannisters due to their reputation, as it could blind me to the truth in certain cases. Silence came over the room for a moment, allowing me to settle down my thoughts before continuing. "How goes the research? Are we making progress in uncovering the extent of these caches?" Wendell responded, my lord. With the arrival of men from the crown lords and those sent by other lords, along with the contributions of the city's residents, we've made strides. It is a matter of time before we can determine where all the caches could be. I nodded gravely, aware of how fear and rumors could cloud minds and the situation. The face of my brother Brandon came to my mind as I thought of this issue. I grimaced, not wanting to remember those painful memories, especially with the current situation. Inwardly, I hoped that the lords of the Seven Kingdoms had heeded my message and would send more support, considering the precarious situation within the city. I turned my attention back to Wendell. And how are the people doing? His expression darkened. The city is in a state of unrest. The people are fearful, and some merchants and courtiers have begun to flee. Some have become hysterical and we caught one person digging holes trying to find hidden stashes. The city watch is maintaining order, but Janosch Slint's methods are questionable, my lord. My cousin would have punished and dismissed such a man in White Harbor. My disapproval was evident as I contemplated the news. Jonaran would never have tolerated such behavior, leading me to wonder why a man like Slint was still present at this position. Then I remembered Robert's words, his successor might be worse. I had to stop myself from face-palming in front of the others. I chased away that urge by thinking upon the state of King's Landing. I knew there were some lords and ladies that had left the Red Keep and the city since the announcement in the throne room, but most were either without heir or sending away their heirs and children. But this movement was slow as no one wanted to be seen as a craven because Robert's family and my daughter were still in the Red Keep. But I knew it would be a matter of time before sending my daughter away. As the room lapsed into a moment of contemplative silence, my gaze turned to Jory. Jory, where is the survey of the wildfire caches beneath the Red Keep? Jory's serious demeanor shifted slightly as he spoke, my lord, with the assistance of Grand Maester Pycelle, Jaime Lannister and Sir Aaron Sant Agar, we've managed to estimate the number of wildfire jars beneath the Red Keep. I nodded, urging him to continue. And how many? I asked with a sense of foreboding. His eyes met mine, discomfort evident. Grand Maester Pycelle estimated there were at least 200 jars, but considering the different caches beneath the place, we might expect more. Vayan Poole leaned forward, his concern etched on his face. 200? 7 hells, that's enough to turn the entire Red Keep into ashes. Wendell Manderley's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the magnitude of the revelation. His face betrayed a deep grim expression. You're damn right, by the gods. That's a staggering amount of wildfire. Hearing the Mad King wanted to burn the city is one thing, but finding to what extent he would have gone is beyond what a man can believe. Vayan Poole spoke next. My lord, we need to consider the whole number of wildfire jars for all the caches they found or will find. This goes beyond the Red Keep. The implications for the city's safety and the disposal of such a vast number are immense. A knot formed in my stomach as I thought of the potential devastation. Jory, Wendell, we need an accurate count for all the caches, not just beneath the Red Keep. The safety of the city depends on it. Jory nodded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. My lord. We'll ensure a thorough count, and I'll coordinate with the pyromancers to get the most accurate numbers. Good, I replied, my mind already racing with the implications of the task at hand. But Wendell, when you are with the city watch, make sure they don't work alone with the pyromancers. We can't afford any mishaps or secretive dealings. Wendell nodded in understanding, aware of the delicate balance we needed to maintain. The potential dangers of wildfire in the wrong hands were too dire to overlook. As the room fell into heavy silence, my thoughts turned inward. The safety of Sansa and the realm was paramount. Mark's advice echoed in my mind, urging me to be cautious and to ensure the protection of my family. The decision to send Sansa away became more resolute in my mind. I looked at the 3 men before me, a mix of determination and concern in their eyes. Has the king been informed of these numbers? I asked, knowing Robert's temper would flare at the revelation. Jory, ever reliable, responded, Sir Jaime and Grand Maester Pycelle went to warn the king. They should be informing him as we speak. A flicker of worry crossed my face as I imagined Robert's reaction to the staggering numbers. He would likely be once again furious at the Targaryens. He would also ask again about sending his family to Storm's End as soon as possible. I knew what I would do with Sansa. I nodded to Jory, acknowledging the weight of the situation. Is there anything else? I asked, my eyes moving from one man to the other. Wendell shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes searching mine. My lord, we found Sir Hugh of the Vale some days ago. My brows furrowed as I remembered tasking him to discreetly investigate Jonaran's death. The information surrounding Hugh could be crucial, especially as Mark told Vayan and I about the role Hugh could play in allowing us to find the truth and to find proof of the guilt of Baelish and of Lisa. Why did it take so long for this information to reach me? I asked. Wendell's response held a note of caution. My lord, we wanted to gather more clues, confirm the young knight's words, and cover our tracks in case someone was spying on us. Once again Mark's words went through my head. This time about the spies of the Queen, Varys, and Peter Baelish. The Master of Coins was particularly very slippery and distrustful, no matter how friendly he sounded when interacting with me. If it wasn't for Mark's warnings or my lessons to be a lord, I wasn't sure I would have been able to keep my calm in his presence. Perhaps he was expecting that with how Kat trusted him with the misleading information on Tyrion Lannister, I would trust him a bit. Hopefully, Wendell's moves would prevent Baelish, Varys, or the Queen from assuming what he was doing, but I would be a fool to assume it would remain hidden for so long. What did Sir Hugh tell you? I asked, my gaze focused on Wendell. Wendell shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes searching mine. My lord, we found Sir Hugh of the Vale some days ago. He was Jonaran's former squire, and we sought him out as you commanded. The young knight told us much about the events surrounding Jonaran's death. I leaned forward, a mix of ready for what I hoped was the truth. Speak, Wendell. What did Sir Hugh reveal? Wendell took a deep breath before recounting the details. Sir Hugh shared that Lord Jonaran had secret meetings with Stannis Baratheon. He spoke of Aron's decision to send his son to Dragonstone and the unusual events leading to his sudden illness overnight. Maester Coleman was dismissed during Jon's sickness, and Lady Lisa Aron departed in haste. Sir Hugh remained behind, being knighted by the king in rewards of his services and loyalty to Lord Aron, but also trying to honor the man before he was sent back to the Vale. My mind started connecting the dots. The pieces of the sinister puzzle were slowly falling into place as I remembered Mark's words on the matter. I was however concerned by the fact Jon's maester had been dismissed when he was sick, even though he had been poisoned as Lisa's message claimed and Mark's words confirmed it to some extent. Who had dismissed Maester Coleman? I asked. Wendell's eye was grave as he answered, Grand Maester Pycelle. The implications were grave, even more as I thought of my Jurat's words on Pycelle's loyalties and on the circumstances of Jonaran's death. It seemed that Pycelle's dismissal of Maester Coleman during Jonaran's illness was a deliberate move to prevent any accurate diagnosis or treatment, meaning he suspected or knew that Jon was poisoned. I was however troubled by the fact he would do that, considering that it was Lisa and Lord Baelish who did the deed. Unless he believed that the Queen poisoned the previous hand. Lisa's message echoed in my mind. Even if it was a lie to bait me through Kat, it didn't mean there wasn't some truth behind it. If Pycelle thought the Queen did the deed, it meant Jonaran was investigating something that would rile up or worry her. A damning and terrible picture was beginning to be drawn in my head. Did Sir Hugh suspect foul play? I asked Wendell, my eyes narrowing in on the crucial details. Wendell nodded solemnly. My lord. Sir Hugh feared poisoning and was determined to find the truth. Littlefinger warned him to keep quiet, suggesting he would be blamed if rumors of poisoning spread. I leaned back, absorbing the information. While it didn't prove that Lord Baelish and Lisa killed Jon, the pieces of the puzzle were slotting together with ominous clarity as Mark's words echoed in my mind in the way Jon's death had occurred. Pycelle's actions and Littlefinger's warnings, or the way my wife's sister left King's Landing, all those elements seemed to paint a sinister conspiracy surrounding Jonaran's death. Anything else? I finally asked him. Wendell hesitated a short instant before leaning in. During my patrols, I visited a blacksmith named Tobo Mott in the Street of Steel, having heard of his reputation. I encountered one of his apprentices who may be a bastard of King Robert, he revealed, his eyes reflecting concern. I furrowed my brow again, both remembering how my friend tended to be many women and Mark's words on the safety of those bastards, notably from the Queen. Are you sure? I asked for confirmation. Wendell nodded, remembering the features. My lord. He was tall with broadened shoulders, thick black hair and blues. He could have been Lord Renly's twin if not for the square jaw. That depiction confirmed for me that this apprentice was likely Robert's bastard. With the current situation, it might be wise to think about how to ensure his safety, not only from the Queen, but also from the wildfire. Wendell continued, that's not all, my lord. The most intriguing thing is when my men and I investigated further to find elements that could confirm Sir Hugh's tale. We found different persons who had worked for Jonaran. We interrogated them and they confirmed that Jonaran had visited various places, including a forge in the Street of Steel and brothels with Stannis Baratheon. I leaned forward, absorbing this new revelation. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, forming a mosaic of political intrigue that threatened the stability of the realm. And hearing Mark's words on the fact my former foster father was handling a matter with Lord Stannis were somehow confirmed by those different testimonies was troubling and impressive. Once again, I wondered how much this foreign commoner from a place I couldn't imagine knew what was going on in the Seven Kingdoms. I prayed to the gods he would keep true to his word and help my family. While he sounded sincere, I was aware I didn't know him well enough to be certain, even though his deeds gave me some insurance. A chill ran down my spine as I considered the implications of those discoveries. It was strange that Jon and Lord Stannis would visit brothels. It wasn't in their character, which meant they were looking for someone or something. I sensed the situation was trickier than I could assume, even with Mark's warnings. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before addressing Wendell. Thank you for this information, Wendell. Your discretion and diligence are commendable. I need you to continue investigating Sir Hugh's leads discreetly while you still help to keep the peace in the city with the lords who had sent their men. Gather more information on Jonaran's investigations and try to find more about what he was looking for. But tread carefully. We are being watched and I do not want to face backstabbing when we are dealing with such a crisis. We cannot afford to be caught unaware in this game. Silence settled in the room, each of us lost in our thoughts, contemplating the web of deception that entangled King's Landing. Then, a knock at the door disrupted the stillness. Enter, I called out, and the door creaked open to reveal Alan. Alan, I greeted him with a nod. What news do you bring? The guard saluted and replied, Lord Stark, Lady Sansa has returned to the Tower of the Hand. She awaits the evening meal. Thank you, Alan, I acknowledged. Is she well? Aye, my lord. She returned safely, and all is as it should be, Alan replied. Good. Inform her I shall join her shortly, I instructed, and Alan promptly left, closing the door behind him. As the guard turned to leave, I looked at Vayan, Jory, and Wendell. Our discussion concludes here. Pursue your tasks and duties diligently, I instructed them. The three men nodded before raising from their seats as I did the same. They saluted me before moving towards the door. Wendell and Jory made their way to the door, leaving the solar. Before Vayan could follow suit, I called him back. Vayan, stay for a moment, I requested, and my steward complied. I turned to Jory. Close the door behind you. Jory nodded and closed the door, leaving me alone with Vayan. My trusted steward looked at me with a quizzical expression. His eyes bore traces of concern, a reflection of the gravity of our situation. What is it you need, my lord? He inquired, his voice low and respectful. I sighed, the weight of responsibility heavy on my shoulders. Vayan, these are troubling times. The pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, but the picture they form is one of deceit and danger I couldn't have fathomed. I glanced towards the window, the sunlight casting long shadows in the room. The Jurat's words have proven true, and the web of intrigue in King's Landing is more intricate than I dared to imagine. The wildfire beneath our feet, the mystery surrounding Jonaran's death, and the shadows cast by Littlefinger and Varys all demand our careful consideration. I rubbed my temples, feeling the tension building. Vayan nodded, understanding the complexity of our predicament and knowing well I was discussing Mark's advice and knowledge without revealing his identity, a strategy we settled for during the last days of our journey to King's Landing. Lord Stark, we tread on treacherous ground. His advice to approach the court intrigues with a commander's mindset holds true. I raised an eyebrow, inviting him to share his perspective. What do you make of all this, Vayan? How do we navigate these perilous waters without becoming entangled in the very web we seek to unravel? Vayan considered his words. My lord, the Jurat's knowledge has proven valuable so far, and it's clear he understands the game being played. But, he hesitated, we must not forget he comes from a different place where the customs may be different from ours. His insights, though accurate so far, are a double-edged sword. We walk in an area where every step could be a misstep. His words resonated with the doubts that lingered in my mind. You speak true, Vayan. While I appreciate his assistance, I cannot dismiss the strangeness of his knowledge and the potential consequences it may bring. We must use his insights cautiously, and yet, we cannot afford to ignore them entirely. Vayan leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. Lord Stark, we need to uncover the truth about Jonaran's death, but we must do so discreetly. If what the Jurat said is true, Littlefinger and Varys are like vipers in the shadows, and any misstep could prove fatal. I think your approach to proceed with caution is wise and we should keep it on. Sir Hugh's leads may be the key, but we must be wary of who we trust. His advice struck a chord with me, a reminder of the delicate dance we were engaged in. You are right, Vayan. We proceed with caution. Sir Hugh's connections to Jonaran may unveil more of the truth. Mark's counsel has been invaluable, but we cannot solely rely on it. We must use our own wits and the loyalty of those we trust. Vayan nodded in agreement. I offered a nod of gratitude to my trusted steward, appreciating the wisdom he brought to our discussion. Thank you, Vayan. Your counsel is invaluable, I said, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. We tread on uncertain ground, and your insight is a beacon in this sea of shadows. With a final glance around the room, I made the decision to conclude our discussion. Let us join my daughter, Sansa. It is time we spend some moments together as a family. As we left the solar, we moved through the Tower of the Hand. The echoes of our footsteps resonated as we walked down the stairs and in the stone corridor. The small hall awaited us, and I couldn't help but feel relief at the prospect of familial company. Upon entering, I found Sansa and Jane already seated, engrossed in discussion under the watchful eye of Septa Mordain. Alan and Jory stood nearby, at guard. Seeing my daughter and her friend reminded me of the necessity to ensure their safety. The hazards of wildfire and Mark's words on their potential fate echoed in my mind and I couldn't allow them to stay in a place where their life was endangered. But as much as I wanted to make them leave, I had to consider that Sansa was still Joffrey's betrothed, even if the whispers I had heard made me very uneasy about keeping the betrothal. And Sansa had invested herself to help in her own way the people here, working so hard to be the lady and queen she dreamt to be. My heart clenched at that thought, considering how it could have misled her in other circumstances. Approaching them, I greeted the two girls, and Sansa's face lit up with a smile. "Sansa, Jane," I said, my voice carrying a reassuring tone. My daughter, always poised, greeted me with a nod. "Father," she said, a soft smile playing on her lips. Jane followed suit with a polite salute. "Lord Stark." I turned to Vayan. "Vayan, we will be joining my daughter for a meal. Please, ask the cooks to prepare something suitable." He acknowledged the task with a nod. "Of course, my lord. I'll see to it immediately." As Vayan left to convey my instructions, I found a seat and motioned for Sansa and Jane to join me. As we settled in, I noticed that Sansa was still wearing the necklace I had given her, a simple yet elegant piece. The sight of it brought a smile to my face, a silent acknowledgement of the advice Mark had offered regarding my relationship with Sansa. It was a small gesture, but it spoke volumes about the connection between a father and his daughter. And the time spent with her when I could have helped me to have a better understanding of her, while it helped to slowly confide in me like she would with Kat. "How are you, father?" Sansa asked, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. I met her gaze and replied, "I am well, Sansa. And you?" Her eyes sparkled as she responded, "I'm well, father. The day has been eventful." "Encouraged?" I asked, "Tell me about it. What have you and Jane been up to?" "Jane and I had an eventful day in the gardens, and Septa Mordaine's lessons were quite informative," she replied. Jane chimed in, adding to the conversation, "Yes, my lord. Princess Marcella is creating a little garden in the corner, and we had the pleasure of helping her with it. She seems to have a fondness for flowers and herbs." I nodded, appreciating the details of their day. "It sounds like an enriching experience. I'm glad you had the opportunity to spend time with the princess." Sansa still smiled at me. And yet, I sensed a tension in her stance, as if something troubled her. I decided to address it directly. "Sansa, is there something on your mind, my dear? You seem unsure about something." She hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with Jane, who observed her friend with concern. It was evident that something weighed on her heart. "Father," she began, her voice soft, "with everything happening in the city, the wildfire threat, and some people leaving the Red Keep like the Stokeworths, I can't help but worry." I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You can always speak to me, Sansa. Anytime you want." She took a breath, gathering her thoughts. "It's just, I fear for the safety of everyone. And I can't help but wonder about our own situation, especially with the wildfire beneath the Red Keep. What if something goes wrong? It's indeed a troubling time, my dear. The threat is real, and the safety of our family is my utmost priority. I will ensure nothing happens to you or to anyone in my household," I replied. Sansa, still torn by conflicting emotions, lowered her gaze. "Thank you, father. I know you're doing everything you can. It's just hard to comprehend all of it. I didn't expect all of this." I gave my daughter's hand a gentle squeeze. "I understand, Sansa. These are challenging times, and your feelings are valid." She looked up at me, her eyes searching for reassurance. The weight of her worries seemed to linger, but my attempt to comfort her had not fully dispelled her concerns. She managed a small, appreciative smile, but it was clear that the unsettling thoughts persisted. I took a moment to consider the situation and decided it was best to give her the space she needed. "Jane, Septa Mordaine, Alan," I addressed them, "I would appreciate it if you could leave us for a moment." Jane exchanged a concerned glance with Sansa, but after a nod from her, they both rose, followed by Septa Mordaine and Alan. As they left the small hall, I caught Jane's worried expression, but I assured her with a nod that we would handle whatever needed to be discussed. Once we were alone, I turned my attention back to Sansa, her expression more serious now. "What troubles you, my dear?" I asked gently, encouraging her to share whatever burdened her heart. Sansa took a deep breath before opening up. "Father, I've heard disturbing rumors. They speak of Joffrey's cruelty, of actions that go beyond mere temper. After Derry Castle and the way he treated Arya, I find it hard to dismiss them entirely." My heart sank at the gruesome image painted by her words. The rumors seemed to confirm the darkness that Mark had hinted at during our time in Derry Castle. I knew that at least the incident between Prince Joffrey and his brother was true as Robert mentioned it to me. I felt wary of the image that was drawn on the prince, and Mark's words on the fate my daughter lived through the stories of his home made me uneased. A part of me would want to believe Prince Joffrey would grow out, but the incident with Arya and those incidents and rumors made it less likely. I maintained a composed exterior, not wanting to alarm Sansa further. For a moment, I imagined what it would be like if Sansa was engaged to Tommen instead. The boy was a little too young, but such a sweet child. I would not mind having him as a son-in-law. I turned my attention back to my daughter. I've heard whispers as well, Sansa. It's essential that you tell me everything you've heard, no matter how unsettling. Your safety is my utmost concern. Her eyes flickered with a mix of relief and anxiety. Thank you, father. What should I do about the betrothal? I'm scared of what might happen if these rumors are true. Hearing her concern and hesitation tore my heart as I felt her innocence being shaken and her desire to preserve it. I took a moment to gather my thoughts. With what I had been hearing on Prince Joffrey, I wasn't sure I would allow the betrothal to last, but I was dreading the discussion with Robert. But I knew I had to assuage my daughter's concerns. Sansa, I understand your fears and worries. The most important thing right now is your safety and well-being. Your happiness is paramount to me, and I will do everything in my power to protect you, I reassured her, placing a gentle hand on her arm. As for the betrothal, we will handle it carefully. I will speak to King Robert and express our concerns. It may not be an easy conversation, but I will do what needs to be done to ensure your future is secure and free from harm. She nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude and trust. Thank you, father. I believe in you, and I know you will make the right decision for us. I smiled at her, proud of her strength and resilience. I appreciate your faith in me. Remember, no matter what happens, you are not alone in this. We will face whatever challenges come our way together, as a family. Taking a deep breath, I continued, in the meantime, it would be wise for both of us to be cautious and observant. Pay attention to your surroundings and the people around you. If you ever feel threatened or uncomfortable, don't hesitate to come to me or someone you trust. Your safety is of utmost importance. Sansa nodded again, her expression determined. I will, father. I will be vigilant and careful. Thank you for being there for me. Inwardly, I debated whether to share my decision about sending Jane and her away for their safety, but I needed to consider Robert's plans and discuss with Wendell regarding their departure. Knowing Robert, he would likely send his children to Storm's End as decided and would mention it to me. But I had to be certain. We suddenly heard footsteps and as I raised my glance on the entrance, I saw Vayan returning. The meal will be ready soon, my lord, he informed me. I nodded in acknowledgement, my focus back on Sansa. We will continue this discussion later, my dear. For now, let us join the others for the meal. She nodded as she settled herself on her seat. I turned my eyes to Vayan. Can you tell your daughter and Septa Mordain to come back? Of course, my lord, my steward answered with a bow. As he moved to find Jane and the Septa, I was observing my daughter with concern, thinking of what she was experiencing. The revelation of the wildfire plot and of the wildfire hidden beneath the city must have shaken the way she saw the world. And yet, she was keeping a good face, trying to preserve her innocence and uphold her demeanor as a young lady. A part of me felt guilty and concerned to see her innocence challenged in such a manner, but Mark's words on how unprepared my daughters were to the intrigues of the South echoed in my mind. And considering the fact Sansa would have ended up as a hostage if what the foreign man told was true, then I would rather see my daughter discovering the cruelty of the world in the current situation rather than whatever would happen to her in those stories. A part of me still struggled to grasp the concept as unbelievable as it sounded. Imagining that our reality was in fact created by someone else and not by God's was unsettling. I felt weary and concerned and sensed that the world seemed to change far more quickly than expected. I prayed the gods that what Robert and I would achieve now would prevent the return of chaos or worse, of war, in the realm. An. 1 Here we go again. This time back with our most honorable wolf. One of the key things I wanted to tackle in this chapter was the challenges Ned is having with dealing with the wildfire and his reaction to the scale of the threat as he is having a more precise picture on it. The numbers in the Red Keep are a personal take as there was no mention in the books, but considering the size of the place and that Ares would likely disperse the caches to fool everyone, I can totally imagine it is big numbers, especially when the Great September hides 200 jars and the Dragon Pit 300. As a result, I felt that having a better understanding of what really awaiting the city and its people would bring Ned to decide to send his daughter away. And as depicted in the chapter, another reason why he didn't act upon too quickly is that he wants to discuss with Robert. I know some people would argue that in the books and show he didn't need to speak to Robert to send Sansa away, but I feel that part of the reason why he did it was because he couldn't trust Robert anymore and that he needed to act on his own when it concerns the well-being of his family. Here, as Lady is still alive and that Robert is more invested in the issues plaguing King's Landing, Ned feels he can trust his friend to do the right thing but that he needs to speak to him, especially as it expresses the trust he has in his old friend. You can say that the wildfire incident is the real mending point of their relation from what happened after the sacking of King's Landing. For this chapter also allows to see Ned slowly finding out other stuff thanks to Wendell's investigations and to ponder the Sea's advices and knowledge with everything that is going on, notably in regards of the court plots. The amusing thing is that one plot element of canon is occurring here but in an indirect way as Ned is not investigating himself, not to mention the discoveries are almost by accident. It also shows that the direct and indirect ripples due to the sea's presence and advices don't prevent certain canonical events or rather situations to still occur, as many elements that contributed to their incoming in canon can be still present, albeit in an altered and different way. 5. It also allows to show how a better prepared Ned Stark may fit in the Red Keep. Contrary to Doxa, it is not his honor that is the issue or that he was a fool, it was more the fact he had wrong informations and that he was facing a set of unfortunate circumstances, Catelyn capturing Tyrion, Robert wanting to kill a pregnant Daenerys, Jaime attacking him because of Tyrion's capture, discovering the truth on Cersei's children, leading him to make decisions that turned out badly because of personal, wound, and global circumstances. If there were fools in GOT/ASOIAF, I would personally consider the Lannisters, notably Tywin and Cersei, as the foolest ones. 6. The second big part of this chapter was the interactions between Ned and Sansa, especially to show how their relation as father and daughter blossoms, with Sansa being more at ease to share some of her worries and concerns and starting to show a more grounded perspective, even if it still conflicts her young idealistic and dreaming side. It especially allows to tackle the matter of the betrothal between Sansa and Joffrey, tying it to the matter of the relation between Ned and Robert. While Ned would consider his daughter's well-being as a priority, he will also consider how to deal the matter with Robert to show he didn't disregard his king and friend. Ned's concerns for his daughter is of course enhanced by the foreknowledge he has thanks to Mark. 7. The timeline will be updated below. 8. Next time, a former smuggler is making a point in the investigations he had been tasked to achieve in King's Landing. 9. Have a good reading. Both timeline. Date events. 24/02/298 Jon Arryn's death. 18/04/298 Robert Baratheon's arrival at Winterfell. 08/05/298 Bran's fall. 20/05/298 Departure of the royal cortege, of Ned Stark and his daughters and of Jon Snow. 28/05/298 Murder attempt on Bran. 10/06/298 Jon's arrival at the Wall. 10/07/298 Mark's apparition in the Riverlands. 16/07/298 Mark joins Derry Castle. 23/07/298 The Ruby Ford Incident. 27/07/298 Chapters 1-7 Events. 28/07/298 Chapters 8-14 Events. 01/08/298 Chapter 15 Events. 02/08/298 Chapters 16 and 17 Events. 03/08/298 Chapter 18 Events. 04/08/298 Chapter 19 Events. 11/08/298 Chapter 20 Events. 13/08/298 Chapters 21, 22, and 23 Events. 15/08/298 Chapter 24 Events. 16/08/298 Chapter 25 Events. 17/08/298 Chapter 26 Events. 18/08/298 Chapters 27 and 28 Events. 19/08/298 Chapter 29 and 37, Ned Stark's Message, Events. 21/08/298 Chapter 37, Dragonstone, Events. 22/08/298 Chapter 30 and 37, River Run, Highgarden, Casterly Rock, Events. 23/08/298 Chapters 31-33 and 37, Aerie. Pike and Sons Pair, Events. 25/08/298 Chapter 37, Winterfell, Events. 27/08/298 Chapters 34, 35, and 37, Castle Black, Events. 28/08/298 Chapters 36 Events. 29/08/298 Chapter 38 Events. 01/09/298 Chapter 39-41 Events. 02/09/298 Chapters 41, Volantis, 42 and 43 Events. 44/A Smuggling Move, Davos I. The Black Betha gently swayed in the waters of King's Landing Harbor, devoid of banners to conceal its identity. Its familiar creaks and groans were blending in with the sounds of the city. I stood on the deck, as I observed the bustling activity in the city below. The afternoon sun cast long shadows over Fishmonger's Square, where the air crackled with tension and whispers carried the word of recent revelations. I remembered my lord's warnings to be discreet and to avoid being noticed by any spies, be they from the Spider or the Queen. I knew I couldn't go much in the city if I didn't want to be recognized. But the time spent in the harbor or even in Fishmonger's Square had been enough to give me a first impression of the situation there. I sighed, recalling the scenes I had witnessed in the past week. The rumors of wildfire, Eddard Stark's message, and the impending danger had cast a dark cloud over the city. The people, now aware of the imminent danger lurking beneath their feet, moved with a mix of anxiety and defiance. The city watch patrolled the streets alongside men who bore banners depicting the Merman sigil of House Manderley. Whispers and hushed conversations mingled in the air, painting a vivid picture of a city grappling with uncertainty. Merchants hurriedly closed their stalls, mothers clutched their children closer, and the air itself seemed heavy with the weight of impending doom. A sigh escaped my lips, a silent prayer for my son's safety. The days in King's Landing had been a whirlwind of tension, alliances, and unexpected revelations. I knew that in addition to Lord Stark's men, there were additional forces from Crown Lords and River Lords arrived to reinforce the city watch. Men-at-arms marched through the streets, a visible display of the realm's response to the looming threat. As I observed the scene from the deck of the Black Betha, I couldn't help but recall the days when I navigated these waters as a smuggler. The memories of secret deals and hidden coves clashed with my current reality as Stannis Baratheon's loyal knight, but also with what I had observed since my arrival in King's Landing. The city that had once been a playground for my illicit activities now held the fate of the Seven Kingdoms in its grasp. I looked at one of the ships nearby, bearing the colors of the Tarth House, remembering having seen its arrival some days ago. I frowned, thinking about how peculiar the situation was for my men and me. We did our best to remain unnoticed by anyone, considering the stakes and the secrecy my lord tasked me to. The cries of merchants haggling and the aroma of salted fish filled the air, but beneath it all lingered an unsettling unease. The people of King's Landing, burdened by the weight of the recent revelation, moved with a collective sense of uncertainty. They exchanged guarded glances and spoke in hushed tones, wary of who might be listening. My fingers absent-mindedly traced the pouch containing the bones of my missing fingertips as my mind wandered to the recent discussions with Stannis. The revelation of the wildfire caches had altered the political landscape, and my lord, as always, sought a just resolution but wanted to be certain before making his decision. I knew something was troubling him and I couldn't help but wonder if part of the concern wasn't tied to the reasons he had left King's Landing after the death of the previous hand. My mind flashed back to my last discussion with Stannis. He intended to gather his bannermen to discuss the message of the Lord Hand and the threat of the wildfire in King's Landing. My purpose was to bring information that could give perspective on the matter. I winced as I knew some of those lords were loyal to the Targaryens. That wouldn't be an easy gathering, especially knowing Lord Stannis. The city's commotion reached my ears, the distant murmur of worried conversations and the occasional raised voice. I turned my gaze towards the harbour and the Mud's Gate, where the common folk wrestled with the uncertainty that loomed over them. Their daily lives were disrupted by the revelation, they grappled with the fear of an unseen threat. My attention was suddenly attracted by some commotion nearby in the harbour. I saw members of the city watch pursuing some small folk who were fleeing from a ship that was decked close to the Black Betha. I heard one of the gold cloaks shouting, "Stop there!" I observed the incident moving away with concern and uncertainty. While I didn't go much within the city to avoid being recognized, I knew that the men in guards helping the city watch to keep the peace and investigating the wildfire caches were having a lot to handle and fear was growing strong with the multiple caches that were found or said to be found. As I stood there, lost in my thoughts, I felt a presence approaching. The soft footfalls on the wooden deck alerted me, and I turned around to see my son, Mathos, making his way towards me. His silhouette was framed against the backdrop of King's Landing, and his features were reminiscent of his mother. "Father," he greeted me, his voice steady. I reciprocated the greeting, my gaze lingering on his familiar face. "What's going on?" I looked at my son, "Another brawl down yonder at the harbour." Mathos looked at me with a tired expression. "People are still trying to flee the city by stealing a ship." I nodded with grave eyes. He sighed, "Fortunately, it ain't our vessel they were aimin' to board or beseechin' us to ferry 'em." I shrugged, thinking of the incident that occurred yesterday. This incident had been tense, especially as the city watch had been close to inspecting our ship and asking where we were coming from, considering we were staying there for many days. And I was feeling a bit torn apart by the situation. My duty was to Lord Stannis and report to him whatever my sons and I had found there, but the disarray and fear I had seen in the people and the threat lurking beneath the city made me want to help those people. I thought back to when I smuggled food to my lord's men when they were trapped in Storm's End during the rebellion against the Mad King. But now was not the time to play hero again. "Speaking of the crew, how are they holding up?" I inquired. Mathos sighed, shaking his head. "Everyone's on edge, especially after what we've seen in the city or those desperate people trying to leave. Even though the crew knew about the wildfire, they were worried about the caches exploding." I felt myself flinch. I've taken notice of it as well," I replied, a heavy sigh escaping my lips. Mathos nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. His gaze followed mine as we both looked out at the harbour. "Any word from Allard?" "He's been gone a while, and the crew's getting antsy about his return," he said, a hint of worry in his voice. "He's still out there, navigating the labyrinth of streets and alleys." "I pray he'll come out unscathed," I replied. I silently prayed for my second son to be all right. Mathos spoke to me with a reassuring voice. "Father, Allard knows his way around. He's resourceful like you taught him to be. He'll find his way back." I nodded, appreciating his attempt at reassurance, but my worry lingered. He's a man of his own accord, but at times I can't help but fret for him. He's got the same flame burning within him as I did in me younger days. Mathos smirked, a trace of humor in his eyes. Well, father, knowing Allard, he's probably more likely to stumble upon one of his girlfriends than wildfire or trouble. That made me chuckle, my son's words offering a brief respite from the tension. There may be some truth to that, and let's pray that is the case. Silence settled between us as we continued to gaze at the city. Eventually, we began to move along the bridge, the familiar creaks of the ship beneath our feet. Mathos broke the silence. Father, once Allard returns, what's our plan? What do we do with the information he gathers? I considered his question carefully. We'll ascertain what tidings he's unearthed amidst the squalor of Flea Bottom and its environs. Subsequently, we shall chart our course for departure. It is imperative that we apprise Lord Stannis of our findings once we're back to Dragonstone. As we walked, the afternoon sun painted the harbour in warm hues, the shadows dancing on the wooden deck of the Black Betha. The city's commotion seemed to grow louder, the distant murmurs of concern echoing around us. The atmosphere remained charged with an air of uncertainty. Mathos cast a glance at the harbour, his eyes scanning the movements of the common folk. Father, something's happening down there. Look. He pointed towards the Mud's Gate, where a small group of men from our crew approached. I squinted, recognizing one of our men. He called out, Sir Davos. The urgency in his voice cut through the ambient noise. I turned toward him, my brow furrowing. What news, Bert? I asked as he reached us, breathing heavily. Your son is coming back, the man informed me, a mix of relief and tension in his expression. Mathos and I exchanged glances, our steps quickening. We looked in the direction indicated and saw the group that Allard had led through the city, moving alongside the harbour towards the Black Betha. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of them. Allard, with his characteristic swagger, led the way. The crew members trailed behind, their expressions a mix of weariness and anticipation. Mathos spoke up, a mix of relief and jest in his tone, looks like he managed to avoid any trouble with wildfire or otherwise. I chuckled, grateful for the brief moment of certainty. Mayhaps fortune continues to favour him. Let us convene at the gangplank, I suggested, quickening our pace. As Allard and his men approached the ship, we joined them on the bridge, the wooden deck creaking beneath our feet. The city's ambient noise seemed to fade as we focused on the approaching group. My son grinned as he reached the ship, a familiar glint of mischief in his eyes. Father, he greeted me, clapping a hand on my shoulder in a display of camaraderie. I reciprocated with a firm pat on his back. A joy it is to behold you returned unscathed, lad. Any trouble? Allard's eyes flickered with a mix of exhaustion and excitement. A bit of trouble, but nothing we couldn't handle. The city's in fear, father, as you might have noticed. Mathos, ever the diplomat, stepped in. Allard, good to see you in one piece. The crew's been restless with the talk of wildfire and the tension in the city. Allard's gaze shifted from me to his brother. Mathos, he said with a half-smile. Restless is an understatement. I've got news, though. Turning serious, I looked at Allard. Please inform us what you've found, I motioned towards the cabin. We entered the cabin, the familiar scent of sea air and the worn wood of the ship surrounding us. My sons flanked me as we surrounded the desk, its maps and charts spread out from our previous discussions. The creaking of the Black Betha beneath us seemed to intensify as we delved into the gravity of our findings. I glanced at Allard, his eyes still holding a mix of weariness and determination. Pray tell, what revelations lie within the city, my boy? I asked, my gaze fixed on him. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, his eyes meeting mine. Father, the danger is worse than we initially thought. The wildfire caches discovered beneath the Great September of Baelor, the gates, and even the Red Keep are not the only ones, he revealed. Mathos shifted uncomfortably, his face becoming pale. 7 hells, he muttered under his breath. I nodded solemnly, my mind racing with the implications. What about the dragon pit? Any word on that? I inquired, my eyes narrowing. Allard's expression turned serious. I've seen a party led by Sir Rivers and Sir Manderley moving towards the place, probably to investigate the potential presence of such caches, he explained, concern etched on his face. I nodded, my mind racing with the implications. The peril looms evident. How doth small folk respond to this impending menace? I questioned, mindful of the potential chaos that could unfold. Allard sighed. It's a mix, father. The discovery of multiple wildfire caches has heightened the fear and wariness. Whispers of fear linger everywhere. I have encountered people from Flea Bottom who are wary of finding wildfire beneath the place, he reported. Mathos interjected, his voice filled with concern. Like those who tried to flee by the bay. I recalled the incident, a knot forming in my stomach. Yes, You're right, Mathos. Alad's eyes met mine again, a more personal question in his gaze. Father, what does Lord Stannis plan to do about this? And what about Lord Stark's message as Hand of the King? He inquired, seeking guidance. I took a deep breath before speaking. Lord Stannis shall take action, and Lord Stark's entreaty for solidarity cannot be ignored. Our findings exceed expectation, and the city hangs on the precipice of Bedlam, I declared. My sons nodded in understanding, their eyes reflecting the same concern etched on my face. Mathos shifted uneasily, glancing between Allard and me. What about us, father? I snapped out of my thoughts, his gaze shifting to my sons. Our obligation is clear, lads. We shall set sail for Dragonstone to apprise Lord Stannis and, mayhaps, lend aid to the city's salvation. Mathos, ever eager, pressed on. When do we set sail, father? The longer we wait, the more perilous it becomes. I met Mathos's gaze, my weathered face showing the weight of our responsibilities. We leave at dawn. There's much to be done, and Dragonstone awaits. Allard nodded, understanding the urgency. Father's right. We've no time to waste. I turned my gaze towards the window, watching the bustling activity in King's Landing Harbour. The Black Betha remained discreet, lacking any banners to avoid drawing attention. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the city. Allard, eager for action, asked, "Is there anything I can do, father?" I considered his question, realizing the practical tasks that needed attention. "Help your brother with the supplies and preparations for our departure. We need to be swift, and every hand counts." Allard nodded in agreement. "I'll see to it, father." As Mathos and Allard left the cabin to attend to their respective tasks, I remained by the window, staring at the city that held secrets and dangers beneath its surface. The responsibility weighed heavily, but the resolve to fulfill our duty burned within me. "We leave at dawn," I reiterated to myself, a mantra of determination. "Dragonstone awaits." Stannis, the man I had served faithfully for so many years, would surely act upon the information we had uncovered. But I knew that convincing others of the imminent danger would not be easy. The wariness and fear that had already gripped the people of King's Landing would make our task all the more challenging. But hopefully, what the King and the Lord Hand were already doing would help to tackle this danger, and with the help of my lord, maybe we could overcome this poisonous legacy of the Mad King and preserve the peace in the realm. An. 1. I'm back. Tuscany is now behind, but good times in sun and rain in Siena, Volterra, Florence, or San Gimignano. And countryside landscapes to behold. Plus some good pizzas and gelato. And now, back in France, but with still another week of vacation before returning to work. But ready to go on new adventures in Westeros and a shifting Game of Thrones. 2. And for today, a chapter from Davos's perspective. After his POV in the Raven's interlude chapter, I felt that tackling his perspective at least once in the short run in the current timeline was necessary and relevant, especially as it gave another perspective on the situation in King's Landing. That notably allows me to depict the presence of punctual unrest in the city due to the fear and uncertainty that would be there. And of course, tackling one of the most beloved characters who is not exactly a lord by birth and blood was something I find too good to dismiss. My beta reader helped a lot to edit this chapter of the needless elements, and I had just updated and edited some last elements at the moment of the publication. 3. I felt that it would be relevant to depict Davos's situation when he had been for some days in King's Landing. Keeping him on his ship was partly because his past as a smuggler on one hand and his ties to Stannis might make him recognizable. But that also allows me to depict in an indirect way the situation on Dragonstone with Stannis, at least when Davos left. 4. I felt that for the mission Stannis gave him, Davos would rely on his sons. Mathos was obvious due to his role on Black Betha, but I felt that Allard could also play a part, even if he had his own ship. That also allows some humor due to Allard's depiction. 5. Due to the previous chapters depicting the situation and the timeline, it was necessary to add new developments on the context, but also to show how the discoveries Davos and his sons made would make them decide of their next move in regards to their mission for Stannis. 6. I updated the way Davos spoke as a reminder of his past, but kept the normal way his sons spoke to show how the change in status affected the way his sons had been raised, especially considering that the timeline before canon is based on the God approach. The end of Robert's rebellion occurred in 281 AC and not in 283 AC like in the books. 7. For background information, I decided on a middle ground approach for Davos's age, taking references from the Wiki of Ice and Fire, in or before 260 AC, making him at least 38 in the books in 298 AC, and Liam Cunningham's age in 2011, as I did for some other characters whose age is unknown in books and are played in GOT, and look for the age of the actors playing his sons and made average estimate of Mathos and Allard's ages. As a result, Davos is 44 in this story, Allard is 25 and Mathos is around 18 to 19. 8. Next time, a king is moving to see one of the caches and make plans. 9. Have a good reading. 45/A King's Visit, Robert 2. The narrow corridors of the Red Keep never stopped feeling like a maze. As I made my way through the labyrinthine passages, flanked by my 2 squires and followed by Sir Ares Oakheart and a retinue of servants, the feeling of responsibility settled on my broad shoulders like a crown of iron. Lancel, my energetic but desperate squire, tried his best to anticipate my every need. The boy, with his sandy hair and green Lannister eyes, seemed determined to satisfy my thirst for wine, even though I found myself less inclined to indulge in the drink after the recent events. His efforts, though commendable, only highlighted the shifting changes in my life. The boy is too eager, I thought to myself. I wondered why he was so eager to make such an effort now when he was so clumsy and useless before. I had a suspicion of my wife of being behind his recent demeanor, considering it was her idea that her cousins became my squires. On the other hand, Tyrek proved to be the most efficient in recent days. His youthful exuberance and willingness to learn endeared him to me, despite the lingering distrust I harbored towards his kin. My mind drifted to my children, Tommen and Marcella. I knew that I had to send them to Storm's End for their safety. But I was concerned for Tommen, knowing how Joffrey was. My heir was not only a disappointment, but a potential danger for his siblings. I was tempted to keep Joffrey close to me, but I wasn't keen to have him by my side with how his recent actions resulted in near disasters. But I couldn't allow Tommen to be in the vicinity of his brother with how Cersei would always defend Joffrey. But with the current dangers there, Tommen couldn't remain here. And I wasn't eager to send him to Casterly Rock, considering how the old man wanted my son to be his heir, no matter the fact he had the imp as heir. And I would never allow my boy to be changed by his grandfather. True, he may be soft, but he has shown glimpses of bravery when the time called for it. It needed to thrive. With chance, he would show his fury. For an instant, I imagined Tommen in his red clothing, putting on the crown and sitting on the throne. His little round face beamed at me. "I won't let you down, father," he proclaimed. A small smile appeared on my face and my heart melted. Perhaps a change was needed. But then I thought of Marcella. My only daughter potentially left alone with Joffrey? No. This could not be allowed. Something else would have to suffice. But what? The courtyard came into view, and I saw Ned and his man, Jory, waiting while servants and guards were achieving their duties. As I saw my friend, a notion struck me, a solution for Tommen's safety and development. The memories of my own fostering in the Vale flashed in my mind. It might be time for Tommen to experience the same, away from the intrigues of the capital and away from his brother. But I needed to discuss it with Ned. Even if he would accept it, I knew I asked him a lot about his duties as hand. "Ned," I greeted my friend with a nod. He reciprocated, and his question hung in the air, "How are you, Robert?" "I'm all right," I replied, the weight of the recent discoveries about the wildfire caches lingering in my words. Ned, ever perceptive, asked, "Are you certain about this?" I asserted my determination. "I can't stay passive, Ned. I need to see what's happening." Ned's reaction was a mix of understanding and concern, a shared burden between old friends. "Let's go to the stables," I said in an assertive and impatient tone, determined to see by myself the threat. A part of me was feeling giddy and eager as the idea of the Targaryens putting wildfire in the place they used to settle their beasts was ironic, even though it was also another somber reminder of the madness of Ares. Ned nodded and moved with me towards the stables. My mind was still grappling with the enormity of the wildfire threat. The Red Keep, the very seat of my power, was a potential powder keg and the city was a literal trap with that damned wildfire placed beneath the gates. I would have to command the disposal of that evil if I wanted to send away my family to Storm's End without a fool or an enemy igniting the fire. The courtyard buzzed with activity as we approached. Some of Ned's guards and the Manderley Knight were there, awaiting our arrival. My thoughts lingered on the recent news from Sir Wendell Manderley and Sir Eustace Went regarding the wildfire caches in the Dragon Pit. Wendell had been a robust presence since his arrival in King's Landing, a man of considerable size and jovial demeanor. Even though I didn't spend much time with the man, talking with him was very fun and reminded me a bit of the time his father was fighting alongside Ned and me at the Trident. These were the good days, not those shitty ones where I had to handle boring stuff or madness of this kind. "Your Grace," he saluted me alongside Ned's men. "Wendell," I called out. "Tell me about the Dragon Pit. What's happening there?" His booming voice replied, "Sir Godswill and Sir Edric are overseeing the discovery, Your Grace. They're ensuring the caches are guarded to prevent any theft or mishap." The mention of his men protecting the place eased some of my concerns, but the uncertainty remained. Good. We can't afford any accidents. I resumed my walk towards the stables, followed by Ned, his men, Wendell, Sir Ares, my squires and the servants. The clatter of our boots on the cobblestone ground resonated in the air. Reaching the stables, I turned to the servants. "Prepare the horses," I ordered. The quicker I could arrive at the Dragon Pit, the better it would be. The stably boys hurried to comply, and soon the courtyard was filled with the sounds of horses being readied. I approached my mount, a massive creature that would bear my weight. A part of me considered I really needed to get back into shape and be as fit as I was in my younger days, but I felt it was too late. Despite my stature, climbing onto the saddle was a task that required assistance. A servant brought a box to allow me to climb my horse. As I climbed, I felt the exhaustion and the physical strain of my bulk. As I settled into the saddle, I caught a glimpse of concern in Ned's eyes. "Robert," he began, "are you sure to do this?" I met his gaze, resisting the urge to glare. "I can't let the realm burn, Ned, not to the legacy of that damned dragon spawn." Ned nodded and we mounted. Our retinue set out from the Red Keep, the heavy gates opening to let us pass. The journey to the small council meeting held the promise of revelations, but also the looming shadow of danger. My thoughts flitted between the safety of my children, the wildfire threat, and the intricate web of politics within the Red Keep. "Your Grace, the people are anxious," Ned remarked, his gaze scanning the worried faces of people we rode past. "They look to you for reassurance." I let out a heavy sigh, my eyes scanning the faces in return. "What reassurance can I offer, Ned? The threat is real, and the city can't be expected to be relaxed." "Robert," Eddard spoke, riding alongside me, "they need to see their king leading, assuring them that we are taking action." I grunted in acknowledgement, my mind still troubled by the situation. "I never thought I'd have to face such madness, Ned. Ares was a fool, but this..." My words trailed off, a heavy sigh escaping me. A part of me was tempted to turn back and to drink, whore and hunt to shield myself from the situation, but I couldn't. Not when my family was at stake, not when I could finally have the opportunity to once again crush those damned dragon spawns, even if it wasn't with my hammer. As we approached the Street of the Sisters, a woman in tattered clothes approached, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and gratitude. "Your Grace," she said, voice trembling, "we pray for your wisdom and strength in these dark times." I nodded solemnly, acknowledging her words. "I thank you. I'll do everything in my power to protect this city and its people." My booming voice was met by shouts of approval and appraising among the crowd. I felt some pride to see such support and faith from the small folk. I might be a shitty king, but I would never let those people down, not in the face of danger. The journey continued, the city streets winding beneath our horses' hooves. The mood remained grim, with occasional outbursts of despair from the common folk. I thought upon Varys's last information on the fact more and more people were trying to leave the city on their own, even trying to steal ships. I couldn't blame them. The thought of being caught in an explosion of wildfire gave me nightmares at night. If I was one of them, I would do everything to leave that shitty pit. As we reached the intersection with the Street of Sisters, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on my mind. I turned to Ned, breaking the heavy silence between us. "You know, Ned, there had been times when I wish I could relinquish the crown to become a sellsword in Essos, far away from all this boredom and madness." Ned's brows furrowed in surprise, his eyes studying my face. "You know you can't do that, Robert." I chuckled bitterly. I know. And even if I wanted, that would mean allowing Joffrey to take the throne. No, Ned, I couldn't do that. I can't abandon the realm to his whims, not with this danger." My dear friend nodded in understanding, his gaze filled with a mix of sympathy and concern. "You bear a heavy responsibility, Robert. But know that you have people who stand by you, who believe in you and your cause. We will face this together, for the sake of the realm." As we continued the journey, I inwardly thought quickly of the incidents that had involved Joffrey and how much it revealed about how far my son seemed to have fallen. Turning back my glance to Ned, I remarked with a low rumble in the voice, "Ned, with all that's happened lately, I'm even less eager to see Joffrey on the Iron Throne. I'm considering making Tommen my true heir." Ned's expression tightened, and he cast a wary glance at me. "Robert, we must tread carefully. Joffrey is your eldest son, and the line of succession." "I know the bloody line of succession," I snapped, cutting him off. "But after the incidents with your daughter and his quarrel with his siblings, I've seen enough of Joffrey's madness. He is a disappointment and a poor example of a prince. What do you think he would be as a king? It's almost like I've helped sire the second rigor with how spoiled the boy is." My friend seemed grave and thoughtful, albeit conflicted as if he was thinking of something. "Speak your mind, Ned. I can see there's something troubling you," I demanded of him. Ned took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the ground for a moment before meeting my eyes. "Robert. With everything that is going on, I am uncertain if I should keep Sansa betrothed to your son." My chest tightened, torn between the desire to secure a union between our houses and the growing realization that Joffrey might not be the king, or son, I had envisioned. As much as I didn't want to think about it, visions of Joffrey standing over a dead Sansa started to appear in my mind. I could not deny the possibility of this happening. "Ned, I understand your concerns," I began, my voice tinged with a mix of resignation and frustration. "Sansa is a good girl, and she deserves a good husband. I had hoped that Joffrey would be that for her, but the more I see of him these days, the more I doubt his ability to be a suitable match." Ned's eyes reflected his choice. It is a difficult choice, Robert, but I must consider Sansa's happiness and safety. If Joffrey continues down this path of cruelty and madness, it would be unwise to keep this betrothal between my daughter and him. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down on me. You're right, Ned. It's just I wanted so much to be part of your family. I felt a tremor in the voice as my thoughts dwelled on Lyanna. My beautiful Lyanna. If only that dragon spawn didn't take her, I would have been part of Ned's family and my children would have been a joy and a marvel for me, king or not. I understood my friend's concerns, but I was hesitant to break it now with all the chaos we were handling. Let me think about it, I finally replied, my voice resonating with the weariness of both the physical and political burdens I carried. Ned nodded in understanding, his eyes still reflecting the gravity of the situation. Robert, the safety of our families should also be a priority. I trust you will make the right decision. I couldn't help but feel a certain disappointment in my friend, even though he didn't show. That reminded me of how much I asked of him and yet I didn't give him anything in return, even if he never asked for it. He was truly the best of friends a man could have and yet I let him down. It was time for me to repay my friendship, no, my brotherhood, with Ned. Ned, I said after a moment, my gaze fixed ahead, there's something else on my mind. With the threat of wildfire and the chaos it might bring, I've been considering the safety of my own family. Ned furrowed his brows, sensing the gravity of my words. What do you have in mind, Robert? You remember the suggestion you have made to send my family away from King's Landing to Storm's End? My friend nodded, of course, Robert. We have decided it was the wisest course with the current situation. Well, with all the green shit that is now discovered, I decided it is time for them to leave, I confessed, my gaze meeting Ned's. But there's one more thing, I continued, a shadow of concern crossing my face. Joffrey's fury is not to be underestimated. After what happened between him and Tommen, I fear for my youngest son. And I do not want to see him face the fury of his brother. Ned's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the depth of my worry. What do you intend to do, Robert? A moment of silence hung in the air before I revealed my decision. I've been thinking of sending Tommen to Winterfell for fostering. Ned's eyes widened in surprise, his brows lifting. Winterfell? You trust me with the safety and upbringing of your son. I nodded firmly, a rare moment of vulnerability breaking through. Ned, you've stood by me, faced wars with me. I owe you more than I can repay. Let Tommen learn the ways of the North, away from the chaos of King's Landing. I want him to be a better man than his brother. Ned's features softened with gratitude. Robert, it would be an honor. We'll ensure Tommen grows strong and just, a true son of the North. A sense of relief washed over me. Thank you, Ned. You will bring out the best in that boy. Ned nodded subtly but then emphasized in a mix of duty and commitment, if Prince Tommen comes to Winterfell, he will accompany my household and Sansa back to Winterfell the moment I send them back. I looked at my brother in all but blood, a bit puzzled. What's this about sending your daughter back to Winterfell? I questioned, eyebrows furrowing. Ned's gaze met mine, a hint of concern etched on his features. Robert, even if the betrothal is not broken, Sansa is still young. With the threat of wildfire and the chaos in King's Landing, I must ensure the safety and well-being of the people I brought with me. And Winterfell is still her home until the betrothal results in marriage or is broken. I sighed, realizing the weight of Ned's responsibility. You're right, Ned. I can't fault you for wanting to protect your people. I still needed to talk to Ned about Myrcella. Suddenly, Wendell Manderley's booming voice interrupted my thoughts. Your Grace, we approach the dragon pit. The news hung in the air, and I found myself far more eager to join the place, to see firsthand the extent of the threat posed by the caches of wildfire beneath the city. Ned's voice, filled with caution, called out to me, Robert, don't rush in. We need to approach this carefully. But my mount surged forward, a rush of adrenaline overcoming any restraint Eddard might have suggested. I needed to witness the danger myself, to gauge the magnitude of the problem. The hill of Rennis loomed ahead, the memories of past revelries in the nearby street of silks attempting to entice me. A fleeting temptation to lay down and forget my burdens crossed my mind, but duty and responsibility spurred me forward. As we approached the outskirts of the dragon pit, my thoughts delved into the Targaryens, a rage within me, a lingering hatred that time had not eroded. The broken dome of the dragon pit, a testament to the fall of the once mighty dragons, stirred a mix of awe and resentment. I still felt glee at seeing such power broken, a perfect symbol of how low the dragon spawns had fallen. If only that dragon whore and her brother were gone from this world. I shook that bitter thought, thinking of how ironic and satisfactory it was to imagine how their claim would lay broken with the revelation of their mad father's crimes. Dismounting my horse with difficulty, I could feel the strain on my joints, a stark reminder of the toll my lifestyle had taken on my once powerful frame. Ned, Wendell, Jory, Aerys, Tyrak, and Lancel, along with the guards, mirrored my movements. The main entrance of the dragon pit loomed ahead, a massive structure battered by time. A group of Manderley and Riverlander men, along with some gold cloaks, guarded the entrance. Among them, a man with yellow hair, a round pink face, and a trimmed beard who was approaching us. Sir Wendell seemed to know him as he greeted him before turning his glance on me. "Your Grace, allow me to introduce Sir Edric Woolfield," he said. Edric greeted Wendell with a nod before turning his attention to me. "Your Grace," he said, his tone carrying a mix of formality and enthusiasm. My eyes narrowed in thought. "Sir Edric, what do you know about these caches of wildfire? How serious is the threat?" Edric's eyes met mine, a mix of seriousness and determination. "In a cellar beneath the dragon pit, Your Grace. Sir Eustace is keeping watch." "Lead the way," I commanded, and Edric gestured for us to follow. The stone corridors of the dragon pit welcomed us, guarded by Manderley men and the occasional gold cloak. The air was damp, carrying the scent of ancient stones. "How do these pyromancers behave, Sir Edric?" I asked, skepticism and distrust evident in my voice. "They're cautious, Your Grace. Understandably, given the volatile nature of their craft. But they are aware of what could await them if they try to double-cross us. Sir Eustace keeps a close eye on them," Edric explained. I gravely and reluctantly nodded, still feeling uneased by their presence. I looked at Ned. His impassive expression made it difficult to grasp what my friend was thinking, but if I was him, I would be boiling in anger at the nearby men that contributed to his father's death. As we reached a junction, the distant echoes of hushed conversations and footsteps reverberated. The group moved with purpose, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking on the precipice of disaster. The occasional glance towards Ned revealed nothing, his face a mask of unreadable stoicism. Then, a sight caught my attention: 5 guards in the colors of House Went standing near a door. I turned to Edric with a questioning gaze. "Is this the cellar?" I asked, my voice low and filled with urgency. Edric nodded, confirming my suspicion. A lean, athletic knight in Went colors then approached us. His raven black hair framed piercing blue eyes, and his face bore the mark of determination. He greeted me first, then turned to Eddard. "Your Grace," he greeted me, and then turned to Eddard with a respectful nod. "Sir Eustace Rivers," he introduced himself. Eddard's eyes bore into the night, his face betraying none of his thoughts. I greeted him back, "Sir Eustace." Eddard did the same before asking, "Have you an estimate of the wildfire jars there?" The knight's response was measured. "Not yet, my lord. The danger makes counting difficult. We rely on the pyromancers to estimate." I cut to the chase, getting impatient. "Get to the point, Sir Eustace. How many jars are there?" Eustace's gaze met mine, his face grave and anxious. "By now, we've counted around 100 jars, Your Grace." I had to stop myself from backing up. The destructive potential of such a vast quantity of the volatile substance was unimaginable. My thoughts turned to the safety of King's Landing and its inhabitants. I needed to ensure that these caches were secure and would not fall into the wrong hands. "Sir Eustace, what measures have been taken to safeguard these wildfire caches?" I asked, my voice tinged with urgency. "We have stationed guards here at all times, Your Grace," he replied. "The pyromancers are also under close watch, as we cannot afford any treachery. We're doing our best to maintain the security of the dragon pit and prevent any unauthorized access to the wildfire. But it's difficult to handle with the other caches." I nodded, acknowledging the efforts made so far and the challenges the Mad King's last plan created for me, for Ned and everyone. However, the magnitude of the threat made me more determined to see the extent of this danger with my own eyes. It might not be an enemy I could crush with my hammer, but the thrill of challenge and danger fueled me. "Sir Eustace, I wish to see these jars for myself," I firmly declared. "Lead the way to the cellar." The knight hesitated for a moment, exchanging a quick glance with one of the guards. "Ned, always vigilant, spoke up, Robert, is it wise to venture into the heart of this threat? We must consider the risks." I shot my friend a determined look. "Ned, we cannot afford to be blind to the danger lurking beneath us. We must face it head on. Lead me to the cellar, Sir Eustace." The lean knight relented, turning to a guard, "Open the door for his grace." The guard promptly obeyed, revealing a narrow passage leading to the cellar. As the door creaked open, a wave of cool, damp air greeted us. The sight within was both mesmerizing and terrifying. The cellar was filled with rows upon rows of wildfire jars, their eerie green glow casting an ominous light. 2 pyromancers were busy counting and cataloguing the jars, their faces hidden behind masks. The sheer quantity of the volatile substance left me momentarily speechless. I couldn't help but react with a gasp. "Gods be good," I muttered under my breath, realizing the true horror of the situation. "Ned," I called out, my voice low and filled with disbelief, "take a look at this." Ned entered cautiously, his eyes scanning the room as he processed the magnitude of the threat. He muttered something under his breath, his expression darkening. I could only imagine what was crossing his mind. Seeing what had been used to murder his father in such quantities, that was terrifying. Even the kitchens of the Red Keep had not as many wine jars as this cellar had wildfire jars. It was one thing to hear of the numbers like what the old Pycelle told me for the Red Keep, it was another to see it. My friend, ever observant, spoke beside me, Robert, this is 10 times worse than we thought. I turned to him, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just witnessed. You're right, Ned. Ensure that every cache is found and overseen by trusted men until we have found a way to dispose of those damned jars. I want regular reports on their status and any potential threats. He nodded, his eyes reflecting the same determination that fueled my own. We'll do what must be done, Robert. I grunted in agreement, the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders. Ned. We must also clear the gates of the wildfire to allow my family to travel to Storm's End safely. I won't risk them being burned when leaving King's Landing. I understand, Robert. We'll make it happen, he replied with a tilt of his head. I once again felt grateful for having Ned by my side with all the challenges I was facing. I hoped I would be able to help him in turn and be the friend I should have been for him. How could I expect him to be my brother in all but blood if I did nothing for him? Let's get out of this damned place, I muttered darkly. Ned nodded with gravity. We stepped out of the cellar and joined Sir Eustace and Sir Wendell. Our companions noticed our demeanor, and while Jory seemed somber, my squire seemed troubled and Sir Ares was deeply concerned. If they saw what Ned and I did, they would be as affected as we were. Double the guard, I commanded the Went Knight. I want additional men stationed here, and I want the pyromancers under even closer scrutiny. No one should be allowed near the wildfire without my explicit authorization. Sir Eustace bowed his head in acknowledgement. As you command, Your Grace. Amidst the torch-lit gloom, Wendell Manderley stepped forward. His booming voice resonated in the stone corridors. Your Grace, rest assured, my men will do all they can to keep an eye on these wildfire caches. We won't let King's Landing burn. I appreciated Wendell's assurance. Thank you, Manderley. Your house's loyalty is noted and valued. Ned can be proud to have a house like yours. I've seen enough, I declared, my tone firm. Let's go back. We've got work to do. Eddard relented and Sir Edric and Sir Eustace saluted me. I reciprocate the gesture before turning away, starting to walk back through the corridors of the Dragon Pit. My mind raced with the images of the wildfire caches, the potential threat they posed, and the urgency to eliminate it. As we walked, I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The people in the Street of Sisters, unaware of the danger lurking beneath their feet, carried on with their lives. Some were afraid, others grateful for our efforts. The city's mood was a complex tapestry of fear and relief. Eddard, walking by my side, broke the silence. What's your plan, Robert? My jaw tightened with determination. We find every damn cache, Ned. And then, we dispose of the wildfire, no matter the cost. The safety of this realm comes first. Eddard, ever the loyal friend, nodded in agreement. Robert. We'll do it together. For the realm. And so, with a shared resolve, we moved back to the main entrance through the winding corridors of the Dragon Pit. My mind was hurting through the overthinking I was making in regards to what I had witnessed and of the scale of the challenges that lay ahead. A part of me was tempted to let Ned deal with this shit and to go hunting, drinking, whoring, or in the other way. But I couldn't do it to my friend. This wasn't just dealing with the realm matters, this was a threat like I had never handled before. The people of King's Landing depended on us, and I couldn't afford to fail them in this dire hour. A part of me was eager to crush those damned dragon spawns in one way or another, even though I wished it was with my hammer. But every blow they would suffer was good for me. I felt dizzy in delight at the idea to overcome this danger and to see the face of those dragon spawns beyond the narrow sea when they realized their crazy father had burned whatever claims they had on that damned throne. And here we go again. Still at King's Landing, and this time with Big Bobby. My take on this chapter was that at one point, Robert would want to see by his own eyes the nature of the threat, considering he is a man of action. And I felt showing how he is trying to make endeavors to invest himself in the matter was interesting. 3. His decisions concerning Tommen and his thoughts on Marcella is the natural development of his growing concern for both of them from the previous chapters. My beta reader justly pointed out that he would think of Marcella and trying to think what to do with her to avoid to let her on her own. 4. I thought that making that reference to Robert commenting what he would have wanted if it wasn't for Joffrey being a threat was even more relevant in that context. And showing some snippets of the mood of the population, and I included an indirect reference tied to the situation depiction in the previous chapter, as Varys would likely deliver as much information on the situation as any report of the City Watch or of the retinues present in the city to help dealing with the wildfire. 5. Developing the interactions between Robert and Ned was very endearing, especially as they were rekindling their old friendship, even if Robert is still grasping to be more invested in his responsibilities and to do the right thing and not just remaining entrapped with his regrets and his selfish desires. hence the reason why he is pondering about Ned's request but is also trying to repay their friendship as he knew he owed a lot to his friend. 6. Thanks to a comment, I rectified a little element to be closer to canon context while also keeping the idea of developing the Went house thanks to the semi-canon development GRRM made in an interview. I felt that the middle ground solution that would work the best would be a Went bastard, hence the river's name instead of the Went name as initially planned. 7. For the Dragon Pit cache, I take inspiration of the book references and considered how it would be watched over and more importantly how Robert and Ned would react in seeing in real the true extent of the threat. 8. Next time, we come back to Mark as he is finally arriving at Winterfell. 9. Have a good reading. 46/Arrival at the Wolf's Den. My companions and I were approaching Winterfell, riding near the Wolf's Wood. The air was crisp, and the cold was persistent, causing me to shiver despite my attempts to get used to it. Arya, riding alongside me, couldn't help but chuckle at my attempts to ward off the cold, even though she was also very concerned with how well I fared. Some days had gone by since the short encounter with Tyrion Lannister and the group dynamic was rather good, even though I was also full of anticipation as the end of this journey was near. Black Valder seemed to have tempered his enmity with me, but perhaps the fact we were approaching the ancestral home of the Starks was behind this subtle shift of demeanor. Arya was still riding alongside me, but she had restarted speaking to Meg on my advice, allowing her to also interact a bit with the Reed siblings, even though she was still giving them a cold shoulder. I also felt her growing excitement to be back home soon. I could see in her eyes her eagerness to help me discover Winterfell, but that also reminded me of the fact I would have to tackle the matter of her crush. As we continued our journey, I suddenly noticed a peasant farmer at the edges of the Wolf's Wood, knocking acorns from a tree. A couple of pigs wandered nearby, likely benefiting from the fallen acorns. I pondered the scene, realizing it must be a common practice to feed the pigs. Jallard noticed my curiosity. "Why are you eyeing the woods, Roger?" Jallard inquired, riding closer to me. "I was just curious about the farming practices of the north," I replied. "Seems like a practical way to feed the pigs." Jallard nodded, his eyes still fixed on the peasant farmer. It is. Winter is harsh here, and every bit helps." Arya, who had overheard our conversation, chimed in. "It's the way of life here. You'll see more of it in Winterfell." I couldn't help but smile at Arya's excitement, her love for her home evident in her words. But considering how her parents raised her siblings, I couldn't be surprised. Even if there were some glaring issues that kind of contributed to the struggles and tragedies Arya and her family faced in canon, she benefited of a rather pleasant and friendly environment to grow up. A place of innocence that canon events turned into a lost paradise. Chasing away the grim thoughts that reminded me what I wanted to delay or to alter, I took a new look on the Wolf's Woods with a nostalgic glance. The desire to express it grew in my mind and I felt sharing something more of home would be welcome for me and still entertaining for my companions. "You know, this place. It reminds me a bit of home," I commented, attracting the attention and curiosity of my companions. Oliver, who was riding nearby, was especially intrigued as he asked, "Your home in the woods? Tell us more about it." "Most of my youth was spent in a house in the woods on a hill," I replied, recalling the memories and being happy to tell something truthful without distorting it too far. "It's not exactly the same, but there are some similarities." Arya, still riding alongside me, listened intently. "Your home sounds interesting. What was it like?" I reflected upon her question before answering her. "It is quaint. And to tell the truth, there were a house that was on a hilltop and a barn, but when the animals that lived there were gone, it was converted into a house for my grandmother. This second house is the one I mostly lived in when I was younger. Walls of stone and wooden planks within, a chimney to keep warm the place in winter, a kitchen that also serves as the place where we eat, a room for my parents and each for my siblings and I and a place where we can spend time together when we didn't work and having a little library." Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she heard my words. "Your home seems cozy. I bet it's nothing like Winterfell, though." I chuckled, trying to embrace the lightheartedness of the conversation despite the weight of uncertainty that loomed ahead. Certainly not as grand as Winterfell, but it had its own charm. "I look forward to experiencing the uniqueness of your ancestral home, Arya." Arya's eyes sparkled with a mixture of delight and bashfulness as she heard my words. The chill air seemed to intensify the rosy blush that crept across her cheeks. She tightened her grip on the reins, trying to steady herself as she looked at me, her voice laced with playful teasing. "Oh, so you're eager to see Winterfell, hey? I hope it lives up to your expectations, Roger." I could hear a quick scoff and suspected it was from Black Valder, even though I couldn't be so certain. Since the confrontation around the fire some days ago, the man seemed far more restrained and silent than he had been before, even according to Perwyn who had the displeasure of growing up around the man. His new demeanor left me torn apart. On the one hand, I was relieved not to suffer his scorn, his temper, and his words. But at the same time, this shift in demeanor made me suspicious considering his status, personality, and his family. My logical side was pondering the fact he must have realized he was on his own away from the twins in a new place where he had no real influence. He might have decided to take another approach, based on observation and patience, which would make him possibly as opportunistic as his own great-grandfather. Not a very pleasing perspective to have, even though opportunism could also be guided when you knew where to push the right buttons. Meg interrupted my thoughts, asking, "So, your family were farmers working in the woods?" Startled, I turned my attention to Meg, pondering how to answer without revealing too much. "It's more complicated," I began cautiously. "While my father managed the woods surrounding our house, he used to work as an educator, tutoring young children. The house itself was built by my grandparents on my father's side after they joined Gaul. You can say that, for my family at their level, it's akin to what Winterfell or the twins are for the Starks and the Freys." Meg's eyes widened in curiosity and Oliver and Perwyn exchanged glances, processing the information. Arya, sensing the depth of my thoughts, offered a reassuring smile. I could sense her curiosity and her eagerness to hear more about my previous life. I hoped that, and Oliver, who had been listening, chimed in, "Your family sounds quite diverse in their pursuits. Educators and woodsmen, a combination not commonly found in these parts." I chuckled a bit. I can imagine. Gaul had developed enough to thrive in new ways compared to its ancient times. And having interacted a bit with the servants of Derry Castle, I had noticed how much different life is for my people and yours when it concerns the working communities. Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she heard my words. It must have been quite an experience, growing up in such a unique environment. "Well, yes. It had its ups and downs," I replied, casting a glance at the surrounding Wolf's Wood. The woods had their own stories, and the house had its own memories. It's funny how certain places become a part of who you are. Harwin nodded in understanding. The North has that effect on people too. The Wolf's Wood, in particular, holds stories older than any of us." I nodded before asking, "Considering I had shared a bit about my home life, maybe you can tell a bit about the life of the people in the North, especially the small folk." Harwin and his men looked at each before nodding with keen interest. Jallard commented, The small folk o' the North, they live a life close to the land, be it farmin', huntin', or work in the woods. Ain't as many choices as what folk ye speak o, but 'tis the way o' things up here." Tor chimed in, That be true. A hard life, but an honest one it is. Ye work the land, and the land provides for ye." Darren spoke up in turn, Simple but satisfyin' it be. Not much room for them book-learned types in the Wolf's Wood, is there? Them as live out here, they learn from the land, from their kin, from workin' with their hands. No need for fancy words and fripperies, just honest labor and a strong back." I chuckled a bit at his words, still appreciating their description of life in the North. "Well, while more a scholar than a practical man, I can understand what you mean. It is very difficult to develop skills like mine when your life must be focused on facing the elements and the difficulty to find resources, especially in winter. However, it is also my belief that a good man can be someone who is able to have more than one skill in hand," I commented. My words intrigued my companions and I couldn't help but smile when I heard Arya asking, her curiosity evident in her expressive eyes. "So, you think it's important to be good at many things?" I glanced at her with a thoughtful smile. "Well, it's not an obligation but it can enrich your life in broadening your understanding of the world. Besides, you never know when a particular skill might come in handy." I could feel the intrigue, curiosity, and puzzlement of my companions. I couldn't really blame them, considering how their lives were organized and how hierarchic societies like theirs or the ones of medieval Europe were. Arya's brows furrowed slightly, her curiosity prompting her to ask, "But wouldn't it be hard to become truly great at something if you are spreading your focus across many things?" I nodded in agreement, understanding her point. "You're absolutely right. Becoming a true master in a specific field often requires intense focus and dedication. However, that doesn't mean you can't pursue other interests on the side. Sometimes, skills from one area can complement and enhance your abilities in another." Harwin, riding a bit closer to us, chimed in, "I can see the merit in that. Our training as guards, for instance, involves more than just combat. We need to be skilled in various aspects to effectively protect our charge." Arya nodded as she considered the practicality of what I was saying. "I guess that makes sense. But what if you are really passionate about just one thing? Wouldn't it be a waste not to focus all your energy on it?" I smiled, appreciating her insightful question. "Passion is a driving force, Arya. If you're truly passionate about something, by all means, go after it wholeheartedly. What I'm suggesting is that even while pursuing your main passion, you can still cultivate other interests to broaden your perspective and skills." Arya pondered my words for a moment, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "I suppose you're right," she finally replied. "It's just that sometimes it feels like there's not enough time to do everything I want to do." I nodded sympathetically. "I understand that feeling. Time is limited, and we all have to make choices about how we use it. But remember, life is a journey, and it's not just about reaching a destination. It's about the experiences and growth along the way. So even if you can't do everything at once, you can still make small steps towards your various interests. Arya's expression softened, and she smiled, warming my heart. I then looked at Harwin and added, of course, my perspective doesn't mean it is always relevant. It depends on the situation and on the ability and the possibility for someone to learn something new. Sometimes, it is necessary or tied to what you are doing. Harwin acknowledged quickly. There's wisdom in your words. We all have our own paths to follow, and sometimes the circumstances dictate the choices we make. I continued, exactly. Life always finds a way to present unexpected twists and turns, and being able to embrace them can lead to remarkable growth and fulfillment. Perwin, who had been listening quietly, chimed in, I suppose that's true. Has it been the case for you? I nodded, reminiscing of the slow and difficult growth for me to find a balance in my emotional restraint and in interacting with people. It has. Partly due to the fact I had to move a lot in my homeland to learn the skills I wanted to have, but also because of the circumstances. For example, because my family lived in woods, I learned to help my father in splitting woods or in moving the split wood. I added with a mischievous smile while putting my hand on my war hammer, that's why I purchased this hammer in Derry Castle. It reminded me of when I was working hard, splitting wood. Harwin and his men chuckled at my remark, amused by the connection I drew between the war hammer and a humble wood-splitting tool. Harwin himself spoke up, indeed, even a simple task like splitting wood ends up building up strength, for example. Tor nodded in agreement. That be true enough. Ya never know when them skills ya pick up, even the ones that don't seem all that useful at first, can come in handy. Oliver spoke up very amused. Well, I never thought I'd see the day when a wood-splitting tool turned into a weapon of war. But I suppose it is as you said, life always finds a way. I chuckled along with them, enjoying the lightheartedness that filled the air. It was moments like these, shared with newfound friends, making the journey all the more memorable. And I was glad that Oliver remembered this Jurassic Park quote when I shared it during that unexpected night discussion after my dream. I suddenly shivered due to the cold air around us, distracting me from the pleasant break I was starting to take. Arya, riding alongside me, noticed immediately. Her eyes, filled with concern, met mine. Are you all right, Mark? She asked, her voice soft yet filled with genuine worry. I managed a reassuring smile. Just the cold again, Arya. Once we're in Winterfell, I'll get better. Arya's expression shifted from concern to determination. Winterfell has hot springs, she said, determined. You'll find the warmth you need. I nodded in agreement, appreciating the warmth that radiated from both the prospect of hot springs and Arya's words. I look forward to it, I said, allowing a genuine smile to spread across my face. Arya's face lit up. That's great, Roger. You're going to love them. They're the best. I'll take you there as soon as we arrive. We can have so much fun exploring the castle together, she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. I couldn't help but feel driven by her enthusiasm and to be grateful for her protectiveness and the desire to make me feel at home. Her determination shone out as she continued, Don't worry, I'll make sure you're warm and cozy. We'll find the best spot in the hot springs, and you'll feel much better in no time. I nodded to her, very grateful and glad and a bit eager to discover the place as I remembered this detail from the books and the fandom and surely the main reason why Winterfell had been built in a place that would offer no real strategic or defensive situation otherwise, except perhaps the isolation due to the size of the north. The feeling of the glances of the others on Arya and I however reminded me of the fact our bond was not only unconventional, but once again being misinterpreted, especially with Arya's crush on me. I flushed as I realized what was accidentally being implied. Her youth meant she was unaware of how her words could sound, but if scrutiny once Robb or the rest of the Stark household heard those words. A furious Robb drew ice. Before I could say anything, he started swinging his sword at me, chasing me through Winterfell. Catelyn appeared around the corner, and fired a crossbow at me. As I ran, a leg suddenly tripped me up. I looked up to see a furious Maisie Williams glaring down at me. You pervert! She screamed. I'm sorry. I screamed as the others caught up and weapons found their mark. I internally groaned at the nasty implication of taking a bath in the hot springs and being seen by Arya. Once again, the feeling of being like Meryn Trant went through my body. My stomach churned and the sudden urge to speak to Arya to talk her out of her crush or of her idea came to my mind. I reluctantly dismissed it as it wasn't the time and I was certain she wouldn't understand the sudden shift, not when it was now obvious she was either unaware or not understanding what she was feeling. Chasing away those thoughts, I decided to distract myself by whistling the main theme of Tintin, the classic animated series by Ellipse. The familiar tune echoed through the Wolf's Wood, and I noticed the reactions of my companions. Harwin, appreciating the change in mood, gave me a small approving nod. Arya's eyes widened with curiosity, clearly unfamiliar with the tune. Jallard and Tor exchanged amused glances, while Darren chuckled. Perwin and Oliver shared a light-hearted smile. Even Black Valder, who had been brooding, seemed momentarily distracted by the tune. The Stark guards, Frey men at arms, and the rest of the group also listened, some with genuine interest. The Frey men in arms exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the tune. Meg, ever the vigilant one, simply observed with a raised eyebrow. As I finished whistling and took a breath, Tom of the Seven Streams, known for his love of music, chimed in with a grin. Well, that's a new one. Where'd you pick up that tune, Roger? Tor, who was very intrigued and eager, added, I've not heard that one before. What's the tale? I considered my response carefully, aware that revealing the origin of the Tintin theme might be challenging. However, I decided to keep it light, offering a glimpse into the fictional world of Tintin while trying to adapt it for Westeros. It's a song that accompanied the adventures of a young acolyte called Tintin, though it is likely a nickname for a name like Quentin. He is as old as Oliver here, I gestured playfully towards the fray. And his friends are a drunk and foul-mouthed but good-hearted sailor called Captain Haddock, an eccentric maester called Maester Calculus, two clumsy hedge knights named Tommies and Tommy, and, most importantly, his faithful dog called Snowy. Arya, intrigued, grinned at the depiction and the mention of a faithful dog. Jallard and Tor exchanged amused glances again, appreciating the whimsical nature of the tale. Sounds like quite the story. Maybe I'll hear it all one day, Arya commented. Before I could respond, Black Valder, who had been silent for a while, spoke up with a sarcastic tone. A tale of knights and dogs? How quaint. I prefer stories with more substance. Meg, who had been writing close, shot him a disapproving look. Sometimes, simple stories bring the most joy. Not everything needs to be filled with complexities. Ignoring the tension that threatened to resurface, I redirected the conversation. Maybe I'll share the entire tale around a warm fire in Winterfell. It might just lighten the mood. But as much as I would want to share those stories, there was a concern as Tintin stories were among the stories that would not be easy to tell, not without a total reappropriation of the tales. This was due to the technological gap between my world and Westeros, even including magic in the mold. Some could be told with some changes and readjustments, but others like Le Tresor to Rackham Le Rouge. Very hard without totally changing the story and the moon diptych. It couldn't be done. But the idea to share some of the stories I had known and loved was so tempting. And it seemed my suggestion was well greeted as the group responded positively to the idea. Harwin nodded in agreement while Jallard and Tor exchanged approving glances. Perwin and Oliver seemed eager to hear the story, and even Black Valder appeared mildly interested, although he kept his skepticism evident on his face. Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of hearing the story. Yes, that would be wonderful. We can gather around the fire and listen to your tale. I bet my brothers would love to hear them. Her mood dampened a bit as she said those words, and I suspected it was tied to Bran and to what Tyrion had told us. I felt for her, considering that when she left Winterfell, he was unconscious, and as she was coming back, she was likely uncertain about what she would discover. I was hesitant to ask her about her concern and apprehension, but I also knew she appreciated I was one of the rare people that could offer a shoulder to her to lean on when she needed it. I winced, once again realizing how this thought could sound, especially with Arya's current crush. Nevertheless, helping her not be plagued by her worries would be a welcome thing. What's the matter, Arya? I asked with some concern. She sighed, her gaze fixed ahead. It's just. I haven't seen Bran since he fell. Tyrion said he's awake, but I don't know what to expect. I'm scared to see how he's changed. Understanding Arya's worry, I chose my words carefully. What worries you more? Seeing him broken, or perhaps seeing him different from who he was before the fall? Arya's eyes met mine, uncertainty flickering in them. She took a moment before answering, both, I guess. I want him to be the same Bran who dreamed of being a knight. But if he's changed, if he's broken. Her voice trailed off. I sighed. Arya, I can't predict what you'll find, but Bran would be glad to see you. And it's okay if he's changed. He's processing his new situation. Physical weaknesses may be challenging, but they can lead to new sources of strength. Just like you, Arya. Arya's gaze softened. You really think so? I do, I affirmed. A sister's love can make a world of difference for him. Trust in your bond with Bran, and you'll find new ways to connect. Harwin gave more support. Arya, you've got a strong heart. Your brother will be grateful to have you by his side. Darren pitched in, we're here for the both o' yet. Whatever it is ye be needin', we'll see to it. Arya managed a small, appreciative smile to the Stark Guard. The conversation drew the attention of others in our group, including Hojan and Mira Reed, who had been observing quietly. I wondered what was crossing their mind, as I knew Bran was another reason for their presence in Winterfell. That begged me the question of what to do with Bran's peculiar situation, considering how problematic it was for him to go beyond the wall with his emotional distress and dreams to regain what he had lost. To some extent, it was a bit like Zuko's obsession with restoring his honor, though Zuko had been manipulated by his abusive and toxic father. Bran, however, had been misguided because of misinterpretation of certain messages and of misleading promises. I felt it was far worse than what Dumbledore did to Harry Potter, as his main mistake was to withhold information, even when it was needless and counterproductive. But what to do about this? I suddenly caught snippets of Black Valder muttering behind, his skepticism evident even in the face of heartfelt conversations. Of course, he would make his own comments. I bet he would speak badly of Bran and call him lame due to his potential situation without thinking of the fact that his great-grandfather's steward was Lothar Frey. There was also Willis Tyrell, an example that showed that being crippled by birth or by accident wasn't a curse when you knew how to develop other skills. That made me think that there was perhaps a story or two I could share with Bran that could dispel whatever plagued his mind due to his situation. Harwin suddenly called out to us, breaking the moment of reflection. We're almost there. As we rode closer to Winterfell, the sprawling castle began to emerge on the horizon. The sight of the ancient stronghold evoked a mix of awe and reverence within me. Winterfell, with its massive granite walls and the Godswood at its center, stood as a testament to the enduring legacy of House Stark. Impressive, I muttered, my gaze fixed on the castle. Arya, who overheard my comment, couldn't help but react. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of pride and emotion as she regarded her home. It's Winterfell, she stated, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of the place to her. The stark contrast between the north and my native land only deepened my sense of wonder. The cold had been a constant struggle for me, but the sight of Winterfell was worth the discomfort. Hojan and Mira Reed, who had been observing quietly, looked at each other, in that secret way siblings know what the other is thinking. They knew of the challenges that awaited them within Winterfell, particularly concerning Bran. Their expressions revealed their anticipation and concern. Harwin, riding nearby, approached me with a grin. Quite a sight, isn't it? I returned the smile, appreciating the camaraderie that had developed among us during the journey. Indeed, Harwin. Winterfell holds a unique charm. As we continued our approach, Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton, part of the escort, expressed their amazement at the castle. Tom of the Seven Streams seemed as impressed by the view as he stopped to observe it. Meg noticed my thoughtful and nervous expression. She rode closer and inquired, "Something on your mind?" I sighed, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. I can't help but wonder how I'll be received by Lord Robb. The north is different from the places I know, and my presence here might be met with skepticism. Arya, catching wind of my concerns, turned to me. You'll be fine. Robb will understand. Besides, when he sees that I trust you, he'd better treat you well. She teased. Her words warmed my heart again. Thank you, Arya. Harwin called out to the group, enough gawking, everyone. Let's move. Winterfell awaits. We urged our horses forward, picking up the pace as we neared the castle gates. I straightened up and took a deep breath, ready to face Arya's family. Even if they were among the most likable highborn people in Westeros and that Eddard Stark gave me his protection, I needed to prove I was trustworthy to them. As we neared the imposing castle gates, the cold bit at my skin, and I tightened my cloak, struggling against the relentless winter chill. Lady, sensing my discomfort, brushed against my leg, offering a silent but reassuring presence. One of the guards on the battlements called out, "Halt! Who goes there?" Harwin, with a grin on his face, shouted back, "It's Harwin, returning with Arya Stark and her escort. Open the gates." The guard, recognizing Harwin, quickly understood the significance of our group. Without further delay, the gates creaked open, allowing us to pass. As we entered the courtyard, I straightened myself, preparing for my first encounter with the people of Winterfell. Arya looked forward with eager anticipation, eager to see her brothers again. There, standing in the courtyard, was a huge crowd that occupied most of the place and was buzzing with excitement and anticipation, even if they were standing in respectful manner for most of them. The faces of those assembled reflected a mix of curiosity, respect, and perhaps a hint of intrigue. I couldn't blame them, considering the diversity of people in Arya's escort. I observed this huge group and quickly saw at the center a young man standing lordly and making me think of how Eddard Stark might have been at this age. With his auburn hair, trying to be as regal as possible, and by the dire wolf standing by his side that was likely Grey Wind, I knew this had to be Robb Stark. He stood at the forefront of the assembly, his eyes scanning the approaching party. He was young, though more around the age of people I had known in high school rather than in secondary school, showing to me that the characters seemed to have their show ages but also their book physical depictions. Nearby him stood a lean, dark, handsome young man with a cocky smile, his eyes flickering with mischief as he surveyed the newcomers. It was an easy guess that he was Theon, especially as he shared a bit of the looks of the actor playing him in Game of Thrones. He was keeping in place a turbulent young boy with auburn hair whose eyes were darting about the courtyard. Considering the young age and demeanor, I had no doubt it was probably Rickon. I saw another young boy sharing the same features as Rob and Rickon and was held by a tall man with shaggy hair, a brown beard. I immediately guessed it was Bran and Hodder, though the expression of the stable boy seemed rather normal and not the lack-witted expression of the character like in the show. A part of me was wondering why and if it was specific to his universe. Unless I didn't acknowledge the possibility of a butterfly effect as Hodder's backstory was a bit complex due to Bran and Bloodraven's powers. I didn't notice the presence of Shadowdog or Summer, but I suspected the two dire wolves were nearby and would likely greet their siblings. Nearby this group was standing an old man with the grey robe, meaning it was likely Maester Luwin, while a jovial young man bearing Septon clothes like those of the Septon that had celebrated the funeral service for Sir Emmon, was standing on the side. That was perhaps Septon. Cale, right? I think that was his name, as I struggled to remember so many characters from the books. Outside of those figures I could guess the identity, the others were far more unfamiliar, even though the clothes helped me to determine if they were servants or highborns. And yet, there were some figures I could quickly recognize as we approached the group. Arya had less problems recognizing the different people as her eyes were sparkling with recognition. She suddenly muttered, "Lord Sirwin." I looked in the direction she was looking at and saw a man in his 40s standing nearby a younger man and a plump woman around my age with a friendly expression. The three people were standing close to Rob and his siblings. If the man was Lord Sirwin, then the younger persons were his son and his daughter. It made sense, considering that they were closer to Winterfell, but that begged the question of the purpose of their presence here. "Recognize those folks?" I asked Arya. "Bannermen of my father," she replied, her gaze scanning the crowd. "Wonder what they're doing here." I nodded to her while having the strange feeling of seeing a mere copy of the arrival scenes at Winterfell at the very first episode and at the first episode of the last season. Unconsciously, the theme of Winterfell's arrival came to my mind, even though I knew it made no sense considering the circumstance. It also reminded me in an indirect manner the feast scene in the book and show when Robb gathered the banners to free his father and his sisters. I hoped that the current gathering was for a less grave matter, especially as it was far too soon for key canonical events as far as I remembered from the timeline as vague as it was. Harwin hushed us as we were approaching the bustling courtyard. I straightened myself, adjusting my attire, preparing for the impending encounter with Lord Robb. Arya, looking ahead, seemed eager to reunite with her brothers. I observed the different people that were standing near Robb, especially the Northerner lords, trying to guess who was there outside of the Sirwin. But most were unknown faces for me. Yet, some of those unknown people stood out for me. Near the right edge of the group stood a plump man with an arrogant and nasty eye whose features were so recognizable to me as I remembered the Let's Play of the Telltale game on Game of Thrones. Lud Whitehill. Seeing the man there and even more his attitude gave me bad vibes. Considering the heinous acts the man would do in the context of what would be the 4th season of Game of Thrones, it was difficult for me not to keep my expression neutral while looking at him. Nearby stood two young men, one I recognized as being Griff Whitehill while the other was unknown, though standing by Lud Whitehill's side meant he was one of his other sons. Griff and his brother were standing with some arrogance, but Griff seemed subdued and warily looked at Lady and Nymeria who were moving by our side. I suspected he had an encounter with one of the dire wolves that put him in his place. I only wished I could put on my face shield. The urge to glare was strong when it came to the Whitehills. But another figure stood out in the crowd outside of Robb, his entourage and brothers, the Sirwin and the Whitehill. A man that was plain in appearance, but his surveying eyes were strange, paler than stone and darker than milk. When his glance shortly crossed mine as he was observing our escort, I became uneasy. The people nearby him seemed unhinged by his presence, enhancing the discomfort he was giving me. His clothes and position at the first line of the crowd suggested he was a powerful man. There was one man that fit the depiction in regards to what I remembered of the books, show and wiki files. The Leech Lord. Roose Bolton. His presence at Winterfell confirmed there was something big at play and that Robb had asked the presence of his father's bannermen. There was finally a woman that was standing not far away from Roose Bolton, the sole one among the highborn crowd. She was around her late 30s if I wasn't wrong. She was tall, wearing a dark gown and for some reason her expression seemed displeased as if she had just swallowed a disgusting meal. For some reasons, a part of me felt as wary of her as I was of Roose, Lud, or even Black Valder. My logical side tried to smother that nasty thought due to the bias of first impression, but it was very hard to do. Arya. A young childish voice called out, breaking my observations to focus on the center of the crowd. I saw the young Rickon rushing towards us. As in a cue, a black shape suddenly appeared in the courtyard, followed by another. Lady and Nymeria moved towards Greywind while the two newcomers that were Shadowdog and Summer were joining them. I noticed the diversity of reactions among the people in the crowd, especially the uneasiness of the Whitehill men. I stopped myself from smirking, just in time. Arya dismounted her horse by my side, and with tears of joy in her eyes, she embraced her little brother Rickon. I watched the family reunion fondly, seeing the genuine love and care they had for each other. His laughter echoed through the courtyard, a welcome sound in the solemn atmosphere. I observed the scene with a fond look, thinking how the situation was far different from canon when the closest they would have been after their father's departure for King's Landing was during the Red Weddings. I shivered as the images of the event flashed in my mind, and it took some effort not to glare at Ruse before me or to glance at Black Valder, who was standing nearby. Rob then approached us, greeting Arya warmly. "Arya, it's good to see you back safely," he said, relief evident in his voice. Arya smiled and replied, "It's good to be back, Rob." Her attention then shifted towards Bran, held by Hodder, or perhaps I should use his real name. What was it again? The turmoil of emotions crossed Arya's face as the reality of her brother's condition sank in. She approached him, her eyes searching for confirmation. As she saw the truth in Bran's eyes, a mix of sadness and determination filled her expression. "Bran," Arya began, her voice filled with a blend of compassion and sorrow. Bran, aware of her presence, looked up at Arya, his expression carrying a mix of resilience and acceptance. "Arya," he responded, acknowledging her with a faint smile. I could see how reuniting with Bran was emotional for Arya. A part of me could understand why. They shared a lot in common, and while Arya was always closer to Jon than to any of her siblings, I could sympathize with her turmoil. I also noticed how Bran fidgeted a bit in Hodder's arms, as if his sister's sister made him a bit uneasy, no matter how strong he wanted to be. I felt a pang in my chest, thinking how much he had needed support to deal with his trauma and new situation. Sadly, Eddard and Catelyn were away at the time being. The crowd, observing this interaction, varied in its response, from sympathetic glances to hushed conversations. Robb intervened, breaking the heavy silence. "Arya, you'll have time to talk to Bran later. There are matters we need to discuss." His gaze shifted to me, and I could feel the pressure of his judging gaze. "First," Robb continued, "Arya, you need to refresh yourself. Take some time to rest." Arya's eyebrows furrowed, her usual if strangely adorable stubbornness surfacing. "I don't need to," Robb asserted himself, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You've just arrived from a long journey, and if what I heard is true, you've been through a lot. Refresh yourself. We'll talk later." Arya sent me a glance, caught between her brother's authority and her own instincts. I hesitated for a moment, realizing the attention the crowd was giving us. Eventually, I gave a subtle nod, signaling to Arya that she should follow her brother's advice. Robb turned to one of the maids. "Escort Lady Arya to her chambers," he ordered. The maid, a bit startled, quickly responded, "I am Lord." With a reluctant nod, Arya followed her brother's request and went with the maid, but not without sending me a glance. I sent back a reassuring look, aware my gesture would likely be noticed by everyone. As Arya moved away, accompanied by the maid, Robb approached Harwin and me. Harwin greeted him with a respectful nod, "My lord." Robb returned the greeting, "Harwin. How are you after the journey?" Harwin, still on his horse, answered, "We've received all the help we needed after the recent incidents. We've lost good men, but got more assistance than expected." Robb's expression shifted, a mix of relief and concern. His gaze swept over the escort, taking note of the Fremen, the Cranagman, Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, and Tom. "And the man who defended my sister, is he here?" Harwin nodded and gestured towards me. "He's right here, my lord." Robb turned his attention to me. I felt once again the pressure from the numerous gazes, especially from the lords and ladies present. Bowing slightly, I greeted him, "My lord." Robb's response was quick, his eyes holding a mix of curiosity and caution, even more considering he had noticed the subtle interactions between Arya and I. "So you are the man my father mentioned in his message?" Getting the feeling it was about the events in Derry Castle, I made a slow sign of the head to confirm his question, "I am, my lord." Robb regarded me for a moment, his eyes searching mine as if trying to gauge my character. After a brief pause, he spoke again, giving the same response he gave his sister, "We'll talk later." I nodded as Robb turned to the servants. He directed one of them, "Bring our guests to the rooms that have been assigned." As I awaited further instructions, I felt the biting cold gnawing at my skin. Winterfell's harsh climate was proving challenging, and I fought against the shivers threatening to overtake me. The servant who had received Robb's orders approached me, a young lad with freckles and a mop of unruly brown hair. His face was rosy from the cold air, and he spoke with a quick but respectful tone, "Come with me, if it pleases ye." I dismounted from my horse, the snow crunching beneath my boots, and began to follow the servant. I heard Robb speaking to Perwyn, Oliver or Black Valder, but I focused on following the servant. As I made my way through the crowd, I sensed the scrutiny, especially from the lords and ladies present, perhaps intrigued by the unfamiliar faces in their midst, including mine. Navigating through the courtyard, I encountered a young woman who was standing nearby, a rough and unkempt man with a scraggly beard and piercing brown eyes. For some reason, the man's appearance reminded me of something, but I couldn't find the memory tied to it. The young woman had blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, and her green eyes carried a mischievous spark, but not the kind Arya had. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was something else. As our eyes met, she flashed a flirtatious smile in my direction, sending a chill down my spine. There was something unsettling about that smile. And the proximity of the rough-looking man didn't help. The servant guided me through the halls of Winterfell, getting me away from the pair. I took a moment to marvel at the ancient structure, the walls holding tales of centuries past. And it was far more impressive than what had been shown in the TV version, while whatever depictions I remembered from the books didn't do enough justice for the place. As we approached the guest house, I was grateful for the reprieve from the biting cold. Upon entering the guest house, the servant gestured towards a door. "This be your chamber, Sir. "I am no seer, monsieur. I am only a man like you," I replied, emphasizing my foreign origins. The servant raised an apologetic eyebrow. "Me so? Begging your pardon, apologies. I didn't mean tea." "No need for an apology. You are not the first to make the confusion," I reassured him, offering a small smile. He opened the door, revealing a modest yet warm chamber. "If ye be needing aught, speak up without delay." "Thank you for your help. Tell Lord Robb I appreciate his hospitality," I said, acknowledging the servant's assistance. He nodded, closing the door behind me. Alone in the room, I pondered the reason for my presence at Winterfell, acknowledging the challenges that were yet to come. As I settled into the room, the weight of the unfamiliar world pressed upon me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that my unofficial role as an advisor might complicate the dynamics within Winterfell. The hardest part of my journey was yet to come, as I must now find a way to adapt and integrate myself into this unfamiliar world. I knew that while Arya trusted me and that Eddard Stark gave me his protection, I needed to prove my worth to his son and those around him. I thought upon how to tackle the extent of my knowledge and skills to show I was someone that was useful beyond the extraordinary information I was holding due to watching and reading stories on their world and mine. Would they accept my presence, or would they view me with suspicion? Would my unique insights prove valuable in guiding their decisions, or would they reject the knowledge from an unknown source? Outside of this first set of challenges, I was aware there were other complications, most of them unexpected to say the least. The biggest being Arya's crush. Even with my observant take and my les la vie trouver son chemin mantra, it was a slippery situation that could lead to dangerous complications, and the last thing I needed was to become the reincarnation of Bael the Bard or, God preserved me, the reincarnation of the Silver Cretan. I knew I needed to dispel in one way or another Arya's growing feelings for me, but at the same time, how to deal with it. It wasn't a field I was familiar with, and speaking of feelings concerning a child on the infatuation she had on me was the recipe for disaster. And unless he raised the matter, I couldn't really discuss it with Robb, as it could bring uncomfortable questions with it. A part of me considered I was overthinking the matter, but that was no easy issue to tackle. Unless she made further moves regarding her crush or Robb raised the question, I could only test the waters as discreetly as possible. But the matters of the heart weren't the only issue I was facing. The presence of Northern Lords in Winterfell and the strong possibility others would arrive created an unexpected situation, as such context occurred weeks later in canon. There were different possibilities to explain this unexpected development, but two of them came to my mind in regards to what I remembered of Robb. First, it was tied to what was happening at the Wall, as it was the sole defense of the North against the different kinds of dangers that were lurking beyond, not to mention the state of the Night's Watch. However, if I considered that most events occurring in Westeros and Essos were like in the books, show, or both, then I had to consider that so far, the only main events tied to the Wall was Jon joining it, Benyon going on a ranging, and possibly Samwell joining the Wall, though I wasn't sure when the young man arrived there. That meant that the other possibility was the likeliest ones, especially considering the canonical events. Something had occurred in King's Landing that brought Robb to gather his father's bannermen. Considering I strongly doubted Eddard was arrested at this point, I had to consider the butterfly effects resulting from what happened in Derry Castle, and more crucially from whatever I had told Eddard. But to be certain of that point, I would need to ask to Robb when I would encounter him. And here we go. Finally, we have joined Winterfell after a long and eventful journey through the Riverlands and the North. All those weeks, both narratively and literally, spent on the road lead us to our favorite spot in Westeros, unless your favorite spot is having a look at the top of the Wall, strolling through the corridors of the Red Keep, or through the ruins of Harrenhal, happy face. The home part is tied to my personal memories of where I spent most of my childhood, though in a reinterpreted manner considering the context. I felt that the North's environment, as cold as it might be, may offer some reminiscences to the SI/me in regards of home. 3. The SI pursued by angry Starks thought is an addition of my beta reader that I totally love, as it enhances how the SI/I would feel on the personal matter of tackling a certain unexpected issue if it went wrong. The fear of making a misstep that would provoke disaster is something that is dangling over my mind when dealing with challenges and issues or certain interactions. 4. The musical reference is another homage to many elements tied to culture and to me. I might have mentioned it through a comment in a previous chapter, but I love whistling musical themes. I love no matter if they are songs or not. And in specific moods, I am more open to that. And I felt the Tintin theme would work considering the adventure it would be for the SI, even in this peculiar world. And finally, the Tintin theme from the Ellipse animated series in the 1990s is as famous as a credit theme for French people as is Game of Thrones theme for the big audience. It is the kind of catchy music that remains in your head once you've heard it. 5. The Tintin reference was also an opportunity for me to tackle the challenges of sharing stories in such a situation, even if the SI did that in previous chapters. But between telling tales of ancient history and telling fictive tales, the cultural dimension plays a big part. Call it cultural gap. While themes might be universal, the way we tackle them through stories can be so specific it is like a language of its own for every land. Take comedy for example. It might be easy to make laugh, but comedy has very specific codes when you are from France, from the UK, from the USA, from Italy, or from India for example. The same challenge would be here as so many tales would be so hard to transcribe to people in Westeros. Old ones would work, but among the most recent ones, it wouldn't work unless adapting them, meaning giving them a new interpretation. 6. The arrival at Winterfell was so full to handle because it was multi-layered. There was obviously Arya's reunion with her brothers, which is a nice reverse mirror to what happened to her in the books and to some extent in the show. I tried to handle how she would react to Bran and how Bran would interact with her. 7. Obviously, the big elephant in the room is the presence of Northern Lords in Winterfell. If you remember well, it is the payoff to the Rob's POV part in the Ravens interlude chapter. And I find it very interesting to explore how SI would react to an unexpected development that resulted from his moves but isn't exactly sure what is going on. The poetry of dramatic irony. And it also allowed me to further display the specificities of this Westeros as there are both book elements, show elements, and game elements, and God that my high levels of tolerance for people is challenged by the likes of the Whitehill. Not even Tywin Lannister that is yet one among my scorned list alongside Rhaegar Targaryen, and I hope you have noticed the indirect reference to him in the end of chapter, displaying the Sea's opinion of him, didn't achieve such a level of disgust and scorn as Lud Whitehill and his likes. And speaking of canon elements, I hope you appreciate the subtle reference of a potential indirect ripple concerning a certain character, making also as a result a clue about the path of another character. 8. Next time, a young wolf is discussing to a wolf girl about what happened to her and on the new potential member of the household. 9. Have a good reading. 47/A Wolf Discussion, Rabbi. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow through the windows of my solar as I sat at the oak table. I was surrounded by scattered messages and documents that demanded my attention. Grey Wind lay at my feet, his regal presence always a comfort. My mind, however, kept drifting back to the events that unfolded hours ago in the Winterfell courtyard when Arya returned. It had been a relief, especially when she talked to Bran. While she wasn't as close to him as she was to Jon, I knew they shared the same mischievousness. But what had surprised me was the diversity of the companions in her escort. Harwin's words echoed in my mind on how few of Father's men survived the ambushes they had to deal with. I had felt pain when I had read Lord Valder Frey's message on what had happened and I thanked the gods my little sister was all right. And seeing how much her escort had changed was impressive and painful as many good men died because of dishonorable cravens. Seeing Frey among them was something, especially regarding the reputation they had according to Maester Luwin. Only Sir Valder seemed to embody this reputation, though he was restrained when I spoke to him compared to what Harwin and his kin had told me, notably due to a rivalry with the foreign guest whose knowledge Father had asked me to heed. But Perwyn and his brother Oliver were more pleasant and seemed to have adapted well to their new situation. I would honor their presence as a lord. Hopefully, it would be far easier than when I greeted Lord Tyrion. They weren't the only main guests that Arya's escort had, considering the presence of 2 hedge knights, a bard and more notably Lord Howland Reed's children. While I was still a bit puzzled by their presence, the fact they were here to be companions to my siblings was a welcoming feeling. Especially as Rickon and Bran needed someone to distract them since their mother was absent. As much as I loved him, Theon wasn't really fit to entertain my young brothers, even if the arrival of Father's bannermen tended to keep my friend busy. I regretted not spending enough time with him, but my duties as Lord of Winterfell and the incoming gathering of the Northern Lords kept me busy. He did, however, comment on the diversity of Arya's escort, joking that she had managed to befriend new people as usual. I didn't find it particularly funny, considering the circumstances in which her escort found those new companions. Grey Wind shifted slightly, drawing my attention. I reached down to run my hand through his thick fur, always finding comfort from this. Glad to have Arya back, aren't we, old friend? I spoke to him, and Grey Wind responded with a contented rumble, his eyes reflecting understanding. I continued, Lady and Nymeria must have been a welcome sight for you. Reuniting with your siblings after all this time. Just like I'm doing with mine. Grey Wind's ears perked up, and he emitted a soft growl, his nose nuzzling my hand. I thought fondly of their reunion in the courtyard, feeling relieved to see both dire wolves back. They said Stark didn't do well in the south and considering dire wolves were our symbol, I wasn't sure they would do better. I still needed to know what happened in Derry Castle to understand why they had been sent back. The presence of Lady surprised me as I doubted Sansa would have easily accepted splitting with her. I hoped father and she were alright at King's Landing despite the crisis the place was going through. My thoughts, however, shifted to the more pressing matters that awaited me. I sighed, thinking of my father's absence and problems I was facing. Even with Maester Luwin's help, being Lord of Winterfell was exhausting, especially with the growing gathering of my father's bannermen to tackle the issue of the wildfire at King's Landing. I felt concerned and worried for my father, Sansa, or my mother. The idea of them being there where they could die because of the Mad King's last folly was keeping me awake at night. Hopefully, mother would have left the city by now if she had managed to warn father about the murder attempt against Bran and the implication of the Lannisters in that incident and in Bran's fall. Grey Wind whined softly, sensing my distress. I reached down to pat his head again, appreciating the silent companionship. I sighed, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Hosting the Northern Lords in the wake of the wildfire revelation, navigating the delicate dynamics between them, especially with the Foresters and the Whitehills, or dealing with the enigmatic Roose Bolton or Lady Barbary all demanded careful consideration. I frowned upon it, remembering how Lord Ludd and his sons were difficult to handle, even though Grey Wind put an end to their disrespect with a threatening growl. As I returned to the documents on my table, my thoughts lingered on the mysterious stranger whom father had mentioned in his message. What do you make of him, Grey Wind? I mused aloud. The direwolf's ears twitched, as if in response, but he remained otherwise still. The impending discussion with Arya would be important. I needed to understand the events that transpired during her journey and assess the character of this man from a distant land who now found himself within Winterfell's walls. And while I trusted my father's words, I was also aware that the responsibility of ensuring the safety and well-being of my family and our allies rested on my shoulders. I really needed to assess this man with my own eyes. I wish father were here, I mused aloud, my gaze returning to the scattered documents. Or at least mother to guide me in this matter. Just as I was about to return my attention to the documents again, a sharp knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I looked up, and my instinctive response was calling out, "Enter." The door opened, revealing Hal and Arya. I noticed that she looked refreshed, the weariness from her journey seemingly lifted. Her eyes sparkled with that familiar mischief. I couldn't suppress a genuine smile at the sight of her. "Thank you, Hal. You can take your leave," I nodded at my captain of guards, who saluted both Arya and me before leaving the solar. Her gaze met mine, and a soft grin played on her lips. Grey Wind, sensing her arrival, rose to his feet, his tail wagging with excitement. Arya approached him, kneeling to pat his head. "Missed me, old boy?" she asked affectionately. Grey Wind responded with a happy rumble, nuzzling against her hand. I watched the playful moment, but still I had to talk with Arya about what happened to her. As Arya continued to exchange affectionate words with Grey Wind, I interrupted, "Easy there, Grey Wind. Give Arya some space." I couldn't help but smile at the fondness in both their eyes. Grey Wind whined but moved away from my little sister, laying down near the desk, but keeping a watchful eye on her. Arya looked at me with curiosity, but the mischievous look was still there as well. "I'm glad you're back, Arya." "And Grey Wind shares the feeling," I told her. Arya grinned. "I missed this old furball too. Now, why did you summon me here, Robb?" I gestured for her to take a seat. "I want to know everything that happened to you. I've heard and read only indirect accounts, including from father. Your journey, the events in Derry Castle, everything," I explained, my tone earnest. My little sister took a deep breath, and her gaze shifted as if lost in the memories of her journey. "It all began at the Ruby Ford." My attention sharpened. I knew that the Ruby Ford was the place where Prince Rhaegar had been defeated by King Robert. The Ruby Ford? What happened there? Arya's eyes hardened with a mixture of anger and frustration. "Joffrey happened. Micah and I went to the ford looking for rubies from the Battle of the Trident and playing. Joffrey arrived with Sansa and he started tormenting Micah. He even sliced his cheek with a sword. I couldn't stand it, so I defended my friend and hit him with a stick. Nymeria protected me, but then I had to send her away." I clenched my jaw when hearing it. "What did Joffrey do?" "He tried to cut me with his sword. He was like a beast and I was so afraid when he attacked me. When Nymeria bit him, I took his sword and threw it in the river to protect myself, and then I fled with Nymeria," Arya told me, her breath hitching as if she was panicked. Hearing about his attack on my sister filled me with anger and a desire to ride south and confront the prince. I could only imagine the fear she must have felt at that moment. I thanked the gods that Nymeria was there that day. I couldn't imagine what would have happened if that little shit had killed her. Father would likely have resigned and come back to Winterfell, considering the consequences of the crime. Arya seemed aware of that with how wide and troubled her eyes were. "Joffrey," I muttered under my breath, my eyes narrowing. I thought he was only a pompous brat. But to think he would do that. "What happened next, Arya?" Arya took a breath before continuing, her voice steadier. Jory found me after a few days. He helped me chase Nymeria away to protect her. But even with Jory's help, we couldn't escape the consequences. I was brought before the king, and Joffrey accused me of attacking him. Anger simmered within me. Joffrey accused you? What lies did he spin? He claimed Micah and I attacked him without provocation, that I had set Nymeria on him, Arya said, her eyes reflecting the injustice she faced. I leaned forward, my fists clenched. I couldn't hide the anger in my voice. That little. I took a breath, not wanting to swear before my little sister. You can say it, brother, she said, both serious and cheeky, that is all he deserves. I looked stunned at my sister, wondering where she knew about insults and swearing. That could however await. Still, I found myself glad Mother was not in the room now. What happened during your trial? I asked tersely, furious at the injustice she had suffered because of that arrogant and sadistic brat. Arya took a breath before recounting the events. Sansa was asked to testify. She claimed she didn't remember because everything happened so fast. My hands tightened into fists. I understood Sansa's predicament torn between loyalty to her family and duty to her betrothed. But at that moment, all I felt was a surge of disappointment at her actions, especially with how Joffrey had behaved. And I could feel that was a sore subject for Arya as there was a tinge of bitterness in her voice. I inwardly sighed, aware of how difficult the relationship between my two sisters was. What happened next? I asked my sister, sensing there was more to the story. Arya's gaze shifted, and a subtle smile played on her lips. That's when Mark stepped in. Mark? You mean the man that had accompanied you? I said, intrigued to discover how he had joined my family's service and more importantly to determine his intentions both and motives. The fact that Arya called him Mark and not Roger was contradictory to what Harwin had told me, but I would find out about it. Arya nodded, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yes, Mark. He boldly confronted Joffrey's lies and introduced himself as a foreign commoner. He claimed that Sansa had conflicting duties, torn between her family and her betrothed. Then, he challenged Joffrey's story, pointing out inconsistencies and suggesting a physical examination to verify the wounds. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And did he prevail? Arya's eyes lit up with a mix of pride and gratitude. He did. The men chosen to inspect Joffrey's wounds found only Nymeria's bite on his wrist, nothing more. Mark's intervention saved me from those false accusations, and he did it with a boldness that would make you proud. I couldn't help but admire this stranger for his courage and cunning. Standing up against the prince and his entourage in such a manner was no small feat, especially considering what my parents told me about the Lannisters as I grew up. I also noticed how Arya reacted when she spoke of him. It was with a reverence I remembered only for Jon. I furrowed my brows out of concern. How could a total stranger manage to reach such a level of respect from my little sister in such a short time? He sounds like quite the character. What happened after that? Arya leaned back, a smile playing on her lips. Well, with the truth revealed, Joffrey's accusations crumbled, and I was free from any punishment. Mark's boldness earned him some respect, even from the king. I nodded, contemplating the audacity of this man who had entered our lives at such a pivotal moment. That was how he joined our family's service. Arya shook her head, her expression turning serious. Not exactly. After the trial, he was about to leave. He suspected the Queen and the Prince would retaliate, and he didn't want it to be used as a message about what happens to those who defy the Lannisters. I raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the potential dangers Mark had perceived. And what changed his mind? Her gaze met mine, determination shining through. I persuaded him to ask for our father's protection. I told him it was the least he could do after getting involved. And, well, he accepted. I couldn't help but chuckle. Arya's resourcefulness and ability to befriend other people, especially in the small folk and servants, never failed to amaze me. So, we have this Mark to thank for your safety, I see. Arya smirked. That's right. And he even advised father to send Lady back to Winterfell for her safety. I raised my eyebrows, intrigued by this development and a bit concerned. He did. My sister nodded. Said it was better to keep the dire wolf away from potential harm. Smart, I guess. I silently agreed as I couldn't help but appreciate Mark's foresight, even though the decision might have stirred Sansa's anger. A wise choice indeed. But I'm curious, how did Sansa react to this decision? Arya's expression shifted, and a tinge of bitterness entered her voice. She was angry, especially when she learned it was Mark's advice. She didn't like the fact that someone that was not as important as a lowborn had a say in such matters. I understood Sansa's perspective, considering how close she was to her direwolf as we all were. It must have been hard for her to be separated from Lady, even more if the decision was made on the advice of an outsider. Well, I am sure you wouldn't have loved that someone you didn't know advising father to send away Nymeria, I commented. Arya's eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. No, I wouldn't have liked it at all. But I understood the reasoning behind it, and I knew it was for Lady's safety. Sansa, on the other hand, couldn't see past her own anger. Give her time, I told her to assuage her anger. I am sure father would explain to her why it was risky for Lady to remain with her after what happened with Nymeria. Arya nodded, her expression softening. You're right, Rob. I just hope she realizes that it was for Lady's safety. But if she complained about it, even after Mark apologized to her, I would not stand her whines. While I would have commented on the fact Sansa was our sister, Arya's words made me furrow my brows again. Mark apologized to her. Arya nodded in agreement. Yes, just before we left Derry Castle. He told her he didn't want to hurt her feelings. He seems to be an interesting character, I commented, casting a thoughtful glance at Arya. Her eyes sparkled with admiration and something else. He is, Rob. He's different from the others. He doesn't treat me like a child or a lady. He sees me as myself and values my skills, especially in writing and knowledge of the North. He tells me tales of his homeland and gives me guidance. He even called me a little shining warrior in armor. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Arya's apparent fondness for this Mark. It reminded me a bit of Sansa's demeanor when Joffrey first arrived, and she was enamored with him. Such thoughts aroused uneasiness within me. It was the same way I felt when seeing the prince for the first time and how he acted when we sparred. Considering it was the first time I saw my little sister behaving in such a manner, I was confused, amused, and concerned. I couldn't help but wonder how mother would react if she was there. I could easily imagine she would consider it very improper. Seems like you really like him, I commented, torn between smiling and being concerned for her. Arya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shrugged. Well, he did not just defended me against Joffrey's lies but he also risked his life to protect me during the 2 attacks we suffered from those men. I sat back in my chair, connecting the dots with Valder Frey's message. Attacks? You mean the ambushes where those sellswords attacked your escort? She grimly nodded. Yes, Rob. But how do you know about them? I looked at her with a grave eye. Lord Valder Frey sent me a message that explained to me what happened to you and how Sir Aemon died saving you. Arya's eyes turned a bit soured, a mixture of disbelief and irritation evident on her face. Lord Valder Frey had already sent you a message. I nodded. He did. He wanted to inform me of what happened and of the fact he had sent 2 of his sons and 1 of his great-grandsons to accompany your escort and you. Arya's eyes darkened as she muttered, of course he would, that old creep. I frowned hearing those words and considered she had encountered the Lord of the Twins after the ambush. The way she spoke of him didn't sit well. I might need to speak with Harwin and the Frey brothers to understand what had occurred there. Arya, be respectful, please. Lord Valder wanted to make sure we knew what happened to you and to give us information about the ambushes, I told her with some assurance. Arya scoffed but didn't comment as if she restrained herself. Such a demeanor was not something she would normally do. Sir Aemon didn't die saving me, it was Mark who protected me. He risked his life to make sure I was safe, she finally said with a hint of anger, determination, and protectiveness akin to how she reacted each time someone bad-mouthed Jon. It was all the more mysterious and confusing. What happened then? I curiously asked. Arya took a deep breath before answering. We were attacked when we were about to join the twins. Mark asked me to flee to the twins, even though it meant he would remain behind, possibly being killed. That was when I rode away with Tor that we encountered the Freys and it was then they intervened and saved him, along with many of our escorts. That was where Sir Aemon died. I listened attentively to Arya's account, my curiosity growing with each detail. The situation seemed to be more complicated than I initially thought and shed an intriguing light on the circumstances of the ambush Lord Valder mentioned. He was ready to sacrifice himself to ensure your safety, I remarked. My admiration for this foreigner was increasing. Arya quickly nodded. Yes, he did. And when we were attacked the first time, Mark fought off the attackers to keep me safe, even though he had never fought before. He got wounded, and Lady and Nymeria saved him. I was intrigued by this information, even though I felt there was something more behind her tale as if she was hiding something. At least, that answered the lingering question I had about when Nymeria rejoined her, considering Jory and her chased the dire wolf away for her safety. It was now also obvious to me that Mark had quickly formed a strong bond with my sister and was willing to put himself in harm's way to ensure her safety. But to what extent did this bond go? It was so strange and concerning. If my father's bannermen were to notice it, I could imagine how complicated things would become for Arya. No matter how much she disliked her situation, she was a lady and Mark was both a foreigner and a commoner. The North didn't sit well with foreigners and small folk knew where their place was and this stranger didn't fit any expected place. How much can I trust him, Arya? I asked, my tone filled with both curiosity and a concern that comes with being a sibling. Arya's response was immediate and filled with conviction. Completely. I trust him with my life, Rob. He's proven himself to me, and I believe he can help our family. I nodded but was still uneasy with Arya's strong endorsement. I understand what you are saying, and I know father trusts this man. But you need to remember he is a commoner, Arya. A foreign commoner at that. Not everyone will see him the way you do. Arya's eyes flashed with protectiveness and defiance, and she retorted, I don't care what others think. Mark's a good person, and he's my friend. Her protectiveness and defiance surprised me and even Greywind as I saw him raising his head to see what was going on. There was no doubt for me now, my little sister seemed to be mesmerized by the stranger with what he did for her. The admiration, the protectiveness, and the flushing cheeks. My sister was obviously fond of the man. I was amused and tempted to tease her, but it wasn't the time as I needed to ascertain his character myself and see if father and Arya were right to trust him. I sighed, caught between understanding Arya's loyalty and my duty as her older brother to ensure both her safety and reputation. Feeling the need to delve deeper into the matter, I pressed on. Arya, you have to understand that you are not only a lady, but one of Winterfell. He is, well, a foreign commoner and an adult. The North has its ways, and the other lords may not appreciate the closeness between you two. Have you thought about the potential consequences? Arya's frustration boiled to the surface, and she sighed, looking away for a moment before meeting my gaze again. Yes, I've had to deal with others on this matter. My curiosity piqued, and I leaned forward, prompting her to continue. Who, Arya? Who's causing trouble? Arya hesitated for a moment before answering, Black Valder and the Reed siblings. My eyebrows furrowed at the revelation. Black Valder? You mean Sir Valder? Arya huffed but didn't deny it. It furthered my curiosity. What happened? My sister's eyes narrowed as she recounted, her voice tinged with frustration. Black Valder has been antagonizing both Mark and me about our bond and his status. He's been making it difficult, questioning my friend's intentions and looking down on him. Mark had to deal with his shit for most of the journey north. It's amazing Black Valder and Mark did not have a duel yet. I was startled when I heard Arya swearing, wondering when she had heard it. While I suspected it was because of this stranger, I also knew Arya was fiery and stubborn and had her ways of listening in on others. And while Sir Valder seemed restrained when I interacted with him, he had something that unsettled Greywind and I couldn't say I was at ease with the man, contrary to Sir Perwyn and his brother Oliver. Chasing those thoughts away, I decided to tackle the most intriguing part of Arya's comment, and what about the Reeds? Arya leaned forward, a flash of anger in her eyes. They were real mean to him. They kept asking him all sorts of dumb questions, like why he was friends with me and if he was a weirdo or something. It was just awful. And Mira even dared threaten him. Can you believe that? I pondered Arya's words, sensing her anger and surprised by this development. My mind was working to make sense of the situation. Having interacted a bit with Mira and Hojan, they seemed normal, perhaps strange, but they were Cranagmen. It was unsettling that they would threaten someone who was now part of my house service, but considering both Mark's background and the loyalty of their house to mine, I could sense they were doing their duty. Perhaps they were just trying to assess his character. Arya. The Reeds are among our most loyal bannermen and a stranger joining our service would raise questions. Arya sighed, relenting a bit. That's what my friend told me after the incident. He said they were cautious because they didn't know him, and I get that. But it doesn't change the fact that it bothered me. I placed a hand on Arya's shoulder, conveying both understanding and concern. I know you care about him, Arya. Just be mindful of the perceptions and consequences. We're in Winterfell, and people are watching. Arya nodded, her frustration still evident. I know, Rob. But I won't let them tarnish my friend's reputation. I nodded, respecting her loyalty while still grappling with the complexity of the situation. Before I could delve further into the conversation, she changed the topic. By the way, why are father's bannermen here? And where's mother? She asked, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. I explained, I called them for a grave matter, Arya. And mother is away, but she'll be back soon. My sister's expression shifted. Grave matter? What's going on, Rob? I tried to reassure her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. It doesn't concern you, Arya. Just focus on yourself, and mother will be back soon. Her eyes softened, and she nodded, though the worry lingered in her gaze. I couldn't shake off the feeling of responsibility that came with being the eldest Stark and of being the older brother. Arya, with her fierce spirit, often made me forget she was still a child, but moments like these brought the reality crashing back. I seized the opportunity to address another pressing matter. Arya, I wanted to know something else. She looked at me, her curiosity evident. I continued, you called that stranger Mark, but Harwin named him Roger. Why the difference? Her eyes gleamed with a certain mischief, but beneath it, I sensed a deeper motive. Mark is his real name, Rob. Roger is an alias for his protection. My brows furrowed, both intrigued and concerned. Protection? What do you mean? Arya leaned in, her voice lowered as if sharing a secret. I had made Harwin and his men promise not to reveal Mark's true name until they had joined Winterfell. I didn't want the Queen to retaliate against Mark. I wanted to protect him after what he did for me in Derry Castle. I nodded, understanding the gravity of Arya's decision. That was a good move, Arya. We can't be too careful with the Lannisters, especially given what happened with Joffrey. Arya's gaze intensified, and in a small, emotional voice, she added, I didn't want him to end up like Micah. I felt a jolt of surprise and concern, especially as she had never said what became of him after the incident on the Ruby Ford. Micah? What happened? Arya's expression darkened, her eyes reflecting the anger and sorrow she felt. The Hound spoke to me when our escort was about to leave Derry Castle. We were stopped by Jaime Lannister when he confronted Mark and me. My mind flashed back to the incident at the Ruby Ford that Arya told me, picturing Joffrey tormenting Micah, and the subsequent chaos. I was also concerned by the fact they had been confronted by Jaime Lannister when they were about to leave Derry Castle. The Hound? What did he say? Arya's voice held a mixture of pain, bitterness, and resentment. He said Micah died because of my bloody mischief. That he'd be waiting for me in the cold embrace of death. I clenched my fists, anger rising within me. That was cruel and barbaric. That scum had just threatened a little girl, by the gods. I knew that must be the prince's doing, considering what Arya told me about the incident on the Ruby Ford. That little shit was worse than I thought. If the Hound or he was here, I would have pummeled them into the ground for what they did to my little sister. He said that? I asked in a barely restrained voice. Arya nodded, her frustration evident. Yes, and it infuriated me. But Mark intervened, called him Sir Gregor, and compared him to his brother. I raised an eyebrow, considering the boldness it took to confront the Hound, considering what I heard of his brutality. And naming him as his infamous brother, was something not many people would do, even though I would agree with the man with the reputation of House Clegane. He confronted the Hound? That's quite daring. How did it end? Arya sighed, Harwin intervened to put an end to it. But it only fueled the tension between Mark and the Lannisters. I took a moment to absorb the information. And what about the confrontation with Jaime Lannister? What happened there? Arya's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions again, as she recounted the encounter. Mark held his ground, Robb. He was both respectful and bold with Jaime Lannister. He faced Jaime Lannister as well. I asked, my tone revealing my astonishment. Arya nodded, her gaze distant. Yes. Jaime tried to provoke him, but Mark didn't falter. It was like watching a game of words and wills. Mark didn't call him Kingslayer, though. He addressed him as Sir Jaime. I frowned, contemplating Arya's words. It was interesting that this foreigner didn't resort to derogatory titles like Kingslayer, especially given the reputation of House Lannister. My thoughts turned to the suspicions I held about their involvement in Bran's fall and Jon Arryn's death. No matter the fact he saved thousands of people in King's Landing all those years ago, the fact he was obviously antagonizing that stranger because of his intervention to protect my sister didn't sit well with me. It also dawned on me why Arya wanted to protect her friend's identity, considering those different incidents, especially considering how she persuaded him to ask for father's protection. The realization dawned on me, and I thanked Arya for her cautious approach. Thank you for telling me this, Arya, I said. It makes sense now. I can understand why you did this. I'll see what to do with Mark on his name. Her eyes held a flicker of relief, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Robb. I just want to make sure he is safe. He's done a lot for me. I get that, Arya, I assured her. Just remember to tread carefully. Now, you can take your leave. See Maester Luwin, and resume your lessons. And spend some time with Bran, he'll appreciate your company. My little sister pouted slightly, a mix of defiance and disappointment in her eyes, but she nodded in compliance. Fine, Robb. I'll go, but I don't like it. I chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. You're a Stark, Arya. We don't always have the luxury of doing what we like. Duty comes first. As she left the solar with a bounce in her step, I couldn't shake off the swirling thoughts in my mind. Her reaction elicited me a small smile, amused to see her behaving as before leaving Winterfell. But a part of me couldn't help but wonder if she wanted to spend more time with Mark, considering how she spoke of him. There were so many unknowns with this stranger, and I needed to ensure that Arya, in her innocence, wasn't being led into unforeseen dangers. The responsibility of being the eldest Stark weighed on me, but I couldn't deny the warmth that family brought amid political complexities and hidden dangers, especially with the current situation. Tackling the matter of the wildfire at King's Landing with father's bannerman would be one thing, but I didn't want to handle tensions and scandals because of the relationship between my little sister and this adult foreign commoner. If she was older, I would say she was head over heels for this man and would tease her for that. But she was a child and a lady while he was perhaps around father's age and a commoner. I felt a shiver passing through me as I thought of the potential improper nature of this bond. I prayed to the gods again, that wasn't the case. The responsibility of being the acting Lord of Winterfell weighed more heavily than ever on me with the strange and complex situation I was facing. Once Arya had left the solar, I turned my attention to the room, finding Grey Wind watching me intently, his golden eyes reflecting the same curiosity. I walked over to him, running my hand through his thick grey fur, speaking to him in a low voice. What do you make of all this, Grey Wind? The dire wolf let out a low growl, his fur bristling slightly. I couldn't ignore Grey Wind's instincts. Dire wolves had a way of sensing things beyond human comprehension. I know, Grey Wind, I murmured, running my hand through his fur. There's something about Mark that we need to understand. Father believes in him, Arya trusts him, but I can't ignore the unease in my gut. Grey Wind nuzzled against my hand, his silent companionship reassuring. It had become a ritual between us those last weeks, sharing thoughts without words. As I continued to pet him, my mind raced with the implications of Arya's revelations. The situation with Mark was more intricate than I had initially perceived. The fact that Arya had taken measures to protect his identity spoke volumes about the potential threats he faced. It added a layer of complexity to the man who had entered our lives so unexpectedly. I began to pace, deep in thought. The stranger's true identity, his intentions, and the dynamics between him and Arya all needed to be unraveled. The North was a land of honor and tradition, and the arrival of an outsider, especially one so close to my sister, could stir unrest among our bannermen, especially as they would discover him here at Winterfell. With a sigh, I walked to the window, gazing out over the courtyard of Winterfell. I noticed some of the guards sparring with each other or with some of the men accompanying the northerner lords that had already arrived. The bustling activity below seemed distant as my thoughts delved into the complexities of politics, family, and the unknown. I needed to be cautious in handling this situation, ensuring both Arya's well-being and the stability of our household. Grey Wind whined softly, nudging my leg with his snout. I crouched down to meet his eyes, feeling a strange connection with the dire wolf as if he understood the weight of my concerns. This Mark is an enigma, Grey Wind. But we can't let the unknown jeopardize the safety of our family. We'll have to approach this with caution, old friend. The upcoming discussion with the man weighed heavily on my mind. I needed to understand the extent of his knowledge, but more importantly, I needed to gauge his intentions towards Arya. My duty as the eldest Stark compelled me to protect and guide my siblings, even in the face of the unknown. Mother would approve of this cautiousness and I knew father would have asked me to do the same. An. 1 And we are. Second Rob's POV after the passage in the Raven Messages reaction from the 37th chapter. And perhaps one of my personal favorites to imagine and create. 2 There are many reasons for which I made this chapter. 1 is tied to the discussions I had with my beta reader when planning and creating those chapters, and we discussed on the fact that Rob as a POV would be interesting. I also thought it would be interesting to depict how he would have interacted with his sister just after her return. That allows me to also depict the pressure he is feeling due to his position and to the situation and how it can affect his interactions. 3 Imagine the discussion between Arya and Rob was rather fun, both because we didn't really have on in canon, and I have read different fanfics when it happened, but also because of the circumstances and of how this discussion would shed light on the SI/Mark for Rob. 4 Imagining Rob's reaction to the whole Ruby Ford and Derry Castle incident was in a way fun, and my beta reader helped to add details that helped to enhance how our young wolf is feeling. You can say he is breathing fire. And of course, imagining how he would react, how Mark dealt with Joffrey's wrong accusations was pleasant to imagine. 5 The most important part of this chapter was how he is noticing that Arya seems to have big reverence for Mark and how it arouses contradicting and conflicting thoughts. After all, he may be the acting Lord of Winterfell, but he is still young, 16 years old, and he knows his sister quite well to see there is something different. And of course, his best reference on the matter is the bond she shares with Jon. 6 And of course, both as a brother and as the acting Lord, he has to warn Arya to be careful, especially with the whole assembly of northern lords gathering and how the numerous gaps that accompany that unexpected bond would be regarded. And of course, Arya is being herself due to her protectiveness for her family and friends and her dislike of her situation, even if the interactions during the journey allow some nuances to her demeanor. 7 And of course, at the end, Rob has to ponder on what he had learnt. And because of his sense of duty and of responsibility, he is cautious because of the SI being a mysterious wildcard on so many levels. 8 Next time, Mark and the young wolf meet each other. 9 Have a good reading. 48/Meeting with a young wolf. While doing warm UPS in my new room, I was breathing heavily. Feeling the aches in my muscles, especially my thigh. While it healed from the wound Shagwell inflicted, the pain was still lingering like a ghost, when I exerted too much force on it. I stopped exercising, not wanting to put too much pressure on my leg, even though I was now able to train far longer than before. As I got up onto my feet, I thought back on the last hours I spent here since the arrival in Winterfell. Being on my own was irritating as I didn't have much to do and to some extent dull. I had nothing to do outside of reflecting upon everything that had happened since I had found myself in Westeros and on what to expect with the future conversation with Rob. No book to read, no one to talk to or to spar with. I wasn't eager to speak to any of the northern lords yet either. I was tempted to sing, to express aloud my thoughts and relieve the boredom. But having lived in Westeros for more than 2 months taught me that it was better to be silent. It would be like Monty Python and the Holy Grail with someone weirded out, sticking their head into the room and saying stop. No singing. Attempting to find my place in Winterfell was a daunting task, especially with the presence of the northerner lords around. None of them knew me and all they would see would be a stranger, even worse a foreign commoner that someone managed to find a place in the Stark's service in a matter of days. Even in considering their mindsets and the fact my deeds could allow some trust, I was totally aware I could be seen as an upstart whose intents were unknown. And considering the long history of distrust of foreigners by the north, it was a terrific task that awaited me. However, considering how slow and patient I was, I might be able to earn the trust of the people of Winterfell and in the north. I knew I could rely on Harwin, his surviving men or area, but I was aware that actions spoke louder than words. The knock on the door interrupted my thoughts, and I turned my attention towards it, curious about the visitor. Yes. I called out, ready to see who was on the other side. Maybe it was Arya who was coming to check on me as she had promised, though I wasn't sure it would be a good idea. The northern lords and their entourages were present and wandering the halls. I doubted that seeing the youngest daughter of their liege lord meeting with a stranger alone would not be seen as proper behavior. I felt dread when thinking of what Black Valder could say to those people, considering he was a highborn and an ambitious one as well. The door opened, revealing a Stark guard. His gaze assessed me with a mixture of curiosity and carefulness. I greeted the man with a nod. He nodded respectfully before informing me, Lord Robb B. Callan to his solar. I acquiesced in acknowledgement, a sense of anticipation building. All right. Lead the way, please, I said, giving him a polite smile. As the guard started to move, I followed him after closing my door. We walked across the guest house as we passed by some of the other guests, most of them being people of the northerner lords' retinues. I could feel the stares. I tried not to be bothered by them, aware that I was likely a mystery to many of them. Screams. Swords cutting down the people around me. 2 kids' flayed bodies hung in town. I blinked and stopped myself from throwing up. For one moment, I wanted to start yelling about what was coming to warn them about the future. Especially with the cold death coming from beyond the wall. But I couldn't. As much as I wanted the North ready for what was coming, I had zero ties, relevance, or proof. Even with Eddard's word on me and for the better or worse, my bond and friendship with Arya, I was in a similar situation as in Derry Castle before intervening to defend the little Stark girl. As we were about to leave the guest house, we came across Oliver who was coming back from the courtyard. I greeted him while reminding myself I needed to discuss with his brother and him about my idea to write to Rosalind. Damn, this was really becoming a soap opera. Hopefully, all was well with the young Frey woman. The guard led me outside through the bustling courtyard, where I saw men sparring or doing their duty. I noticed among them some wearing the colors of the northern houses that were already here, including some Forester men sparring with Jallard and Tor. It seemed that my road companions didn't want to let their skills dull. As we went through the great keep, the guard guided me through the corridors and as we climbed the stairs. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings as I was focused on the impending encounter, wondering if I would meet Robb on his own or with at least Maester Luwin. There were so many possibilities that came across my mind and it took all my will not to fret and worry in apprehension. We have arrived, sire, the guard suddenly informed me as we stood before a door that likely led to a solar. I nodded, and he knocked at the entrance. Robb's voice could be heard from inside, yes. My guide said, the man ye be seeking is present, lord. Let him in, came Robb's voice. The guard opened the door and invited me to enter with a gesture of the hand. As I was about to move, I thanked him, saying, may your day go well. He reacted with a nod, and I took a deep breath before entering the solar. The room was warm, a stark contrast to the chilly Winterfell air outside. It was not overly grand but emanated an air of authority and respect. Maps adorned the walls, and a large table dominated the center, covered in documents and strategic notes. At the table, Robb sat with a focused expression. Grey Wind, his dire wolf, lay on the ground nearby, a watchful eye fixated on me. As I entered, Grey Wind lifted his head, ears perked forward. The massive wolf approached me, as I stood still. While I had interacted a lot with Lady and Nymeria, I was aware the situation was not the same as Grey Wind did not know me. No doubt Robb wanted to test if I was trustworthy to his companion. Robb was observing the interaction between Grey Wind and me, his gaze calculating. After a moment of scrutiny, his dire wolf moved away, apparently satisfied. I took another breath, relieved that the dire wolf did not find me a threat or bite me like a cat's paw. I turned my glance on Robb, took another breath, gave him a small bow, my lord. His blue eyes, reminiscent of his Tully lineage, met mine, Roger, or should I say Mark. There was a hint of curiosity in his gaze, as he was assessing me. I understood his question, since he had probably spoken to Arya before me. I wondered if the young girl had told her brother why I used a different name, but I decided to play along to avoid hasty assumptions and creating needless confusion. Mark is my true name. Roger was my cover name during the journey to Winterfell, as your sister was concerned for me due to what happened in Derry Castle. Robb nodded. Yes, that was what Arya told me. Rather smart, especially considering you have humiliated the most feared house of the Seven Kingdoms and the royal family. Well, there were not many choices then. It was a disgrace to witness your sister being accused when the prince's claims were obviously fake and risking her being punished while she was not only innocent but also a child, I answered back. Robb's expression softened as he listened. I see. Arya spoke highly of you and my father had written to me that I could rely on you. But since I am a total stranger who comes from outside the Seven Kingdoms, you want to know what kind of person I am and if you can trust me, even if you trust your father's word, I continued as a guess. Robb nodded. Yes, you're correct. I must admit that your arrival and the circumstances surrounding it have raised questions. What do you want from us? I took a moment to consider my words carefully. What I want, my lord, is to fulfill the promise I made to your father. To assist you and your family in any way I can. I have no ulterior motives, and I seek no personal gain. And to save the world faster from the long night, of which you can't tell my son about now or you would look insane, a voice that sounded like Eddard said in my head. Robb's eyes remained steady as he thought about my response. Fair enough. Your actions in Derry Castle have proven your dedication to our family. However, my father mentioned claims you made about knowledge and events beyond our understanding. What can you tell me about these claims? I met the young man's gaze directly. You want to know if they are true? Robb's expression became more focused. Yes, I do. My father's letter spoke of your insights into the situation in King's Landing and your warnings. I need to understand how what you know may affect us. I took a deep breath before looking back at the door. Is our conversation staying secret? His brows furrowed in curiosity, but he nodded. You can speak freely. I sighed, realizing the weight of my revelation. What I am about to tell would be unbelievable and also dangerous due to the stakes it implies. I only told this to your father and will tell it to you because he asked me to share it with you. And I swear before the gods, on my honor, on my soul, and my life, it is the truth. Robb leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly in curiosity and intrigue. Go on. Grey Wind seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, his ears perking up. I took a moment to collect my thoughts and to present to Robb what I had presented to his father back in Derry Castle. When it seemed clear in my mind, I spoke with a steady voice. There are two things you need to know, Robb Stark. I come from a place called Earth that is beyond the reality of your world. And I know your world and of current and potential future events that might occur in the next 3 to 5 years. Robb's eyes widened with disbelief, a harsh scoff escaping his lips. Grey Wind mirrored his master's suspicion, a low growl rumbling in its throat. I felt myself some tension within me as I was wary of how both of them would react should I fail to convince them. The young wolf leaned back in his chair, youthful features creased in a mixture of skepticism and something akin to bewildered frustration. You expect me to believe this? He demanded, his voice barely above a whisper. Another world? Knowledge of the future. The weight of his 16 years pressed down on Robb in that moment. I couldn't really blame him. With the current situation, his current duty as a lord and the absence of his parents to support and advise him, there was already so much on his young shoulders. And here he was, faced with a stranger claiming the impossible, a stranger whose very presence felt like another burden to bear. Your father had the same reaction, I admitted, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination and fighting back the apprehension that grew inside me. But trust me, my lord, I wouldn't fabricate such a tale. It all started when I defended your sister as your father noticed details a complete foreigner wouldn't know. A flicker of curiosity pierced through Robb's skepticism. Details my father noticed. He echoed, leaning forward slightly. Indeed, I pressed with a small tilt of the head. For example, I had advised the king to allow some people to check Prince Joffrey's body to see if he had marks on his body that matched his tail. I mentioned Sir Barristan Selmy and Jory Castle among the men who could do the inspection. While Sir Barristan Selmy is famous enough, your father's captain of guards is not someone a foreigner outside of Winterfell or even the North would likely know by name or character. Your father noticed this and realized there was more to my story than I let on. As I wanted to earn his trust, I decided to tell him the truth about my origins and knowledge. Robb's expression softened a touch, a flicker of recognition passing through his blue eyes. I see. My father is a perceptive man, that much is true. But the skepticism remained, a hard edge to his voice as he countered, how can I be expected to trust such extraordinary claims? I took a breath and looked at him with comprehension, acquiescing to his concerns. My lord, I said, my voice filled with sincerity, your doubts are fair. Your father felt the same way at first. But I offered proof that convinced him. Robb's brow furrowed, his young face edged with the weight of responsibility. Proofs? What kind of proof could possibly exist for such things? The same kind I used with your father, I said carefully. I was really tempted to comment on my pledge to take the black if I had failed to convince his father back in Derry Castle, but I held back that idea, considering it irrelevant and unnecessary. Perhaps I would mention it if the situation called for it, but I knew Eddard would keep his word on not sending me to the Night's Watch for no reason unless it was called for. Rob's eyes narrowed, his youthful face edged with the weight of responsibility. The room fell silent, the only sound the crackling fire and the distant murmur of Winterfell preparing for war. Finally, after a long pause, Rob spoke, his voice hoarse. Convince me then, he rasped. The fate of House Stark may very well depend on it. Show me why my father allowed you to stay. I took a deep breath, the echo of my first encounter with Eddard Stark resonating in my mind. Even with his father's word, I knew Rob needed his own reasons to trust me. This wasn't just about Eddard, this was about the survival of House Stark, and the fate of the North might hinge on my ability to convince this young lord. I decided to begin with proof of my origins and retrieved my cloak, revealing the strange garment I had worn when I arrived in Westeros. This, I said, holding out the unfamiliar pullover, is part of what I wore when I found myself in your world. Look closely at the style and fabric. Tell me, have you ever seen anything like it in the Seven Kingdoms, or even for sale in Essos? Rob's gaze flickered to the odd garment, his brow furrowing as he examined the material and cut. Grey Wind mirrored his master's suspicion, ears swiveling with the rising tension. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Rob's eyes, but skepticism remained etched on his youthful face. It is unlike anything I've seen in the north, or anywhere south, he finally conceded. The style, the cloth, it's foreign, that much is true. But a single piece of cloth isn't enough. Anyone could bring strange clothes from faraway lands. I nodded, understanding his reservations. A single garment isn't proof on its own, my lord. However, I continued, it's called a pullover, and it's just one layer of a completely different style of clothing you wouldn't find anywhere in this world. I also had garments for my legs called trousers or jeans, but they had been damaged in one of the ambushes and I had to discard them. Rob's skepticism remained, but a genuine curiosity gleamed in his young eyes. So, you claim to hail from this place called Earth, and this attire is proof of your origins? Intriguing, but hardly definitive. What further evidence can you offer? Indeed, I replied, launching into my next point, bracing myself for his likely bewilderment. There's also the matter of my native tongue. Rob's brow furrowed further. Native tongue? You mean the common tongue isn't your first language? Not at all, I continued while refraining myself from mentioning that I was speaking English and not the common tongue. This language you speak is not the one I grew up with. I spoke another language entirely, one unknown in Westeros, Essos, or anywhere else in this world, to the best of my knowledge. A look of utter puzzlement washed over Rob as he tried to absorb this new information. Perhaps a demonstration is in order, I suggested, taking a deep breath. Listen to this, Quand le venst a liver arrivant, le lu solitaire mert, mais la mutservit. Rob's eyes widened in surprise, and Grey Wind's ears perked at the unfamiliar sounds. What language is that? He demanded. French, I replied. The saying translates to when the winds of winter come, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Recognition flickered in his eyes, his father's words echoing in his mind. That's similar to a saying my father has, when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. A nervous chuckle escaped my lips. Seems my memory of the exact phrasing was a bit off. Imperfect or not, it's close enough to my father's words, he conceded. I understand this. French language is foreign to these lands and could be tied to your origins. But is a single proverb truly proof of your prophetic knowledge? I shook my head. Not on its own. But I have something even more compelling, something that will demonstrate my undeniable understanding of your world, your very recent history. Rob leaned back in his chair, the weight of my words settling on him. Very well, he said cautiously. Show me this next piece of proof. Thinking quickly of what I remembered of the canon story, I decided to use a specific example that would speak to Rob, especially in the current context. A part of me was wary, considering I was likely to fall into one of my flaws, the tendency to speak of over-detailed tales. But in the circumstances, it was likely necessary. 8 days after the departure of your father and of your sisters to King's Landing with the royal cortege and of your brother Jon to the Wall in the company of your uncle Benyon Stark and of Tyrion Lannister, you went to see your mother who was still watching over Bran who was unconscious of his fall from the broken tower. You arrived when Maester Luwin tried to speak to her about the matters of Winterfell, notably the cost of the royal visit and the replacements that were needed due to the fact many people of your household accompanied your father to the south. You tried to convince your mother to take a rest, but your mother didn't budge because she was afraid that Bran wouldn't wake up and that he needed her. You reminded her that Rickon, your youngest brother, needed her as he was confused, asking why your mother wasn't there. The dire wolves then howled and Catelyn asked to close the windows to shut the sound of their howls as they bothered her. But as you came to the windows, you saw a fire spreading in the library, making you rush out of the room to handle it, leaving your mother there. But it was a diversion created by a man who was sent to kill your brother with a Valyrian steel dagger. Your mother fought the man, cutting her hands on the blade of the dagger and even biting the man, but it was Bran's dire wolf, Summer, who finally saved both his master and your mother by jumping on the man and cutting off his throat. Your mother was then unconscious for 4 days. My voice turned bitter as I muttered, all because that fucking sadistic canard Joffrey wanted to please his father, after he overheard him saying your brothers would be better off if his suffering was put to an end. What? Robb roared, his voice echoing in the room. That bloody bastard. He tried to kill my brother all because of some twisted desire to please his father. He shot up from his chair, sending it clattering backwards. Grey Wind mirrored his master's agitation, pacing restlessly beside him with a low growl resonating in his throat. Hearing those words, I suddenly realized that I had accidentally slipped up by revealing who sent the catspaw to kill Bran. Oh. I remembered that Robb could be blinded by his temper. I bit my lip, attempting to control the panic welling up within me. Robb, He tried to kill Arya and to punish her for his wrongs. I'll kill that little. Robb continued, the anger palpable in his words. That sent shivers down my spine. The revelation had struck a nerve. But how could I blame him, considering the weight of his responsibility and the repeated attempts on his family's lives in the recent times? A tense silence descended upon the room as Robb wrestled with the implications of my words and taking deep breaths to calm down. I gave him space, allowing the truth to settle in, its gravity undeniable. I waited, giving him the space to think, the truth settling in. Finally, he turned to me, his eyes searching mine for sincerity. What you've told me, it's unbelievable, but it fits with the events in Winterfell. The attack on Bran, the diversion in the library, I remember it all too well, and you depict the incident as Mother had told me, Robb said, his tone more measured now, a mix of skepticism and realization. I felt relieved by the shift in demeanor of the young man, even though I suspected he was still inwardly seething against Joffrey. Then again, so was I, when it came to that jerk. I would need to warn him against informing his father, as the latter was already aware of Joffrey's actions. Robb, I understand this is a lot to take in, I said carefully and directly, calling his name in the hope it would be effective. But consider the alternative. Why would I fabricate such an outlandish story, a claim that could get me branded a madman or a liar? If I truly wished to deceive you or your father, wouldn't I invent a more believable tale, perhaps one about possessing magical powers or a vast network of spies? Robb sighed, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He reached down and retrieved his fallen chair, sinking back into it with a contemplative frown. Disbelief and curiosity warred in his blue eyes. I don't know what to make of all this, he admitted. It's so fantastical, so unexpected, that accepting it is a struggle. The weight of his burden as acting lord pressed heavily on him. Not only was he grappling with my revelations, but he also had to contend with the arrival of the northern bannermen, adding another layer of complexity to an already difficult situation. A pit of unease formed in my stomach as I considered the knowledge I still had to share, knowledge that could have a profound impact on the Starks and the entire realm. Some secrets, like Jon's true parentage, had to be disclosed with utmost caution and in very specific conditions. This was far more challenging than convincing Eddard in Derry Castle. Here, in the heart of the North, in the very seat of Stark power, my every word and action carried immense weight. Taking a deep breath, I leaned forward slightly, my voice filled with understanding. I know this is a lot to process, especially considering your current responsibilities as acting lord. You have the Northern Lords to attend to, pressing matters that require your immediate attention. There's no need to make a decision right now. Take the time you need to understand the implications, to clear your head before we delve deeper into this. Robb's gaze remained fixed on me, a complex mix of uncertainty and curiosity swirling within. You're right. This needs careful consideration. My father's letter vouches for you, but I can't afford to be hasty in such matters. I offered him a curt nod. Take all the time you need, my lord. I'm here whenever you're ready to resume this conversation. A new thought flickered across my mind. Just one thing, I added cautiously. Do not send any messages to your father about Joffrey being behind the catspaw that attacked Bran. I already informed him about it back in Derry Castle. The last thing we need is to endanger your father, Sansa, or even your mother. The Queen would stop at nothing to protect her precious son. I won't send any messages without thinking them through first, Mark, Robb said, his voice laced with a hint of frustration. This revelation about Joffrey, it changes everything, not just for us Starks, but potentially for the entire realm. Observing how pensive and troubled the young man was, I knew he needed to have his mind distracted from the different revelations. I furrowed my brows, thinking of the Stark bannermen that were present. I had to know why, though I was a bit hesitant to ask. considering I could overstep limits. But Rob's brows suddenly furrowed in concentration, a sharp crease appearing between his eyes. I watched him closely, unsure what line of thought he was pursuing. Perhaps, I naively hoped, it was something that would take his mind off the weighty revelations I had just dropped on him. Unfortunately, that hope was dashed a moment later. "If you know who was behind the man that almost killed my brother," Rob said, his voice tight with a newfound intensity, "you must also know about who pushed him from the broken tower." My stomach clenched. I should have known this question was coming. I held back a sigh, aware I was about to tell something he wouldn't like. And while he had many talents, I was aware Rob was still young and inexperienced to some extent. He might not be 14 as in the books, but he was still nearly half my age, and no matter his raising as a future lord, he was still a young person who was learning to find his place in the world. I internally scoffed at myself. I was thinking in a way that was just like how Tywin regarded Rob before learning about the Battle of the Whispering Woods and the Battle of River Run. And the last thing I wanted was to be like that old cruel and short-sighted fool. And I had already messed up in revealing too much so early. I met his gaze squarely, refusing to back down. "I do, my lord. And I will tell you in due time, but not now." "Why not now?" Rob demanded, his voice rising slightly. "If you have information about what happened to Bran, I need to know. You revealed that Joffrey sent that catspaw after him." There was a growl in his voice, a barely contained fury. I almost stepped back to his reaction by instinct. Dealing with such reactions wasn't something I liked, even more as it tended to trigger me. I almost retorted that it was because I was pissed at Joffrey and for the fact the 2 ambushes were due to his mother, but I held back saying that. It would fuel an already fiery situation. As much as I sympathized with Rob, the last thing I needed was to give Varys and little fucker Baelish a golden opportunity to sow chaos in the realm. Instead, I raised my hands placatingly. "Yes, I did," I admitted. "But when I revealed the truth about the catspaw, I was anxious to convince you. Angry at what Joffrey did, not just to your brother, but to your sister and Micah as well." My words seemed to have the desired effect, at least momentarily. Rob's expression shifted from frustrated intensity to a mix of surprise and curiosity. He leaned back in his chair, studying me with narrowed eyes. "You seem rather invested in this," he remarked, a hint of suspicion lingering in his voice. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to remain calm and composed. "This one hits close to home for me, my lord," I said carefully. "I understand your need for justice, and believe me, I share your feelings. However, certain details need to be considered before everything is revealed. Rest assured, I will tell you the truth about what happened to Bran, but when the time is right." Rob's gaze remained fixed on me, his youthful face etched with a complex mix of emotions. "I can't just accept vague assurances, Mark. My brother's life had been at stake, and I need to know everything. Damn the stubbornness of the Starks. The donkey could have been their sigil." "I understand your position, my lord," I said patiently. "But you've just received a lot of life-altering information. You need time to process it all with a clear head. Trust me, the last thing I want to do is overwhelm you with even more right now, especially something as emotionally charged as this." I almost added, "The way you reacted when I mentioned Joffrey is a perfect example, but thought better of it as it would make things worse." Rob's jaw clenched, frustration flickering in his blue eyes. "This is my family we're talking about," he insisted. "I deserve to know the truth. And you will," I promised, sincerity lacing my voice. "Believe me, if it were my siblings in danger, I would react the same way. But there are some things I can't reveal yet, not without considering the potential consequences. The truth about Bran's fall and the attempt on his life are among those secrets. Telling you now could have unforeseen repercussions, endanger your father and Sansa, and ultimately make things worse for your entire house." Rob didn't seem happy about it, but a flicker of understanding flickered in his eyes. Grey Wind, sensing the tension, let out a low growl and shifted closer to his side in a silent show of support. "I promise, I will tell you the truth," I repeated, my gaze meeting his. "But for now, I urge you to focus on the meeting with your bannerman and take some time to reflect on what I've revealed. Perhaps waiting until Lady Catelyn returns would be wise. She might have valuable insights to contribute to this sensitive discussion." Rob's expression softened slightly, the defiance replaced by a reluctant acceptance. "Fine," he conceded. "But I expect answers, and soon. My family deserves that much." I nodded, acknowledging his stance. "I won't keep you in the dark for long. You have my word." The silence that started between us spoke louder than words. I was concerned about how this information would affect him. Considering how ready he was to draw a sword because of his mother's suspicions or how he reacted when hearing his father's death, it would not go well. And I wasn't eager to influence him when he had no external support to advise him, as it would be wrong and something that could easily be blamed upon me for good reasons. So much information and elements I wanted to share with the young man, either to inform him of the whole picture of what was happening in Westeros and even in Essos, or to help him to have new skills and perspectives on the challenges and duties he was handling. The desire to inform him of the White Walker's threat was strong, but I dismissed the idea as I knew that Robb would need first to totally grasp the revelations of my knowledge and what it would imply for him, for his family or the North or even Westeros to use it wisely. Shaking off those thoughts, I decided to ask Robb if our discussion was over, considering how much he had to grasp by now. Is there something else you want to know, my lord? I asked with some hesitation. Robb's eyes narrowed, a hint of curiosity replacing his earlier frustration. Actually, there is. I've been meaning to ask about Arya. I nodded, knowing what the real matter was about as it would have come up sooner or later. What do you want to know? I inquired while inwardly feeling apprehensive. Robb hesitated for a moment before answering. When I discussed with Arya what happened in her journey back here, I noticed how fond she seemed for you. She spoke highly of you for what you did for her. I want to understand your intentions with her. I had always dreaded this moment. Please don't let Robb become so overprotective he draws his sword. I thought with worry. I understand your concern. And to tell the truth, this is a matter I wanted to discuss with you at least, I finally said. First of all, I swear on my life and my honor before your gods and mine that my intentions with your sister are purely friendly. I would offer my head to your blade or take the black before putting her in a situation no girl should know or becoming the new Bael the Bard or of that creep, Rhaegar Targaryen. I continued. The young man's reaction was a subtle relaxation of his shoulders, a flicker of relief in his eyes. I appreciate your oath. Arya is still a child and above all, a Stark. And she's like a little sister to me, I replied, hoping to alleviate any lingering concerns. I would do anything to protect her, just as I would for any Stark. Besides, where I come from, an adult having an inappropriate relationship with a child is a criminal called a pedophile. It is a crime because we consider children are too young to have the maturity and experience to give consent, making those people abusers and rapists. And in my home world, such people are far more hated and despised than even murderers. To be imprisoned as a pedophile is like having a death sentence, as all imprisoned criminal would be out for your blood. I despise this kind of scum. Robb's initial concern seemed to dissipate further as he listened to my words. He nodded slowly. I see and I appreciate your honesty. But be cautious, Mark. The North is not always forgiving, especially when it comes to matters of honor and propriety. I know, I sighed while grateful for his understanding. And I appreciate your concern for your sister. I would never do anything to jeopardize her or your family's honor. I took a new breath and added, that's why I want to share with you a reflection that has plagued my mind since Moat Cailin. Robb's curiosity heightened, and he leaned in slightly, urging me to continue, attentive to my words. Grey Wind, the dire wolf, also seemed to sense the gravity of the conversation, his eyes focused on us with keen interest. I think. It looks like Arya might have a crush on me. Robb's reaction was immediate, he started snickering. I did speak with her earlier. With how fond she is of you. I looked at him stunned and uncertain. Of all the reactions I could have expected from him, that wasn't one I would have seen. Then again, he wasn't his father or his mother and was a young boy who loved teasing his siblings from what I remembered of the canon. A part of me was relieved, but I couldn't press my luck. I knew I was treading on delicate ground, even though he seemed to find it amusing. Thank God Arya wasn't here. That would be very embarrassing for her, and I couldn't imagine how well she would react to Robb's teasing. The closest thing that came to my mind would be akin to how Toph could react when teased on her missing Sokka. Damn, now I was comparing myself to that comic relief and Arya to one of the most beloved characters in any fandom. I was really feeling dread and in deep trouble in spite of the situation. I slowly nodded, uncertain of how to react otherwise to his reaction. Good. I wanted to tackle it with you now rather than facing your mother's wrath. Robb chuckled again, his amusement evident. Well, you're lucky she's not here right now. Mother can be quite protective, especially when it comes to my sisters. But I appreciate your honesty, Mark. It's good that we can have this conversation before any misunderstandings arise. I nodded, relieved that Robb seemed to be taking the matter in stride. You're right, and I thank you for your understanding. He looked at me with an amused glance full of curiosity and smirk. How did you come to this conclusion? I sighed, realizing the delicate ground I was treading on. I looked at him with a straight and yet sympathetic eye. I took a breath and looked with a grave glance at Robb. Having spent a lot of time interacting with her and knowing how she interacted, I had noticed details that were strange, notably a subtle change in her demeanor and her eyes, reddening cheeks, and a very protective streak each time I was bothered or threatened in her presence. I started to explain. But the turning point was at Moat Cailin when she had offered me a little piece of cloth as she had noticed I was bothered by the cold. I think she meant it as a friendly gesture, but I am also aware that in highborn societies, both here and in my world, such a gesture could be interpreted as giving her favor to me and therefore showing a sign of her affection. That was how I concluded she had a crush on me. Robb leaned back again. He seemed deep in thought, a small smile still on his face. My sister is growing up faster. And to think she would find her knight in shining armor. Once again, I was torn apart by conflicting thoughts and emotions. A part of me was relieved and a bit amused he took that well, especially with how he reacted earlier, but I was also embarrassed and uncertain of how dealing with a teasing Rob. I was just glad he wasn't like my father, otherwise he would know how to push the right buttons in me with his teases. And thank God he wasn't a character like Toph, otherwise I would have lived a literal nightmare at the instant, no matter how much I appreciated this character. Rob finally leaned back in his chair, running a hand over his face. I never expected. I mean, I find it hard to believe Arya, of all people, having a crush. She's always been so independent and headstrong. I nodded understandingly. Yes, she is. If it wasn't for the details I've noticed, I wouldn't be aware of it now. I wanted to be upfront with you about it, so there are no misunderstandings or complications down the line. An image of Gendry went through my mind. All that boy had done was stand up for Arya against Lamy and Hot Pie, which led to her more developed feelings on the show. I noticed a pattern. Perhaps it took someone truly believing in her for a crush to develop. Rob sighed, finally stopping his snickering, glancing at Greywind who was watching us with keen interest. This is more than just complicated. It's risky, especially with the way the North views honor and propriety. And with the lords that are here, it can go wrong. If this gets out, it could tarnish Arya's reputation, and ours as well. I acquiesced. I know. That was the first thing that came to my mind when I realized it. I had felt dread thinking how your family and you would react, as well as your Bannerman. I know how your aunt's situation is still a reminder, a warning of some sort. And considering how Arya shares some similarities with Lyanna, I know there would be people who would be quick to assume I would play a role akin to the other idiotic dragon. Rob's face hardened at the mention of his aunt and I could imagine he was thinking of the tale of how Rhaegar kidnapped her. I won't let history repeat itself, he said firmly. I won't let Arya's reputation be tarnished, and I won't let our family's honor be questioned. We need to handle this carefully. I agree, Rob, I replied, relieved that he understood the gravity of the situation. It's crucial that we handle this with utmost care and discretion. I don't want anything to jeopardize Arya or cause any harm to your family. Rob leaned forward, his eyes focused and determined. What do you propose we do? I reflected upon his question as it was the one that dreaded me the most due to the challenges and difficulties that crossed my mind. I was however aware that I needed to show the situation was not too problematic as it would complicate matters or worse, make Rob assume I had reservations or more. A middle ground answer was needed. I'm not certain, I began to explain, this is a tricky situation for me. I do not want Arya's crush to be deeply rooted in her, considering how young she is. But how do you tackle such a discussion with a younger girl who is not your family, but shares a bond with you, while you are also the person she is crushing on? The only thing I might be certain of is that she may not fully understand what she is experiencing. Rob furrowed his brows as he was listening to me, but didn't say anything, meaning he was waiting where I was going. Taking a new breath, I continued, someone has to help her understand her feelings. It can't be me because of the issue I have just raised, and while you are her brother. I know you are not her closest ones, that place being John's, and girl and woman's feelings are not exactly tackled the same way as ours. We need someone who has experience in life that Arya can trust and to whom she may confide herself on matters she wouldn't share with others. Rob's expression remained serious as he absorbed my words. Greywind watched us with keen interest, a silent presence in the room. After a moment, Rob sighed, leaning back in his chair. His gaze remained fixed on me, his expression a mix of skepticism and pondering. Old Nan, he suggested after a moment of thought. She's been around for ages, and she's shared countless tales and bits of wisdom with all of us. Maybe she can guide Arya through this. I nodded in agreement, appreciating Rob's suggestion and remembering what I knew about her. That's a good idea. From what I remember of the stories depicting her, Old Nan might be the perfect person for this. Some lessons are best conveyed through tales and legends. Rob looked at me, still a bit bothered and troubled by the fact I knew his reality from a strange mean, but he relented. Old Nan it is, then. After a moment, and resisting the urge to fist bump Rube, I suggested, perhaps I should take my leave. You really need to process everything we have discussed, and I know it's a lot to grasp. Rob's reaction was a mix of gratitude and weariness. Yes, maybe some time to think is necessary. I hoped he was not about to go and drink. Or to join Theon in his proclivities. Might God preserve me of that. I am sorry to have overwhelmed you with so many things to grasp. You already have your duties as acting Lord of Winterfell and the Northern Lords to handle, and I, the completely strange foreign commoner, barge in with his strange origins and skills and the unexpected bond with your sister, I acknowledged, trying to ease the weight of the situation. Rob sighed, running a hand through his red-brown hair. It's not your fault. These are just complex matters. I merely acquiesced to his words, agreeing with his statement. I rose and bowed to him. As I made a move to leave, I couldn't help but wonder about my current situation. May I ask what would be my current situation? I can't exactly enter your household with the presence of your bannerman there, considering that would raise questions. But we both know I pledged to your father to help you to the best of my abilities. Rob pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the table. Stay in the guest quarters for now. We'll figure out a way to integrate you, considering your unique circumstances. But for now, let the matters settle. I nodded, acknowledging the delicate nature of the situation. Understood. I'll await your guidance, my lord. Another concern then crossed my mind. And what about the seating position for the meals? If I can't be in the staff for the time, it means I would be with the guests, and we both know the only place I could be would be with the men-at-arms or the squires at best. And I do not account for the possibility you may hold some kind of feast to celebrate the return of your sister, considering the circumstances of our journey. Rob's brow furrowed in thought as he considered the logistics. We'll arrange for a place for you at the feasts. Perhaps with the guards or the squires, as you said. We can't draw too much attention until we figure out a proper explanation for your presence here. I nodded, appreciating his consideration. Thank you, my lord. I trust your judgment on this. I bowed again to him and moved towards the door. As I was about to open it, Rob's voice stopped me. Mark, I appreciate your honesty. Just, tread carefully. I will, I assured him, offering a final nod before exiting the solar, leaving the young wolf to grapple with the complexities that now surrounded his family and me, the unexpected stranger in their midst. As I walked, I pondered the delicate balance I needed to strike, torn between my oath to protect Arya and the need to earn the trust of the northern lords, suspicious of a foreign commoner. I pondered on what had just happened. The discussion had been far denser and heavier than the one with Eddard back in Derry Castle. My logical side reasoned that because of Rob's age and current situation, but also because I didn't have the same sense of urgency as in Derry Castle, where the uncertainty of when Robert Baratheon would leave for King's Landing determined the way I spoke to the northerner lord. I felt even more than ever the weight of the challenges that awaited me there. Earning Rob's trust would be vital, and even if I sensed he understood the potential behind my knowledge, I knew I didn't display the whole extent of my skills and that he needed to grasp what he had just learned. I just hoped that the bone of contention on the revelation of the circumstances behind Bran's fall wouldn't bring a torn in our relationship, as it would make things difficult. I had to remind myself that the acting Lord of Winterfell was nearly half my age and would want to assert his position, especially with something as unexpected and huge as my peculiar situation. As I moved down through stairs, I also felt apprehension about the current situation. While I was glad that Eddard managed to tackle the wildfire issue at King's Landing, I didn't expect his son to gather the northern lords to discuss how to deal with the situation. That made my introduction to Winterfell and the service of the Starks far more complicated, considering I would be under scrutiny from those lords, some of them being as cunning and calculating as those of the south. I held back a sigh, thinking about Arya. Both a warm and dreadful feeling churned my stomach with how peculiar the situation had turned. Speaking of Arya's crush on me to Rob was difficult but necessary. And while I didn't expect the young man to be teasing on the matter, it was a weight that was lifted from my shoulder. But a part of me felt it also added to the thin ice I might be walking on. And considering that some already looked at my bond with the young girl, any misinterpretation or misstep would result in a hellish backlash. My concerned and cautious side was considering that retreating myself in a protective state and preserving Arya from the restrained-framed mindset of Highborn, even in the north, would be wise. While relying on old Nan was a very good idea, I knew it would take more than that to help Arya find her balance in dealing with her feelings. The fact that both she and I would be busy with our respective tasks and occupations might help to some extent, but I was aware that distance could be a double-edged sword in matters of the heart. I really needed to meditate on how to tackle it. I knew I had a peculiar position due to my ties with her, but I wasn't eager to influence her in such a manner. Even if she was a child, she wasn't mine, and she was a sharp and perceptive one that needed to thrive on those qualities. I tried to relax myself, aware I was overthinking and possibly hyperventilating, considering the situation. But it was so hard to be at ease with the current situation, the discussion with Rob and the fact I was for the time being only a guest with not much to do. I prayed that this mixed situation wouldn't last long, as I knew it would make me restless. And here we are. The second big chapter a lot of you were expecting when it concerns the Sea's situation with the Starks, and one in direct continuity with the previous one. One of the key elements I consider on how Rob would trust or not the SI is how Grey Wind would react. While it is not a perfect method, like the events at the Red Weddings unfortunately prove in canon, Rob would know that the SI might be trustworthy or not if his dire wolf behaved in a certain manner. And as Grey Wind only reacts to the emotional shifts during the discussion, Rob is indirectly influenced and biased by his dire wolf's demeanor. While the initial discussion pattern is close to the one with Ned Stark in the third chapter, there are differences. The first one is that Rob is obviously younger with not the same life experience and perspective. The second one is that there is no urgency for Mark to reveal everything at once, meaning he can take his time, especially as he knows Rob may need to grasp the first wave of informations and of revelations. And because of who he is speaking to and of the situations he lived through, the SI didn't give the exact same answer. For the accidental slip of Joffrey being behind the cat's paw was a suggestion by my beta reader that I accepted because A. The SI is thinking of how Joffrey made so many disastrous actions that plagued the Starks and the Seven Kingdoms both now and in canon. B. He didn't think Rob would hear it, and C. He thinks of the recent incidents. And I find it interesting to depict situations where a SI is not a perfect mastermind that avoids dispelling informations. And as the SI is myself, I tend to digress and can be emotional. And considering the context, this is a situation where I might lower my guard. 5. The controversy on whether revealing that Jaime Lannister pushed Bran is a natural consequence of the previous element and is something tied to the issue of truth I had mentioned in a previous AN. Only truth hurts is for me kind of a lie because it only hurts when it confronts our beliefs and perspectives we regard as real, and the reason why ideological fanatism and dogmatism are poisons imo. What really hurt are the lies, the half-truths and the concealed truths because when they are revealed in such specific contexts that it fuels the emotional and contextual reaction. When you deal with the truth, you need to consider how to tackle it in a way that, most of, the people would be able to grasp it without being stabbed by it. Context and wording/communication are two key elements to this fact. And the controversy depicted in the chapter is a good example of the issue. Rob is right to ask who did it, but the issue is that revealing it now might spark issues that would worsen the current context. And considering how Starks can be quick to react, a certain Brandon Stark for example, that would be recipe for disaster. 6. And of course, quickly tackling the matter of the bond with Arya is crucial. First, because it shows to Rob that the SI doesn't have anything to hide, especially as he takes the risk to mention something many people would strongly react on. Rob's reaction to the revelation of the crush has been on a suggestion of my beta reader, and I agree for different reasons. First, it allows to show a diversity of reactions on a same issue, which is something realistic and plausible. There is also the fact that Rob, as protective as he is also a young person and he knows Arya well enough. Finally, there is also the fact the amusement was already present in his mind when interacting with Arya, but he kept in. This is for our young wolf the opportunity to let it go. 7. The conclusions reminds that it is the first step of the potential interactions and bond between Rob and the SI as they are planning ahead for both their future discussions and the issue of the seas situation. This first discussion allowed Rob to have a concrete grasp of the man before him and to see what his father meant. But now, he needs to grasp what he has learnt before discussing further topics and issues with Mark. 8. Next time, Mark attends the welcome feast for Arya and interacts with some people of the Winterfell household. 9. Have a good reading. 49/An evening meal. Sitting on my new bed, I was whistling The Game Is On theme from Sherlock to pass time. I had done enough warm UPS, causing my body to feel sore. Not wanting to visit the library or the courtyard yet as it would be the first time I would meet so many people from the north. The time spent in my room after the encounter with Rob also resulted in the resurgence of nostalgia, melancholy, uncertainty and anxiety that first struck me when I realized I was in Westeros. Only the time spent with others, and all the experiences I had experienced in the last 2 months prevented those feelings from overwhelming me. But here, in the uncertainty of my situation, that sensation was back as a reminder of my situation as an outsider. I wondered if that was what Jorah Mormont felt after all those years in exile in Essos. I scoffed at the thought, disliking the idea of comparing myself to a man who lowered himself to become a slaver just to satisfy a gold digger that was unlucky to find the wrong match for her. And I sure as hell did not lust after a child like he did. To chase away those bothersome thoughts, I kept on whistling some of my favorite songs. Even if it might not be discreet for those who had a room nearby mine, it was for the time the only way for me to cope with my feelings. A part of me wanted to check up on those I had journeyed with. Or perhaps train with Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, Oliver, Perwyn, Harwyn, his men, or Meg, but I wanted to wait how the evening would go first. It was very difficult for me to stay cooped up, as the wait was boring. Even taking a nap didn't chase away the feeling of time moving slowly. It almost felt like I was settling into a prison routine. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted my tune. I stood up, turning my attention to the entrance. "Enter," I said, and the door opened to reveal a Stark servant. "Lord Robb Beask and his guests to gather in the Grand Hall, sire," the servant informed me. I nodded, while a bit flummoxed by the fact that once again, someone assumed I was a knight or of a high status. I really hoped there was no guest nearby to hear the servant's words, as it could make my situation a bit strange. If I had metal instead of cloth armor, I would have felt more like Sandor Clegane, as he was always mistaken for a knight. On second thought, better stop comparing myself to that man. "I am coming. Thank you for letting me know." The servant gave a brief nod in response, and I added with a kind smile, "You can take your leave." The servant nodded and left the room, closing the door behind them. I took a moment to compose myself, adjusting my appearance and making sure I looked presentable. I straightened my clothes and ran a hand through my hair, trying to calm my nerves. I felt the discomfort of my new beard on my skin, but I tried to overlook it. Perhaps a visit to a barber later. As the servant left, I followed suit, leaving the room and finding myself in the corridor of the guest house. Other guests, northern lords, and their retinue were already on the move. I walked towards the entrance, feeling glances on me. Searching for one of my journey companions, I looked around, but found none of them. Moving on my own, I quickened my pace, walking at a brisk speed. The cold air hit me as I stepped into the courtyard, and I shivered involuntarily. The quick looks at me from others intensified, with whispers speculating on my origin. Words like SI or Dornishman floated in the air. Aware of the attention, I focused on the entrance, navigating through the crowd. For a moment, I pictured myself dressed as a Dornish warrior from the TV show. The robes covering my body and hood hiding my face. A whistle caught my attention, and I saw Ilaria Sand, looking like Indira Varma from her first appearance on the TV show. Slowly and seductively she walked over to me. How she could be wearing that bra/bikini-like top in this weather was beyond me. I shook my head clear and concentrated on my current journey. Though what I would give to be under that Dornish sun right now. But perhaps for a short instant, as hot temperatures were as much incomfortable to me as cold ones. The reach would have been ideal for me in any other circumstances. Joining the courtyard, I spotted some Stark guards on duty, their eyes assessing the unfamiliar face in their midst. I kept moving, my quick pace attracting more attention. The hushed whispers persisted, adding an extra layer of discomfort. The problem of being a stranger, a foreigner, and a commoner was becoming a pain, and I couldn't help but wonder how this night would unfold. As I approached the entrance of the Great Hall, the chill of the cold air increased, and the gazes of the northern lords and their retinue followed me like the shadows cast by the torches lining the walls. Each step echoed in the vast space, resonating with my internal turmoil. The flickering torchlight danced on the stone walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, from my right, a female voice broke through the ambient noise. "Hey, you there!" Slowing my pace, I turned around to see the young woman I had noticed earlier near lock when I first arrived in the courtyard. She approached with a confident stride, her long blonde hair swaying with each step. I greeted her politely, though inwardly, a sense of wariness lingered. "Greetings, sir. Ya ain't from round these parts, are ya?" she inquired with a mischievous glint in her green eyes. I returned the greeting, "Good evening, miss." "No, I am not. My name is Roger." She raised an eyebrow at my use of miss and expressed her curiosity. "Miss? What's that, some fancy name?" Internally I kicked myself. Some common ways of addressing people on Earth were, of course, unknown here. "Miss is a polite way to speak to unmarried women and girls where I come from," I replied as we approached the Great Hall. The young woman or girl couldn't hide her intrigue. "Where ya hail from? Ya sound different, not like the usual northerners or southerners." I hesitated briefly before answering, "It's a long story, miss. And I am not sure I would have the time to share with you." She continued to walk alongside me, the Great Hall's entrance looming ahead. "Well, I'm Tansy," I answered with a polite nod. "Glad to meet you, Tansy. Where have I heard that name before in the books? Or perhaps the show? Unless it was both," I thought to myself. I knew it was connected to the Boltons but could not pinpoint where. She answered with a smile that reminded me a bit of Amire Frey, making me even more uneasy. Tansy, oblivious to my inner turmoil, pressed on. "So, Roger, ya been ridin' with Lady Aria's entourage, eh? I spied ya at her side when ya first arrived with ER Company. What's your tale?" I hesitated, not wanting to divulge too much about my friendship with Aria or what had occurred since I had arrived in Westeros. It was perhaps a foolish hope, but delaying the information was the wisest thing to do. "It's complicated, Tansy. Let's just say I found myself here and ended up with Lady Aria's company." She leaned in slightly, a sly smile on her face. Complicated tales tend to be the most captivating. The flirtatious vibes coming from her were stronger and made me more uncomfortable, considering how flirting in any place here could be meant as a sneaky move to manipulate or interrogate someone else. And I had experienced enough of Amire's moves back in the twins, not wanting a repeat of experience. I gave her a fake smile back instead. "Some people have no shame," scowled a voice that sounded like Michelle Fairley's Catelyn Stark in my head. Sadly, it wasn't wrong. As we entered the Great Hall, the magnitude of Winterfell's magnificence became even more palpable. The size of the hall was very impressive, far bigger than any place I had visited in the past. I looked at it with mesmerized eyes, letting himself drown in the majesty and yet sober frames of the place. The theme of Jurassic Park rang into my head as I looked around the area. I noticed that it was filled with lords, servants, and guards, all setting the tables as if preparing for a feast. A part of me suspected that Robb made it partly for the sake of his bannermen and because of what he had likely heard from Arya, Harwin, and any other members of the escort. Tansy, still walking beside me, must have noticed the awe in my eyes as we entered the Great Hall. Her mischievous glint turned into a playful smirk, and she nudged me gently with her elbow. It's quite the sight, ain't it, Roger? Winter fell as a way leaving newcomers at a loss for words. I surely was when I set foot air. I managed a nod, torn between marveling at the surroundings and keeping a watchful eye on Tansy's subtle advances. A part of me was intrigued by her comment as it suggested she wasn't from the Stark household, which was something I suspected when I saw her nearby the mysterious and terrifying man. The flickering torchlight painted shadows on the stone walls, and the lively atmosphere of the hall buzzed with conversations and the clinking of goblets. As we made our way further into the hall, Tansy leaned in again, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I can tell ya ain't used to all this, grandeur. Fret not, I'll be your guide for the evenin'. Join me at me table. I reckon we could swap more interestin' tales. Her playful tone and suggestive gestures made it clear she wasn't just offering guidance. The alarm bells in my head were going full blast, and I gave her a polite yet guarded smile while hesitating to answer her. Before I could respond, a familiar voice cut through the ambient noise. Roger! Called out Harwin, approaching us. He greeted Tansy before saying, sorry, but I need to bring Roger to his table. Her expression shifted into a disappointed pout. Well, don't let me keep yet, Roger. We can pick up our chat later on. I offered a polite but brief farewell to Tansy and followed Harwin, relief washing over me. Yes, both versions of GRRM's world were filled with ridiculously beautiful women, but still, I was one to think with the head on my neck and not the other one. Oh Lord, I did not want to be like one of those Gary Stu harem lord wannabes. As we walked through the tables, Harwin teased, seems you're already having your way with the ladies, Roger. What? No, no. Nothing of the sort. I choked on my words while stammering. Harwin laughed heartily, revealing he was pulling my leg. Relax, Roger. Just having a bit of fun. And I know how green boy you are in handling women and ladies. While relieved and amused by his answer, the fact he trailed off his voice made me wonder why. Maybe it was tied to my special bond to Arya, but I couldn't be so sure. And even if it was the case, I could imagine why he wouldn't comment on it. Damn it, this was not 26-year-old Maze Williams, this was 11-year-old Arya Stark. If I ever returned home, I would never be able to look at the actress the same way again. It was now obvious Harwin had noticed the subtle signs suggesting Arya's crush on me. Great. At least he knew I would not try anything, remembering what he had said after I comforted Arya after her nightmare in her tent. Looking around, I saw Tansy sitting at a table at the edge of the hall, near two men. The one I had seen near her when I had arrived in the courtyard and another younger man with dark and seemingly refined hair but with manners many would call lowborn. But what caught my attention was the way he used his knife to cut his bread as if he was peeling it. For an unknown reason, the shape of the knife and the way he used it reminded me of something unpleasant and tied to canon. A nasty voice suddenly came to my mind, a flayed man has no secrets. Ask me how I know. Those were words of someone tied to Roose Bolton, but I could not remember who said them. A shiver went through my body and an awful sensation invaded me at the idea that those were people working for the Boltons. My logical side tried reasoning that some of those people might be reluctant or resigned. However, I was aware Roose wouldn't bring with him people he didn't consider efficient and loyal. Even if this was Winterfell, and thankfully under Stack control, it made me uneasy. Trying to stop that dreadful feeling, I continued to follow Harwin among the tables and the people that were settling or already sitting. We finally approached a table close to one of the walls, and the occupants turned their eyes toward us. I couldn't recognize most of them in spite of trying to match them to my memories. The only one that seemed a bit familiar due to his size was Hodder, though I wasn't sure I could call him that, considering that he was brighter and talking normally with someone by his side. This had to be because of a ripple due to my presence and actions, but it was a conundrum considering that Hodder became who he was due to misuse of greensight by Bran in the future. Damn, just thinking it was convoluted as hell as it sounded too much like a time paradox. At least a man in a British blue police box was not teleporting next to the table to fix it. Halting any thoughts about the doctor showing up, as Harwin and I stopped before the table. Seeing them look at me and I imagined that my attire, both a mix of Westerosi and personal clothes was intriguing for them. I wondered if they knew in one way or another who I was, considering the rumor mill. Harwin introduced me, this is Roger. He is now the newest member of the household. Everyone looked at me with intrigue and curiosity. The occupants looked at each other, some sharing glances that conveyed a mix of curiosity and speculation. Some seemed to have some kind of recognition, even though I wasn't certain why. Among them, a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance and a weathered face, reacted as his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression contemplative. Lord Stark's decree, he remarked, leaning back in his chair. "Ya don't strike me as your typical Westerosi." I nodded in admittance, I'm not. I came far beyond the sea. I remained elusive about my origins, even though I knew that sooner or later, I would have to tell them the altered story I had been using since Derry Castle. They would all be assuming Essos was my home anyway, knowing how things worked here. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression contemplative. Is that so? He grumbled, arms crossed. And what purpose does Lord Stark see in yet? Harwin spoke in my defense, Farlan, he had done a great service to our Lord and Lady Arya and has asked for his protection while promising to help his house with all the skills he has. While thinking a bit on why the name Farlan sounded a bit familiar and yet distant, I nodded in agreement with Harwin's words, adding, I have some talents that may prove useful to House Stark. I hoped I sounded humble and not like I was touting my horn like a Gary Stew. The man continued to study me, his gaze unwavering. And what talents do ye possess that make ye so valuable? I took a moment to reply. My main strength is in knowledge, analyzing situations, and strategizing on what to do next. I love sharing knowledge, stories, and even some songs of home which can also be beneficial to others. I am someone that wants to do right and best in my tasks and to learn to better understand things, and to adapt myself to new situations. Damn, why did I have the strange feeling I was passing a job interview? I guessed that no matter the period, the place, and people, some things didn't change. Farlan raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by my response. Impressin. But mind ye, stranger, we don't trust outsiders with ease. Yell avat prove yourself. I nodded, understanding the sentiment. I am aware of the need to earn trust. I am more than willing to prove myself through my actions and dedication to House Stark. The man leaned back in his chair, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Well, if Lord Stark backs ye, then reckon we'll grant ye a chance. Welcome to the household, Roger. Thank you, I replied sincerely. I will do my best to live up to the trust placed in me. The individuals at the table offered various responses, ranging from nods of acknowledgement to polite greetings. I looked around to find a free place to sit, noticing an open spot nearby a young man wearing religious clothing. Trying to remember who he was, I reminded myself he might be the Septon in Winterfell. As I moved towards it, I turned to Harwin and expressed my gratitude. Thank you, Harwin, for guiding me. Are you on duty now? Harwin chuckled, understanding the underlying question. Just ensuring everything goes smoothly. You know how these feasts can get. I nodded in understanding and took my seat, glancing at the diverse group around me. The conversations in the Great Hall continued to hum in the background, creating a lively atmosphere. As I took my seat, I took a look at the people at my table, I observed them and tried to guess who they were. Farlan discussed with Hodder and managed to hear Whaley mentioned. So, that was his show name version, even if his appearance was much younger than the actor playing him in Game of Thrones, probably closer to the book version. Continuing my observations, I couldn't help but observe the high table, where Robb was already seated. I recognized Roose Bolton nearby him, though not too close, and the lady I had noticed when arriving in the courtyard. I felt their glances on me and on instinct, I looked at them. Roose Bolton sent me a quick look, and for a moment, a shiver ran down my spine. I was glad his look didn't last long. The woman, whose name I couldn't recall at the moment, gave me a scrutinizing gaze. I decided to avert my eyes, not wanting to seem impolite, and once again, unease settled in. Her gaze, while piercing, hinted at a deeper curiosity. Unsettled by her scrutiny, I focused on the young Septon beside me. But having looked at her, I couldn't help but spare a thought on her physical features, tall, unbent, and handsome, yet with a feral edge to her smile. As the murmurs in the Great Hall continued, Robb Stark stood up, raising his mug for attention. Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate the safe return of my sister Arya. The hall erupted in cheers, mugs raised high. Feeling the energy of the moment, I joined my voice with the others. Robb then took his seat, with the rest following suit. I found my place among them, and as I sat, the conversations at the table resumed. The eclectic mix of people intrigued me, and I couldn't help but wonder how my presence, coupled with the rumors that might have circulated about me, was perceived by these representatives of various houses. As the cheers subsided and the feasting resumed, I took a moment to glance around the Great Hall. The eclectic mix of representatives from various houses provided a rich tapestry of characters, each with their own stories and allegiances. My eyes scanned the tables, trying to gauge the relationships within the hall. In the midst of my observations, I caught a glimpse of Arya Stark sitting close to the high table. A small smile played on my lips, grateful for her safe return and glad to see her amongst her people. At least, her situation would be very different from what happened in canon. A part of me wondered if it wouldn't create new issues, but it had to be better than her loss of sanity in the books. I now saw her blossoming into the young woman everyone assumed to be Lyanna reincarnated rather than becoming the traumatized lonely assassin whose soul would be nearly void. A little voice whispered to me that now the big challenge was to help her to handle her new feelings and to avoid awkward situations or worse. Looking back at my mug, I looked within it and found it empty. I didn't mind it, not really wanting to drink myself and waiting for the incoming meal. I suddenly heard a voice on my right, enjoying the feast, my friend. It inquired with a warm smile. Turning around, I saw the young Septon looking at me with a warm smile. A part of me was apprehensive as it was once again a stranger I would talk with, but at the same time, it was one member of the Winterfell household, meaning he would be among those I would interact the most, outside of Rob when duty would call. I nodded to the man. Yes, it's quite a celebration. I appreciate the warmth of Winterfell's hospitality. The Septon continued to smile warmly as he introduced himself. I'm Septon Kale, he said, extending a hand towards you. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Roger. Kale, he was indeed the official Septon of Winterfell. And then I remembered, he came to aid a child that had been violated by the Ironborn. And as a result, was drowned as a sacrifice to the drowned god, thanks to Theon. Looking at the main table, I spotted Theon looking at Tansy. Why was I not surprised? Theon Greyjoy didn't know it, but today was his last day amongst the living. Leaning over, I whispered just what Theon would do in the future to the much bigger, Wei. His face turned red and he stormed over to the main table. Before Theon could move, Wei threw him to the ground. Wei, Kale, and Farlan formed a line and stomped Theon mercilessly. While everyone else was looking at Theon getting beat up, I grabbed the sharpest knife I could find at the table. I rushed at Roose Bolton who took off down the hall. I will get you, Leech Lord. I screamed as an alarmed Rob, Harwin, Arya, and others chased after me, trying to stop me from killing the monster that was among them. The Benny Hill theme started playing as the chase went all over the castle. Are you all right? The concerned voice of Septon Kale interrupted my thoughts. Snapping back to reality, I reciprocated the greeting with a polite but warm smile. Yes, Septon. Thank you for the welcome. Septon Kale shrugged. Well, you are now at the service of Lord Stark and of his family. It is natural to make you welcome. Looking at Farlan who was talking with Hodderno Wei, he turned back and added, don't mind the cautious welcome. It takes time for Winterfell to fully embrace newcomers. I remember when I first arrived, it was no different. I nodded in understanding, thinking of the fact that the faith of the Seven was not the main religion in the north, and even if Septon Kale seemed to be a local, I knew that there might have been some apprehension from the household when he and Septa Mordain joined Lord Stark's service after the building of the Little September for Catelyn. Thank you for the advice, I replied sincerely. Septon Kale smiled warmly, his eyes filled with empathy. You're welcome, my friend. Winterfell is a place deeply rooted in its traditions and customs, and it takes time for the people here to embrace new faces. But I assure you, once they see your loyalty and intentions are genuine, they will come to appreciate your presence. It was comforting to know that I wasn't alone in navigating the dynamics of Winterfell. I will keep that in mind, Septon Kale. I understand the importance of trust and patience, especially in a place with such strong bonds and history. I'm grateful to have your guidance. Septon Kale nodded, his expression kind and understanding. It's my pleasure to offer any assistance I can. As a Septon, it's my duty to support and guide those who seek it. If you ever have any questions or need someone to talk to, feel free to approach me. Winterfell may have its challenges, but it also holds great wisdom and strength. I acquiesced with a smile. The Septon's words reminded me a bit of some of the priests I had seen serving the masses I had attended. I wondered how he would react to my faith and its features considering both the similarities. The Septon noticed my empty mug and commented, "You don't drink." I shook my head. I am not really fond of alcohol, Septon. I find the taste a bit too strong. And the last time I had something to drink at a feast, I found myself involved in a food fight. The Septon's eyes widened in amusement. It was then that Mycon, the blacksmith, interjected, clearly curious about the incident. A food fight? What happened? Glancing at the diverse group seated nearby, including Wei, Farlan, and Mycon, I hesitated. I wasn't eager to share an embarrassing moment, especially one where Arya played a significant part. Taking a breath, I nonetheless decided to tell the tale, at least the essential parts, without mentioning when or where it exactly occurred. Well, it occurred recently. I was attending a feast, sitting next to a young woman who was flirting with me despite my reservations. She offered me mead when I explained I didn't like alcohol, and I drank it. At one point, she started, well, being quite forward, and in my embarrassment, I accidentally spilled mead on her dress. The table listened with varying expressions, ranging from amusement to curiosity. Septon Kale, in particular, had a compassionate look in his eyes, understanding the awkwardness of social situations. One of the men nearby Mycon asked, "What happened next? How did the lady react?" Taking another breath, I continued, "I was deeply embarrassed, but to my surprise, the lady wasn't angry. In fact, she exploited her wet dress to display her assets, trying to catch my eye." The table reacted with a mix of laughter and raised eyebrows. "What did you do then?" someone asked. I was embarrassed beyond words, I admitted. But my friend threw food on the lady's face. She tried to retaliate, and it resulted in a big food battle where every guest contributed in one way or another. Who knew Black Valder Frey had that good of a throwing arm? The table erupted in laughter and commentary, finding amusement in the unexpected turn of events. Septon Kale, however, had a thoughtful expression on his face. "You showed strength not to fall for seduction, my friend," he remarked. Smiling wryly, I responded, "Well, if there's a man who is the complete opposite of a seducer or being guided by his desires, I would be among the candidates." I added, "Besides, I have a mantra, friendship rather than love. I love conversing with a woman, but I would never dare seduce her or ask her for a night." "And yet you've been having such naughty thoughts about the ladies of West Eros," a voice that sounded like Rob teased me in my head. I shook that thought off my head, thinking of Poirot's words to Hastings in Curtains when he said everyone has a desire to kill but not the will. Well, I rather considered that everyone had a desire for intimacy, but not the will. The diverse group around the table, including Mycon, Farlan, Whaley, and the three other men, reacted differently to my words. Some chuckled, others exchanged curious glances, and Whaley had a broad smile on his face. Septon Kale nodded in understanding, acknowledging the importance of such principles. "It's a noble perspective. Friendship often withstands the tests of time better than fleeting romances." His words resonated with a certain wisdom, emphasizing the enduring value of meaningful connections. Taking a moment to look at the faces around me, I continued, "Well, I'm a man with a maester's mind, a maiden heart, and a fiery desire to do right and to fit where I go." The table companions exchanged glances, each reflecting a unique mix of curiosity and understanding but also bemusement. It was clear they were processing the information about their new companion in Winterfell. Mycon, the blacksmith, gave a hearty nod, appreciating the sentiment. "Well, we'll be happy to have another pair of hands around here. Winterfell always has work for willing folks." Farlan, the kennel master, observed me with an attentive glance. "Work and loyalty are valued here. We'll see if you're cut from the right cloth." Whaley seemed genuinely pleased, his wide smile indicating an easygoing nature. "Good to have you with us." Septon Kale offered a warm smile, "May the Seven guide your path in Winterfell, and may your time here be blessed." Josth, the master of horse, gave a subtle nod of acknowledgement, the wrinkles on his face showing the wear and tear of his responsibilities. Murch and Garrus nodded in silence, the latter having a discerning gaze on me. Silence befell for a short while as I looked at my table companions before observing the tables around us. I tried to see other people I knew from books and show or with whom I had interacted during the journey, but it was difficult to tell who was whom. Suddenly, the doors opened and maids and servants brought a meal towards the high table. I sensed I would see how a feast in a medieval-like style worked, even though West Eros was also very specific in its customs. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meats and savory pies wafted through the air. I turned my attention to the high table, where Robb Stark sat, the Lord of Winterfell. The young lord's presence commanded respect, and his movements were marked by a quiet confidence. As the maids and servants approached, Robb nodded to them, giving a signal to begin serving the meal. With practiced precision, the cook carved a portion of the succulent meat, and Robb tasted it, nodding approvingly. The satisfaction on his face rippled through the hall, and the cook and servants proceeded to serve the other guests. I observed with keen interest, absorbing the intricate dance of serving in a medieval-like style. The flow of the feast seemed like a well-choreographed performance, each participant playing their part in this culinary symphony. After what felt like an eternity, the cook and the servants reached our table. The anticipation had grown palpable among my companions and me. The array of dishes was placed before us, revealing a variety of meats, stews, and hearty bread. I glanced at the spread before me, trying to identify the different components of the meal. Not being accustomed to the northern cuisine, I decided to lean over to Septon Kale, whispering, "What do we have here, Septon?" Septon Kale, ever cheerful, responded in a hushed tone, "A feast fit for Winterfell, my friend. Roast meats, fresh bread, and savory stews. Enjoy the bounty the Seven have provided." Taking his words to heart, I picked up my utensils and began to partake in the feast, savoring the flavors of the north. The hearty fare was a stark contrast to my usual meals, and yet, it felt strangely comforting. Around the table, my companions engaged in their own feasting, each expressing their appreciation for the meal in their unique ways. Mycon chuckled between bites, commenting on the craftsmanship of the utensils, while Farlan savored each mouthful with a contented sigh. As I ate the meal, I looked again around me, observing the hall and its people, pretending to be curious about the lords present on the high table by the side of Robb. Turning my glance on Septon Kale, I asked a bit hesitantly, "Septon, can you tell me who is sitting with Lord Robb?" Septon Kale, ever cheerful, responded in a hushed tone, "Ah, those are esteemed guests indeed. Lord Cerwyn, Lord Glover, Lord Bolton, Lady Dustin, and Lord Tallheart." He nodded as if presenting a cast of characters in a grand play. My eyes scanned the different faces. While Roose was recognizable, as was Lady Barbary to some extent, the others were totally unknown in spite of reading about them. I caught a glimpse of Lady Dustin, her gaze briefly meeting mine. I turned away, not wanting to appear impolite. "She's sexy and you know it," the voice that sounded like Rob teased me in my head again. Why did it have to be the young wolf's voice as the teasing one? Seriously, I would rather had my angel of temptation like Christian Clavier's character in Les Anges Gardiens. I prayed I wouldn't strange reactions with Rob the next time I interacted with him. I wondered why they were present in Winterfell. It was far too early for the War of the Five Kings to start. I leaned back towards Septon Kale, asking, "If it isn't indiscreet, can you tell me why they are here?" Septon Kale's eyes sparkled with knowledge. "Ah, my friend, these lords and ladies have gathered at Winterfell to discuss matters of great import. Rumors speak of wildfire in the capital, and Lord Rob seeks to aid his father, Lord Eddard Stark, in these troubled times." It wasn't something I expected, and yet a part of me was glad that one tip I had made bore fruit. Wildfire? That's quite concerning. "I hope Lord Stark and Lady Sansa are safe," I said, playing ignorant of the situation, which was easy considering the fact I wasn't aware of this unexpected development. Septon Kale, sensing my concern, offered a reassuring smile. "The Seven watch over them, my friend. Winterfell stands strong, and the Starks are resilient. We can only hope for the best." Grateful for his comforting words, I nodded and returned to my meal, the taste of northern cuisine blending with the unfolding drama in the Great Hall of Winterfell. But inwardly, I felt both ecstatic and terrified. Eddard Stark had implemented my advice on finding out about the wildfire, and he achieved it in record time considering the transport and communication restraints throughout Westeros. The fact that his son was said to have been informed of the situation meant that the whole realm knew about Aerys' last horrible stunt. To some extent, it made me think of Stannis' message on the legitimacy of Cersei's children. However, the context was very different, and I knew that it would be a matter of time before the wildfire was found in its hiding spots. I dearly hoped that Eddard would know how to handle this terrific challenge, and that he would know to make the relevant and right choices, especially for his daughter and his household. Chasing away those apprehensive and frightening thoughts, I focused on eating my meal. It was all right, but I admitted that I wasn't really a gourmet or someone who took real pleasure in eating. When it was well cooked, I could express it, but with this new world to fit in, I fell back into my reserved demeanor. Hopefully, finding my place among the household of Winterfell would help me to be more relaxed in the future, even though with the current situation, that would be challenging, considering I would be under scrutiny of so many people, and that my features, my status, and should it be spread, my bond with Arya, could inflict deep impact on how I would find my way in the north. And here we are. The first social big event in the north that the SI is attending, and one that makes sense due to the context. 2. The fact that the SI is an unknown wildcard is something he is very aware of, and that means that it would attract the curiosity of others. Of some of the lords and ladies, but also of the household and of those who accompany the retinues of the Starks Bannerman. No spoiler about Tansy, but let's just say she would have her role. 3. The thoughts fantasies are elements my beta reader added, but I decided to add how I might process those thoughts, as I tend to play all sides. Not like Palpatine, thankfully. But due to how demanding I am of myself and how reflective I can be, that is transcribed here. 4. As you have noticed, there is another obvious ripple that is present, especially as it will spoil the future. Hotter is not hotter. And while I rely on the show for the context, I feel it was very amusing to have one example of time paradox depicted in this context due to the ripples resulting from Mark's presence and of the ISOT phenomena. That also allowed my beta reader to include a famous reference that fits well the theme. 5. That chapter allows me to depict many members of the household. Considering the fact that most are only background characters, that meant trying to imagine their portrayal, or in the case of Whaley/Hodder, finding a balance in how he would be if he was normal. 6. I try to depict as grounded as possible the feast, with the first stages as contrary to the Frey feasts. There was no delay. 7. The updated timeline will be present. 8. Teaser, next time, a knightly smuggler is reporting to his lord. 9. Have a good reading. Spoof timeline. Date events. 24/02/298 Jon Arryn's death. 18/04/298 Robert Baratheon's arrival at Winterfell. 08/05/298 Bran's fall. 20/05/298 Departure of the royal cortege, of Ned Stark and his daughters and of Jon Snow. 28/05/298 Murder attempt on Bran. 10/06/298 Jon's arrival at the Wall. 10/07/298 Mark's apparition in the Riverlands. 16/07/298 Mark joins Derry Castle. 23/07/298 The Ruby Ford Incident. 27/07/298 Chapters 1-7 Events. 28/07/298 Chapters 8-14 Events, Departure from Derry Castle. 01/08/298 Chapter 15 Events. 02/08/298 Chapters 16 and 17 Events. 03/08/298 Chapter 18 Events. 04/08/298 Chapter 19 Events. 11/08/298 Chapter 20 Events. 13/08/298 Chapters 21, 22, and 23 Events. 15/08/298 Chapter 24 Events. 16/08/298 Chapter 25 Events. 17/08/298 Chapter 26 Events. 18/08/298 Chapters 27 and 28 Events. 19/08/298 Chapter 29 and 37, Ned Stark's Message, Events. 21/08/298 Chapter 37, Dragonstone, Events. 22/08/298 Chapter 30 and 37, River Run, Highgarden. Casterly Rock, Events. 23/08/298 Chapters 31 to 33 and 37, Aerie, Pike, and Sons Pair, Events. 25/08/298 Chapter 37, Winterfell, Events. 27/08/298 Chapters 34, 35, and 37, Castle Black, Events. 28/08/298 Chapters 36 Events. 29/08/298 Chapter 38 Events. 01/09/298 Chapter 39 to 41 Events. 02/09/298 Chapters 41, Volantis, 42 and 43 Events. 03/08/298 Chapter 44 Events. 06/08/298 Chapter 45 Events. 08/09/298 Chapters 46 to 49 Events, Arrival at Winterfell. 50/A Smuggler's Report, Davos 2. As the Black Betha sailed closer to Dragonstone, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the choppy waters of Blackwater Bay. Standing on the deck with my sons Mathos and Allard, I felt some relief as the familiar sight of the island came into view. "Feels good to be back," Mathos remarked, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "After all that time in King's Landing and those days in Blackwater Bay, I'm ready for some solid ground beneath my feet." Allard chimed in, a grin spreading across his face. King's Landing was a maze of danger. I'll take Dragonstone's storms over that any day." I nodded in agreement. Yeah, remember, once we make port at Dragonstone, we must seek an audience with Lord Stannis himself and tell him all that we've discovered in King's Landing," I reminded them, my gaze shifting between my sons. As our ship approached the dock of Dragonstone's harbour, I watched the crew bustling about, preparing to berth. "We'll need to move quickly once we're ashore," I said, more to myself than to Allard and Mathos. "There's much to be done, and time is of the essence." My sons nodded in understanding, their determination mirroring my own. "Father," Mathos replied, his voice resolute. "We'll make sure everything is ready to go." Allard glanced at me, a question in his eyes. "Is there anything specific you need us to do once we're ashore, Father?" I considered for a moment before responding. "Lend a hand with unloading the supplies and making the ship secure. Then we'll need to go straight to Lord Stannis. He must be made aware of the happenings in King's Landing with haste, without delay." As the Black Betha came alongside the dock, I could see the crew preparing to throw the mooring lines. "Let's get to work," I said, clapping a hand on each of my sons' shoulders. With that, Mathos and Allard sprang into action, directing the crew with practiced efficiency. If my sons had been born a century ago, there is no doubt that House Velaryon would have taken them on journeys to map the seas. Mathos and I led the maneuver, ensuring a smooth transition from sea to shore. The crew worked swiftly, expertly guiding the ship into place. "Father, the Black Betha is well docked," Mathos reported, his voice filled with pride. I nodded, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. "Good work, lad," I praised him before turning to address both of my sons. "Let the crew take a rest, they've earned it. We'll get back to our duties soon enough." As the crew dispersed, I turned my attention back to the harbour and the shape of the castle nearby. We best be moving then. Lord Stannis will be waiting for our report," I told my sons. With quick steps, we made our way through the bustling harbour, the salty scent of the sea mingling with the sulphurous aroma of Dragonstone. The path towards the castle was familiar, yet each step felt charged with a sense of urgency. As we moved through the harbour towards the castle, the path lined with time-worn stones, we came across a watch patrol. The leader, a stout man with a weathered face, recognized me immediately. "Sir Davos Seaworth," he greeted, nodding respectfully. "Back on Dragonstone, are we?" I replied, acknowledging his greeting. "We've come back with urgent news for Lord Stannis." "We must speak with him right away," I replied, my voice firm. The watch captain's expression shifted, understanding the urgency in my tone. "Of course, sir. My men will accompany you to the castle. As we walked, my thoughts raced through my head. Dragonstone, with its dark stone and brooding atmosphere, had always been a place of foreboding, no matter how long one stayed there. But now, with the knowledge of what we had discovered in King's Landing pressing upon us, it felt even more ominous. As we arrived at the start of the entryway leading to the castle, I turned to the watch captain. "Thank you, Captain," I said, gratitude evident in my voice. He nodded in acknowledgement before taking his leave, leaving us to continue our journey towards the castle gates. Turning to my sons, I took a moment to assess their attitude. They stood tall, their expressions resolute. "We're ready, Father," Mathos said, determination shining in his eyes. Allard nodded in agreement. Let's get this done." Quickly, I led the way towards the entrance of the keep, the narrow path winding its way up to the imposing gates. As we approached, 3 guards stood to watch, their armor gleaming in the fading light. "Jate Blackberry," I greeted the captain of the gate, recognizing him from my previous visits. "Sir Davos," Jate replied with a hint of surprise in his voice. "Welcome back to Dragonstone. We must speak with Lord Stannis right away." "We have urgent news for I informed him, urgency creeping into my tone. Jate's expression grew serious as he considered my words. "Very well. I'll see to it that word is sent straight away to inform his lordship of your arrival." One of the guards hurried off inside the castle. I turned to my sons, anticipation building within me. Hopefully, the confirmation of what Lord Stark had written in his message would bring my lord to intervene to help King's Landing and his brother the king. I knew he would do the right thing. Quickly, the guard reappeared, jogging back towards us urgently. He approached Jate and murmured something in his ear, prompting the captain to turn his gaze towards me. "Lord Stannis awaits you in the chamber of the Painted Room," Jate informed me, his voice grave. A surge of determination and relief coursed through me in hearing this news. "Thank you, Jate. Lead the way." As we approached the towering structure, we were greeted by Acolyte Pylus, his expression welcoming yet somber. "Sir Davos, it's good to see you again," he said, his voice soft. I offered him a nod of acknowledgement. Pylus. "We've urgent matters that need discussin' with Lord Stannis." The acolyte inclined his head in understanding before turning his attention to the guard. "Thank you for escorting them, sir. I'll take it from here." Jade nodded in response before taking his leave, disappearing into the bustling courtyard. Pylus then turned his gaze back to us, gesturing for us to follow him as he led the way into the heart of Dragonstone. "Pylus," I spoke up, breaking the silence as we climbed. "How fares Lord Stannis? Is he holding up well?" The young maester glanced back at me, his expression thoughtful. "His Grace is preoccupied, Sir Davos. There have been some peculiar shifts in recent days." "Peculiar shifts?" Allard echoed, his brow furrowing in concern. Pylus nodded gravely. "Indeed. The Lady Melisandre has been spending more time at the smithy, and she has been seen gazing into the flames with increasing frequency. There have been tales that she was having something deadly designed. A small blade of some kind that an assassin might use." My heart sank at the mention of the Red Woman. The woman's presence always unnerved me, her devotion to the Lord of Light bordering on fanaticism. For the time being, my lord was only allowing her as a guest, but Lady Baratheon was very invested in that witch and her faith. But being so careless about having a weapon made for her seemed unusual, even for her. "And what of Lady Shireen?" I asked, my voice low. "How does she fare?" Pylus sighed, his expression troubled. "Lady Shireen. She has been different. For some days, there's a newfound determination in her and she has started to invest herself in the life of the keep. She's been studying with Maester Crescent and with me at times. But there's also wariness, especially towards Lady Melisandre. I also noticed a change in how she interacted with her parents, as if she was more guarded. And no one knows why, except that it started at the same time as Lady Melisandre's new behavior." As we continued our ascent, the atmosphere grew heavier with each step. The news of Lady Melisandre's increasing involvement and Lady Shireen's altered behavior troubled me deeply. The girl's kindness and innocence were a beacon of light in the darkness of Dragonstone. But with what Pylus was saying, I couldn't help but be concerned about what happened to lead her to shift in behavior. The only solace I could find was the fact she was apparently less reserved and seemed to keep busy with her studies. I was however concerned how it would impact a lonely girl like her. I thought back to when her father desperately had all of us traveling around Westeros and even sending some to Essos to find healers. All to save Shireen from the grayscale she had been infected with. When I saw that little girl crying from the pain of the disease, I didn't ask any questions. I thanked the gods she survived the ordeal. And if there was any threat to her, so help me. We reached the entrance to the chamber of the painted table, and as we stepped inside, I couldn't help but notice Lady Celis Baratheon exiting the room, her expression unhappy. She paused as she caught sight of us, her gaze lingering on me with thinly veiled disdain. I knew all too well how she regarded me, a low-born smuggler in the presence of her noble husband. Even though Stannis himself had knighted me, there was little respect from her. She moved away without a word, and Pylus let out a weary sigh, glancing after her. It seemed there was something more, but I restrained myself. It wasn't for me to question my lord's decisions or to investigate how Lady Celis and he were interacting. Yet I still wondered if that attitude wasn't tied to the shift Lady Shireen that Pylus had described to me. I had to dismiss the thought as my sons and I followed Pylus into the chamber, steeling myself for the conversation that awaited us with Lord Stannis. As we stepped into the chamber of the painted table, my eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room. Stannis Baratheon sat at the head of the table, his expression as stern as ever. Beside him stood Maester Cresson, his frail form a stark contrast to the Lord of Dragonstone's imposing presence. And there, standing by the window, was Axel Florent, his features twisted in a scowl. Pylus cleared his throat, announcing our arrival with a respectful bow. "My lord, Sir Davos Seaworth and his sons are here to see you." Stannis's gaze shifted to us, his eyes sharp as ever as he took in our presence. "Davos," he acknowledged, his tone clipped but not unkind. I stepped forward, followed by my sons, and bowed deeply. "My lord," I said, keeping my tone respectful. Mathos and Allard mirrored my gesture, showing their deference to our liege lord. Stannis nodded in acknowledgement before getting straight to the point. "What news do you bring from King's Landing, Sir Davos? Have you uncovered the truth of this wildfire threat?" I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding, choosing my words carefully. My lord. The threat is real," I began, my gaze steady as I recounted our findings. "So far, we've found caches of wildfire beneath the Red Keep, the Great September Baylor, and 3 the city gates. And there might be more in the Dragon Pit as well. It's a dire situation, and the folk o' King's Landing are living in fear, that's for certain." Maester Cresson's eyes widened in alarm at my words, while Axel Florent scowled, his displeasure evident. Stannis's expression darkened as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. "And what of my brother and Ned Stark? How are they handling this threat?" I hesitated for a moment, recalling the mood of the city and the actions of those in power. "King Robert and Lord Stark, they're talking this threat right serious like," I explained, my voice steady. "They're determined to protect the city and its people. But there's unrest among the commons, some fear the danger common, while others doubt the crown can keep them safe. Though, there are men from across the realm who've come to help the crown deal with this threat." Maester Cresson nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowed with concern, while Axel Florent grumbled under his breath. Stannis fell silent, his gaze fixed on the painted table before him. I could sense the weight of his duty pressing down on him, the burden of leadership heavy on his shoulders. After a moment, he looked up, his expression resolute. "Thank you, Sir Davos. Once again your service to Dragonstone and the realm is invaluable. We must make preparations for what is to come." I exchanged a glance with my sons, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Mathos seemed eager to prove his worth, while Allard's eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension. We stood there, waiting for further instructions, as tension hung thick in the air. I exchanged a glance with Maester Cresson, noticing the worry etched on his aged face. "My lord," the Maester began, his voice soft yet laden with concern, "what course of action do you intend to take regarding the developments in King's Landing?" Stannis straightened, his eyes meeting Maester Cresson's gaze. "Cresson, send ravens to my bannermen. Inform them of the developments in King's Landing and instruct them to lend aid to Sir Davos in any way they can." The Maester nodded, his aged hands trembling slightly as he prepared to carry out his lord's command. "As you command, my lord," he murmured, before hobbling off to fulfill his duty. I felt a pang of curiosity as Stannis made no mention of his own plans to sail back to King's Landing. "My lord," I ventured cautiously, "what of your presence in King's Landing?" Stannis's gaze turned to me, his expression unreadable. "It is far too dangerous for me to return to King's Landing. The threat of wildfire is not to be underestimated, and other matters require my attention here." While I could understand his vigilance with the wildfire threat, I couldn't help but recall Stannis's disdain for the Lannisters during our previous discussions. His reluctance to return to the capital spoke volumes about the peril lurking within its walls. But he was ready to help his brother the king and the hand as I could have expected of him. And no matter his reasons for not returning there, I knew they must be legitimate for him and it wasn't my place to question him. "Understood, my lord," I said, my voice steady despite the whirlwind of thoughts in my mind. "When do you wish us to return to King's Landing?" Stannis regarded me for a moment before answering, "As soon as you are ready. I will send ravens to our bannermen, informing them of the situation and enlisting their support. You will have whatever resources you need for this task." My sons exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. Allard spoke up, his voice tinged with eagerness, "We'll be ready to sail whenever you command, father." Mathos nodded in agreement, his youthful enthusiasm mirrored in his eyes. we'll do whatever it takes to assist Lord Stark and protect the realm. Stannis nodded, a hint of approval in his gaze. Very well. Prepare yourselves. The fate of the Seven Kingdoms may well depend on your efforts. As my sons moved to make their preparations, Stannis turned his attention back to me. Sir Davos, he said, his voice low but commanding, I need a word with you. Alone. I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Of course, my lord. Axel Florent shot me a curious look as he ushered my sons out of the room, and I couldn't help but wonder what Stannis wanted to discuss with me now. Once the door closed behind Axel, I turned to my lord, awaiting his words. Davos, he began, his voice heavy with contemplation, I know you may wonder why I have left King's Landing so abruptly after Lord Arryn's death. I nodded slowly, curious as to what my lord was getting at. My lord. It did cross my mind. The truth is, Stannis continued, I suspect foul play in Lord Arryn's death. I couldn't hide my surprise at his revelation. Foul play, yes eh? And by whose hand? Stannis's jaw clenched, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. The Lannisters, he spat. I have reason to believe they had a hand in it. My mind raced as I processed Stannis's words. The Lannisters were always trouble, but if they were truly responsible for Lord Arryn's death, it could have far-reaching consequences. Have you any proof, my lord? I asked cautiously. Stannis shook his head. Not yet. But I know it is tied to the investigations he was leading before his death. I frowned, troubled by the implications of Stannis's words. If the Lannisters were truly behind Lord Arryn's death, it could have far-reaching consequences for the realm. But before I could voice my thoughts and ask what the last hand was investigating, Stannis shifted the conversation. Sir Davos, have you seen my brother's children? He asked abruptly. While surprised by his question, I paused, thinking back to the few occasions I had glimpsed the young princes and princess in King's Landing. My lord. On occasion, I replied, wondering where Stannis was leading with this line of questioning. Do they share any resemblance to my brother? Stannis pressed, his tone intense. I studied Stannis's face, trying to discern the purpose behind his questions. They do seem to favor their mother's side more strongly. Stannis nodded, his expression grave. Of course they do, he said with a gruff scoff. My brothers and I bear the likeness of our father, he began, his gaze distant. But Robert's bastard, Edric Storm, bears a striking resemblance to my brother. I nodded slowly, absorbing his words. What are ye suggesting, my lord? I asked cautiously, uncertain of where Stannis was leading with his cryptic statements. My lord's lips formed a tight line as he regarded me. The truth is, Sir Davos, I have reason to doubt the legitimacy of Robert's children. I couldn't stop myself from gasping in shock. The implications of such a revelation were immense. If Robert's children were not his true heirs, it could throw the entire realm into chaos. My lord, if what ye say be true, it could mean that the Iron Throne is rightfully mine. Stannis finished my sentence, his voice filled with determination. I am the rightful heir to my brother and I will not let a false lineage stand in my way. I swallowed hard, grappling with the enormity of Stannis's claim. But, my lord, such an assertion, it would require a heap of proof to support it, I ventured cautiously, my mind racing with the potential consequences. Stannis's expression remained stoic, but I could sense the resolve beneath his facade. Davos, I am well aware, he replied, his tone betraying a hint of frustration. But the truth must be uncovered, no matter the cost. I nodded slowly, acknowledging the gravity of our predicament. And do ye have any leads, any evidence at all to support these suspicions of yours? I inquired, hoping for some shred of confirmation to cling to amidst the uncertainty. Stannis's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Jon Arryn had begun to uncover the truth before his untimely demise, he revealed, his voice tinged with bitterness. He was investigating the presence of my brother's bastards in King's Landing, he revealed, his jaw clenched with barely contained anger. He had confided to me he had already found some and that all were sharing a striking resemblance to my brother. With Edric Storm and the girl my brother had in the Vale, there are far too many coincidences to be dismissed as proof. I couldn't help but feel a pang of concern at Stannis's revelation. I see. But what is it ye be wantin' from me, then? Stannis sighed heavily, the burden of his duty evident in every line of his face. My brother's bastards were already in danger with the Lannisters lurking around, but this pit of vipers might blow up any time with the wildfire. They are in further danger and losing them could prevent disclosing the truth of the Queen's betrayal. He then fixed me with a steely gaze. I need you to find as many of my brother's bastards as you can, he said, his voice urgent. And I need you to find a way to smuggle them out of the city before it's too late. I nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of the task ahead. Ye have me word, my lord, I replied, determination burning in my chest. I'll do everything in me power to see it done. Stannis's eyes held mine for a moment longer before he spoke again. Be cautious, Davos, he warned, his voice low but intense. The spider's web extends far, and the Queen's spies are everywhere. Even Littlefinger's schemes may cross our path. His words sent a shiver down my spine, reminding me of the treacherous nature of the game we were playing. I understand, my lord, I responded, my tone grave. I'll be careful, but time, she be of the essence here. Stannis nodded, his expression unreadable. Indeed, time is not our ally in this matter. And with the wildfire crisis looming over the city, the dangers only multiply. Silence fell between us, heavy with the weight of our shared burden. I could feel the burden of responsibility settling on my shoulders, but I knew there was no turning back now. Is there anything else, my lord? I asked, breaking the silence as I prepared to take my leave. Stannis shook his head. No, Davos. That will be all for now. Go, and may the Seven watch over you. With a final nod of acknowledgement, I saluted my lord before turning to leave the chamber. As I made my way through the stone drum, my mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. I was uneasy with the mission I was to partake in, but I knew that I wouldn't let any child face the danger of being burnt alive. I prayed to the Seven that I wouldn't have to struggle to achieve this task, especially with how the number of people helping Lord Stark and the King in King's Landing had been growing. I was more relieved by the fact my lord would help his brother, even if he was to remain here. I could understand his concern with the Lannisters and the danger within the city, but a part of me was wary of the possibility it could create issues for him in the future, especially with the succession issue. And here we are. Back for a new chapter, and this time with our favorite knighted former smuggler, though, considering a certain galactic smuggler from a galaxy far, far away ended marrying a princess, that is open to debate for the favorite one. 2. Considering it only takes 3 to 4 days to sail from King's Landing to Dragonstone in good conditions, I felt this second POV chapter from Davos would work shortly after his first one, notably to show what had happened in Dragonstone and how Stannis will react to the different developments. 3. One of the obvious developments concerned Shireen Baratheon and Melisandre due to the dream from chapter 41. And it not only concerns them, but also Celis Baratheon due to her difficult relation to her daughter and the fact she overly relies on Melisandre and trusts the latter. Different elements that would catch the attention and concern of Davos. 4. The meeting with Stannis was the opportunity to bring back Cresson, but also to introduce the Castellan of Dragonstone, Axel Florent. And while Stannis is still determined to stay on Dragonstone, his dutiful side and obvious political reasons brings him to make decisions to act upon the confirmation of the threat and how his brother, Ned Stark, and the rest of the realm react to the wildfire threat. 5. I also felt that with the wildfire issue, Stannis would open himself to someone he trusts about his suspicions because he is uncertain that Ned Stark would find out the truth behind Jon Arryn's death or the Queen's secret. And because he has to plan ahead, contrary to canon, he needs someone he knew would be trustworthy enough. 6. That brings the mission Davos would achieve, i.e. finding and smuggling away the bastards of Robert from King's Landing, as their lives are now twice in danger because of the Lannisters and of the wildfire. And for those who remembers previous chapters or how other characters would act, that brings potential for trouble or competition or new issues. 7. Next time, Mark takes his first breakfast in Winterfell, meeting some of the other guests and interacting with them, some friendly, other uncertain. 8. Have a good reading. 51/Lord's interactions. Waking up from an active evening from the feast of the previous day wasn't easy, even though I didn't drink anything this time. I also regretted the absence of alarm clocks, as it prevented me from knowing when to get out of bed. It wasn't as if there would be a crowing rooster to inform that it was morning in Winterfell. Both my anxiety about waking up too late and my previous habits helped get me out of bed. Thanks to the cold temperature, I remained bundled up for the time, not wanting to have a cold. Feeling a bit off and still a bit drowsy, I decided to do my usual warm UPS. At least, that would be discreet and help me wake up. I did every move I remembered, from the exercises for the neck to those for my toes and back, and of course push UPS. Thanks to the regular use of warm UPS since the start of my journey from Derry Castle, my body was used to the physical strain. Once I finished, I got on my knees to pray. Not my usual take, as I generally prayed just before sleeping, but I felt the circumstances justified the choice. Kneeling on the ground and making the cross sign, I began to pray in silence, the words being said in the confines of my head, first my classical prayers with the prayer to Mary, the Notre Père or the Credo of Nicaea, before making a far more personal prayer. Seigneur, jet remercie pour ce qui s'est passé hier. Sois monde suchen et confort aujourd'hui. Apport amunde aim la paix et la serenité dont il aura besoin pour guérir ce tu il aura à apprendre en ce A clair sun chemin pour tu il sacho u aller et comment faire face à ce tu il pour rate rencontrer. Suchen zeli pour que confiant il demeure, determine il soit et fidèle al oui même il reste. Seigneur, veille sur mes grands-parents qui sont revenus vers toi. Veille sur ma famille, mes amis, ou tu ils sunt. Veil sur les Starks pour ils survivant auxiliary tempedes à venir. Veil sur area pour il devient la personne il pourrait être. Veil sur monde aim pour il puisse s'épanouir malgré les fautes, les erreurs, les agréments et les échecs. Seigneur, entre tes mains et en ton amour, j'ai remets monde esprit, fais en qui t'en plaira. Seigneur, j'ai souhaite une bonne journée et que ton nom soit loué, maintenant et dans les siècles à venir. Amen. Ended the prayer, I got up and took a quick breath before leaving my room. It was time to eat breakfast and to meet up with the other guests, probably lords of the north. Fortunately, this situation wouldn't last too long because otherwise, I would be in an awkward position due to my new ties with the Starks. Moving through the corridor, I encountered some servants already awake, going about their morning duties. I made a point to salute them in a respectful manner, receiving nods and murmured greetings in return. Not only was it necessary, but it was so natural of me to greet anyone with respect. Only impolite or condescending people or both would dare show disrespect to anyone, even more to those whose work allowed everything to function. Seeing them reminded me I didn't know where I would eat breakfast. I couldn't exactly go to the Great Hall as it was reserved for the Stark family and perhaps part of their staff. And having arrived only yesterday and having only memories of the books and show, I didn't know where the staff ate. I couldn't just barge in, considering that I wasn't officially inducted into the household by Rob. Approaching one of the servants, I asked, "Excuse me, but where can I break my fast?" The servant reacted, indicating the direction with a polite tone, "The morning chamber be that way, sir. Y'll find everything ye need there." While still amused and flummoxed by the fact I was still assumed to be a highborn or at least a knight, I thanked the man with a bow while saying, "Thank you for your help. Have a good day." I then made my way to the hall of the guest house. Upon entering, I found lords and members of their retinues already eating. Some glanced in my direction, as I tried to find a place to sit. Should I eat on my own or join others? I was aware that sitting with any of the lords would be strange or could be interpreted as a disrespectful move. As I scanned for a seat, I noticed the diverse reactions to my appearance. I knew my appearance and my clothes would attract attention, even more compared to the feast of the previous night where their curiosity could have been distracted. The arrival yesterday already attracted their attention, but I was certain that the fact I was a guest and that I ate with members of the Stark household further attracted their attention. I hoped they hadn't heard anything of my interactions with Arya because of how problematic it would become. A vacant seat at a table a distance away finally caught my eye. As I approached it, I also noticed a maid nearby and decided to stop and inquire about the morning routine. "Excuse me, but how can I have my break my fast?" I asked, realizing I was slipping up and accidentally using modern Earth terms. The maid reacted promptly, answering with a polite tone, "Ya can take a seat wherever ya please, sir. I'll fetch ya what's been served for the morn." "Thank you for your help." "And sorry to bother you," I replied, genuine in my gratitude. "I'm so used to being on my own, I sometimes forget to ask others for help." The maid smiled and nodded, understanding my situation. I felt the glances and reactions around me, a mix of curiosity and perhaps a touch of amusement. Unfazed, I decided to take the next step. "Can you be so kind to bring me what is served for the morn?" I asked. The maid, now accustomed to my peculiarities, nodded and said, "Certainly, sir. I'll bring it right away." I saluted her before moving towards the vacant seat. I thanked myself for all the years having to find a balance between the solitary life and the desire for interacting with people as more than ever, the diplomatic approach was necessary. Even if they were northerners, I needed to really find my landmarks and I couldn't do it in a snap, even if the time spent with Harwin, his men, and Arya gave me clues on how to interact with their people. Arriving at the chosen place, I took my seat and settled in, ready to enjoy my breakfast. As I was waiting, I looked around with quick glances, trying not to attract more attention than necessary. I observed the hall with attention, taking in the grandeur of the setting. As I watched the room, quick looks around me revealed the typical setting of a medieval-like breakfast. Wooden beams adorned the ceiling, and the cold stone walls exuded an ancient charm. The flickering light of the torches cast dancing shadows across the room, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. The maid soon arrived with a tray, presenting the morning meal with a courteous smile. "Here you go, sir. Enjoy your meal," she said. I thanked her and saluted with a bow of the head. "Thank you, miss. That is very appreciated and kind." The maid moved away to continue her duties. I took a moment to survey my breakfast, a mix of bread, cheese, and a cup of ale. I pushed the ale aside, opting for water instead. At least the bread and cheese were familiar to me and compared to what my world now offered, a stronger taste. Even after spending time in Westeros, it was still a bit bothering me, considering my personal tastes. But it wasn't as if I had a choice, and personally, it was perhaps for the best. The best decisions were sometimes when the array of possibilities was restricted. Liberty was not the existence of limitless horizon, it was on the contrary the awareness of the existence of a defined frame and of the possibility to move within and around. Those thoughts in mind, I began to cut the bread with my hand and to consume it. I ate it slowly to be satiated, remembering how important it was in diet and health. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my solitude. "Sire, mind if my son and I join you?" Still amused at being assumed to be a knight, I turned around to see who was speaking to me. I faced a man with a commanding demeanor. Behind him, a tall, noisy boy with a thick neck accompanied him. The view of the young boy somehow reminded me of someone. Out of respect, I stood up and said, "Begging pardon, my lord. I didn't expect someone to see me." The man reacted, his gaze assessing yet not unfriendly. "No need for formalities, sire. I am Sir Helman Tallheart, the master of Torrens Square. This is my son, Benfred." Once again sensing the looks of other people on us, I made a bow of the head before saying, "Greetings, Sir Helman. I am Roger Bacon." He gestured toward the table. "Mind if we join you?" He repeated the question. I returned the gesture, invitingly. "Of course, sire. Please, join me." Helman and his son took their seats, with the father looking around to catch the attention of a passing servant, asking for breakfast to be brought to our table. As I enjoyed eating a piece of bread and cheese, Helman began a conversation. "I've heard some things about you, Sir Roger," he said. Turning to face him, I asked, "Really?" Hoping I did not come off as arrogant. Helman nodded, acknowledging my question. My son and I saw you riding at the head of the escort of Lady Arya, alongside her. You were seen partaking with the household of the Starks and yet you're here seated more like a guest of them. You're a bit of a mystery, not to mention your foreign features." I nodded, aware of how all those things could leave a strange impression. A part of me hoped they didn't assume anything about Arya and I, otherwise that would make things awkward and problematic. Before I could respond, Benfred chimed in, "I and the guards were talking. They said you played a peculiar role in what happened during Lady Arya's journey." Helman, with a measured tone, asked, "Can you tell us if what they say is true?" After considering my response, I asked him back, "What did you hear about the journey of Lady Arya's escort and mine?" Benfred shared what he had heard. "Word has it that Lady Arya's escort encountered bandits on the road, and you, Sir Roger, fought valiantly to protect her, even risking your life for her. That you watch over her ever since you joined Lord Stark's service like a knight to his fair lady." I was glad I was not eating or drinking anything at the moment because otherwise I would have done a spit take. But that didn't prevent me from exploding in laughter, stunning the Tallhearts. The picture was so ludicrous in my mind and at the same time, the way the young boy phrased it was so wrong that it reminded me once again of all the issues that could arise if anyone caught word of my friend's crush on me. As I stopped laughing, I noticed the stunned looks of the Tallhearts, even though Benfred seemed to have taken offense from my laughter. Trying to catch my breath and to straighten me up, I said, "Sorry for it. I never heard something so funny in quite a while." Benfred, his face reddening, spoke up first, "What's so funny about protecting Lady Arya? You think it's a joke?" Helman calmly placed a hand on his son's shoulder, offering a reassuring squeeze. "Easy, Benfred. Sir Roger probably found something amusing in the way you put it." I smiled, composing myself. "You are right, sir. Depicting Arya as a fair lady is akin to claim that the North is the same as Dorne. Highborn she might be, but a feisty one she is." Helman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Benfred however intervened again, "You didn't call her lady. Why is that?" While a part of myself was flummoxed by that little misstep of mine, I kindly smiled, "Oh, a slight oversight of mine. Generally, I use it when I mention her to other people. But when I speak to her, I never use that word. She dislikes it." The room almost shook one time she screamed, "I'm not a lady." The two Tallhearts exchanged looked at each other. Helman then spoke, "Fair enough. But humor us, Sir Roger. Were the rumors true? Did you fight off bandits to protect Lady Arya?" Taking a new breath, I began, "The first thing you need to know is that I had joined Lord Stark's service after Lady Arya persuaded me to ask for his protection." Helman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And why did Lady Arya persuade you to seek Lord Stark's protection?" I paused, considering how to phrase my response. "Because I defended her back in Derry Castle from Prince Joffrey's accusations on an incident, accusations that turned out to be lies. But I know how the Queen's family can be and was about to leave when Lady Arya came to me and decided to help me in turn." Helman's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and understanding flickering across his features. Beside him, Benfred leaned in, his curiosity palpable. He then interjected, "So what happened next? Did you really encounter bandits on the road?" I nodded, recalling the suspenseful moments of our journey. "Yes, we did. But before them, there had been another incident when leaving Derry Castle. Lady Arya and I were confronted by Jaime Lannister and the Prince's sworn shield. The first wanted to rile me up, and the second told Lady Arya a friend she had made during the journey was now dead and waiting for her. That bastard! I grunted the last two words aloud. Hellman's jaw tightened slightly, a flicker of disapproval crossing his features, while Benfred's eyes narrowed in disdain. Benfred leaned forward, eager for more details. What did you do? I stood my ground, I replied, meeting his gaze. I remained firm yet polite with Sir Jaime. And as for Joffrey's sworn shield, I called him out for his behavior, comparing him to his infamous brother, the Mountain. Hellman and Benfred exchanged looks, clearly impressed by my actions. Hellman's eyes held a newfound respect, while Benfred's expression softened, a hint of admiration shining through. Afterwards, I continued, we did face attacks, but not from bandits, but from sellswords. Not once, but twice. The young boy asked with eager curiosity, what happened during those attacks? Well, I began, recollecting the harrowing events. The first attack was an ambush at an inn. Fearing for Lady Arya's safety, I led her away from the fighting into the neighboring woods. Unfortunately, we were found by some of the sellswords, and I had to defend both her and myself with the hammer I had brought from Derry Castle. I managed to slay 3 of them, preventing 2 from harming Lady Arya. However, a 4th assailant got me with a throwing knife. If not for the timely arrival of the dire wolves of Lady Arya or of her sister, I might not have survived. The villagers, along with Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, and Tom the Bard, also aided in driving back the sellswords. Hellman listened intently, his expression grave, while Benfred seemed to hang on every word, his eyes flickering with awe mixed with a hint of concern. That sounds like a perilous situation, Hellman remarked, his voice carrying a note of respect. I nodded, acknowledging his observation. Indeed, it was. And unfortunately, our troubles didn't end there. Benfred leaned closer, his curiosity unabated. What happened during the second ambush? I sighed, the memory still fresh in my mind. It occurred a few days later, just as we were nearing safety. We were attacked again by the same sellswords. Due to the situation, I had to make a split-second decision, urging Lady Arya to flee while I stayed behind to help the escort to hold off our attackers. Hellman's expression darkened, a shadow of concern crossing his features. Beside him, Benfred's eyes widened in astonishment. So that's how you risked your life to protect Lady Arya, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with awe. I nodded solemnly. Yes, I did. It was a desperate situation, but I knew I had to do everything in my power to keep her safe. But how did you survive? Benfred asked. I took a breath to allow myself a pause before answering. The fray happened. They were riding to find those sellswords who had also been robbing people on their lands. Luckily, they happened to find Arya and the men that rode to protect her, and they rushed to the rescue of the rest of the escort. Hellman's expression softened, a hint of relief evident in his features. Luck was truly on your side that day. I nodded in agreement, grateful for the timely intervention. Indeed, sir. I did what anyone in my position would have done. Lady Arya's safety was my priority. Benfred shook his head, his voice earnest. No, don't downplay your actions. It takes courage to face such dangers. I nodded in acknowledgement before speaking. I appreciate your words, Benfred. But I must clarify, I am no knight. I'm just a foreigner who found myself stranded in the 7 kingdoms before being in Derry Castle. Hellman spoke up, his voice filled with sincerity. Titles and origin matter little when it comes to acts of bravery and selflessness. You have proven yourself to be a true protector, regardless of your background. Lady Arya is fortunate to have someone like you by her side. I felt myself blush from the praisings, reminding me a bit of that time when I managed to finish 3rd in the school cross-country race in my last year in secondary school. When my name was announced for the little podium, I was greeted by a big wave of cheers as if I had won the race. One of my fondest memories. The moment was broken as another voice suddenly rose, cutting through the air with a gruff tone. Sir Tallheart, you ought to discipline your boy. He's getting a head full of romantic notions about heroics, blind to the reality of fights and wars. Hellman, Benfred, and I turned around, our attention drawn to a grizzled figure with a missing arm who had spoken and was approaching our table. I noticed that the people taking their breakfasts here were discreetly observing the scene. Benfred's expression shifted from admiration to irritation at the man's comment, his jaw tensing. What do you know of it, old man? He retorted defensively. Benfred, mind your words, his father admonished, his tone firm yet tinged with paternal concern. Sir Tallheart turned to face the grizzled man. Lord Stout, he acknowledged, his tone carrying a hint of familiarity. Were you about to break your fast? Lord Stout nodded in response. I was. But seeing you and your son in the company of this stranger intrigued me. His steely glance settled on me and I straightened myself, trying not to feel overwhelmed. My lord, I greeted him, trying not to stammer. It felt like a hawk eyeing its prey. For a moment, it felt like I was being judged by Roose Bolton. Lord Stout studied me for a moment. I noticed your presence when you arrived with the servant girl from Lord Bolton's retinue and that you ate with the household of Lord Stark. And yet, you are a guest like us and apparently, a commoner that managed to enter our liege lord's service without a problem. It's very impressive for someone like you. I maintained eye contact, not willing to stand down, no matter if I was aware how defiant it might look. Circumstances can always be unexpected in life, my lord. Even with the frames defined by traditions and laws, there will always be something to surprise you in one way or another, I told Lord Stout in a respectful manner. I paused for a moment, gathering my thoughts before continuing. While I may be a commoner by birth, I believe that one's worth is not solely determined by their social standing or lineage. It is the actions one takes and the values they uphold that truly define them. I have endeavored to conduct myself with integrity, loyalty, and a genuine desire to be of service, regardless of my humble origins. I have joined the service of House Stark both because I helped Lady Arya at one point and needed protection as I had angered powerful people doing so. Lord Stout listened attentively to my response, his gaze unwavering. As I finished speaking, he nodded slowly, acknowledging my words. Your words ring true, stranger. It is indeed actions that define a person, not their birth or station. Many have risen above their circumstances to achieve greatness, while others have fallen from grace despite their noble origins. It remains to be seen whether your actions align with your words. But I will reserve judgment for now, he concluded. I sat back and relaxed. Lord Stout's gaze then turned back on the tall hearts before saying, I meant what I said about your son, Sir Helman. He needs to learn that bravery ain't just about charging into battle without a second thought. It's about strategy, sacrifice, and knowing when to fight and when to flee. The man's words rang in my head as it reminded me of what I had told Arya back at the Twins. I was not certain where Lord Stout was in the northern hierarchy, but it was obvious he was an experienced man. However, a part of me was wary as I knew that commenting on the skills of someone, especially as personal as parenting, could be ill-received. Looking at the tall hearts, I noticed how they were tensed up, Benfred red in the face. Sir Helman's brow furrowed, a mix of concern and irritation evident in his features. Lord Stout, I appreciate your concern, but I'll handle the upbringing of my son as I see fit. I watched the exchange warily, sensing the tension in the air. It felt far too personal to be displayed so openly, especially in the presence of guests. Inwardly, I agreed with Lord Stout on the principle of the matter. Still I knew that discussing this matter in such a way wouldn't be well received, and should I voice my opinion, Sir Tallheart and his son might not take it well. Lord Stout's grizzled features remained impassive as he met Sir Helman's gaze. Sir Tallheart, I do not question your ability to raise your son. However, as a man who has seen the harsh realities of battles and wars, I speak from experience when I say that bravery is something that goes beyond blind heroics. As Lord Stout spoke, my memories of the books began to surface. Tallheart, that name was coming back to me. Both father and son were killed by the Ironborn, but I could not remember the specifics. Something about Benfred not taking patrol seriously was also a factor. Sir Helman's jaw tensed, his fists tightening subtly. I understand your point, Lord Stout, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of resignation. But Benfred is still young, and he has much to learn. It is my duty as his father to guide him and teach him the values I hold dear. Lord Stout nodded slowly, acknowledging Sir Helman's words. It is indeed a father's duty to mold his son. I only hope that he learns the lessons of war without having to face its nastier truths. As the tension between the two men eased slightly, a sense of relief washed over me. However, before the moment could fully calm down, Benfred, red-faced and bristling with defiance, spoke out against Lord Stout. You have no right to speak about my upbringing. My father knows what's best for me. Helman scolded his son for speaking out of turn to a lord, his voice stern. Benfred, show some respect. Lord Stout is offering his wisdom, whether I choose to heed it is my decision, but you will not speak to him in such a manner. The air crackles with tension once more as Benfred's gaze flickers between his father and Lord Stout, clearly torn between defiance and deference. His father told him gently but firmly. Benfred, apologize to Lord Stout for your outburst. It was uncalled for. Benfred, chastened by his father's reprimand, offers a muttered apology to Lord Stout, albeit begrudgingly. Feeling the need to diffuse the situation, I interject. If I may, sir and my lord, may you finish this discussion elsewhere? I would like to end breaking my fast, and the parenting business does not concern me. Lord Stout's gaze shifts to me, his expression unreadable. After a moment of consideration, he nods in acquiescence. Of course. He saluted the tall heart before moving away. Sir Helman's expression softened slightly as he turned to me, offering a small nod of gratitude. Apologies for the interruption, Roger. Let us finish breaking our fast. I answered back. No big deal. Things like that can happen. As long as they don't turn sour, it is no trouble. I then turned to Benfred and said, I just want to say this, the 2 ambushes Lady Arya's escort faced cost the lives of 9 Stark guards, of 5 men of a sworn house-to-house fray and of Sir Emon Frey, plus nearly as much villagers during the first attack. 30 people have been killed by the cell swords in these 2 attacks. So, if you were put in my situation, would you rather like bards to sing songs about you because you died or to be able to go home and hug your parents because you're alive? Benfred's face reddened even further as my words registered with him. He seemed taken aback by the grim reality of the situation I presented. He looked at his father, then looked down at his plate, seemingly lost in thought. Sir Helman spoke, his voice softer than before. You make a valid point, Roger. Sometimes, the true measure of bravery lies in surviving and protecting those we care about. Sacrificing oneself for glory may seem noble in theory, but the consequences can be devastating for those left behind. Benfred nodded slowly, his earlier defiance replaced by a somber understanding. I hadn't considered it that way, he admitted quietly. I suppose there's more to bravery than I thought. Sir Helman placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a gesture of comfort and support. Indeed, there is. It's a lesson we all learn in our own time, Benfred. And it's one I hope you'll take to heart. I offered a small smile of encouragement to Benfred, hoping that my words had made an impact. Wisdom comes from learning and experiencing, and it's never too late to broaden our perspectives. We all have our own paths to follow. We resumed our breakfast in silence, while the attention that was on us dissipated. It was welcoming after the dispute. I tried to take my time when eating the bread and cheese, but it was consumed a bit quickly, even though the stronger flavor contributed to make me slow down, my tendency to eat slowly what I struggled to like resurfacing. Even though I was learning to accommodate myself with the stronger flavor of food, it was rather good. Even the lack of sugar was more a nostalgic thing than a real lackluster for me. A part of me was amused to think that my emancipation from a certain food diet for more dietetic ones would find a strange outcome through being in Westeros, even though I had to handle new sorts of challenges in the dietary field. As I finished my meal, I glanced up at the 2 tall hearts, a small smile touching my lips. I need take my leave. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Helman's gaze met mine with a nod of understanding, while Benfred's expression softened slightly, perhaps in reflection of our recent exchange. Likewise, Roger, Helman replied, his voice carrying a note of respect. Before I could step away, Helman's brow furrowed with concern. Did you not drink your ale, Roger? He asked, gesturing towards the untouched tankard. I shook my head. I didn't drink it. I have no taste for alcohol, I replied with a small shrug. Helman's expression softened, understanding evident in his eyes. Ah, I see. Well, perhaps some other time then, he said, before turning his attention back to his son. Feeling a bit awkward about leaving my plate behind, I hesitated, unsure of proper etiquette in such situations. However, Sir Helman quickly reassured me, saying, the servants and maids will take care of it, Roger. You needn't worry. It was pretty much like a hotel breakfast service. With a final nod of farewell, I stood up and saluted the 2 tall hearts before turning to leave. Benfred's voice stopped me momentarily. Will we see you again? I turned back to him with a small smile. Considering how long you might be here, there are chances we will see each other again. Benfred's expression brightened at the prospect before I turned away, making my way towards the entrance of the hall. I could feel some glances on me as I departed, but I paid them little mind, focusing instead on the next steps of my day in Winterfell. I hadn't discussed with Robb what could be my position there yet, and I knew there were different things I needed to do, notably how to write with a quill if I wanted to be more than useful to the Starks. As I left the room, I thought again of Lord Stout's words. They reminded me a bit more why the Tall Heart name rang in my memory. It was tied to the events of the War of the Five Kings and of the Ironborn invasion. The Ironborn, I remembered something about yet another religious fanatic. One who was almost as bad as Melisandre. I tried to place a name to the figure, but he had people, including Benfred, drowned in the name of their god. I wondered what I could say to Robb about this. The entire castle shook from the roar of Robb's rage when I told him about what was to come. Robb pulled ice from his scabbard and continued screaming as he ran from the solar. The head of Theon Greyjoy soon flew into the room. I walked out in shock from the scene. Stark men stood in horror, staring at the look on the young wolf's face. Robb then charged down the hall, yelling incoherently. We gave chase, but nothing could stop Robb in his maddened rage. He got outside and even outran men on horseback. Making it all the way to the shores, he kept going, running across the water as if he was Jesus. Only it was not a messiah that ran all the way to Pike, ready to tell Balon Greyjoy hello. Shaking my head clear, I stopped yet another fantasy. I knew where Theon was coming from and the price he would pay for it, and for it was something that needed to be avoided. But like Tyrion, my personal opinion of Theon was neutral due to his demeanor at this point. I wasn't certain how I would feel the moment I would interact with him, but I tried not to judge him on future deeds that might never come. But then an image of 2 young boys, flayed and hanging went through my mind. Jane Poole, abused and degraded in ways that made me wish I had my hammer to hit something with. Children tortured and violated. Ramsay Bolton coming to power all because of Theon. Was it worth it? I made Theon look at all the damage before slapping him across the face. I'm talking to you. Answer me. Somehow managing to push this thought to the back of my mind, I began to move in the corridor, thinking of perhaps joining the library. Or maybe I could spend time going to the Ravenry to see if Maester Luwin was there to discuss with him lessons about writing with a quill. Speaking of ravens, I really needed to tell Perwyn and Oliver of the idea of writing to their sister. Seriously, that was becoming a bit embarrassing to remember it and yet not doing anything yet. I moved past some servants and maids I saluted and perhaps one or two other guests, though I didn't pay attention to their faces. Suddenly, I rounded a corner and came face to face with Lady Barbary Dustin. Her presence caught me off guard, and I stopped in my tracks, my mind racing as I recalled her troubled ties to House Bolton as well as her reputation for being a formidable woman. And considering her dislike of Eddard Stark due to the events of the end of Robert's rebellion or how Rickard Stark's matrimonial policies affected her due to her losing her maidenhead to Brandon without having the possibility to marry him, I knew I had to be cautious with her. But that also begged the question of her presence here. Even in considering that Robb called for the lords to discuss the matter, she could have remained in Barrowton as she did when Robb sent ravens to call the banners to free his father in Cannon. My logical side reminded me that the context was different and that Barbary might be here for other reasons. Seeing her up close and personal, her appearance reminded me of Helena Bonham Carter as Bellatrix Lestrange from the Harry Potter movies. Thankfully there was no hint of madness in her eyes. Stopping abruptly, I inclined my head in a respectful salute. My lady, I greeted her politely. Lady Dustin's dark eyes studied me intently, her expression unreadable. I felt a sense of scrutiny wash over me, and I straightened up instinctively, trying to appear composed under her gaze. Observing her in turn with how close we were, I couldn't help but think she had a fair appearance, albeit dangerous and bitter, and my empathetic side thought she carried an air of sadness and buried pain that seemed to seep from her very being. Uncomfortable from her intense gaze, I quickly apologized. Sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to stare at you. Her lips quirked into a sardonic smile as she observed my reaction. No need for apologies, Sir Roger. I have found myself curious about the new man who has garnered the attention of the Stark household. I straightened up, a mix of caution and curiosity swirling within me. You mean the feast of yesterday evening when I noticed your glances in the direction of the table where I ate? I tried my best not to meet your eyes as it would have been seen as impolite, I admitted. Lady Barbary Dustin's sardonic smile widened slightly, and she tilted her head, her gaze still fixed on me. Ah, so you noticed my glances, did you? You have a keen eye, Roger. And you're right, it would have been impolite to meet my gaze directly. I shifted uncomfortably under her scrutiny, unsure of how to proceed. I apologize if my presence caused any discomfort, my lady. I assure you, it was never my intention. Her smile softened, though a hint of bitterness remained in her eyes. Discomfort? No, I wouldn't say discomfort. Curiosity, perhaps. You see, the Stark household is not known for readily accepting outsiders into their inner circle. And yet, you seem to have managed to gain their attention. I found myself impressed by her observational sense in her mind. You are very astute, my lady, especially considering your domain is not nearby Winterfell. And I am aware Northerners are generally wary of strangers, not without reasons considering the tumultuous history of the North with their different neighbors. She nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the North has seen its fair share of troubles, and the Starks have always been cautious in their dealings with outsiders. Yet here you are, a man of unknown origins, catching their interest. It raises questions, does it not? I took a moment to gather my thoughts, carefully choosing my words. I understand your curiosity, my lady. I must confess, my own origins are not of great significance. I am from another land beyond the sea and found myself stranded in the Seven Kingdoms. The reason why I have joined the service of the Starks is tied to something I did for Lady Arya when I encounter Lord Stark and his daughters in the south when accompanying the king. Lady Dustin's eyebrows raised slightly at my mention of being from another land. A man from beyond the sea, she mused, her voice tinged with curiosity. That does make you an even more intriguing figure in the eyes of the Starks. And you claim to have rendered a service to Lady Arya. I nodded, choosing my words carefully again. Considering that you would learn of it one way or another, let's just say I defended her from lies and accusations tied to an incident between her and a person of high importance. In return, she had wanted to help me and advised me to ask for her father's protection. I accepted, aware that the protection of a lord or a great lord can make the difference between life and death in this realm. Barbary's lips pressed into a thin line, her expression unreadable. An interesting turn of events, she remarked, her tone laced with bitterness. It seems Lady Arya has a penchant for attracting trouble, much like her aunt did. I swallowed hard, sensing the underlying resentment in Lady Dustin's words. I could imagine it was coming from her bitterness for Rickard Stark for refusing her being married to Brandon or Eddard, and for Eddard not returning the bones of her husband from the Tower of Joy, but only his horse. It was easy to tell how it must have sounded for her, especially when the bones of his sister were returned to Winterfell. My lady. I can't say I would understand what you have lived through to feel that way. But I am aware that nothing in life is granted, even less in the circles the Starks and you are in. Barbri's gaze softened slightly, though the bitterness remained. You speak true, Sir Roger. Life in the north is harsh, and trust is not easily earned. I nodded in understanding, acknowledging the weight of her words. I am of a friendly albeit vigilant nature, my lady. I tend to see good in the world and people, but at the same time, I know that pettiness, greed, arrogance, and pride tend to blind and taint people's souls. I see no enemies, but very few I can consider friends, as it needs a precious bond I can't easily offer. Barbry studied me for a moment, her dark eyes searching. A noble sentiment, though perhaps a naive one in these troubled times. I offered a small smile in response. Perhaps, my lady. But it is a sentiment I hold dear nonetheless. Barbry regarded me silently for a moment, her gaze searching and contemplative. Perhaps there is more to you than meets the eye, Roger, she finally said. I smiled politely in response. Thank you, my lady. You are one of the most intriguing persons I've met, and one with a mind as sharp as Valyrian steel. Barbry Dustin's lips quirked in amusement at my compliment. You flatter me, Roger, she replied, her tone teasing yet appreciative. But I appreciate your candor nonetheless. I humbly bowed to her. I thank you for this discussion, my lady. I have to take my leave, if you don't mind. Lady Barbry Dustin nodded, her expression softening slightly. Of course, Sir Roger. I won't keep you any longer. Should you ever find yourself in need of a confidant or someone to exchange words with, you know where to find me. Though wary of her words, I inclined my head respectfully. Thank you, my lady. I will keep that in mind. Farewell for now. But as she was about to take her leave, I ventured to ask her a question that had been lingering in my mind. May I ask how you guessed my name? Lady Barbry Dustin regarded me with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Your name has been whispered in the halls of Winterfell since the moment you arrived. And with that enigmatic response, the Lady of Barrowden turned to leave, her movements graceful yet purposeful. As I watched her retreating figure, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her formidable intellect and unwavering resolve. A part of me remained cautious and wary, aware of her troubled story with the Starks and how she supported the Boltons in the books to that bitterness. Interacting with her was interesting and unexpected, but I was aware it could be walking on a thin thread, and I couldn't dismiss her personal agenda and purposes. Refocusing myself, I chased away the strange feeling and thoughts that crossed my mind and moved towards the entrance to move across Winterfell to find the library. If only I had asked a servant or maid where to look. But I would find it in due time. An. 1. Here we are back to the SI who is dealing with his first morning at Winterfell. Alongside my beta reader, we felt that starting with something simple and yet classical like a breakfast would be interesting, especially as he is a guest for the time being, meaning he would interact with the other lords and their retinues. 2. Like the previous prayer in another chapter, it's in French as a reminder of who I am first in national origin, and it's something I would have likely expressed inwardly in such a situation. If it was possible, I would pray each name of the people I know and appreciate for their well-being, their life, their happiness, their health, or for what they had been for me on an emotional ground. 3. The Tall Heart were a suggestion of my beta reader, and I agree they were a potential group of characters that would be accessible and would be among the Northerner Highborn potentially more ready to interact directly with the SI to satisfy their curiosity. It also allows to explore the character of Benfred, whose fate in canon was tragic. 4. The controversy with Lord Stout was a bit deliberate, both to show the flaws of Benfred, who is 16 in this story, but also an indirect way to display the Northerner political interactions and balances, considering which houses the Tall Heart and the Stout are close to, one being directly tied to the Starks and the second to the Dustin of Barrowden. 5. The discussion with Barbry Dustin is from a suggestion of my beta reader, though we kind of disagree on how to tackle the character, as I consider on how she would consider me due to her resentment of the Starks while he considers another angle. We found some kind of middle ground to tackle this character in what is hopefully a neutral and interesting manner. 6. Concerning my personal opinion of the character, I would say what is written in the thoughts of my SI are what I thought of the character from what I read and gathered on her. She is among the characters I would say neutral in spite of her ties, especially in A Dance with Dragons, as contrary to the Boltons, the Lannisters, or the phrase, she didn't achieve awful deeds, in the text, I admit, but considering I don't generally speculate on what a character might have done or not, it's kind of irrelevant, and I can understand why she felt that way with the Starks even if I wouldn't condone her potential role in some events. 7. Teaser, next time, after the breakfast and a lady discussion, Mark moves to the library tower. 8. Have a good reading. 52/library visit. Leaving the guest house confronted me to the cold morning air, a brisk reminder of Winterfell's harsh climate. Despite the chill, the fresh air invigorated me, heightening my senses as I strode purposefully into the courtyard. My eyes scanned the area, taking note of the guards on duty and the men engaged in sparring nearby. I made a mental note to remain inconspicuous, preferring to keep a low profile for the time being, even amidst the rumors swirling around me. And I was aware that with the incoming gathering of the Northerner lords, it would be difficult for me to remain anonymous in one way or another. Approaching one of the guards stationed nearby, I greeted him with a polite nod before inquiring, "Excuse me, but can you show me where I can find the library?" Recognition flickered in the guard's eyes as he glanced my way. It was Jallard, one of the surviving Stark guards who had accompanied Arya on her journey. "Roger," he acknowledged with a nod, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Glad to see you're up and about." Returning his smile, I chuckled softly. "And I'm glad to see you've resumed your Winterfell duties with ease, Jallard." He chuckled in return, his gaze teasing. Back to the old routine. "So, off to the library, are we?" Though I must admit, I half expected to see you spendin' your time with Lady Arya. A flush crept up my cheeks at his jest, but I maintained my composure. It wasn't the time to let the complicated matter of how handling Arya's feelings and how to preserve the friendship and bond I had built with her plaguing my mind when it was obvious that Jallard was teasing me. The younger self of me would have taken far too seriously those words and would likely have flipped. Well, I wouldn't want to distract her from her family or her lessons," I replied with a wry grin, even though the tone was a bit serious. "I need to determine how I can help House Stark, my skills being specific as you know. And I hope to see Maester Lewin. I need his help." Jallard's expression softened, understanding evident in his eyes. "Of course," he said, nodding in agreement. "The library's just up yonder, through that doorway," he gestured, indicating the direction. "Thank you, Jallard," I said gratefully, inclining my head. "I appreciate your assistance. Have a good day." Jallard nodded in return, his gaze lingering for a moment before returning to his duties. As I made my way towards the library tower, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, my excitement was tempered by the sight of the scars still visible on the tower's exterior, remnants of the fire caused by the cat's paws attack. If the man was still alive, I would have spoken my mind to him for being an iconoclast and a barbarian for having damaged a place of knowledge, even if it was not deliberate. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, ready to immerse myself in the knowledge and tranquility of the library. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, I stepped inside the library, feeling the confined air envelop me. The smell of old parchment and leather bindings filled my nostrils, a stark contrast to the crisp morning air outside. It was a scent that spoke of centuries of knowledge and wisdom preserved within these walls. "Hello? Somebody here?" I called out, breaking the silence that seemed to hang heavy in the air. But there was no response, only the sound of my own voice echoing faintly through the vast space. Undeterred, I began to explore the shelves, running my fingers over the spines of the books as I searched for something of interest. My eyes lit up as I spotted a tome on the customs of the North, its weathered cover hinting at the wealth of knowledge contained within. I decided it was worth the time to learn more about the customs of the North if I wanted to give advices that both consider the pre-existing laws and customs, but also offer potential opening to adapt part of them, as a society could only thrive if it knew how to reform itself time to time. Retrieving the book, I found a secluded corner and settled in, the creak of the wooden chair beneath me breaking the silence once more. Opening the book, I began to read, my gaze sweeping across the pages as I absorbed the information before me. As I read, my mind raced with possibilities, considering how I could use this newfound knowledge to aid House Stark and navigate the intricate politics of the North. It was a daunting task, but one that I was determined to undertake with all the skill and knowledge at my disposal. Lost in the world of words and ideas, I lost track of time, the hours slipping away as I delved deeper into the mysteries of the North. The text was dry, but the perspective was interesting, especially in regards of the weight of the traditions and the way the North handled social matters, peace, and justice. Very traditional and ancient, and with elements that would make the clichés on Middle Ages very true. A part of me was fascinated, another uneased. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps disrupted the quiet ambience of the library. I stood up, turning to see who had entered, and to my surprise, I stumbled upon Simon Blackmire, the local healer from the Neck. "Hello, Simon. How are you?" I greeted him with a warm smile, glad for the company. Simon returned the greeting with a nod, his expression friendly yet guarded. "I fare well enough, considering," he replied cryptically, his eyes flickering with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "How do you fare in Winterfell? No problem being a hedge wizard there with all the lords present?" I inquired, curious about his experiences in the castle. Simon chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Ah, you know how it is. Some are more receptive to my talents than others," he remarked, his tone tinged with resignation. I nodded, understanding his situation and how the contrast between his usual environment and Winterfell could be for him. Crannogmen were after all very mysterious and magic was told to be extinct. Two elements that didn't make it easy to handle for a hedge wizard from the neck, even in the heart of the north. What are you doing in the library of Winterfell? I asked, gesturing towards the shelves of books that surrounded us. Simon's gaze wandered over the rows of tomes before returning to me. I wanted to see for myself this other approach to knowledge, he explained, his expression thoughtful. I nodded in understanding. I see. You wanted to broaden your horizons, I remarked, acknowledging his curiosity. Simon nodded in agreement, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. And what about you? What brings you to the library today? He asked, turning the question back to me. I wanted to instruct myself, I replied honestly, a passion for learning evident in my voice. You know I love to discover new things, and knowledge is a passion for me. Simon smiled, a glimmer of camaraderie passing between us. Indeed, I do, he acknowledged, his tone warm with understanding. Have you interacted with Maester Luwin yet? I inquired, curious about Simon's interactions with the castle's maester. Simon shook his head. Not yet, but I imagine our paths will cross soon enough, he replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Well, I hope that the difference in how both you and he see the world and knowledge wouldn't clash too much, I remarked, hoping for a harmonious relationship between the two knowledgeable individuals. Simon chuckled softly. As do I, he agreed, his expression thoughtful. Silence settled in for a short instant. Feeling that further interactions wouldn't bring much for the time being for both of us, I decided to be back to my reading. Well, I won't distract you too much. I'll resume my reading. Hopefully, Maester Luwin will arrive soon, I said, offering Simon a friendly nod. Simon returned the nod, his gaze lingering for a moment longer before he turned to leave the library. With a final salute, I returned to my book, eager to continue my exploration of the customs of the North. As I spent further time reading, the text began to reveal intricate details about the customs and traditions of the North. It was fascinating yet daunting, realizing the weight of tradition in the region's social fabric. A part of me wished I could write with a quill to take notes, as so many ideas and thoughts crossed my mind. However, I made mental notes instead, trying to remember as much as possible. Time seemed to slip away as I delved deeper into the text, absorbed in the world of words and ideas. Suddenly, the sound of new footsteps entering the room broke the silence once more. Rising from my seat, I moved towards the entrance to see who had arrived. To my surprise, it was Maester Luwin. Good day, Maester Luwin, I greeted him respectfully, feeling a sense of anticipation at the prospect of conversing with the knowledgeable Maester. Maester Luwin's eyes widened in recognition as he took in my presence. Ah, you must be the stranger who rode alongside Lady Arya when her escort arrived at Winterfell yesterday, he remarked, his voice calm yet curious. I nodded in affirmation. I am, Maester, I confirmed, offering a polite smile. It is a pleasure to meet you, the old man said, returning the smile with a nod of his own. I trust you are finding Winterfell to your liking. Yes, indeed, I replied, a sense of gratitude washing over me. The hospitality of House Stark has been most welcoming. Maester Luwin's expression softened, a glimmer of warmth in his eyes. I am glad to hear it. If you ever require any assistance or guidance during your stay, please do not hesitate to seek me out. His words gave me the opportunity I was looking for. Well, I am in need of your help, Maester Luwin, I said in a humble but determined voice. Maester Luwin's brows furrowed slightly, a sign of curiosity at my request. Of course, Roger. What can I assist you with? He asked, his tone open and receptive. You may know I have joined the Stark's service, I began, watching for his reaction. Recognition dawned on Maester Luwin's face and I wondered what he had known, heard from Robb or from whatever message Eddard Stark had sent to his son about the role I would play here. I do recall, yes, Maester Luwin confirmed, his tone thoughtful. I nodded in acknowledgement. You must know that my skills are more those of the mind than of physical strength. And while I am aware of your skills and knowledge, what I would offer to Lord Stark and his family are insights and perspectives coming from my personal upbringing and homeland. Maester Luwin listened attentively, nodding as he absorbed my words. I see. You wish to provide a different perspective, one shaped by your own experiences and knowledge, he summarized, his tone understanding. Exactly, I affirmed, relieved that he grasped my intentions. I am well aware that the North has its own traditions and ways. My intent is not to revolutionize it. No, my intent is to offer perspectives that no one in Westeros might have considered before. And I would share with them and you the knowledge I am confident enough would be useful to the North or to understanding the world at large. Maester Luwin nodded in agreement, a sense of respect evident in his gaze. Your willingness to share your insights is commendable, Roger. He then asked, what specific assistance can I be for you? Taking a breath, I explained, I am a literate man, but between the time I have spent away from home and the difference in the tools used between my homeland and Westeros, I am totally green in the matters of writing with a quill. I humbly ask for your help to teach me how to use it, so I can write on my own. Maester Lewin's reaction was one of understanding, coupled with a hint of amusement at my request. Of course, Roger. I would be happy to assist you with that, he replied, his tone reassuring. I couldn't help but smile at his answer. With all my heart, thank you, Maester. Lewin's expression softened further, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. You are most welcome, Roger. He then asked, when would you like to begin? I do not want to distract you from your other duties, nor do I want to neglect the lessons I dispense to Lord Rob's siblings. I pondered for a moment before responding. I couldn't say to him I had for the time being zero duty, but imposing myself on him when he might have other duties to achieve, notably between handling ravens or the education of Bran, Rickon, and Arya. That made me think that hopefully, Arya would be busy enough and not be distracted by whatever feelings she had. Perhaps a wistful hope considering who she was, but that was the only thing that could come to my mind. Chasing away those thoughts, I answered, if it's possible, a short lesson now would be greatly appreciated. I don't want to impose, but I am eager to start learning. Maester Lewin considered my request before nodding. Very well, let's begin. Follow me, he said, leading the way towards a quieter corner of the library tower. As we walked, I couldn't help but glance around at the shelves filled with books, feeling a sense of nostalgia. You know, before finding myself in the Seven Kingdoms, I had been trained to be a librarian, even though I only worked once in this field, I remarked, hoping to make conversation. Lewin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that so? Well, your expertise will certainly be valuable here, he commented, his interest piqued. I nodded, a small smile playing on my lips. Well, there are some methods, notably in the organization of the books that are preserved that I can share with you, if you are willing to heed for them, of course. Maester Lewin's lips quirked into a smile. I would be more than willing to learn from your expertise, Roger. Let's make the most of our time together. I nodded approvingly and eager to begin to learn how to write like in the old days. I knew that wouldn't be like pencils and that the endeavor might be challenging. But at the same time, it might be very beneficial, notably to write in a very legible way to those who would read me in the future. We reached a quiet corner of the library tower, where Maester Lewin gestured for me to take a seat at a wooden table. He produced a parchment and a quill, setting them before me. Let's start with the basics, he suggested, retrieving a quill and parchment from a nearby shelf. I watched intently as he demonstrated the proper technique for holding the quill and dipping it in ink. Now, Roger, let's see how well you handle a quill, he said, his tone encouraging. I took the quill in my left hand, a habit from my upbringing, and began to reproduce his moves. However, I noticed Lewin watching me intently, his expression curious. You're left-handed, he remarked, observing my penmanship. I nodded in confirmation. Yes, where I come from, I have been able to learn to use my left hand without being restrained or forced to use the right hand. Maester Lewin nodded, taking note of my left-handedness. Very well, Roger. Left-handed individuals often have their own unique style of writing, and we can certainly accommodate that. The technique is essentially the same, but you may need to make some adjustments to find a comfortable grip and angle for the quill. He proceeded to guide me through the process, paying attention to my hand positioning and the angle at which I held the quill. He emphasized the importance of a relaxed grip, allowing for smooth and controlled movements. Remember to hold the quill firmly enough to have control, but not so tightly that it restricts your movements, he advised. And keep your hand and forearm relaxed to avoid unnecessary strain. I followed his instructions, adjusting my grip and experimenting with the angle of the quill until I found a comfortable position. It felt a bit awkward at first, but with each stroke of the quill, I could feel myself becoming more accustomed to the motion. Now, let's practice some basic strokes, Maester Lewin suggested. Start with simple lines and curves, applying varying pressure to create thicker or thinner lines. This will help you get a feel for the quill and how it interacts with the parchment. Taking a deep breath, I began practicing, drawing lines and curves of different lengths and thicknesses. Each stroke required a delicate balance of pressure and precision, and I focused intently on my movements, determined to improve. I followed his instructions, adjusting my grip and experimenting with the angle of the quill until I found a comfortable position. It felt a bit awkward at first, but with each stroke of the quill, I could feel myself becoming more accustomed to the motion. Now, let's practice some basic strokes, Maester Lewin suggested. Start with simple lines and curves, applying varying pressure to create thicker or thinner lines. This will help you get a feel for the quill and how it interacts with the parchment. I began practicing, drawing lines and curves of different lengths and thicknesses. The parchment seemed to absorb the ink differently compared to the paper I was used to, and the quill required a delicate touch that I had yet to master. After some time, though, I started to get the hang of it, the strokes becoming more controlled and fluid. However, as I continued, I couldn't help but notice a growing ache in my hand. It was a sensation I wasn't accustomed to, having spent most of my life typing on keyboards rather than writing by hand or even in using a fountain pencil. I paused, shaking out my hand to relieve some of the tension. Maester Lewin took a look at my work, his expression thoughtful. "You're doing well for your first time, Roger," he commented, offering me a reassuring smile. I nodded in appreciation, grateful for his encouragement. "Thank you, Maester. It's definitely more challenging than I anticipated." Maester Lewin nodded understandingly. "Writing with a quill requires a different set of skills and a level of dexterity that may take some time to develop. It's understandable that you are finding it challenging. But with practice and patience, you'll improve." He gestured to the parchment and continued, "One thing to keep in mind is to maintain a relaxed grip on the quill. Squeezing it too tightly can lead to hand fatigue and discomfort. Try to find a balance between control and relaxation." I took his advice to heart and adjusted my grip, consciously relaxing my hand. "I'll keep that in mind, Maester Lewin. I don't want to develop any bad habits or strain my hand unnecessarily." While aware that Arya was left-handed, I couldn't help but wonder if there were others like her in Winterfell. "Maester, is there anyone else that is left-handed here?" I asked, curious to learn more about the people around me. Maester Lewin paused, considering my question before nodding. "Yes, there are a few others, though Lady Arya is the most prominent example." "I see," I replied, recalling Arya's frustration with being forced to use her right hand. Having spent time with her during the journey to Winterfell, I have indeed noticed that she shared with me the fact of being left-handed. And during our discussions, she had mentioned how her tutor forced her to use her right hand to sew. And I do not mean to speak ill of tutors, but this method is one of the most idiotic and disastrous ideas. Maester Lewin listened attentively, intrigued by my perspective. "Why do you say that?" he inquired, curious to understand my reasoning. "Because when you force a child to use their undominant hand, they are restrained in their growth and thrive, not to mention potential traumas and a lack of efficiency in how they would use quills, sewing, or swords," I explained, my voice tinged with frustration. "It is as if you were forcing a falcon to crawl on the ground." There had been a king back in my homeland who developed big stuttering partly because he has been forced to use his right hand when he was left-handed. Maester Lewin nodded, absorbing my words. "I understand your concerns, Roger. It's certainly something to consider." I smiled, appreciating his receptiveness. "Thank you, Maester. Now, shall we begin the lesson?" Lewin gestured for me to continue, and with newfound determination, I began to practice writing with the quill, eager to master this ancient skill. However, as I continued to write, the ache in my hand persisted, growing more pronounced with each stroke of the quill. It was a reminder of the physical demands of this unfamiliar task, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration creeping in. Suddenly, Maester Lewin interrupted me, his expression apologetic. "Roger, I'm afraid I must attend to my other duties now," he explained, his tone regretful. I nodded understandingly, though a hint of disappointment flickered within me. "Of course, Maester. I thank you for the time you have spent to help me for this first time handling with the quill." Lewin glanced at the parchment, taking note of my progress. "You've made good progress today, Roger. Keep practicing, and you'll continue to improve." Taking his advice to heart, I showed him what I had done, eager for his feedback. He looked over my work, offering a few pointers and words of encouragement. "Remember to maintain a steady hand and consistent pressure," he advised. "And don't forget to take breaks if your hand starts to ache too much." I nodded, absorbing his advice. "Thank you, Maester. I will ensure to practice as regularly as possible." With that, Lewin bid me farewell, promising to schedule our next lesson soon. As he left the library tower, I couldn't help but feel a sense of determination wash over me. Despite the challenges ahead, I was committed to mastering this new skill. As I gathered my things to leave, a question lingered in my mind. "When will we be able to make the next lesson?" I called after him, eager to continue my studies. Lewin paused, considering for a moment before responding. "I will send word when I have some free time in my schedule. Until then, keep practicing, Roger." I nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "Of course, Maester. I look forward to it." I then thought of the fact I didn't find time to discuss with him of the methods of classifying the books in a similar manner as in my world. "One last thing, Maester. When would you like to discuss with me the methods and tools to organize books and libraries?" Maester Lewin turned back, his expression thoughtful. "Ah yes. Your experience as librarian. I apologize for not being able to discuss it with you now. Let's schedule some time for that discussion as well. How about we meet 2 days from now in the evening?" I nodded eagerly, grateful for his willingness to accommodate my request. "That sounds perfect, Maester. Thank you for considering it. I'll make sure to be there." With that, Lewin saluted me with a nod and took his leave, disappearing down the winding staircase of the library tower. Rising in turn, I watched him go before turning my attention back to the table where I had been practicing. After a moment of hesitation, I moved back to the place I had left the book I was reading before my lesson with Lewin. As I picked it up, I couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration creeping in. There wasn't much else I could do now in Winterfell, and the prospect of another day spent mostly indoors left me feeling restless. I really wished that I could discuss with Rob of what my tasks could be and how to organize my days. I considered my options, weighing the idea of training with my hammer against the temptation to explore Winterfell further. Both had their merits, but neither seemed quite right in that moment. Even taking a nap was tempting, but I wasn't sure that would be such a good idea with the presence of those northerner lords, not to mention those that would arrive today and in the days to come. As much as I disliked it, appearance would play a part in how they perceived me, and it would be problematic if what they saw gave them the impression I was a lazy person that loved sleeping everywhere at any time. In the end, I decided to let circumstances decide for me. If an opportunity presented itself, I would seize it. Otherwise, I would spend the day practicing with the quill and perhaps take a walk around the castle grounds to clear my mind. With my decision made, I took my leave of the library, eager to see what the day would bring. I flexed my fingers to assuage the aching. I was however glad of the fact I was able to begin to train myself with a quill, even though I was aware it would take time before I would be able to write on my own even in dealing with the struggles and challenges of such tool. On a whim, I made a move back to the place where I let the quill and parchment and decided to take them for the foolish hope to be able to train myself later in the day. Perhaps that would be for nothing, but having possibilities was worth this choice. I then moved back to the entrance, first back to my room where I would put down the quill and the parchment. An. 1. Here we are again. Mark doing his day and trying to build up his situation through the different tools and means he can have access to. 2. I wanted an interaction with one of the surviving guards of the journey as it showed the way the bond had been developed. 3. Depicting Simon Blackmire in the library was something that had been discussed with my beta reader, even though it was initially for another reason. And I felt that a man like him might be intrigued to see one of the oldest libraries in Westeros and one tied to the north, even with his specific status. 4. When I decided to imagine a library chapter, I have considered the fact the SI/I would want to learn more on Westeros and the North, not to rely solely on my partial knowledge from the stories and because of my love for knowledge. There is also the fact that I did made in total 4 years of study in the library professions, notably in the work in public library and in the patrimonial part and the preservation of old books. That part would likely remind a bit of the profit of the main. 5. Outside of the reasons above, another reason to join the library and to see Maester Lewin was practical, with the necessity to match the intellectual skills on the Westerosi practical level, meaning that the SI needs to know how to use a quill. The SI prefers to slowly make his way in the Winterfell household and therefore to make steps to develop that position, meaning that he also needs to develop new skills or alternative ones. 6. Teaser, next time, Mark is interacting with the household and wants to visit Lady. 7. Have a good reading. 53/A kennel visit. The end of the morning was dull as I took a rest in my room and put down the quill and parchment I was practicing with. I took a quick nap, as the lack of clocks prevented me from taking a rest with ease. I didn't want to oversleep when I knew I could do more in the day, not to mention I didn't want to miss the midday meal. Hopefully there would be no disputes when I ate. Soon enough, the summons for the midday meal echoed through Winterfell, drawing me to the great hall where the Stark family and their guests gathered. Seated nearby Farlan and Willis, I spent a little time in the lively chatter that filled the hall, relishing the warmth of companionship amidst the chilly north. As the meal progressed, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meats and hearty stews filled the air again. I savored each bite, the rich tastes a comforting contrast to the unfamiliar surroundings of Westeros. Turning to Farlan, I ventured, "What does your work consist of?" "It must be quite the task, tending to the hounds of Winterfell." Farlan's weathered face softened with a smile as he replied, "'Tis a task that requires patience, understanding and constant observance. I oversee the trainin' and care o' the hounds, ensurin' they're ready for the hunt or to defend the castle if need be." Nodding thoughtfully, I inquired further, "What kind of dogs do you handle and raise for the Starks?" "I've met two of the dire wolves and there are tales of more roaming these lands." Farlan's expression grew contemplative as he listed off the various breeds he was handling. "We've a diverse pack o' hounds here in Winterfell. First we've swift and agile greyhounds. They're known for their incredible speed, capable o' outrunning most prey. These hounds be essential for the hunt, chassin' down game and ensuring a successful hunt for the Stark family. We've also got the bloodhounds," Farlan continued, with a touch of admiration. "They possess an extraordinary sense o' smell. Their ability to track scents over long distances be unmatched. We use 'em for trackin' purposes, whether 'tis findin' lost travelers or detectin' intruders within our lands. They be invaluable companions in our efforts to keep Winterfell safe." Pausing for a moment, Farlan's gaze turned distant as he mentioned the dire wolves. "And o' course, we've the dire wolves. Fierce creatures, loyal to the Stark children. They're kept close, a reminder o' our ties to the wild." My curiosity piqued, I asked, considering the bonds of the Stark children with their dire wolves, are they confined to the kennels or are they allowed to roam alongside their companions? Farland's gaze softened, his voice tinged with sadness. Most of them spend time with their masters and kin roam in the castle, even though the presence of the lords here affected their possibility to freely roam. Lady B however in the kennels as Lady Sansa be now away from her, he explained. But Willis here has taken on the task of caring for the young dire wolf in her absence. I nodded, realizing that without Sansa to accompany, Lady might feel a bit alone, even with her pack to compensate for the longing for her human companion. That someone as Ho. I mean Willis took care of her was a good thing, especially as Lady was the gentlest of the dire wolves, even if she wouldn't hesitate to kill to protect her mistress or those close to her. She had proven it during the first ambush. That made me think that I needed to pay a visit, considering that we managed to develop some kind of bond. I wondered if Arya took care of her for her sister, but I was certain she would do that. Glancing at Willis, I couldn't forget the image of Hodder from my mind. I was struggling to envision him as anything but the gentle giant I knew from the series. I wanted to know more about his current situation, so similar and different from the canonical story. It was so strange to talk with a person whose fate was now dramatically altered. I inquired, so, you are an apprentice to Farland? He beamed proudly, nodding in affirmation. I am. Learn in the ways of the hounds and the dire wolves under Farland's guidance. Impressed, I smiled before posing another question, have you been chosen to take care of Lady, or did you volunteer for the task? Willis' grin widened, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I volunteered, Lord. 'Tis an honor to care for Lady and to serve House Stark in any way I can. Returning his smile, I nodded in appreciation, grateful for the dedication of those who served Winterfell with such unwavering loyalty. Willis, Roger is no lord or seer, Farland reminded his apprentice. I chuckled a bit, amused by this confusion. This was the first time anyone called me a lord. No worry, Farland. This is not the first time someone was confused about my position. I have had to remind people that having good manners and a well-spoken tongue doesn't make you a lord or a knight. As I spoke, an image of Ros from the TV series went through my head. As she was one of the few small folk who could read, she could have fooled others into thinking she was highborn if she put effort into it. Sadly, I doubted I would ever meet her and her unique charm. This was more the books than the TV show. And while she might be here, I doubted I would take the opportunity to encounter her, less by personal reason than because that wasn't really a field that interested me as contained as I could feel most of the time. Looking at Farland and Willis, they shared a chuckle at the exchange. I partook in their chuckle, feeling a sense of belonging in their company. And finally getting my mind of Esme Bianco. Farland, if it's not too much trouble, may I visit the kennels after the meal? I asked him, revealing what was on my mind. Farland's weathered face softened, considering my request. A visit to the kennels? What brings about your interest, Roger? He inquired, his tone gentle yet curious. I paused, considering my words carefully before replying, I am curious and I wanted to pay a visit to Lady. Farland's expression softened further, understanding flickering in his eyes as he nodded. Lady, he remarked, his voice tinged with fondness. Considerin' she were with Lady Arya and you durin' all the journey, I suppose you've grown fond o' her. Willis, who had been listening intently, chimed in with a smile, Lady's a good girl. She's been missin' Lady Sansa, but she's taken quite a liking to Roger and some o' the new folk from the escort. I nodded, grateful for their understanding. Yes, Lady and I have developed a bond of sorts. I believe she appreciates the company as much as I do, I admitted, reflecting on the moments shared with the dire wolf during our journey. Farland pondered for a moment, his gaze distant before returning to me with a nod. Very well, you may visit the kennels after the meal. Willis and I will accompany you, he decided, his tone firm yet accommodating. I again, feeling excitement at the prospect of seeing Lady again. Thank you, Farland. I appreciate it, I expressed sincerely, eager for the opportunity to spend some time with the dire wolf. As the meal gradually came to an end, I glanced over at Farland, waiting for him and Willis to signal their readiness to accompany me to the kennels. The Stark household members slowly began to leave the table, their conversations winding down as they prepared to resume their duties or enjoy some leisure time in Winterfell. When Farland and Willis rose from their seats, I followed suit, feeling anticipation as we made our way out of the great hall and into the bustling courtyard. My senses were filled with the sights and sounds of Winterfell, the air alive with the chatter of voices and the movement of people going about their day. Amidst the crowd, I sensed looks directed towards me, a reminder of my status as a newcomer to Winterfell. However, before I could dwell on it, Farland called out to me, drawing my attention to a young dark-haired girl in a fur coat by his side. Roger, allow me to introduce you to me daughter, Pella, Farland said warmly, a hint of pride in his voice as he made the introduction. I turned to see a girl of about 12 years old, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked up at me. I offered her a friendly smile, extending my hand in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pala, I said kindly, noting the resemblance between her and her father in their shared warmth and kindness. Pala returned my greeting with a shy smile, her eyes bright with curiosity as she greeted me in return. Hello, Roger, she replied softly, her voice tinged with curiosity. With introductions made, we began to make our way through the courtyard towards the direction of the kennels. The path was familiar to me now, and I followed Farlan and Willis with a sense of anticipation. Suddenly my expression changed, but thankfully the others did not see it. Pala. This girl was one of the kids that was used by both Ironborn and Boltons the same way Ut used kids. Excusing myself for the moment, I went back into the castle. Grabbing my warhammer, I stalked the halls looking for Theon. Spotting him, I threw the hammer, which smashed into his chest, and sent him flying through walls. Reaching my hand out, my hammer flew back into my hand, just like Thor's hammer. I started walking toward Theon to finish him off. We are here, called out Walius, shaking me out of my dark thoughts. Damn, what was wrong with me? I noticed I was breathing faster, and I tried to calm down. Dead and violated kids was nothing to make light of. But I could not risk starting a war by causing Rob to get angry. I forced myself to think about Lady, vowing to myself to find a way to deal with other matters when the time was right. Passing near the guest house, we soon entered the area where the kennels were located. The sounds of barking dogs greeted us as we approached, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought of seeing Lady once more. Farlan led the way, his steps purposeful as he guided us through the rows of kennels. The place was bustling with activity, with dogs of various sizes and breeds milling about. I took in the sights with keen interest, noting the care and attention given to each animal. This be where we house the hunt and hounds, Farlan explained, gesturing towards a row of sturdy wooden kennels. They're trained from pups to track game and assist with hunts. Willis chimed in, his voice filled with enthusiasm. And they're fierce hunters, each one wi a nose as keen as a bloodhound's. I nodded as I listened attentively, impressed by their knowledge of the animals in their care. Farlan then guided us towards another section of the kennels, where a group of larger dogs were housed. These be the guard dogs, Farlan said, his tone reverent. Loyal and fierce, they protect Winterfell from any threats that may come our way. Finally, Farlan stopped in front of a particular kennel, a fond smile gracing his weathered features. And here we have Lady, Farlan announced, his voice tinged with affection. I nodded and approached the kennel where Lady was settled, my heart pounding with excitement. Lady! I called out softly, hoping to catch her attention. Inside the kennel, I heard movement, the sound of paws padding against the ground. It's me. Roger, I added, my voice gentle as I waited for a response. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, from within the darkness of the kennel, a pair of bright, golden eyes appeared, peering at me with cautious curiosity. Slowly, Lady emerged from the shadows, her graceful form moving with a quiet elegance. Her grey fur shimmered in the soft light filtering through the wooden slats of the kennel, and her eyes held a mixture of wariness and recognition. Lady, I whispered, extending my hand towards her in a gesture of trust. Good to see you again, girl. Lady approached tentatively, her movements fluid as she drew nearer. With a gentle sniff, she nudged my hand, her cold nose brushing against my skin. A sense of warmth flooded through me as I felt the connection between us strengthen. She remembers yet, Farlan remarked, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. Lady's a smart one, she is. I smiled, a feeling of relief washing over me. Thank you, Farlan, I said gratefully, turning to meet his gaze. And thank you, Willis. I'm happy to see Lady again. I turned back to Lady, feeling a wave of relief wash over me as I gazed at her. You're always so strong, I murmured softly, my voice filled with genuine affection. Lady's ears twitched at the sound of my voice, her golden eyes meeting mine with a mixture of recognition and trust. I hope you're all right, I added as I reached out to gently stroke her fur. Lady leaned into my touch, a low rumble of contentment escaping her throat as she nuzzled against my hand. As I continued to stroke Lady's fur, she leaned into my touch, clearly enjoying the affection. I could sense that Lady felt safe and comfortable with me. Just as I felt responsible and love for her. I was so happy that she was still alive and that Sansa would be able to stay with her in the future. A part of me wondered if she had developed any wolf dream or even warging, considering the fact they were separated by distance, but tied by souls. Vate faire foutre Cersei, I thought to myself. I remembered the pain Eddard felt when he was forced to kill Lady in the original timeline. This time there would be no such tragedy. Glancing back, I caught sight of Farlan, Willis, and Pala observing our gentle moment. Farlan's weathered face softened with a hint of a smile. Seems like the bond between you two is still strong, he remarked, his tone approving. Yes. I've told you that the journey here has allowed us to build that bond, but also with Nymeria, I explained, my gaze drifting to where Nymeria lay nearby, watching us with keen interest. It seemed they were intrigued by the idea of someone like me, a foreigner, forming such strong but unexpected connections with the dire wolves. While amused by this perspective as it sounded Gary Stewish, but contrary to the first days of interacting with Lady or Nymeria, I knew that this bond resulted from the time spent with the beautiful creatures. Palla chimed in, her voice curious. I heard a rumor yesterday, she began, her eyes alight with intrigue. They say ye be closed WI area, which be why ye can connect WI Nymeria. The mention of area caused me to groan on the inside. It seemed some people among the escorts accompanying Arya and I had told others about my interactions with her. I suspected the fray as they didn't have any reason to be discreet on it, even though I doubted they were very open or obvious on the matter. Except perhaps Black Valder. And considering the fact I was riding by the side of Arya didn't help for the potential rumors, I could imagine the fact that people would speak, even more with the number of lords that were present in Winterfell. Well, that friendship has certainly helped with Nymeria, I admitted, trying to keep my tone light despite the turmoil of thoughts about Arya that swirled within me, but it can't be the same with Lady, considering that Lady Sansa is now in King's Landing. Willis, Farlan, and even Palla looked at each other, their expressions saying it all. It seemed my connection to the dire wolves, as well as to the Stark children, was garnering more attention than I anticipated. I just hope I wouldn't accidentally steal Lady from Lady Sansa because of this friendly bond with her, I added half seriously, half jokingly. The notion of unintentionally overshadowing Lady's bond with Sansa weighed on my mind, despite the reassurances I had received. Farlan stepped forward. From what I've seen, Stark siblings share deep connections wi their dire wolves, he reassured me, his weathered face softening with understanding. Yeri not replacin' anyone, Roger. Yeri just forgin' your own bond. Willis nodded in agreement, chiming in with his own words of support. Lady Sansa wouldn't mind. I'm sure she would know Lady's in good hands wi yet, he added, his brown eyes reflecting sincerity. While I felt Willis was a bit too optimistic, considering the unfortunate situation between Sansa and I back in Derry Castle, I sighed in relief. It was reassuring to see confirmed the bond between the Starks and their dire wolves. Trying to have a hold on them would be akin of what Quentyn attempted with Rhaegal or Vice-Ryan in the books, but in a far worse manner considering that Quentyn had Targaryen blood due to the matrimonial history between the Martells and the Targaryens. As Lady nuzzled against my hand once more, showing affection that canines give to those who treat them well, I knelt down to face her. My gaze met hers as regret started to kick in. I need to leave, I murmured softly, my voice barely above a whisper, but when I can, I'll visit you. If your mistress was here, I would have sent my greetings. With a final pat on her head, I rose to my feet, offering Lady a solemn salute as a sign of respect. Until we meet again, Lady, I said, my voice filled with a mix of fondness and farewell. Standing up, I turned to face Farlan, Willis, and Palla, who had been observing our interaction. I take my leave. Thank you, Farlan, for allowing me to visit the kennels. I am aware I am still new here, even if I may be part of the household soon, I humbly spoke. Farlan nodded, his weathered face softening with a hint of warmth. Yeri welcome here anytime, Roger. What do ye plan next now that ye be done reunitin' wi Lady? I considered his question for a moment before replying, find Sir Illifer or Sir Creighton to train a bit with them, I answered, my thoughts already drifting towards the next task at hand. Good luck wi your trainin', Roger, Willis said. With a final salute to my newfound friends, I turned to Palla, offering her a warm smile. Have a good day, I said, smiling at her adorable appearance. You too, Roger, she replied, her voice soft. With that, I left the kennels behind me, but hoping to meet again with Lady later. Going back to the courtyard, I observed the bustling activity around me. Men from the Stark Guards and various other retinues sparred in the training grounds, some of their movements fluid and precise, while others were clunky. The latter must have been new to training. I scanned the area, searching for any sign of Sir Illifer or Sir Creighton, but they were nowhere to be found. Deciding to return to the guest house in hopes of finding them there, I made my way across the courtyard, greeting anyone I passed with a friendly smile. The people of Winterfell, though initially wary of me, seemed to gradually warm up to my presence, their responses ranging from cautious curiosity to genuine hospitality. Yet again, I felt the stares of other people and I could imagine it was from those coming from the other northern houses, trying to assess who I was. As I approached the guest house, I believed to see Tansy talking with a servant. I was not surprised, considering that their social status made it easier for both persons to interact, but at the same time, having seen Tansy nearby two people that reminded me of House Bolton unsettled me for some reason. I shut down my thoughts, finding myself a bit paranoid. Entering the guest house once more, I navigated its corridors, my footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. Though the hallways were quiet, I remained hopeful that Sir Illifer or Sir Creighton would be waiting for me within its confines, ready to assist me in my training endeavors. As I moved through the corridors, passing before doors where lords, ladies, and the most important figures of their retinues were staying, I spotted a servant and approached him. "Excuse me," I began, "but do you know where I can find Sir Illifer or Sir Creighton?" The servant, a young lad with a mop of unruly hair, shook his head apologetically. "Sorry, sir," he replied. "I ain't seen 'em around." I nodded in understanding, thanking him for his help. "No matter. I'll keep searching," I said with a smile. The servant returned the smile before continuing on his way, disappearing down the corridor. With a sigh, I resumed my journey, hoping to find the elusive knights elsewhere in the guest house. As I rounded a corner, I came face to face with a man adorned in the colors of House Glover, a steel fist on a red background. The man approached me with a curious expression, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied my face. "You're the stranger who arrived with Lady Aria's escort, aren't you?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of recognition. I nodded in confirmation. "I am. And who are you?" I inquired politely, returning his gaze with interest. The man's expression softened as he extended a hand in greeting. "I am Galbart Glover," he introduced himself warmly. I took his hand in answer and offered him a nod of acknowledgement. "Greetings, Lord Glover." "I am Roger Bacon," I replied. Lord Glover's expression softened slightly at my introduction, though a slight moment of silence lingered between us. "What are you doing here, Roger?" Lord Glover finally asked me. I hesitated briefly to answer. But hoping for any lead, I finally said, "I was looking for my companions, Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton." "Did you happen to see them?" Lord Glover's expression turned thoughtful as he considered my question, his eyes scanning my face for a moment before he spoke. "I haven't seen them, I'm afraid," he replied, his tone apologetic. I nodded, though a bit disappointed, and offered him a grateful smile. "Thank you, Lord Glover," I said politely. His curiosity seemed piqued as he studied me further. "May I ask why you are seeking these hedge knights?" he inquired, his voice tinged with genuine interest. "Well," I began, "I have good ties to them after they helped protect Lady Aria's escort, and I have trained with them. I wanted to resume training with them." Lord Glover's eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise, his expression becoming more intrigued. "Ah, I see," he murmured, assessing me with renewed interest. His gaze lingered on me, assessing. "You don't strike me as a warrior, Roger," he remarked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I offered a small smile in response. "I am no warrior, that's true. But I know that being able to defend myself is necessary, my lord," I replied earnestly. "The Stark guards helped me in this endeavor, as have Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton. And in return, I have taught them some techniques and moves that could serve their masters." A part of me thought of the idea that the best teachers are those who were also learning from their students, allowing both sides to thrive. Lord Glover nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "A prudent approach," he remarked, his tone approving. "It's always wise to be prepared for any situation." I offered him a small smile in return. "You are totally right. I am generally a cautious person and someone who tries to fit as best as I can in the places I live in." Lord Glover nodded in agreement, his expression showing appreciation for your cautious nature. Indeed, adapting to one's surroundings is a valuable skill. It allows one to navigate different situations and earn the trust of those around them, he replied, his voice carrying a note of wisdom. After a moment, Lord Glover finally spoke again, breaking the quietude. "I must admit, Roger, I don't quite know what to make of you," he confessed, his tone honest. "You arrived with Lady Aria's escort, yet you're staying here in the guest house like the rest of us. And you seem to have integrated yourself into the Stark household." I understood his apprehension, considering my somewhat ambiguous position in Winterfell. "I can understand how confusing it must be for you and for others to see a stranger, a foreigner, seemingly having ties with the Starks and yet in an undefined position," I replied, offering an empathetic smile. He nodded in acknowledgement, mulling over my words for a moment before speaking again. "Indeed, it's a rather unique situation," he admitted, his expression thoughtful. "But tell me, what brings you here?" I considered his question carefully before responding, not wanting to speak too much of a matter that had been discussed beforehand with other people, especially as I wanted to move. "Let's just say I have done a service to your liege lord and his daughter, Lady Aria, and that has brought me here with the potential hope I would serve their house," I explained, hoping to convey my willingness to contribute positively to the Stark household. Lord Glover regarded me with a mix of curiosity and contemplation, his expression unreadable for a moment before he finally spoke. "I see," he murmured, his tone thoughtful. Feeling the conversation drawing to a close, I shifted slightly, sensing the need to move on. "I should go on. It has been a pleasure discussing with you, my lord," I said politely, offering him a bow of respect. Lord Glover nodded in return, his expression showing appreciation for our conversation. "Likewise, Roger. Should you ever need assistance or guidance during your time here, do not hesitate to seek me out," he offered, his tone sincere. Thanking him for his words, I turned to leave, feeling a sense of gratitude for his hospitality and understanding. It was not a deep conversation, but at least I knew I left a good impression on the Lord. Upon reaching my room, I scanned the space for my hammer, eventually locating it tucked away in a corner. Picking it up, I considered the idea of sparring with the Stark guards or waiting for another opportunity to train. However, before I could make a decision, I heard a commotion outside. Curious, I stepped back into the corridor and followed the sounds, eventually emerging into the main area of the guest house. To my surprise, I saw a flurry of activity, with people moving towards the entrance. Among them, I noticed a maid, her movements more animated than I had seen since my arrival in Winterfell. Approaching her, I asked, "Excuse me, but what's going on?" The maid turned to me, a hint of excitement in her eyes. "The banners of House Manderley have been spotted," she explained. "We're preparing for their arrival." I nodded, recalling my knowledge of House Manderley from the books and my previous advice to Eddard Stark regarding seeking their assistance. Though I tried not to look sickened as I remembered the Freypies. "I see. So, we are preparing for their arrival," I confirmed. "Yes, indeed," the maid replied with a smile. Thinking quickly, I inquired further, "Are the Northern Lords and other guests going to be part of the greeting party?" The maid nodded in confirmation. "Yes, they will be." I asked, "How long before they enter Winterfell?" The maid glanced up, a sense of excitement evident in her voice. "Not long now. They should be arriving within the hour." Taking in the information, I nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the information," I said appreciatively. The maid smiled warmly, her excitement evident. "Of course, sire. It's an exciting time," she remarked before bustling off to attend to her duties. Taking in her words, I offered a brief nod of understanding before turning to leave. With a determined stride, I made my way towards the courtyard, feeling a mix of anticipation and apprehension about the impending arrival of House Manderley. The prospect of meeting the Northern Lords in such a formal setting was both exciting and nerve-wracking. I couldn't help but wonder how they would perceive me, a foreigner with uncertain allegiances, amidst the political tensions of the North. With a sigh, I pushed aside my doubts and resolved to do whatever I could to support Robb Stark in the challenges that lay ahead. Whatever the future held, I was determined to stand by his side and lend my aid where needed. With each step, I couldn't shake the thought of the responsibilities that fell upon Robb's shoulders. It was likely his first time facing the entire assembly of Northern Lords, a daunting task made even more complicated by the current political climate. Arriving at the entrance of the guest house, I observed the lords and members of their retinues making their way towards the courtyard. Among them, I noticed the subtle tension in their interactions, a reminder of the complex dynamics that governed relationships between the noble houses of the North. Not everyone was exactly friends here. Curious about the upcoming gathering, I found myself wondering about the alliances and rivalries at play. Houses like the Boltons, Umbers, Karstarks, and Manderleys were known to have their own agendas, which could potentially complicate matters further. Not to mention all the executions and backstabbings that occurred in the main timeline. As I watched, I couldn't help but wonder if House Manderley had received Eddard Stark's message and if they had sent aid to him in King's Landing. The political landscape was shifting, and every decision made in Winterfell would have far-reaching consequences. So far, the interactions I had with some of those lords were full of curiosity and intrigue, even though I was a bit uncertain of my interactions with Barbry Dustin considering her personal story with the Starks. I rather hoped I would have zero interactions with Roose Bolton for the time being, considering how watchful, attentive, and opportunistic the Leech Lord was. And considering I was likely considered either as a curiosity, or a mystery, though it was more likely, an opportunistic foreigner that wormed his way within the North. Very peculiar way to start my new life within Winterfell and as part of the Stark household. Still, I knew I had to watch my back as I did not want to become known as the North's equivalent of Varys the Spider. An. 1 And here we go again. This time, a break for Mark in his first real day at Winterfell. 2 I thought further developing the interactions with the Winterfell household was important, both to show how my SI can interact with different kind of people and how he works to settle in Winterfell. And because of the fate of numerous people in the household, it brings up flashes of what he remembers of the canon, which can be tricky and PTSD-like for someone who tends to have a great sense of justice and can be inwardly angry and disgusted by the deeds of other people. In short, you can say that he is of water outside, but of fire inside. 3 The desire to see Lady is a way for Mark to see how Will Sansa's direwolf is faring, considering her canonical fate, but also the fact that the journey from Derry Castle to Winterfell contributed to some bond between them, especially when you consider that on a personality level, they share some common features. And it also serves to explore in an indirect way some aspects of Winterfell that are off-screen in both books and show, even if I'm sure others had done that in other fanfictions. 4 The Sea's concern of stealing Lady is mainly a joke, but considering how overcautious and apprehensive I can be, that would be something that could cross my mind, considering that not much is said of how the bond between the direwolves and the Starks is achieved, Outside of something akin to imprinting, for those who saw Jurassic Park or saw the JP/JW fanfictions, notably with the Indominus Rex, you may understand what I mean. The fear might be overrated, but it is a reflection of how he doesn't want to infringe on the space of others, even by accident. 5. The interaction with Lord Galbart Glover was something my beta reader and I discussed once, and I felt it could be interesting to add it to reflect how the Northern lords may perceive him. 6. The finale of this chapter allows to show that the gathering of the Northern lords is still ongoing, as not everyone has still arrived in Winterfell at this point. 7. Next time, a fish lord is greeting two mysterious travelers. 8. Have a good reading. 54. The Trout's visitors, Ed Muir, I. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over Riverrun. The courtyard was bustling with activity, with the sound of clashing steel echoing against the sandstone walls. Under the watchful eye of Sir Desmond Grell, I sparred with my friend Mark Piper. My mind, however, was distracted by recent events. Even after sending Sir Robin Ryger and an escort of men to support my good brother to deal with the wildfire, I was still concerned and anxious. Father was still in an ailing shape. Dealing with the duties of Riverrun was more exhausting than ever, with the fallout of the sellswords attacks against my niece's escort. Reading the messages of Father's bannermen on the incidents and the demands to take actions against sellswords had been growing, and I was leaning on agreeing with these requests after what those bastards attempted. I also knew I owed to Lord Frey, and that I would need to interact or even to visit him in the near future. His family wasn't trustworthy, but who I would be as the next Lord of the Riverlands if I didn't express my gratitude to them for what they did for my niece. So much to handle and less for me to have fun. Fortunately, Mark had arrived some days ago, as he wanted to see how well I fared from all news and rumors. His presence was welcoming and brought me some reprieve. My only regret was that my new responsibilities prevented me from partaking in fun activities like I had before. As I was sparring with him, I suddenly lunged forward, the steel of my sword glinting in the sunlight as I tried to penetrate Mark's defenses. But his skill with a blade was formidable, and he knew me well enough to exploit any lapse in focus. Mark sidestepped my attack with ease. "You seem distracted, Ed Muir," he remarked, a hint of concern in his voice as he deflected my blows. I grimaced, as I parried his counterattack. My mind is elsewhere," I admitted, frustration lacing my words as Mark disarmed me with a swift maneuver, causing my blade to clatter to the ground. "Yield," he said. I yielded with a frustrated sigh, aware my friend won fair and square. "You fight well, my friend," I said, a note of admiration in my voice despite my distraction. Mark, ever the loyal friend, offered his support. "Whatever burdens you carry, Ed Muir, know that you do not bear them alone," he said, his voice earnest as he clapped a hand on my shoulder. "We're here for you." I offered Mark a grateful smile, appreciating his steadfast friendship in the face of my turmoil. "Thank you, Mark," I said sincerely, feeling a sense of gratitude wash over me. He clapped me on the shoulder again. "Let's set aside our worries and find some ale." I chuckled, appreciating his attempt to lighten the mood. "A drink sounds like just the thing." Before we could make our way to the castle's halls, Maester Veeman's voice called out to me. "My lord," Veeman called out, his voice urgent as he reached my side. "There are travelers at the gates seeking hospitality." Intrigued by the unexpected visitors, I turned to the sentinel, a furrow forming on my brow. "Who are they?" I inquired, curiosity piqued by the mention of travelers in need. The sentinel nodded in response, his expression serious. "A pregnant woman and a man looking like a member of the Night's Watch," he answered, his words sending a ripple of surprise through Mark and me. I was very intrigued by the strangeness of the information. The Night's Watch rarely visited Riverrun, even to seek for criminals to take the black. And one accompanying a pregnant woman was very curious and even suspicious. With everything that was going on those last days, I couldn't dismiss any possibilities, including the most treacherous ones. "What do you make of this, Mark?" I asked, turning to my friend for his thoughts. Mark shook his head, equally puzzled. "I'm not sure, Ed Muir. It's certainly unusual. What business does a member of the Night's Watch have here, especially accompanied by a pregnant woman?" I shook my head. "I do not know," I admitted as I turned to the sentinel. "Lead the way," I instructed. Internally I prepared to greet our unexpected guests. With Sir Desmond and Maester Veeman in tow, we traversed the bustling courtyard. Arriving at the gate, I scanned the surroundings, seeking signs of the travelers. Spotting a cluster of guards, I called out to them, my voice cutting through the ambient noise. "Where are the travelers?" I demanded. One of the guards pointed in the direction of the bridge below, and I followed his gesture, peering down to see two figures standing on the bridge before the gate. One, draped in the solemn black of the Night's Watch, exuded an air of rugged determination, accompanied by a formidable canine companion. The other, shrouded in a concealing hood, bore the unmistakable signs of impending motherhood. Their appearance was like how the sentinel depicted them. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, my gaze fixed on the two figures below. "Who goes there?" I called out, projecting my voice so they could hear me clearly. The man, with the weathered face, stepped forward. Are you Lord Tully? He asked, his tone grave but respectful. I nodded in affirmation. I am Edmure Tully, son of Lord Hoster Tully and acting Lord of Riverrun in his stead, I replied, studying the man's weathered features intently. The man nodded, acknowledging my status. I am Mors Westford, a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, he answered, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. And this, he gestured to the woman beside him, is Jane Greystone. Jane nodded in acknowledgement, her features obscured by the hood of her cloak. Greetings, my lord, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with weariness. I frowned, my mind whirling with questions. What brings you both to Riverrun? I inquired cautiously. Mors glanced at Jane before turning back to me, a hint of urgency in his voice. We seek hospitality and refuge, he explained, his gaze unwavering as he awaited my response. I exchanged a glance with Maester Veman and Sir Desmond, seeking their counsel. Desmond's expression was stern, his brow furrowed in thought, while Veman's features were lined with concern. What do you make of this, Desmond? I asked, turning to the Master-at-Arms for his opinion. Desmond scratched his beard, his gaze lingering on the travelers below. It's unusual, to say the least, he remarked, his voice gruff but measured. And we need to be sure this truly is a member of the Night's Watch and what he is doing here. What proof do you have that you are a member of the Night's Watch and not a fraud or a deserter? I inquired. Mors Westford's gaze remained staunch as he slowly reached for his waist, retrieving a seal bearing the mark of the Lord Commander. This seal, he declared, proves my legitimacy as a recruiter from the Wall. I glanced back at Sir Desmond and Maester Veman, seeking their counsel. Desmond's expression was stern, his posture reflecting his wariness of the situation, while Veman's features were etched with lines of concern. What say you, Desmond? I prompted, turning to the Master-at-Arms for his insight. Desmond's gaze remained fixed on Mors. We must verify the authenticity of this seal, he advised, his words carrying the weight of experience. Maester Veman nodded in agreement, his aged features creased with worry. Indeed, my lord. We cannot afford to be lax in such matters, especially considering recent events, he cautioned, his voice measured. There had been stories in the past of sellswords or criminals disguising themselves as Night Watch members to kill targets. Some had even simply gone in, fooled jailers, and recruited prisoners into their gangs of bandits or raiders. Taking their words into consideration, I turned back to the travelers on the bridge. You may enter, but Mors, you will need to present that seal to me for verification, I instructed, my tone firm yet fair. Mors and Jane exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable beneath a hooded cloak. However, they nodded in acquiescence, acknowledging my terms. Turning to the guards nearby, I issued a command. Open the gates, I ordered, my voice cutting through the air with authority. Without hesitation, the guards sprang into action, obeying my command and swiftly opening the gates to allow our unexpected guests entry. As the gates creaked open and the two travelers crossed the threshold into Riverrun, I descended from the wall with Mark and Veman at my side. I couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty that lingered in the air. But for now, all I could do was offer aid to those in need and hope that the answers to my questions would soon become clear. As we reached the ground, I scanned the courtyard, my gaze settling on the travelers approaching. Beside Mors Westford, a large dog stood faithfully at his side, adding to the imposing presence of the sworn brother of the Night's Watch. And beside him, obscured by the hood of her cloak, stood Jane Greystone, her figure betraying a weariness that mirrored the weight of their journey. Approaching them with a sense of determination, I greeted them with a nod. Welcome to Riverrun, I said, my voice carrying across the courtyard. Mors Westford nodded in acknowledgement, his expression stoic yet respectful. Thank you, Lord Tully, he replied, his voice deep and resonant. I turned my attention to Lady Jane, offering her a reassuring smile. And to you as well, Lady Jane, I added, noting the exhaustion etched in her features. Lady Jane returned the smile, though there was a hint of apprehension in her eyes. Thank you, my lord, she said softly. My gaze then shifted back to Mors, the weight of responsibility settling upon me once more. Now, about that seal, I began, my tone firm yet not unkind. If you wouldn't mind presenting it for verification. Mors nodded once more, reaching into his cloak to retrieve the seal. As he handed it to me, I took a moment to examine it closely, noting the mark of the Lord Commander emblazoned upon it. Relieved, I turned to Maester Veman, offering him the seal for inspection. Veman took the seal, his hands steady despite their age, and carefully studied it. After a moment, he looked up, meeting my gaze with a reassuring nod. It appears to be genuine, my lord, he confirmed, his voice steady and sure. A wave of relief washed over me as I took back the seal, gratitude swelling within me for Veman's expertise. Thank you, Maester Veman, I said sincerely, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. I apologize for the caution, I explained to the newcomers, my voice tinged with regret. Recent days have brought unsettling news to Riverrun, and we cannot afford to take any chances. Moores inclined his head in understanding. I understand, my lord, he replied, his tone respectful. We have heard whispers of troubles in the Riverlands. Before I could respond, Mark stepped forward, offering a nod of acknowledgement to our visitors. Allow me to introduce myself, he said, his voice warm yet cautious. I am Sir Mark Piper, a friend of Lord Ed Muir's. Moores regarded Mark with a measured gaze, though there was a hint of respect in his eyes. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Mark, he said, his tone cordial yet guarded. Beside him, Lady Jane offered Mark a tentative smile. And I as well, she added softly, her voice filled with gratitude. Concern etched itself into Mark's expression as he observed the travelers. Did your journey go well? He asked, his tone filled with genuine curiosity. Sir Moores nodded in response, his gaze briefly flickering towards Jane before returning to us. As well as can be expected, he answered, his voice carrying a hint of weariness. We encountered no trouble on the road. Sensing their exhaustion, I extended an offer of hospitality. Are you hungry? We can provide you with food and rest in the Great Hall, I offered, gesturing towards the imposing structure at the heart of Riverrun. Sir Moores inclined his head in gratitude, his expression one of appreciation. That would be most welcome, my lord, he replied, his voice tinged with gratitude. I nodded, turning to one of the guards nearby. Prepare bread and salt for our guests, I instructed. The guard nodded in understanding and hurried off to carry out my command. Turning back to the two unexpected guests, I gestured for them to follow as I began to lead the way towards the Great Hall. Please, follow me, I said, motioning for the guards to accompany us. As we walked, Mark's brow furrowed slightly as he continued to observe the travelers. And what business could bring a member of the Night's Watch and a lady such as Lady Jane to Riverrun? He mused, his curiosity evident. I shrugged slightly, offering Mark a small smile. Perhaps we shall find out soon enough, I said cryptically, my own curiosity piqued. As we entered the Great Hall, the warm glow of the hearth welcomed us, casting flickering shadows across the room. I turned to Maester Veman, raising an eyebrow in silent inquiry. Westford, I began, my voice low as I addressed the Maester. It's a high-born name, is it not? Maester Veman furrowed his brow in thought, his wrinkled hands clasped before him. Indeed, my lord, he replied, his voice thoughtful. House Restford is a noble house from the Westerlands, sworn to House Lannister. My eyes widened slightly in surprise at the revelation. Westerlands. I echoed, my mind racing with possibilities. Mark's expression darkened at the mention of the Westerlands, his gaze narrowing slightly. A Westerlander at the wall, he muttered, his voice tinged with suspicion. Must be one who crossed Tywin Lannister. I glanced at Mark, noting the tension in his posture. Easy, my friend, I said soothingly, laying a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Let us not jump to conclusions. Desmond Grell, the Master-at-Arms, chimed in, his voice gruff. The Lannisters have caused enough trouble as it is, he grumbled, his distrust evident. Maester Veman quickly interjected. Let us reserve judgment until we know more, he suggested. We cannot know for certain, but it is not unheard of for noble houses to have members take the black, he offered, his voice calm and reasoned. I nodded in agreement, grateful for Veman's level-headedness. Indeed, I agreed. We shall await further information before drawing any conclusions. As Sir Moores and Lady Jane settled at the table, the weight of their presence brought the uncertainty rushing back. We joined them and I prepared myself for the incoming discussion on their presence and motives. The guard tasked with bringing bread and salt arrived shortly after, and I wasted no time in presenting it to our guests, a gesture of hospitality and respect. Moores and Jane accepted it with solemn nods, partaking in the ancient guest rite. Turning my attention to a nearby servant, I greeted him, go to the kitchens and ask for the cook to prepare something for our guests here. The servant, taken aback by the sudden request, nevertheless nodded and hurried off to fulfill my command. As the servant scurried away, my gaze returned to Moores Westford and Jane Greystone. I observed both of them, taking time to assess them. Moores Westford seemed to be a gruff and firm man, almost as old as Sir Desmond. He seemed to be an experienced man, and considering the wall, I could imagine why he was so serious and grave. I was intrigued by the dog that accompanied him, considering how nasty he looked and yet loyal to this man. But it was Lady Jane that intrigued me the most. She was a young and beautiful girl, and while her head was covered by a hood, silver streaks of hair could be noticed. Such a feature was rare and associated with the previous dynasty. It made me wonder if she was related to the Targaryens. I furrowed my brows to that thought, considering the recent developments in King's Landing or the fact father had told me about his bannermen who sided with the Targaryen during the rebellion. But more importantly, outside of the Mad King's children who were exiled beyond the sea, there was no other known Targaryen, even less in Westeros. And considering her age, Either she was a hidden child of the Mad King, a hidden child of Rhaegar, or a bastard. But that brought the question of why she was with a man of the Night's Watch. Did she meet him when he was journeying in the realm? Or did she meet him at the wall? Was he the one who impregnated her? Or was he protecting her? There were questions that needed answers, and I couldn't ignore them any longer. What brings a member of the Night's Watch this far south, Seer? I inquired, my voice laced with curiosity and concern. And why is a pregnant woman traveling with you? Mors Westford's expression tightened, a mixture of solemnity and guardedness crossing his features. It's a long tale, one shrouded in secrecy, he replied cryptically. I was further intrigued by the answer, sensing there was something amiss. My friend's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his curiosity piqued even further. Secrecy, you say? Well, that only adds to the intrigue, doesn't it? He remarked, his gaze flickering between Mors and Jane. Before anyone else could speak, Sir Desmond interjected, his voice firm and authoritative. Lad, mind your manners, he chided gently, shooting a pointed look in Mark's direction. Let our guests speak in their own time. Lady Jane, sensing the tension in the air, spoke up softly, addressing Mors, perhaps we can share a bit, Mors. They have reasons to be concerned. Mors hesitated for a moment, his gaze meeting Jane's before turning back to us. Very well, he conceded, his tone cautious. I was tasked by the Lord Commander to bring Lady Jane to safety. His answer further intrigued me, and I wasn't the only one, as Sir Desmond commented cautiously as he was looking at Lady Jane. Why would the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch be concerned for your safety? Lady Jane observed my master of arms with a vigilant but firm eye. Some months ago, the hand of the king sent me to the wall for my safety. The mention of the hand of the king caused a stir among us. Maester Veman, in particular, seems curious about this revelation, his eyes narrowing slightly. I exchanged a glance with him, intrigued by this unexpected development. This action couldn't have come from my good brother, considering how far the wall was from the Riverlands. There was also the fact her answer indicated she encountered the hand in one way or another, not to mention that Eddard Stark was too honorable to send a woman to the wall. It meant she was referring to my other good brother, Lord Arryn, though that made me puzzled and confused. Why did he feel the need to send this woman to a place that was dangerous and not hospitable according to what I knew of it? Maester Veman spoke again, are you talking of Lord Arryn or of Lord Stark? The young woman answered with a firm voice, Lord Arryn. He encountered me with the night and informed me of the dangers I was facing in King's Landing and advised me to join the wall on my own to protect myself. This answer made me wonder about the interest and concern of Lord Arryn for the lady's safety, and I felt there was more behind the story. But before I could ask, my friend questioned her, his curiosity getting the better of him. But why send you all the way to the wall? Mark questioned. Did he not know the infamous story of Dany Flint? Sir Mors sighed heavily before answering, he did it because there are those who are seeking to harm her, even this far north. The mention of danger sent a chill down my spine. Who would want to harm her? I asked. Sir Mors hesitated, exchanging a glance with Jane before speaking. A man by the name of Valar Hill, he finally revealed, his tone grave. He's a bastard of House Sarwick, now at the head of a ruthless sellsword company. The news sent a ripple of alarm through the room. The recent attacks by the sellsword company against Arya's escort flashed through my mind. And the fact this other sellsword company was led by a bastard was not a good sign. The house name was unfamiliar, and I looked at Maester Veman. The old man was troubled, but sensing my question, provided information after a moment of reflection. House Sarwick is another house sworn to House Lannister, my lord. I cursed under my breath. A bastard was a complicated matter, as I thought of Kat's concern for her husband's bastard. But a bastard coming from a house sworn to the Lannister and leading a sellsword company was even worse. Valar Hill, you say? A sellsword leading a company with ill intentions, and tied to House Lannister no less, he muttered gravely, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. That sounds like trouble, he remarked. Silence settled over us as we absorbed the gravity of the situation. Mark broke the silence, his voice laced with concern. What's your role in all of this, Mors? You're a man of the Night's Watch and a recruiter with that seal, yet you are here with her. Mors nodded, a grim expression on his face. Jon Arryn knew and trusted me, he explained. I think he sent Jane at the wall because he knew I was there and that I would protect her if I was asked. I see, I commented, but why are you accompanying her? I thought you were a recruiter. The Lord Commander named me as a recruiter to allow me to travel through the realm to bring Lady Jane to safety and to bring justice to Valar Hill, the gruff man answered. I was intrigued by the answer, especially the second part, considering that the Night's Watch was said to never take part in the realm's matters. It was unusual, to say the least. Sir Desmond spoke up, his voice tinged with concern. What did this Valar Hill do to provoke the anger of the Night's Watch? He inquired, his hand still resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Mors's expression darkened at the question, a shadow passing over his features. When Valaire's men reached the wall, they passed themselves off as Jonaran's men and corrupted some of my brothers, he revealed, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and sadness. They sought to find Lady Jane and eliminate anyone who stood in their way. The revelation sent a chill down my spine, and I exchanged a look with Sir Desmond, both of us sharing a silent understanding of the gravity of the situation. Mark voiced his concern. That's despicable, he remarked, his voice filled with indignation. I hope those traitors face justice for betraying their vows. Sir Mors nodded grimly. Rest assured, they were dealt with, he replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Desmond nodded in approval. Good, he said firmly. No man who betrays his vows deserves mercy. Maester Veman, ever the cautious advisor, spoke up, his voice thoughtful yet wary. It seems the Night's Watch is embroiled in matters far beyond its usual purview, he commented, his gaze shifting between Mors and Jane. One wonders what implications this may have for the realm. I broke the awkward silence that had started, my voice low with concern. Where do you intend to bring Lady Jane to safety? I inquired, turning my attention back to Mors. Mors's expression darkened as he looked at Jane. She returned his gaze with a sad yet determined expression. We were headed to a place where I had sent my wife and daughter before taking the black, Mors explained, his voice heavy with emotion. But when we arrived, we discovered. He trailed off, unable to finish his sentence. Lady Jane put a comforting hand on the man's shoulder, her eyes full of sympathy and sadness. Uncomfortable silence settled over us again as we grappled with the harsh reality of their situation. I felt sympathy for Mors. Losing his family, especially under such circumstances, must have been devastating. He had been separated for how many years from them, and when he had the opportunity to see them again, I couldn't imagine how it must feel for him. I wouldn't, dreading how I would feel to imagine finding out Kat, Lisa, and their children dead. That would be gut-wrenching. I thought again of what almost befell my niece, and once more I feel torn apart between the gratitude for House Frey and disgust of having to be grateful for them. I'm sorry, sir, I said softly to the Night Watch's man. A man of the Night's Watch with a wife and daughter? That's unusual, Mark remarked. Maester Veman, always quick to provide insight, cleared his throat before speaking. Ah, young Mark, you must understand that before joining the Night's Watch, Mors Restford was likely a lord or a knight, he explained, his voice calm and measured. House Restford is sworn to the Lannisters. It's not uncommon for men of noble birth to take the black, though I admit I am intrigued by your situation, Sir Mors. I nodded to the master's words. I thought of Lord Stark's brother, whom I heard took the black for years now. But considering his family and the proximity of the north to the wall, it wasn't surprising. The north was mysterious, and Seven knew how long the northerners were tied to the wall and the Night's Watch. The only ones that might care about that wretched place. I doubted that a man that served the Lannisters would have willingly taken the black. That made my mind racing with questions. What had led Sir Mors to forsake his noble birthright for a life of duty and hardship? I doubted he went willingly, considering how joke the wall was and how far it was from the Westerlands. Sir Mors's gaze hardened, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. I did what was right, he replied firmly to Master Veman, his voice brooking no argument. And I'd do it again, if given the choice. Desmond nodded in approval, a sense of respect evident in his expression. A man must always choose honor over duty, he agreed, his tone solemn. Mark, however, seemed troubled by the Night Watch brother's answer, his expression conflicted. But at what cost? He muttered, his gaze lingering on Sir Mors's somber visage. The old man's expression softened slightly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Sometimes, the cost of doing what's right is higher than we can bear, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. I felt a pang of sympathy for Sir Mors again, sensing the weight of the choices he'd been forced to make. It was a heavy burden to bear, one that no man should have to carry alone. As gruff as he was, and despite my vigilance and cautiousness, I couldn't help but feel the sincerity of the man. I wondered what brought him to take the black for doing the right thing. An awful suspicion crawled in my mind as I thought upon the fact he had been a bannerman of Tywin Lannister. Knowing the reputation of the old lion, I could imagine he did something that his lord didn't like, or perhaps didn't do something his lord requested him to. I was torn apart by the thought. Anyone should do his duty to his lord, his liege lord or his king, but if this duty was wrong, was it right to execute it? I thought of the revelations behind Sir Jaime's deeds and felt the answer was murkier than I would admit. I was however certain of a thing. I would do anything to ensure the protection of my people and of my family. Sir Mors, Lady Jane, I began, my voice gentle yet firm, I can't imagine the hardships you've faced, but I want you to know that Riverrun is a safe haven for you both. You are under our protection now. Sir Mors glanced at the young woman, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, before turning back to me. Thank you, Sir Edmure, he said, his voice sincere. We are grateful for your hospitality. Lady Jane nodded in agreement, her expression weary yet hopeful. Yes, thank you, she added softly, her hand resting protectively on her swollen belly. "Sir," I asked, my tone gentle yet curious, "what led you to choose Riverrun as your destination after your initial plans were thwarted?" Sir Moore's gaze shifted from Jane to me, his expression thoughtful. "Riverrun was the closest safe haven we could reach," he explained, his voice tinged with weariness. "And I knew that House Tully had ties to the Starks of Winterfell. We hoped to find refuge here and gather information about the current state of affairs." Lady Jane nodded in agreement, her eyes flickering with a mix of concern and determination. "We've heard rumors of wildfire in King's Landing and attacks by sellswords in the Riverlands," she added, her voice steady despite the underlying tension. "We need to know more about what's happening." Before I could respond, Maester Veman interjected, his voice calm yet authoritative. "It is true," he confirmed, addressing the two travelers. "King's Landing is indeed facing a threat from wildfire, as outlined in a recent missive from Eddard Stark, Hand of the King. And we have received words of sellswords attacking the new Hand's daughter as she was riding north to Winterfell." Sir Mors and Lady Jane exchanged a troubled glance, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Mors's dog whimpered softly, sensing his master's unease. Desmond, ever the stalwart knight, spoke up, his voice filled with concern. "What will you do next, sire?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the Night's Watchman. Mors paused, his brow furrowed in thought. "I need to find a safe place for Jane," he replied finally, his tone resolute. "And then I'll begin my search for Valair." Mark's expression mirrored my own conflicted thoughts, his gaze lingering on Mors with a mix of admiration and apprehension. An idea came across my mind. "Sending Lady Jane to Winterfell might be the safest course of action," I suggested, my tone measured yet firm. Maester Veman nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, given the ties between House Tully and House Stark, it would be prudent," he concurred, his gaze shifting to Sir Mors and Lady Jane. Sir Mors glanced at Lady Jane, his expression unreadable. Her eyes widened in surprise at the suggestion, her hand instinctively resting on her swollen belly. "But we've travelled for weeks from the wall," she pointed out, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "And I'm close to my due date. Winterfell might be too far." I glanced at Lady Jane, concern etched on my features as I considered her predicament. I was impressed they managed to travel through the whole realm without facing more hardship or dangers. "Maester Veman, can you tend to Lady Jane's needs and ensure her safety until she's ready to travel?" I asked, turning to the old Maester. Maester Veman nodded in understanding, his expression filled with empathy. "Of course, my lord," he replied, his voice reassuring. "I'll do everything in my power to care for her and ensure her well-being." Relief washed over me, knowing that Lady Jane would be in capable hands. But as I looked at her, my heart heavy with concern, I couldn't shake the feeling that their journey was far from over. The young woman's eyes shimmered with a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty. "Thank you, Sir Edmure," she murmured softly, her hand instinctively resting on her swollen belly. "I appreciate your offer of protection, but..." Her voice trailed off, a flicker of worry crossing her features as she glanced at Mors. Sir Mors's brow furrowed slightly as he considered my question. "It's not ideal," he admitted gruffly, "but under the circumstances, it may be the safest option for Jane and the babe." His gaze shifted between Jane and me. "It's not that I doubt your intentions, Sir Edmure," he replied, his voice measured, "but I can't help but feel uneasy leaving Jane behind, especially with the current state of affairs." I nodded in agreement, determination shining in my eyes. "Indeed," I affirmed, my voice firm. "We'll do everything in our power to ensure both your safety and Lady Jane's. You have my word on that." Turning back to Mors, I asked, "And what of your search for Valair? Do you need any assistance?" Sir Mors paused, considering his options carefully. He took a deep breath, his gaze focused and determined. "Finding Valair is my priority," he replied firmly. "But I won't refuse any assistance that may aid in my search. I need to locate him as soon as possible to protect Jane and to bring him to justice." I nodded, understanding his perspective. Even if the Night's Watch was a penal colony and was needless, if it couldn't ensure its role because of men corrupting those there, it would mean trouble. Especially if a new army of sellswords was created there. Maester Veman stepped forward. "If I may, Mors," he began, "consider seeing the Hand in King's Landing. Eddard Stark holds the position now, and with your ties to the Night's Watch, he may provide valuable assistance." Sir Mors's expression shifted, his thoughts clearly conflicted as he considered Veman's suggestion. His eyes narrowed in contemplation, his rugged features betraying the weight of his decision. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I reckon that's the best course of action," he grumbled, nodding to himself. "I'll stay for a few days to make sure Jane's well settled here, then I'll head to King's Landing." I exchanged a glance with Maester Veman, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. It seemed Mors's decision had been made, and we could only hope it would lead to a favourable outcome. Mors then turned to me, his gaze steady. I have one condition, he stated firmly. I furrowed my brow, curious. What is it? I inquired. His expression remained resolute. The moment I leave Riverrun, I'm on my own, he explained. I felt a pang of concern at his words, realizing the gravity of his situation. On your own? I echoed, a touch of worry coloring my tone. Mark chimed in, his skepticism evident. That's a risky move, he remarked, crossing his arms over his chest. I nodded in agreement with Mark. True, I admitted, especially with what you said of this man. If he has a sellsword company, he won't be alone. Sir Mors, however, remained steadfast. As a member and recruiter of the Night's Watch, I'll go more unnoticed in King's Landing than if I was accompanied by guards, he asserted, his tone unwavering. Besides, you need more men to ensure the safety of Jane, your household, and of your keep. Maester Veman stepped forward. He has a point, my lord, he interjected. You have already sent men to help the Lord Hand to deal with the wildfire. And it's not unusual to see men of the Night's Watch South trying to find new recruits. I relented, albeit reluctantly. Very well, I conceded, my gaze shifting between Mors and Veman. But be cautious, Sir. King's Landing is a viper's nest, especially for a man of your background. Sir Mors nodded in acknowledgement, his expression determined. I'll tread carefully, Sir Edmure, he assured me, his eyes reflecting the resolve within him. And I won't forget my duty to protect Jane. Lady Jane's shoulders relaxed slightly at Sir Mors's reassurance, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Thank you, Mors, she murmured softly, her hand moving to rest atop her belly. I trust in your ability to keep us safe. I offered her a reassuring smile. It was obvious these two developed a bond considering how long they traveled together, and yet the man was respectful and didn't seem to overstep boundaries with her. I suddenly heard approaching footsteps and turned around. The servant I had tasked to inform the cook had returned, his presence a welcome interruption. The cook is preparing the meal for our guests, Sir Edmure, he reported, a hint of urgency in his tone. It should be ready shortly. I nodded, addressing both guests. Please, come with me, I invited, gesturing towards the tables where the meal would soon be served. You can settle here and wait for the food. They exchanged a glance before obediently following me towards the tables. As they moved, I couldn't help but feel burdened by the weight of the information I had just received. The reasons behind Lady Jane's presence at the wall and her connection to Jonaran intrigued me greatly. I found myself pondering the identity of the child's father that she carried. The fact that a sellsword had become entangled in the affairs of the Night's Watch troubled me deeply, serving as evidence of the institution's decline, as I had heard. However, despite my concerns, I couldn't help but regard Sir Restford with caution and a measure of respect. This man displayed unwavering determination, and in some ways, he reminded me of my uncle Bryndon. I said a prayer to the Seven, hoping that this Valar would be held accountable for his actions. There was something more to him, especially considering his occupation as a sellsword. After hearing what my niece had endured because of such individuals, I firmly believed that any honorable sellsword was a deceased one. And I knew most of Father's bannermen would agree with me. And here we are. A new POV and new ripples. 2. The idea of Edmure's POV was discussed between my beta reader and me, notably because of how the two ambushes against Arya's escort impacted the Riverlands and by extension the Tullus, even more due to their ties to the Starks. Not only that, but the fact he has also to deal with the news of the wildfire discovery in King's Landing is something he has to handle, and considering the Tully motto, he would want to help his good brother both because it is his family and because it is the right thing to do. 3. Exploring those dimensions was something that led me to develop that passage because Edmure is a character who had big potential but because of the context, found misfortune in canon and was even turned in a joke in the show. I am not fond of the passage of Sansa belittling him in the finale, notably because outside of the fact that Sansa reminded Edmure of Catelyn, great, another one, Sansa has zero ties to Edmure and even forgot him in 2 whole seasons. If I was Edmure, I wouldn't cower when the daughter of my sister would speak to me as if she knew better than me. Of course, the way Edmure presents his position was not the best, but technically, outside of Lord Royce, he has military experience and contrary to a certain dwarf, he can argue of a success, especially one against Tywin Lannister. Edmure is one of those men who would thrive as peacetime leaders. He may have flaws and not as prepared to his position as others, but he has for him the concern for his people, something any leader should have in mind, just only because power relies on the support of others. For this reason, having his friend Mark Piper was something that came to my mind, just only because I felt that in such a context, Edmure's friends, or at least some of them, would want to help him and distract him from the pressure he is dealing with. And it's always fun to develop and explore those characters, especially in such contexts. 5. But the other big part of this chapter is obviously the duo of characters, Mors Westford and Jane Greystone. Thanks to @Cabrio9F, I discovered the 2012 RPG game Game of Thrones, and I felt that in my intent to develop the wider depiction of Westeros and including the different sources, books, show, games, this source would work well, especially with the characters and the stakes depicted in the game. I had made a reference to Valar Hill in the first Wendell's POV chapter, but this chapter is the first one depicting 2 of the key characters. 6 To include those characters, I needed first to establish a timeline that fits the ones I'm relying on, meaning I couldn't rely on the game timeline as the events are said to happen on a 4-month period, which doesn't make sense to me in regards to the scales of Westeros, especially in regards of the canon estimates. Therefore, while the events of the half part of the game still occur, they half canonical in the sense that the events didn't occur exactly the same as in the game. It was acrobatic to make a timeline as consistent as possible for the events of the game while adapting them to be consistent to the ASOIF likely timeline, but it was worth the endeavor, especially as it allows me to see how those characters can join the fold of this story. Not only that, but I also tried to determine where some key places would have been, notably the Rest Ford hideout as it was depicted to be in the Riverlands. I would give you below the adapted timeline of the game events within italics the events that won't occur because of the ripples provoked since the start of this FIC. 7 The reason of the presence of Mors Westford and of Jane Greystone at Riverrun is both tied to something that happened in the game and to the result of the ripples of the first chapters of this story. Mors was tasked to bring to safety Jane after the attacks at the Wall and to find Valar to bring justice for his role for the bribe of many brothers of the Night's Watch. For the first part of his mission, Mors brought Jane to the hideout where he had sent his wife and daughter to protect them from Tywin's wrath when he refused to obey his liege's order to go out and kill Elia Martell and her children just before the sacking of King's Landing. Unfortunately, after his departure to the Wall, Tywin found out where his family was hidden and tasked Valar Hill and his half-brother, Alistair Sarwyck, to kill Mors's wife and daughter. When Mors and Jane found the hideout, they discovered the graves. And in the game, they didn't have time to think what to do next as they were ambushed by Valar's men who were awaiting there. However, in the context of this story, the brave companions' ambushes against Arya's escort provoked a witch hunt against sellswords in the Riverlands, preventing Valar to plan as he would have intended, especially as his ties with Cersei Lannister would have created more issues. Therefore, as no one is there to attack them, Mors and Jane have more time to ponder what to do next, and for Mors to grasp with his grief and anger. My take is that Mors would want to find a lord that he knows would be friendly enough to host Jane and him and that he may trust. And as the Tullus are tied to the Starks and that Riverrun would have been likely close to the hideout, I considered that the hideout couldn't be too far in the Riverlands. Mors and Jane would join the place, especially as they need somewhere where Jane could give birth without being threatened while Mors can plan his move to find Valar. Add the fact they would have heard the rumors on the other attacks and the wildfire and that would influence their decision. 8 Next time, Mark is having a singing break with Tom of the Seven Streams. 9 Have a good reading. As promised, the altered RPG Game of Thrones timeline. To imagine it, I used the date references from Vandal ASOIF fan timeline, the scale estimations I had made for Westeros for the displacements while also interpreting elements I had noticed in the Let's Plays I quickly watched to have a grasp on the context. Elements shown in the game, potential interpretations, and canon events are present. In italics, the events that won't occur anymore, or very unlikely. It's not perfect, but trying to find a good balance between all the restraints and conditions tied to the canon, the game, my personal choices and grounded elements, notably. The time of a pregnancy, can make it very difficult to make an optimal depiction of how those events could have occurred in canon. Autumn 297 Jane Greystone is Robert's mistress. 26/12/297 Jane Greystone falls pregnant. 17/01/298 Alistair is warned of his father's degrading health. 08/02/298 Reynald Sarwyck died. 11/02/298 Jonaran sends Jane to the Wall. 13/02/298 Alistair joins River Spring. 24/02/298 Jonaran dies. 26/02/298 Alistair interacts with Cersei. 28/02/298 Alistair and Valar finds out about Jane's whereabouts. 03/03/298 Jon rides for the Wall. 12/03/298 Jane joins Mole Town. 28/05/298 Mors protects Jane from Jon and his men. 31/05/298 Valar is informed of Jon's arrival at the Wall. 01/06/298 Valar leaves for the Wall. 03/06/298 Mors destroys Jon's camp and learns about Valar. 05/06/298 Mors and Jane leave the gift and go south. 01/07/298 Valar found the remains of Jon's camp. 04/08/298 Valar is back at King's Landing. 06/09/298 Mors and Jane finds Mors's hideout and his family. Graves. 13/09/298 Jane and Mors are in Castlewood. 13/09/298 Mors is imprisoned and tortured. 16/09/298 Alistair frees Mors. 21/09/298 Valar kills Moors in Ilyana. 23/09/298 Alistair frees Riverspring and Risha wrecks Moors. 27/09/298 Jane gives birth to a child. 28/09/298 Fight at Castlewood and death of Jane. 24/10/298 Robert Baratheon dies. 02/11/298 Alistair and Moors learn that Robert Baratheon died. 10/01/299 Moors and Alistair fight Valar before fighting each other. 10/01/299 Ned Stark is executed. 55/A Singing Reprieve. The third day in Winterfell since my arrival there started almost the same way as the previous one. Only difference is that I awoke earlier than yesterday. Eating my breakfast in the guest house and chatting with the tall hearts, exchanging a bit of banalities with them and sensing that Sir Helmsman was trying to give common sense to his son, even though old habits die hard. I felt sympathy for both of them, considering what I remembered of their fate in canon. But then again, Benfred had listened to too many tales of glory, concerning Robb's victories against Tywin Lannister. With a little luck, there might be time for Benfred to wake up to the realities of war before it was too late. After eating, I decided to go to the library to keep on learning more about the North, its customs, legends, and history, as well as training with a quill. I had made better progress after the arrival of the Manderley retinue. Seeing Lord Wyman Manderley was very peculiar, the man being huge, bigger than how Henry VIII of England was represented by Holstein. The man seemed nonchalant, a bit David Goodenough vibe, and yet I knew appearances were misleading with the man. He was the epitome of how unassuming people were the one that could turn out as the most dangerous as the moment they revealed their true face. It was too late for you to react and all you could do was to dumbly look at the man that just backstabbed you just after interacting with you with a lenient smile. Once again I thought of the Frey pies and the retaliation of the North against the Iron Throne and the restoration of Stark House, even though the absence of the sixth book let mystery on the fate of this great plan and of the Lord. Seriously, a part of me was suspecting Grrm to be like Penelope, Odysseus's wife, when she was creating her work in the day and undoing it in the night to delay the moment she had to choose among the suitors who wanted to marry her to control Ithaca. Fortunately, I had far more grounded reasoning on why such a delay happened, though the existence of the sixth book was irrelevant for me, considering my new life. The time spent in the library was educational, even though the endeavors to develop skills in using a quill were still frustrating. It made the meal with the Stark household rather relieving and pleasant, even though my left hand was still aching a bit. Interacting with the members of the household, especially Willis, Sept and Cale, or even Mycon was very interesting and distracting. I sensed the members of the household were warming up to my presence, even if I was aware it would take time and to master helping them in the management of Winterfell to truly earn their trust. My only regret was that I did not know when I would be able to talk again with Robb as I wanted so much to speak with him, to define how my situation in the household and Winterfell would be. As I left the warmth of the great hall, the brisk air of Winterfell's courtyard greeted me, sending a shiver down my spine. I wrapped my cloak tighter around me, feeling cold seeping through the fabric. As I made my way through the bustling courtyard, it once again felt like the eyes of guests and servants alike were lingering on me. Looking around, I recognized Jallard among the guards that were standing on watch. I decided to approach him to see how he fared. I noticed that his breath was visible in the cold air. If it could be cold like this in summer, what would winter look like? I winced, thinking that the next winter would be of biblical proportions, not to mention the threat of the others or White Walkers. The biblical passage of Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dream came to my mind. Approaching him, I offered a respectful nod. "Hello, Jallard. How do you fare?" Jallard's gaze softened. "Hi, Roger. Given the circumstances, I reckon that's fair enough. I'm glad to be back in Winterfell, but it's a mite busy now, that's for sure," he replied, his tone betraying the weariness of constant vigilance. I understood, considering how he had to handle the growing gathering of the Northern Lords. "And you, Roger, how fare yet?" Jallard's voice carried a hint of curiosity and concern. "I'm fine," I replied with a small smile, though the ache in my left hand still lingered. "Finding my place here, though it's a bit crowded with all these lords and retinues." The Stark guard chuckled softly. I can imagine. And seeing as how you're not from the north, I'd wager you're an interesting sight for all the folk round these parts." I nodded in understanding, feeling uneasy as being a curiosity in this foreign land. "Indeed, and it can be exhausting at times." Jallard's expression softened. "If you need a bit o' respite from the troubles, you know where to find me. We could spar like we did during the journey." A genuine smile tugged at my lips. "I'd like that. It'll be good to clear my mind." "Then it's settled," said Jallard with a nod. "But for now, I won't keep yet. Duty calls, and all that." With a final nod, I bid him farewell and made my way towards the guest house. The cold air still biting at my cheeks as I walked, the sounds of Winterfell's bustling activity fading into the background. As I approached the entrance of the guest house, a familiar voice called out to me. Turning around, I saw Tom of the Seven Streams making his way towards me. Tom. How are you? I greeted him warmly. Tom grinned, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Roger, I'm doin' as well as a body can in this here frosty place, I grunted, givin' my hat a tug. But I ain't one to gripe. Winterfell's got its charms, even if it's a mite too nipping for my tastes. Chuckling, I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it takes some getting used to. Not too austere or cold for your taste, I hope. Tom shook his head, his grin widening. Nah, I've seen meaner spots, and the company ain't so bad, neither, he said, giving me a playful nudge. I chuckled, feeling a sense of warmth at his words. I'm glad to hear that. Tom nodded with a smile before asking, and you, Roger? What's your take on this here Winterfell? Well, those first 2 days were quite eventful, I replied, recalling the flurry of activity since my arrival. It's certainly been an experience, especially with all these lords converging here to discuss matters with Robb Stark. Tom's expression shifted slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. I've heard tell o' them rumors too. Ain't right, what that Mad King's done, a right heinous crime, that is. I acquiesced in agreement, shivering at the thought of the green flames destroying the great September of Baelor in the 6th season, burning in a snap the Tyrells, the Sparrows and hundred of people while Tommen killed himself to that gruesome sight. And such a thing was only possible because Aerys was determined to play the Hitler move of destructive defeat. No matter what led him to become one of the most infamous kings of the Seven Kingdoms, I couldn't stand such actions. Tywin and Aerys were really two sides of a same coin in my book. Two destructive forces of nature, petty and strongly proud and blinded by their own desires and delusions. Indeed. But I'm sure Lord Stark will do what's necessary to address the situation, I replied optimistically, hoping for a resolution to the looming threat. Tom's grin faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. Let's hope so, he replied, his voice tinged with concern. I nodded in solemn silence, aware that the issues at King's Landing could end in a Chernobyl-like disaster for the slightest mistake. The bard then looked at me and said, but I didn't come to be talkin' about them highborn goings-on. I liked it when you shared them songs o' your homeland afore, and I'd like to hear more of 'em, if you don't mind. A smile spread across my face at his request. Of course. I'd be happy to. My dreaming side was chuckling to the perspective as I could imagine Tom traveling through the Seven Kingdoms, sharing songs from my world. I didn't share much of the songs I knew and remember from home, both due to cultural contrast and because some could be misinterpreted, not to mention the fact we were traveling to reach Winterfell, but I shared enough to gain the curiosity and desire of Tom to know more and even to learn them. While I knew he was good at creating songs, like the one that earned him the resentment from Edmure Tully, I knew he might take inspiration from other songs. And my logical side reminded me I was in a place where intellectual property didn't exist, except perhaps for the works of the maesters of the Citadel. But for music and tales, it was like in the Middle Ages, though with obvious differences, considering the length of some cultures in Westeros and how static the Westerosi society sounded. While those thoughts came across my mind, I asked Tom, where would you like to learn and sing the songs of my homeland? It wouldn't do any good if we disrupt the duties of the Starks, of their household or any guest, may they be lords or of their retinues. Tom scratched his chin thoughtfully, considering my words. After a moment, he replied, "You're making a fair point there, Roger." The bard pondered for a short while, scratching his chin before his eyes lighting up with excitement. "How about that there first keep?" he suggested. "Them servants I've been talkin' to say it's a lonely, quiet place, all abandoned like." I thought about it, a bit hesitant, remembering the canon events tied to the broken tower. Bran's fall was proof that it was a place that was seemingly ideal for discreet or secret activities. But it wasn't necessarily totally safe from being visited by unexpected visitors. Still, it was a good place for singing without disturbing anyone or being disturbed, considering the lack of alternatives. "That could work," I finally said as I looked at Tom. "Lead the way." With a nod and a grin, the bard gestured for me to follow him as we began to move across the courtyard, passing under the bridge and near the guards' hall. We made our way towards the first keep, trying to remain discreet and unnoticed. Entering the first keep, we scanned the area, looking for the most isolated spot. After a brief search in the abandoned and ruined place, we found a corner that seemed adequate for our purpose, and I couldn't help but comment, "It's quiet and a bit sinister. A bit like Moat Cailin." Tom chuckled, his voice echoing softly in the empty space. "True," he agreed. "Ain't many folk be both there and us none if we did a bit o' singin' up there." Having found the place, we settled in. There was a window giving view on a graveyard of a peculiar nature, likely the place where servants and other members of the household that weren't from House Stark or Highborn were buried. It was grim to think that this could be where I would be buried as well. Shaking my head, I looked at Tom. "What kind of songs do you want to learn? Do you want to learn one of the songs I have sung during the journey? Or one of those I didn't sing yet?" Tom thought for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on the wood harp slung across his shoulder. I'd be right pleased to learn something new from ya, something that gets to the heart o' your homeland. Surprise me, Roger. I nodded to the bard. Well, there are songs I know but didn't sing during the journey because they are sung in first person. It is as if you were directly saying something, I explained. Tom's eyes lit up with interest, intrigued by the prospect of learning something unique. Ah, I see, he murmured, adjusting his grip on the wood harp. Why didn't ye sing them tunes o' yours during our travels afore? I smiled. Well, I didn't sing it because I didn't want to confuse our companions or to have misinterpretations, as my homeland has different ways and traditions. It's like trying to speak common tongue to someone who only knows Valyrian, I clarified. Tom nodded in understanding, his curiosity piqued. Fair enough, he replied. So, what sort of songs we talkin' about here? I considered for a moment before answering. Well, the songs I can share with you are either reflective, funny, romantic, or bold. Take your pick. Tom scratched his chin thoughtfully. How about something thoughtful? He suggested. Something that tells a story or gets to the deeper meaning of things. Hearing him made me think of a song I dearly loved and that I felt might intrigue him. Well, there is one song I love, a soft one. It speaks of how to reveal our true self. It was part of a mummer's show depicting the tale of a magical queen that found out more about her powers and the past of her kingdom. Tom's eyes brightened with anticipation. That does sound right, interestin', he said, adjusting his grip on the wood harp. Let's hear it. With a nod and a calming breath, I began to sing. Every inch of me is trembling. But not from the cold. Something is familiar. Like a dream I can reach but not quite hold. I can sense you there. Like a friend I've always known. I'm arriving. And it feels like I am home. I have always been a fortress. Cold secrets deep inside. You have secrets, too. But you don't have to hide. Show yourself. I'm dying to meet you. Show yourself. It's your turn. Are you the one I've been looking for? All of my life? Show yourself. I'm ready to learn. Ah, 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 ah. I've never felt so certain. All my life I've been torn. But I'm here for a reason. Could it be the reason I was born? I have always been so different. Normal rules did not apply. Is this the day? Are you the way? I finally find out why? Show yourself. I'm no longer trembling. Here I am. I've come so far. You are the answer I've waited for. All of my life. Oh, show yourself. Let me see who you are. Come to me now. Open your door. Don't make me wait. One moment more. Oh, come to me now. Open your door. Don't make me wait. One moment more. Where the north wind meets the sea. Ah, ah, ah. There's a river. Ah, ah, ah. Full of memory. Come, my darling, homeward bound. I am found. Show yourself. Step into your power. Throw yourself into something new. You are the one you've been waiting for. All of my life. All of your life. Oh, show yourself. Ah, 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 ah. The melody flowed softly from my lips, carrying the essence of the song as I remembered it, fueling in my voice the emotion I felt in one of my most favorite Disney songs in one of my most favorite Disney movies. Tom listened intently, his eyes focused on me as the melody filled the space between us, as if absorbing every note and word. The reflective nature of the song seemed to resonate with him, and I could see emotions flickering across his face as the melody unfolded. As the last note hung in the air, there was a moment of silence, the echoes of the song reverberating through the empty keep. Tom's eyes were filled with wonder and appreciation. As I reached the final notes, the last echoes of the song fading away, his expression softened, touched by the emotion woven into the music. That there was right pretty, he said softly, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. Much obliged for sharing that with me. I smiled warmly in return, grateful for the opportunity to share something meaningful with Tom. You're welcome, Tom, I replied sincerely. I'm glad you enjoyed it. This song has always held a special place in my heart. Tom nodded in agreement, his fingers idly tracing patterns on the wood harp. I can see it, he said, a thoughtful look crossing his features. Now, what's the story behind that song, eh? Seems like there's more to it than meets the eye. It does, I replied. It speaks of self-discovery, embracing one's true nature, and the journey of finding oneself. And in the context of the Mummers show, it was the pivotal moment where the magical queen found out that the voice she followed to a spiritual place was the echo of her mother's voice and that she was the chosen figure whose fate was to serve as a bridge between the human world and nature. I do not know if you know of the legends of the North, but imagine that in the context of the Seven Kingdoms in its legends of old, she was the bridge between the children of the forest and the first men. Tom's eyes widened with intrigue as he listened to the story behind the song. That's incredible, he said, his voice filled with wonder. A bridge between worlds, a chosen figure with a destiny to fulfill. Sounds like something right out of them old myths and legends. I nodded, a spark of excitement in my eyes. It does give this impression. And if there is one thing I have learnt back in my homeland, it is the fact that there are some kind of universal themes that transcends cultures, traditions, and time. Tom leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. Funny how them stories can hold such timeless truths, ain't it? He mused, his gaze distant. I smiled, appreciating his appreciation for the deeper meanings embedded in tales. Indeed, I agreed. It's one of the wonders of storytelling. His eyes brightened as he turned his attention back to me. So, you reckon you could teach me that song, then? He asked eagerly, a hopeful tone lacing his words. I considered his request, knowing that sharing this song with Tom would not only deepen our bond but also allow him to grasp a piece of my world. Of course, I replied with a warm smile. I'd be honored to teach it to you. Tom's grin widened, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Excellent! He exclaimed, his enthusiasm contagious. Let's get started then. For a long while I taught Tom how to sing Show Yourself in a good rhythm and tone. I began the lesson by breaking down the melody into manageable segments, ensuring each note and lyric was clear and precise. Tom, with his natural knack for picking up melodies and rhythms, absorbed the instructions with remarkable ease. His voice, though rugged from a life lived on the road, possessed a raw beauty that added depth to the song's emotional resonance. His accent also gave something unique and special to the song, and I could easily imagine he would have his own version and rendition of the song in the near future. As we progressed, I noticed how effortlessly Tom adapted to the nuances of the melody, infusing it with his own unique flair while staying true to its essence. His intuitive grasp of music allowed him to internalize the song's message of self-discovery and transformation, infusing his rendition with a depth of emotion that resonated with me on a profound level. Before long, we reached the final refrain, our voices soaring in unison as we poured our hearts into the concluding notes. As the last echoes faded into the air, a sense of accomplishment washed over us, a shared moment of triumph born from our collaborative effort. Tom's eyes sparkled with pride as he turned to me, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Thank you, Roger, he said earnestly, his voice tinged with gratitude. Ain't coulda done it without your guidance, that's for sure. I returned his smile with equal warmth, feeling a sense of camaraderie and connection that transcended mere music. You did wonderfully, Tom, I replied sincerely. Your passion shines through in every note. He acquiesced with pride. Silence settled in for a short moment as we were taking our breath. I pondered on what to do next but felt my companion might want more, and a part of me was desiring sharing more of the songs I knew and loved. Tom, I began, breaking the silence with a thoughtful tone, would you like to continue learning some of the songs I've already shared with you, or would you be interested in hearing another one that I haven't yet introduced? He hummed, tapping his fingers lightly against the wood harp in his lap. I believe I'd like to hear another one o' them songs ya ain't shared yet. Go on, surprise me. I gave him a smile and was inwardly excited to share more of the songs I knew. The only ones I couldn't share for the time being were those in French, but perhaps with luck, I would be able to see French transcribed in one way or another if the opportunity came. Moving a bit to stretch my legs and to think about what to offer to Tom, I thought of my favorite group of singers. A big smile was drawn on my face at the thought, and a part of me felt giddy. Noticing my reaction, Tom leaned in with curiosity. What's got ya grinnin' like that? He asked, his voice filled with genuine interest. I've been thinking of a group of bards that are famous in my homeland, I explained, and they've made so many songs, many fun and light, but also others very emotional. I love their songs and know about a dozen of them. Tom's expression brightened with interest, his smile widening. Well, I'm intrigued, he replied eagerly. What song do ya have in mind? With a nod, I continued, well, I have one very fun but a bit bold, but I love this song. I wouldn't have shared it with our companions on the journey as I felt it would be bolder and more provocative than the Dornish Wife song or whatever the name is. Tom's eyebrows raised with curiosity, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. Now you've gone and piqued my interest something fierce, he remarked, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. That's why I want to share it with you, I explained, my voice carrying a hint of excitement. As a bard, you have a diverse repertoire in songs, full of fun, of love, or provocative ones. And, I can have my mischievous side. Tom chuckled, nodding in understanding. I can get a chuckle out of a bit o' mischief now and then, that's for sure, he admitted, a grin spreading across his face. With a nod of agreement, I took a deep breath, preparing to introduce the song. The version I'm about to sing is not exactly the one I know, as my homeland has customs and objects with no equivalent to the Seven Kingdoms, I explained before whistling the first notes of Honey, Honey by ABBA. I then went on the personal take of one of my favorite ABBA songs in the same style as Amanda Seyfried's version for Mamma Mia! Movie. Honey honey, how you thrill me, aha, honey honey. Honey honey, nearly kill me, aha, honey honey. I'd heard about you before. I wanted to know some more. And now I know what they mean, you are so Dornish. Oh, you make me dizzy. Honey honey, let me feel it, aha, honey honey. Honey honey, don't conceal it, aha, honey honey. The way that you kiss good night. The way that you hold me tight. I feel like I wanna sing when you do your thing. I don't wanna hurt you, baby. I don't wanna see you cry. So stay on the ground, girl. You better not get too high. But I'm gonna stick to you, boy. You'll never get rid of me. There's no other place in this world where I rather would be. Honey honey, touch me, baby, aha, honey honey. Honey honey, hold me, baby, aha, honey honey. You read the 7-pointed star. But I know just who you are, I know. And honey, to say the least, you're a doggone beast. So stay on the ground, girl, you better not get too high. There's no other place in this world where I rather would be. Honey honey, how you thrill me, aha, honey honey. Honey honey, nearly kill me, aha, honey honey. I'd heard about you before. I wanted to know some more. And now I know what they mean, you are so Dornish. Oh, you make me dizzy. As I was singing it and whistling the instrumental parts, Tom listened intently, a smile playing at his lips. The playful and bold nature of the song seemed to resonate with him, and he couldn't help but smile and tap his foot to the rhythm. As the song came to an end, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement. That was fantastic! He exclaimed, his laughter echoing in the room. Well now, that there was a mite bolder than I was expectin', but I sure did enjoy every last minute of it. Grinning in response to his enthusiasm, but also blushing a bit to the praise, I felt a sense of satisfaction wash over me. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I replied, my voice tinged with excitement and pride, even more when considering the ironic fact that I had imagined back home this version when thinking of the fantasies of me being in Westeros. Something flashed in my mind as if it was tied to a forgotten memory. I wasn't sure what it was, but I suspected it was important. Tom leaned back, a satisfied grin on his face. You certainly know how to entertain, he said, his tone filled with admiration. I can see right quick why ya were so keen to share this here particular song with me. It's got a right bold, catchy sound to it, full o' pep and vigor. Honored ya saw fit to let me in on it. I acquiesced to his words with a smile. It was a wonderful feeling to connect with someone through the power of music, especially when it was a song that held personal meaning to me. And the fact I could share something tied to me and to my world was satisfying. I took advantage of the silence to take a break and I moved around, looking at the area. I thought there was some shape in the shadows for a moment. I was tempted to check this impression, but Tom's voice brought me back to why I was here. I turned to him, the hint of a distant thought still lingering in my mind. Nothing. I was lost in thoughts, I explained with a faint smile, hoping to shake off the odd sensation. Tom regarded me with a curious expression before nodding in understanding. Ah, I knows how that goes, he replied with a chuckle, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Feeling a renewed sense of focus, I turned my attention back to Tom. Do you want to learn this song? I asked, gesturing towards my instrument. Tom pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. You know, I think I do, he finally answered, a playful glint in his eyes. Seein' as how that's what we're here for, ain't it? I smiled and chuckled, of course, we are. With that settled, I began to teach Tom the song, breaking it down into manageable parts and guiding him through each step again. Tom proved to be a quick learner, picking up the melody and rhythm with ease. As we practiced together, our laughter and the sounds of music filled the room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. By the time we finished, Tom was beaming with pride at his newfound skill. Thank you for teaching me, he said, gratitude evident in his voice. It was my pleasure, I replied, feeling a sense of fulfillment before I sent a conspiratorial smile, and I know you would use this song well. Tom's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Oh, you can count on that, he replied, returning my conspiratorial smile with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. I got a feelin' this here song o' yours is gonna leave quite the impression. I chuckled with amusement, imagining the reactions of the people of Westeros hearing this fun and yet provocative song. My cautious side was wondering if it was a good idea, but at the same time, in such a grim place, having some fun to spice up the moment was more than necessary. Straightening myself, I commented, I think we have spent enough time. And while I didn't teach you the songs I have shared during the journey, I think that with luck, we can still share some moments like this to increase your repertoire. So, unless you want to hear one last song for fun, we might as well leave the place. Tom pondered for a moment, tapping his knee with thoughtful fingers. Well now, if this is the last one for the time being, I reckon we oughta make it count, don't ya think? He mused, a playful glint in his eyes. I nodded to his answer. All right, but this one would wait until next time we decide to have time to teach you those songs. Tom's eyebrows raised in curiosity. Oh, is that so? Now what song could be saved for such an occasion, I wonder? I took a moment to consider, scanning through the mental library of songs I knew. Considering the mood and the fact I sung to the bard a reflective song and a fun one, I thought a romantic tune might fit well. I reflected upon all those songs I knew, trying to find one that wasn't tied to Disney or ABBA. After a moment, one song, or rather its English version, stood out in my mind. One of the most famous love songs that even Asterix et Obelix, Mission Cleopatra and La Casa de Papel used the original one. Feeling elicited, I looked at Tom with a smile. I have a song in mind. A romantic one and a translated version from a famous one in my homeland. Tom's eyes sparkled with interest. A romantic-like tune, eh? Well now, you've piqued my interest. Come on then, let's have a listen. With a nod, I took a moment to compose myself, then took a deep breath before beginning to whistle the introductory instrumental of TIMO. And then started to sing one of its English version. TIMO, throw a coin. TIMO, in the air. TIMO, heads up, it means that it's over. We're leaving each other. TIMO, I'm a man. TIMO, and I love you. TIMO, there is no cold in my heart. Just the fire you started. I lose my breath. When you reveal yourself. Is love so far from hate? Love is a question, a butterfly changing its shape. And I need you as I need the sun. You are forever the one. So I return in my sorrow. Will you give me your tomorrow? TIMO, how could I hurt you so? Now I am here again. Open the door to a man who is hollow with pain. And forgive me and fill me with wine. Put me to bed like a child. Wrap me in sheets of white linen. Let me dream of the beginning. Of you and me. Running beside the sea. Making love endlessly. Singing like birds in the dawn when the moonlight is gone. And I'll look for your face in my mirror. Always be wanting you nearer. To tease you and hold you and kiss you. You don't know how much I'm missing you. TIMO, how could I fall so low? I couldn't love you more. TIMO, 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 TIMO. Touch me and fill me with wine. Put me to bed like a child. Wrap me in sheets of white linen. Let me dream of the beginning. Of you and me. Wild horses running free. Love is a room on fire. Love is the eagle that dives and goes circling higher. I need you as I need the sun. You are forever the one. I'll tease you and hold you and kiss you. You don't know how much I'm missing you. TIMO, I love you. TIMO, I need you. TIMO. TIMO, 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 TIMO. As I sang, I poured my heart into each word. Tom listened intently, his eyes fixed on me as the song reached its conclusion. As I took a breath, he couldn't contain his reaction any longer. That was beautiful, he said softly, his eyes reflecting the emotion of the song. What does TIMO mean? A small smile played on my lips as I answered, it means I love you in Italian, a tongue that exists in my homeland. Tom nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the meaning behind the lyrics. Silence settled between us for a moment before he spoke again. You sure did put a heap o' feelin' into that there song, he remarked, his tone filled with admiration. I nodded in acknowledgement. Well, romantic songs tend to move me, even though I am more of a lone wolf than a Dornish lover. Tom chuckled. Even we lone wolves got our moments so long gin, ain't that the truth? I couldn't help but laugh at his remark. True. I guess I'm just a romantic fool with a personal armor to protect myself, and few people can go through it. Tom smiled knowingly. But that armor o' yours, me friend, it ain't impenetrable, now is it? And sometimes, lettin' someone in can be worth takin' that risk, that's for sure. I looked with stunned eyes at the bard, wondering where this wise comment came from. My logical side was cursing me, reminding me that anyone could have his moment of wisdom, as simple as it could be. And while Tom told those words about love, it reminded me how my fondness for Arya, considering I tended to consider the concept of love on a more philosophical and Christian way and toward the Platonic and friendship ones. The situations we had faced or experienced since Derry Castle had allowed her to worm through my heart as the dearest friend. She was the feisty protégée and as the staunchest adoptive little sister I never had. But that also reminded me of the conundrum in which I was currently. Hopefully, it would be dealt with no issue and with discretion thanks to the experience of old Nan. My logical and cautious side scoffed a bit at the wistful thought, considering how Arya could be determined and stubborn when she wanted. Trying not to be distracted by those thoughts, I focused on Tom. You are right on this matter, I admitted, my voice tinged with uncertainty. But old habits die hard. Tom nodded understandingly, his gaze filled with empathy. I hear ya, me friend. Ain't always easy, letting go o' them old habits and fears. But ya gotta remember, life's about taking them risks and opening yourself up to new things, even if it means getting hurt along the way. That's the truth of it. I took a deep breath, considering Tom's words. He was right. Life was full of uncertainties, and guarding oneself too tightly could lead to missing out on beautiful moments. I appreciated his perspective and the gentle reminder to embrace vulnerability. I glanced at the windows and at the rows of weathered tombstones outside, feeling a sense of solemnity wash over me. It was a stark reminder of the passage of time and the fleeting nature of life. Turning my gaze back to Tom, I offered a small smile. Back to our respective activities, shall we? Tom's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. Indeed, he replied, his voice calm and steady. As we began to make our way back to the courtyard, weaving through the corridors of the first keep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Paranoia crept into my mind, fueled by memories of past dangers and threats. But I pushed the thought aside, unwilling to let fear cloud my judgment. Finally emerging into the courtyard, I noticed the guards and servants going about their duties, while some of the northerner lords' retinues sparred nearby. I hoped Tom and I could blend into the background, unnoticed amidst the bustle of activity. But as we approached the path under the wooden bridge linking the armory to the Great Keep, we were intercepted by Hallis Mullen, the current captain of the guards. He saluted us respectfully, his expression serious. Good day, he greeted us, his voice gruff yet polite. Apologies for the interruption, but have either of ye seen Lady Arya? She's missed her lessons wi Maester Lewin, and there've been reports o' her wandering near the first keep. I stopped myself from face-palming. It had to be Arya sneaking around the place and eavesdropping on Tom and I. I rather hoped it hadn't been the case, because that would mean she could have heard at least one of the songs I had shared with Tom. And while Show Yourself wouldn't be troublesome, considering it was a reflective song that might speak to her, it was more Honey, Honey or the English version of T.I.M.O. that made me feel apprehensive. How would she react to those songs? Would it fuel her crush or not? I hoped not, otherwise that would make the situation even more awkward. But perhaps she would consider them as silly. Tom exchanged a glance with me before shaking his head. No, I haven't seen her, he replied honestly. I mirrored his response, trying not to groan, nor have I. The guard sighed. Well, if ye happen to cross paths wi her, please inform me immediately. I nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Of course, Sir Hallis. We'll keep an eye out for her. Hallis Mullen eyed us with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, his brow furrowing slightly as he took in our presence near the first keep. What are ye doing here by the way? He inquired, his gruff voice cutting through the air. Tom quickly responded, I asked my good friend Roger there to share some o' them songs he knows, over yonder where we wouldn't be disturbing none o' the good folks around these parts. I nodded in agreement, adding, we didn't mean to cause any disturbance. Just thought it'd be a quiet spot to enjoy some music. Tom chimed in, his tone light but sincere, of course, we meant no harm. Just a couple of friends enjoying some tunes. Hallis nodded, accepting our explanation. Near the first keep, though? That's an odd choice. That explains why some o' me men, the servants and even Sir Condon told me about hearin' voices from there. He saluted us and then took his leave, disappearing back into the bustling activity of Winterfell, looking for Arya. Once he was out of earshot, Tom glanced at me with a grin. Well now, that there was a mite excitin', weren't it? I chuckled softly, feeling relieved that the encounter had ended without any major repercussions. Indeed, it seems we've unintentionally stirred up some trouble. As we resumed our stroll through the courtyard, Tom's gaze drifted towards the sparring northerner lords' retinues. Speakin' o' trouble, looks like Lady Arya's got a right knack for slippin' through the cracks, don't she? I chuckled softly, recognizing the truth in his words and thinking once again of how Arya managed to sneak around places unnoticed. You're right, I replied a bit amused and a tinge of fondness. Tom then teased me with a mischievous grin, who's to say, maybe she decided to see what we was up to and was listenin' in on our little music session, I flushed at the suggestion, as my previous thoughts on the matter flowed back again. Come on, Tom. Arya is not the kind of high-born girl who cares and cries for songs, I replied. Tom's laughter rang out, warm and genuine. Maybe so. Though I reckon she values your friendship more than you might realize. Fact, I'd say you've made quite the impression on her, ain't that right? He pointed out, his grin widening. A part of me felt very apprehensive when hearing the bard's words as it reminded me how other people might consider my interactions and bond with Arya. I reasoned with myself it was comprehensive that he made this comment, considering he had ridden with us for a big part of the journey to Winterfell. And while Tom seemed to understand the nature of this bond, I was aware others wouldn't consider it the same way. I felt my head hurting from the conundrum that seemed to come back like a boomerang when it was tied to my bond with the young Stark girl and her unexpected crush. I pushed aside those thoughts, focusing instead on finding some much-needed rest. Well, it doesn't matter if she was there or not. I'll go back to my room to get some rest, I announced, eager to escape the whirlwind of speculation swirling in my mind. Tom nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. Sounds like a right fine plan to me. We could both use a bit of rest after all the excitement we done seen today, that's for sure, he agreed, falling into step beside me as we made our way back to the warmth and comfort of our rooms in the guest house. And here we are back at Mark's situation. 2. The trickiest thing of this chapter was to introduce it through an indirect ellipse while not glossing too much over it, as it kind of goes against my tendency to be as detailed as possible. But I also know that depicting every discussion and actions is not necessary or relevant, except to show how relations and situations evolve, and one day is too short to show it. 3. This introduction however allowed me to depict personal perspective and opinions plus cultural references, some being French ones like David Goodenough from Le Jour du Grenier, whose character had become a meme about nonchalant incompetence. Each time the character is shown, he is depicted as achieving something disastrous and all he can say is "it's good enough," say "pas si mal," or something similar, in starting by "oh, it's alright, oh, cava," while raising his hands in a well. Then mood. But the key references are obviously tied to the canon of ASOIF, with the personal opinion on Wyman Manderley and to some extent my personal opinion on the Arlesian, that is, the Winds of Winter book. 4. But the core of the chapter is centered on the interactions with Tom of the Seven Streams. I felt that the first arc of Winterfell is the occasion to further explore character relation and interactions and to explore other sides of the SI, and therefore of me. While I had already shown 3 songs so far, it was the fanboy passage to me because of much I personally love to sing on my own. But being grounded and thinking first to the story and then to my fantasies, I also knew that unless the premisa had been on someone solely focused on music, such moments could have been a distraction and raising questions on their relevance. 5. Among the songs I love and decided to depict in this chapter, Honey, Honey from ABBA was the one I felt the much fun to reinterpret due some terms there. It serves to show A, that the SI knows that adapting elements to a specific audience is relevant, and B, his ability to reinterpret elements he deeply loved, something I might present in a feast chapter with personal parodies of 2 songs I deeply love, one being of Westeros and very, famous. 6. As you have noticed, there is a small reference to Arya and a lingering question. I let you decide whether her curiosity, her feisty demeanor and her energetic youth led her to make a brand move or not, but I felt that just because she was back in Winterfell and that there isn't Septa Mordane doesn't mean she wouldn't want to have her moments on her own from time to time, even if it is more difficult due to the presence of the others' lords. And in a later chapter, that aspect will be tackled, which would show that Arya also interacted with some of the people that are now present at Winterfell. 7. Teaser. Next time, a young wolf and Mark have their second discussion, which also allows the latter to know what would be his situation at Winterfell. 8. Have a good reading. 56/Godswood discussion. Taking a nap in my room after the impromptu singing session with Tom was a welcoming, albeit strange feeling, as I rarely did that. But with the scarcity of activities and my dislike of either doing nothing or to keep doing the same task for far too long a time didn't leave me much choice. And taking the rest allowed me to assuage my mind from worries, notably with the idea that Arya eavesdropped on Tom and I's while we were singing. Even if that was the case, she might have dismissed what she heard due to her lack of interest in romantic stuff, not to mention her young age. I shook my head at those needless questions, even though a part of me kind of regretted I was a total green boy in the field of heart, or at least of romantic matters. I couldn't exactly rely on my knowledge or my analytical approach because feelings were something personal. Assuming what someone was experiencing might be interesting with characters and historical figures, but when it was tied to people you interacted with a lot, it became more complicated. I suppose it's no use dwelling on such matters, I muttered to myself. With a deep exhale, I decided to distract myself by engaging in some physical activity. Grabbing my trusty hammer from my belongings, I left my room and made my way through the corridors of the guest house. Passing by servants, lords or people of their retinues alike, I exchanged polite nods and greetings. It helped me to assuage most of the apprehension and concerns that were plaguing me. As I walked past Black Valder, I offered a courteous nod, hoping to avoid any confrontation or further tension. "Good day, Sir Valder," I greeted, my tone polite but cautious. Black Valder's reaction was terse, a brief nod in return before he continued on his way without a word. I sighed in relief at the lack of hostility but couldn't shake the frustration at his dismissive behavior. It was clear that our strained relationship was far from improving. And considering it was the first interaction with the man since we had arrived in Winterfell, it was far better than expected. I knew I would not become buddies with the man, but cold relations or indifference were better than confrontational ones. It seemed he's also adapted to the cold faster than I had. And there were no mosquitoes bothering him. Suppressing the nagging worry that Black Valder might spread rumors about my bond with Arya, I pressed on. Exiting the guest house, I greeted other people with a friendly nod, the crisp winter air offering a welcome respite from the stuffiness of the indoors. Making my way across the courtyard, I scanned the area in search of a sparring partner. The place seemed quieter than usual, with only a few servants and guards milling about. Just as I was about to move to search elsewhere, a voice called out my name. "Are ye Roger Bacon?" A guard approached towards me, his footsteps echoing in the open space. I turned to face him, curiosity piqued. "I am. What is it?" As he reached me, the man spoke quickly, his breath visible in the chilly air. "Lord Rob wants to see you," he informed me, his tone conveying a sense of urgency. A flicker of surprise passed through me at the unexpected summons, but it was replaced by relief and eagerness as I would be able to speak again with the young Stark and to see how he had grasped the revelations I had made in our first discussion. "All right, lead the way," I said, falling into step behind the guard. Together, we moved through the courtyard, heading towards an open corridor between the armory and the guards' hall. I couldn't help but wonder where we were going, as it wasn't the usual route to the Great Keep and the Solar. A certain suspicion of our destination crossed my mind, but I pushed it aside for the time being. As we were approaching an iron gate kept by a tall sentinel, the man told us in a strong voice, "Stop. Why are you here?" The guard responded while showing me with his arm, "I'm escorting him. He's awaited by Lord Rob." The sentinel's face softened at the mention of Rob's name, and he opened the gate, allowing us to pass. As we continued through, my anticipation grew, wondering what Rob wanted to discuss and why he had chosen the Godswood for our meeting. Emerging into the Godswood, I stood still and stunned for a moment, taking in the serene beauty of the ancient trees and the tranquil atmosphere. While remembering how Catelyn felt when visiting the Godswoods, I didn't have this dread, even though there was something in it that seemed desiring me out of the place. But the serenity and the beauty of the woods mesmerized me and made me feel at peace. It was a surprising choice for a meeting location, but it also held a certain significance, considering the Godswood's connection to House Stark. Michelle Fairley, dressed as Catelyn, walked over to me. She smiled, holding my arm as we walked through the Godswood. "Hey, that's my wife," came the voice of Lord Eddard Stark. "She's an actress," I yelled, climbing a tree to escape an outraged Ned. Where that was coming from? Shaking my head again, I looked around the place. Though surprised by the choice of setting, I felt a sense of respect for Rob's decision. Whatever he wished to discuss, it seemed he deemed the Godswood an appropriate place for our conversation. I also felt a bit honored to be here, as I wasn't certain I would have visited the place, not only because of its importance to House Stark, but also because I wasn't certain I should, considering I was Catholic and that this place was sacred. I wouldn't make the idiotic move some people back in my world or even country did in recent times, fueling toxic and needless communities' tensions. If there was one kind of person I disliked, it was radicals and extremists of any ideology, the epitome of the unbalanced switch humanity was capable of. For a moment I thought back to the dream where I kicked Melisandre across the face repeatedly. The guard stopped and looked at me with intrigued eyes. "Sorry," I murmured. "It's just. I didn't expect Lord Rob to speak to me in this place. I had assumed he would have chosen the Solar." The guard offered me a reassuring smile. "Lord Rob has his reasons," he replied cryptically, before gesturing for me to follow him once more. As we reached the center of the Godswood, I saw Rob standing before the weirwood, his presence commanding yet serene. The sight of him amidst the ancient trees, with grey wind presumably nearby, instilled a sense of reverence within me. For a moment, I flashed back to playing God, Winter is Coming. At least I would not have to travel the weirwood path and fight various enemies like in the game. Rob turned around as he heard our approach. The guard saluted him and informed him of my presence. Lord, Roger Bacon is here as you asked." "Thank you," Rob said to the guard, who promptly saluted again and departed, leaving us alone in the peaceful grove. Rob and I exchanged a brief glance, a silent acknowledgement passing between us, before I finally spoke. "My lord, how well do you fare?" The young Stark answered, his expression grave yet composed. "I fare as well as can be expected, considering the weight of my responsibilities and the challenges we face," he replied. "But that is not why I asked you to join me here today. There is a matter of great importance that I wish to discuss with you." I acquiesced and suspected why he had summoned me there. "Is it tied to our previous discussion?" Rob's gaze was steady as he replied, "Yes. I have reflected upon it and the revelations you have made." I nodded, understanding the weight of what I had shared with him. "Did you manage to grasp at least a part of those revelations? I can imagine it must be hard for you to consider your world as part of a tale in another world," I added. Rob paused, his blue eyes thoughtful. "It is difficult," he admitted. "But I am trying to understand." I acquiesced to his words. "I can imagine. And I am grateful you try to understand, no matter how hard it must be for you." Rob's gaze drifted toward the heart tree, his expression contemplative. I took a moment to study the weirwood's ancient face, its features weathered by time yet imbued with a sense of solemn wisdom. Did you ask me to discuss here for discretion or because of the fact no one can lie before a heart tree? I ventured, breaking the silence that enveloped us. Rob's attention returned to me, his eyes meeting mine once again. A bit of both, I suppose, he replied. His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. But how do you know of such a thing? He started to ask before pausing, a realization dawning in his eyes. Of course. Your stories. I nodded, offering a small and sad and sympathetic smile. Still hard for you, isn't it? I can't blame you. I would be the same if someone was to meet me and to claim that my life was a story imagined by someone from his homeland. Rob's expression grew contemplative, his gaze distant as he grappled with the enormity of the concept. It's unsettling, to say the least, he admitted, his voice tinged with a hint of existential turmoil. To think that our lives, our struggles, could be nothing more than the figments of someone else's imagination, it challenges everything I thought I knew. I looked at the young man and a part of me felt guilty to have brought upon him such a burden. All this, when he was already dealing with the wildfire revelations through the incoming gathering of his father's bannermen. In less than a month, I had brought upon his shoulders nearly as many problems as the Lannisters did in the canon. A part of me considered I had to assuage his turmoil and concern, and thank God that this was a field I had an interest in, not to mention the fact the specificities I had noticed since my unexpected and still mysterious arrival in Westeros. It's a lot to take in, I know, I said softly. I'm uncertain if it can reassure you or not, but I think your world exists on its own as an alternate reality that is not tied to the stories that depict it back home, I offered cautiously, hoping to provide a glimmer of solace amidst his existential crisis. Rob's brows furrowed, his gaze shifting back to me. Alternate reality? He echoed, clearly intrigued yet still grappling with the concept. I nodded, gathering my thoughts. Imagine that instead of being like a sole river, your world is in fact a tiny branch of a big web with a central root and keeps on spreading, each of its branches having new branches resulting in many outcomes. Rob's expression remained thoughtful, though a flicker of understanding danced in his eyes. So, there could be countless variations of my world, of your world, each unfolding in its own unique way. He mused, the idea slowly taking root in his mind. Exactly, I confirmed with a small smile. For instance, there might be a reality where your mother ended up marrying your eldest uncle Brandon as she was first betrothed to him before the Mad King killed him, while your father ended up marrying Ashura Dane. Or perhaps there's a reality where the Boltons replace your house as rulers in the north before the Targaryen conquest. And another where your brother Jon died from the pox, or one where you were born as a girl. Rob's gaze flickered with disbelief. It's difficult to wrap my head around, he admitted, his voice laced with uncertainty. I know it is a bit difficult to grasp, I empathized, but think of it this way, if your reality was truly like the story that exists in my world, I shouldn't be able to affect the thread of foreseen events as they would be fixed points in time, like nails in wood. Or if I can affect it, it would automatically rectify its path. And as far as I know, that didn't happen. I almost pointed out that Lady being alive proved my point, but I did not want to put the image of dead dire wolves in Rob's mind. Rob nodded slowly, his features thoughtful. That does make sense, he conceded, a hint of relief evident in his tone. I sighed, glad that while he was likely still grasping with the existential conundrum my revelations provoked, my explanation brought some peace to his mind. I was however aware it wasn't enough, especially as there was one element I could use to emphasize my point. There is another reason why I believe your world is its own reality, distinct from the depictions of the story back home. Rob's eyebrows furrowed in intrigue as he processed my words, his blue eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Sensing his interest, I continued, my tone gentle yet resolute. There are two versions of the tale depicting your world back home. One that depicts events for the 3 next years and another one depicting similar events, except on a longer frame of time and with further events added compared to the original version. One of the key differences between them outside of the timeline is the age your siblings and you have, among other things. The young Stark was confused and intrigued by my answer. What do you mean? I took a breath before answering. Well, for example, your character is 14 at the start of one version and is 16 in the second one. Rob's eyes widened slightly as he processed my words, the implications sinking in. But I'm 16? How can you be sure my reality is its own and not the version of the story where I am at this age? I took another deep breath, realizing I needed to be more specific in my explanation. Because I have specific reasons to believe so, I began, my tone measured yet confident. First, while your family might have the age depiction from the second story version, the setting and context is like in the original one. For example, the sham trial area had faced because of the incident with Joffrey and where I intervened occurred in Derry Castle like in the original story, while it happened in an inn in the second version. Rob listened intently, absorbing my words as he processed the information. Anything else? He inquired, his curiosity driving him to seek further understanding. I have encountered or seen people that are only depicted in one or the other version of the tale and in many cases sharing similar roles. The sellswords that ambushed Arya and I in the Riverlands are a company which plays an important part in the original version. I replied. Rob's expression shifted, absorbing the information as he processed it. So, you're saying that despite the similarities, our reality has its own unique thread, distinct from the stories back in your world. Exactly, I affirmed, a sense of relief washing over me as I saw understanding dawn in Rob's eyes. Your reality is its own, separate entity, with its own course and destiny. I continued, moreover, a story has blanks, unanswered questions, and flaws that can lead to hundreds of interpretations. A reality doesn't have those blanks, even if we can be confronted with unanswered mysteries. And that brings me my third reason to think it is a reality existing on its own and the expression of the stories I have discovered back home. Some of the people I have encountered were in places where there is no certainty or guarantee they were there in the tales. The young Stark was visibly torn between skepticism and a desperate desire for clarity. Do you have any examples? He finally asked, his voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. I nodded, recognizing the need for concrete evidence to support my claims. Of course, I replied, meeting his gaze steadily. Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, and Tom's whereabouts in the story weren't known at first, and they intervened later in the tales. Yet, I encountered them in the Riverlands when the escort protecting Arya and I was ambushed for the first time. Rob's brow furrowed as he processed this information, his blue eyes reflecting a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. And Sir Emon Frey, I continued, who died in the second ambush, was at the Twins when he could have been at Casterly Rock at this point, but it is not something that is mentioned in the stories. A flicker of realization crossed Rob's features as he began to grasp the significance of these discrepancies. So, these inconsistencies suggest that our reality diverges from the stories in certain aspects. He ventured, his tone a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. They are. They might be details, but they are important because they distinguish your reality from the story depiction of my world, I affirmed, hoping to reassure him of the validity of my observations. Rob's expression shifted, reflecting his deep contemplation. I see, he murmured, the implications sinking in slowly. A short silence settled between us as Rob mulled over my words, his mind undoubtedly grappling with the weight of the revelation. One last thing, I added, sensing the need to address another aspect of our discussion. I spent some time this morning in the library seeking information on your world that could help corroborate my observations. And what I found only reinforced my belief that your reality is distinct from the stories back in my world. Rob leaned forward, his interest piqued. And what did you find? I mentally prepared myself to relay the information. Distances. Back in my world, the man who created the original story was rather vague on the scale of your reality, but when asked, he answered that Westeros was as huge as one continent of my world, which is 1,500 leagues long, and that the wall is 100 leagues long. That led people of my world to estimate that Winterfell was around 500 to 600 leagues from King's Landing. Rob's brow furrowed as he processed the implications of these measurements, his expression a mix of incredulity and calculation. That's significant, he murmured, his tone betraying a hint of disbelief. I mean, considering the time it would take for the royal cortege to come here or for my father to travel such distances. You're right, I nodded to him while inwardly chuckling at the ironic fact that a character of Westeros commented on the absurd scale of their world. According to the declarations of GRRM and the interpretations by the fans, it was like a reverse mirror to the critics on the timeline of the last seasons, where characters seem to have gained the ability to teleport anywhere as if they were out of the movie Jumper. It's a big flaw in the story back home. So, when I found some information on the scales of the Seven Kingdoms, I knew your world couldn't be like the one depicted in both versions of the story back home. Its scale was less gigantic and far more grounded, if I dare to say. Rob leaned back, his expression still contemplative but with a hint of relief mingling with the lingering traces of disbelief. He looked at the heart tree and then at the weirwood as if trying to find answers through the old gods, or to decipher if I was telling the truth or not, even with the heart tree in our vicinity. I stood in silence, aware how difficult and overwhelming it was for the young man. I looked at the weirwood face, a bit unsettled by the thought that Bloodraven was likely hearing our discussion. That made me wonder how he would consider the notion of alternate reality, or if he would believe his world being the story, considering all the matter of the Song and of Destinies. I stopped myself from grumbling out loud as I had a good idea what his next message to the reeds might involve. Rob finally turned his glance on me, his blue eyes reflecting the turmoil of thoughts swirling within his mind. I appreciate your efforts, Mark. It's just difficult to comprehend, he confessed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. To think that our world might be different than what we've been led to believe, that it exists in some other version. I looked at him with sympathy and compassion, understanding how unsettling it must be for him. I knew my explanations wouldn't solve his existential turmoil in an instant, but I prayed it could offer him some guidance and comfort, that he wasn't some puppet to the service of a tale, but his own person defined by his upbringing, his people, his family, and his experiences. I understand, Rob, I said with sympathy, deliberately calling him by his name instead of his status. It's a lot to take in, especially considering everything else you're dealing with. I hope it might help you to find your new frame in understanding your world and reality as a whole. I sighed because, adding with a regretful voice, I never wanted to cause you such disarray. Even less with your father's bannerman coming here to discuss the wildfire issue in King's Landing. I could have presented a different tale about my knowledge to avoid all this turmoil, but that wouldn't have sat well with me. And I want you to be able to trust me, not to second-guess my intentions, even if I wouldn't ask you to blindly believe me. I want to help you and your family, not to wreck you or to bring far worse outcomes to you and your people. I wouldn't forgive myself if that ever occurs. Rob's expression softened, a faint smile touching his lips as he regarded me with newfound appreciation. He could sense the sincerity in my voice and the genuine concern I held for him and his family. Thank you, Mark, he said again, this time with more conviction. Your words mean a lot to me, especially now. He paused for a moment, his eyes searching mine. I won't pretend that all of this doesn't trouble me anymore, but I appreciate your honesty and your willingness to help. If there's a chance that your knowledge and perspective can aid my family in the North, then I am willing to listen and learn as long as you remain true to your word. Relief washed over me as Rob expressed his willingness to consider the implications of my presence. I was aware he wasn't still freed of his distress, but I hoped that my explanation would help to assuage his trouble. My logical side was also concerned with the fact that if Rob was to break down, Eddard Stark might resent me for contributing to the situation. Perhaps he wouldn't, but Catelyn Stark would surely turn her wrath on me in such a scenario. Her being protective as she was of her family and considering Rob's position as heir while Bran was now crippled and Rickon still far too young to handle such responsibilities. I suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby us. As I looked around, I saw Grey Wind arriving on the scene. I watched the dire wolf with cautious eyes, aware that he might have sensed his master's turmoil and the fact he didn't know me as much as Lady and Nymeria. Rob's attention shifted as he noticed Grey Wind's approach. His posture relaxed slightly, a flicker of comfort crossing his features at the sight of his loyal dire wolf. Grey Wind, he murmured, his voice soft yet filled with affection as he reached out to stroke the wolf's fur. The dire wolf paused, his gaze flicking between Rob and me, as if weighing the situation. I remained still, meeting Grey Wind's gaze with a mixture of respect and curiosity, wondering how he perceived me. After a moment, Grey Wind seemed to relent, his tense stance relaxing as he padded closer to Rob's side. I offered a small, reassuring smile. It's all right, I assured Rob, my tone gentle yet firm. Grey Wind settled down nearby, a comforting presence amidst the turmoil of our conversation. I watched him with a sense of admiration, acknowledging the bond between direwolf and master. I then turned my glance at Rob. What do you want to talk to me about? I'm sure you didn't summon me just to be reminded of whatever distress my revelations about my knowledge and situation have brought upon you. Rob's gaze flickered between Grey Wind and me, concern in his eyes. No, I didn't, he admitted, his voice steady despite the underlying tension. I wanted to discuss your situation here, in Winterfell, and how to integrate you into the household. It was a delicate matter, considering my foreign origin and the complexities of Westerosi politics. I appreciate your consideration, I replied, my tone sincere. I understand the challenges this presents, especially given the current circumstances. Rob shifted slightly, his brow furrowing with concern. How have you been faring in Winterfell? He asked, his voice laced with genuine curiosity. I offered a small smile, grateful for his concern. Well, outside of the cold air I still need to endure, for 2 first days, I would say it is fine and rather pleasant, I began. I have busied myself as best as I can, but I am in some troubled situations and it is something I do not feel comfortable with. But I understand you couldn't discuss with me immediately with all your duties and the time you needed to grasp our first conversation. Rob nodded, absorbing my words with a thoughtful expression. It's understandable, he acknowledged, his voice tinged with empathy. Winterfell can be overwhelming, especially for someone in your position. I smiled, grateful for his understanding. True. I then asked, did you have an idea of how to officially introduce me as part of your household? I can't really stay as a guest for too long, considering that sooner or later, your father's bannerman would be aware I am both a foreigner and a commoner. Rob nodded, his expression thoughtful. You're right, he replied, his tone reflecting the weight of his responsibilities. But I do not know how to introduce you as part of the household considering the current situation and your unconventional circumstances. I nodded, recognizing the complexities of our situation. I understand, I replied, my tone earnest. Reflecting a bit upon the issue, I added on a cautious tone, if you are willing to listen to me, perhaps I can offer you some perspective on the matter that can help you, I suggested, hoping to convey my sincerity and commitment to our cause. Rob's gaze sharpened, his interest piqued by my offer. I'm open to any suggestions you might have, he replied, his tone indicating his willingness to consider alternative perspectives. Please, share your thoughts. I took a breath, gathering my thoughts before continuing. The first thing is that considering how recently I have arrived in your household, I can't exactly take on positions of responsibilities as it would be very suspicious. While I know part of the household is in King's Landing with your father, I can't barge in and take up a position that would be temporary. And while you are willing to trust me, I have to prove my worth. Rob nodded thoughtfully, understanding the delicate balance we faced. That makes sense, he admitted, his brow furrowing slightly. So, what do you propose? I think I would want something practical in which I can offer help without being a complete moron or fool, I replied with a hint of self-awareness. Considering the current presence of the other lords, helping your cook in the kitchens might be a good idea. I have learned to cook on my own in my life back in my world, and while I'm certain I have to learn new things, whatever little experience I have in this field could be useful. Rob's expression brightened with the suggestion, seeing the practicality in it. That's not a bad idea, he agreed, nodding approvingly. The kitchens could always use an extra hand, especially with so many guests to feed. Encouraged by his response, I continued, true. However, I still need time for other activities. I need time to go to the library to improve my knowledge of your world with something not tied to the stories from my reality, time to improve my writing with a quill, time to spar with others as I want to keep honed up my skills with my hammer and to share the techniques I'm teaching Sir Creighton. Rob listened attentively, considering my request. Those are reasonable requests, he acknowledged, though a hint of concern lingered in his voice. But with so many lords and their retinues here, it might be challenging to find time for such activities. I acquiesced to his words. You are right, and I also know that I'm asking you something unusual, considering how activities, tasks, and responsibilities are organized here, I conceded, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. And yet, I am someone who both wants to balance and develop different skills that would be useful to me in your world, and I am someone who both likes a defined frame and yet not to be chained to it. And I have learned how to organize my time to make my tasks efficient while having still availability for other activities. Rob pondered my request for a moment. Your perspective is unusual, he replied finally, his tone thoughtful. Let me consider how I can accommodate your needs while still fulfilling your duties in the household. I nodded gratefully, appreciating his willingness to find a solution. Thank you, Rob, I said sincerely. Perhaps I should discuss the matter with the cook to try to find a fair compromise between my needs and the duties I'll handle if you accept the idea that I join the kitchens for the time being. Rob offered a small smile, a sense of relief evident in his expression. That sounds like a plan, he agreed, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Another thought came across my mind, but I was hesitant to discuss it, considering the potential issues and challenges it presented. Rob noticed my thoughtful and pondering demeanor, and he asked, "Is there something else on your mind?" I looked at him a bit hesitant but decided to be honest with him. There is something else that has come to my mind, but I'm not sure you would agree in one way or another. Rob's curiosity piqued further. Please, go on, he encouraged. Taking a breath, I continued, after the first ambush, I began to teach Arya my mother tongue, French, mostly as it helped us to distract ourselves from the hardship we suffered then. And knowing Arya, I think she would want to continue those lessons. Rob's expression shifted, a mixture of understanding and concern crossing his features. He was aware of Arya's fondness for me, which added complexity to the situation. I see, he murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. However, we must be cautious. If I allow you to resume your lessons with Arya, that could raise questions and suspicions among others if they observe the two of you spending significant time together. I know. That's why I hesitated to mention it, because I don't want to complicate the situation when I agree with you about avoiding to fuel her crush. But you and I know that she can be stubborn, and unless someone teaches her how to handle her emotions, it will be very difficult to make her change her mind. I said. Rob listened attentively, processing my words before responding. That's a valid concern, he conceded, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But resuming your lessons with her, French could be seen as encouraging her attachment to you. I nodded, acknowledging the validity of his concern. There might be a way if Maester Lewin was to supervise and chaperone those lessons. As a man of knowledge, I'm sure he would want to discover a new language, and his presence would dispel any bad fallout and rumors. Of course, that would depend on your approval, and I wouldn't ask you this. It must come from Arya, as otherwise, that might be misinterpreted as me taking advantage of a certain situation. Rob considered my proposal, weighing the potential benefits against the risks. I'll speak with Maester Lewin about it, he decided finally, and we'll see how Arya feels about continuing her lessons under those circumstances. I nodded gratefully, appreciating his willingness to entertain the idea. Thank you, Rob, I said sincerely, for considering it. As we were speaking, Grey Wind paced nearby, his keen eyes observing our interaction. The dire wolf seemed to sense the weight of our conversation, his presence lending a sense of gravity to our deliberations. You have given me so far no reason to dismiss your suggestion, Mark. Will you be able to handle all those tasks? And considering you promised my father and I to help me, how will you proceed considering your upcoming duties and the constraints of our current situation? Rob asked me with intrigue and some concern. I considered his question thoughtfully before responding. After all, I might not have much time to spend discussing things with him. But in the current circumstances, it wouldn't be relevant or wise to try to take up time to share experience, knowledge, and perspective when it could be misinterpreted. I'll find how to balance my duties and activities. And considering how I can give you advice, I think we should keep up discussions like the one we are having on a regular schedule, I suggested. That way, it wouldn't interfere with both our respective duties as long as my situation would prevent me from having the possibility to be part of the key advisors of your family and you. These discussions can serve as both a means for you to learn to trust me and for me to earn your trust and find my place in your family's service. Rob considered my suggestion, mulling it over in his mind. That seems reasonable, he agreed, a trace of relief evident in his voice. Having regular discussions would allow us to stay connected and exchange ideas without placing additional burdens on either of us. It would be a way for us to build trust gradually. With a nod of agreement, I felt a sense of progress in our conversation. Exactly, I affirmed. I then added, I sincerely hope I would be of help to your family and you. Not just with whatever I know of your world, but with how I see and perceive things and to offer you an alternate perspective to complement whatever you know and how you perceive the world and your duties, even if I'm also aware I can only give as much with your consent and willingness, not to mention you still have your parents to rely on to learn how to handle your position and your challenges. He paused for a moment, his gaze meeting mine. I trust that you will offer your insights with humility and respect, understanding that ultimately, the decisions lie with me, he added, his tone firm yet open to collaboration. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the boundaries of my role. Of course, Rob, I replied earnestly. I understand that my role is to support you, to offer suggestions and perspectives, but ultimately, you are the one who must make the decisions, as your father would if he was here and not at King's Landing. Rob's expression softened slightly, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for understanding, he said, his voice carrying a note of relief. As silence fell between us, I found myself drawn to the center of the God's Wood, its ancient trees whispering tales of ages past. My eyes wandered until they settled on the weirwood tree, its eerie face seeming to watch over us with a knowing gaze. The urge to cover the face was strong with Bloodraven no doubt still listening in. Rob noticed my contemplative demeanor and furrowed his brow in concern. Is everything all right? He inquired, his voice tinged with worry. Startled out of my reverie, I turned back to face him, forcing a reassuring smile. Nothing, I was just lost in thought, I replied, hoping to ease his concern. Rob nodded, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his expression. Very well, he said, accepting my explanation for the moment. Sensing that our conversation had reached its natural conclusion, I asked, is there anything else you want to discuss with me, my lord? Rob considered for a moment before shaking his head. No, Mark. I believe we've covered everything for now, he replied, his tone decisive. I nodded in understanding. Well, you know that you can ask me to speak to you at any time, I reminded him, offering a reassuring smile. A playful glint sparked in Rob's eyes as he responded, who knows? Perhaps at one point, you'll want to discuss with me through a spar. I chuckled at his jest, though I knew better than to entertain the idea. As fun this idea sounds, I know that unless you ask for a spar, I wouldn't dare asking that, lest I want to suffer the suspicion or the strong reaction of the people who love and trust you, not to mention your bannerman, I replied, emphasizing the importance of maintaining propriety. Rob's laughter echoed through the God's Wood, dispelling the lingering tension. Fair point, he conceded, his smile genuine. With a final nod of agreement, I asked, may I take my leave? Perhaps you want some time on your own and you need to resume your duties at one point. Rob nodded, offering me a gracious smile. Of course, Mark. Thank you for your insights, he said, his voice warm with appreciation. I returned his smile and offered a respectful salute before turning to leave the God's Wood. However, just as I was about to depart, Rob's voice stopped me in my tracks. Roger, he called out, prompting me to turn back to face him. I'll speak to Gage to allow you to work with him in the kitchens and inform him about how you want to work, Rob informed me. I nodded gratefully, a sense of relief washing over me. Thank you, my lord, I replied sincerely. With that, I took my leave from the God's Wood, a newfound sense of purpose guiding my steps through the woods. This second discussion with Rob had borne fruits more than I could have expected, even if the path to earn my place in Winterfell by the side of the Starks was still ahead. A part of me was still concerned of the turmoil the young man was suffering due to the existential conundrum my revelations had provoked. Hopefully, his sense of duty and my explanations and the stakes that were at play would prevent him from breaking down, but I knew that I might have to help him in one way or another. While the acting Lord of Winterfell, he was still to some extent a boy, even though he was approaching adulthood. A part of me pondered on my situation. Even in considering I was in an alternate version of Westeros compared to the depictions of A Song of Ice and Fire and of Game of Thrones, the way I found myself there remained mysterious and uncertain. I felt there was something I was missing or didn't remember, which was very frustrating. The last thing I remembered was the fact I was rewatching the King's Road episode. But what did it mean? Was it a last action's hero phenomena? A divine intervention or accident? Were stories truly gates to other realities? Those questions that plagued me during the first days of my presence in Westeros resurfaced here in the Godswoods as if the spiritual feeling of the place forced me to be confronted by those questions. That was hard and complicated as it reminded me once again what I had lost in finding myself here. As much as I had been used to solitary life and minimal expectations, being cut off from my homeland was far worse than being a migrant or a stowaway, as it was as if a part of myself had been buried all of a sudden. And as long as I didn't know how I found myself there, I couldn't think of returning home. Would it be possible? What would be the price of such endeavor, and would I be ready to accept such a prize? I wasn't like the Canadians of Canucks that knew they were coming from a portal and were looking for the Isle of Faces in the hope it would help them to find their way home. I refused to put the purpose of finding a way back home as my main priority and purpose, because as much as I would want to be back to my life, that would be a want and a desire, and no matter how strong it was, a desire on its own was a double-edged cake with one sweet part and the other bitter that left you frustrated and lacking. And without any resource or people I could trust, such endeavor would be for naught. No, I would let the stream of life carve its path and guide me where it did, while I would paddle to guide my boat in the direction I would want. And if the stream led me to a place that could offer the opportunity to be back home, then I might look at it. Relegating such heavy thoughts in the depths of my mind, I approached back the gate that allowed the entrance to the Godswoods, thinking of the activities I would end for the end of the day. Sparring was obviously a must, especially as I needed something to steam off the heavy topics. No matter how I bounced back, I knew there were times where slowing down or taking a break was necessary, even more there. Hopefully, I wouldn't wait too long before I could busy myself in being in the kitchens to work parts of the days to come. And here we are. Another step in Mark's journey and second interaction with Robb. 2. I know that a second interaction with the young wolf would come sooner than later, and the idea of placing it in the Godswoods was thanks to a suggestion of my beta reader, and I felt that with all the revelations of the first discussed Zion, Robb would want to have some sense of familiarity in doing something he believes his father would do when needing to find some kind of peace of mind. And of course the belief that no one lies before a heart tree. 3. The discussion on the nature of this reality was something that was in my mind and discussed with my beta reader the moment I thought that developing this version of Westeros and taking references from the different sources, as I know that the show, being both an adaptation and original work, for the last seasons, would have distinct and different elements from the books, while elements from the games aren't depicted in the books or are tied to the show in the case of the Telltale game, including characters that have similar roles and purposes but only exist respectively in the books and show and are different enough to exist on their own. This also allows me to tackle the issue of distance, something I have mentioned many times in discussions. It is also a way to show how this Westeros is in a way like the lands depicted by foreign travelers or the land of never-ending story, familiar yet different when seeing it in real. 4. The discussion on the position Mark is taking is very crucial because it would contribute to how he could find his way in Winterfell and Westeros. It also shows once more the mindset of Mark on the matter. While he has a specific set of skills, his unique situation and the context and the way he analyzes them mean he doesn't want to take a position that might be more comfortable to him because of how it might sound. He wants to build his situation and not to worm his way. And because of his desire to find his place to Westeros, he also makes some conclusions that might backfire on him if he doesn't handle the situation well due to how it could sound for others. 5. That leads to the situation of Cook, or rather Scullion. Why this one? Because I feel that due to the Westerosi and Northerner mindset, proving his worth through a practical manner would be relevant if he wants to settle well. It might be imperfect or biased, but in a way, that's the point. To show that this overanalytical and intellectual person that tries to make the best choice in regards of the options he has can draw specific conclusions that might put him in a tricky situation later. It is also the fact he is new and in a context of great gathering, meaning that he shouldn't put himself too much in the spotlight. And finally, due to his mindset and values, he is having the Christian perspective of serving. Just because he has intellectual skills and foresight doesn't mean he can claim a good position. He has to serve to prove his worth, and due to his love of being polyvalent and to avoid being boxed into one specific rigid frame, he would make a practical task he might thrive in for the time being. 6. The end of the chapter was tied to the fact I feel the spiritual nature of the Godswoods would allow those buried questions to thrive back and to show how the SI considers his situation and his chances to come back home. Due to his mindset, he is not one that would rush into looking for the exit when he has zero clues to start with. Of course, he could try to look for informations, but due to his situation and to the nature of Westeros, he knows he would have far more chance to die before he even manages to find the relevant answers to his question. His take is to first focus to build his way through Westeros to survive if he wants to find a way back and to seize the opportunities he would see and could help him. He doesn't try to provoke fate or chance, as it is not in his mindset, and because that could have a rigor result that would affect him. His purpose is first being able to sail on the new and unknown waters life presented him before trying to look for an exit towards the river he used to sail on. 7. Next time, a merman is encountering a man from the Vale and discussing unsettling information. 8. Have a good reading. 57/A Merman Vale, Wendell 2. The morning sun cast a soft glow over the courtyard of the Red Keep as nearly a dozen men, including myself, prepared for our daily patrol. Edric Woolfield stood beside me, his round, pink face showing a readiness for anything that might occur while we marched. I turned my glance toward Edric and asked, "Faring well today?" He nodded, adjusting the grip on his sword. "As well as can be expected, sire. Ready for whatever comes our way." I grunted in acknowledgement, knowing that the streets of King's Landing could hold all manner of surprises, especially with the recent discoveries of wildfire caches. Before I could say more, Edric inquired about Sir Godswill Manderley's whereabouts. "He's already out patrolling," I replied, my voice carrying over the courtyard. "Checking on the wildfire caches found beneath the dragon pit." Edric's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Already? How many more caches do you think are out there?" I shrugged, my thoughts mirroring his uncertainty. "Hard to say. We've uncovered quite a few already, but with the size of this city, who knows what else is hidden?" Edric nodded thoughtfully before posing another question. "And what about our other task?" I paused, considering my words carefully. "With everything we have found so far, we must proceed cautiously. We don't want to tip our hand too soon. That would put Lord Stark, his household and our men in potential trouble." He grimaced, his expression mirroring my own concerns. With a look at the men gathered around us, I could see they were ready. "All right, let's move out," I ordered, gesturing for them to follow. As our patrol began to ride out of the courtyard, we passed by red cloaks stationed at the gate, their silent gaze following our progress with a hint of suspicion and of unease. Ever since I had arrived in the Red Keep, their presence was a reminder of the influence the Lannisters had in the place. A part of me found comfort in the fact that Lord Stark had had the foresight to contact my father for our help, especially with how small the Hand's forces in King's Landing were. But more than the red cloaks, it was the Queen I was wary of. What I had found out about Jonaran's death made me wonder why she would feel afraid of the previous Hand's investigations. More importantly, the few times I had the opportunity to observe her in Koot, she seemed unsettled and on edge, as if she was feeling insecure about something. And knowing her house reputation, that was not a good thing. As we crossed the drawbridge, our patrol wound its way through Aegon's Hill, the main street stretching out before us like a ribbon of stone. Just as we approached the hook, riders appeared on the horizon. "Men of House Royce," Edric noted, pointing towards them. My heart skipped a beat as memories of Lord Royce's arrival in King's Landing flooded back. He was among the most recent arrivals in the city in response to Lord Stark's message and had been greeted by the King and the Hand. His presence, coupled with that of his sons, was a welcome sight, especially as it was one of the first arrivals from another place outside of the Crownlands and the Riverlands. The other noticeable arrival being that of a tall woman from Tarth who might give a hell of a fight to Lady Maedge and her daughters. I signaled my men to halt our patrol, allowing the Royce men to approach. The tall armored figure at their head drew closer, his demeanor commanding respect. As they stopped nearby, I stepped forward to greet them, offering a respectful salute to Lord Youn Royce. "Greetings, my lord," I said, my voice ringing out with sincerity. "What brings you to our patrol today?" Lord Royce acknowledged my salute with a nod, his grey eyes assessing me carefully. "We've been patrolling near the marketplace close to the Great September of Baelor," he replied, his voice carrying authority. I nodded, understanding the importance of maintaining a presence in such a crucial area of the city. "A wise decision, my lord," I remarked, glancing towards his sons, Sirs Andar and Rabar, whom I had seen in court before. "Sir Andar, Sir Rabar," I greeted them with a respectful nod, acknowledging their presence. Turning my attention back to Lord Royce, I pressed on with another question. "Have you found anything new on your patrols?" Lord Royce's gaze hardened slightly, betraying the gravity of the situation. "Nothing, sire," he admitted, his voice tinged with frustration. "But we remain vigilant. I've however heard rumors of potential caches in Flea Bottom by men from houses by water and Harwick that were investigating there." I nodded in grim understanding, imagining the Mad King lowering himself to such levels of cruelty with all the discoveries that had been made in the last fortnight. I then asked, "What is the situation in the city?" "The mood within the city is still tense, but it seems that our presence and of the other patrols sent by the other lords is helping to keep peace so far," Lord Royce replied, his voice somber. I acquiesced to his words. "It does. Do you want to accompany my men and I on our patrol?" Lord Royce pondered the question for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. "I think I'll accompany you for a while," he finally decided, turning to his sons. "Andar, Rabar, take the lead of the patrol." Andar and Rabar quickly took their assigned positions while Lord Royce rode closer to me, his imposing figure casting a shadow over my own. "There are matters I wish to discuss with you, Sir Wendell," he said, his voice low but carrying a sense of urgency. I nodded, matching his serious tone. "Of course, my lord. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Lord Royce leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a confidential level. "I encountered Lord Stark yesterday," he began, his words drawing my full attention. Curious as to what transpired between the Lord of Winterfell and the Lord of Runestone, I asked, "And what did you and Lord Stark discuss?" I was eager for any information that could shed light on the current state of affairs. Lord Royce's gaze held a hint of solemnity as he began to recount their conversation. "Lord Stark sought information regarding the situation of Lady Arryn," he explained. "Lady Arryn?" I echoed, my curiosity piqued. The mention of Jon Arryn's widow stirred memories of Ned Stark's warnings and the tangled web of intrigue surrounding her. "Yes," Lord Royce confirmed, his voice tinged with worry. Lord Stark had sent a message where he had expressed concerns for her well-being, given the death of Lord Arryn. My mind raced with possibilities, contemplating the significance of Lady Arryn's involvement in the events surrounding her husband's death. "What did you tell Lord Stark?" I pressed, eager for any insight into their exchange. Lord Royce's expression turned solemn as he revealed what he had heard about Lady Arryn's state of mind and behavior. "I informed Lord Stark that Lady Arryn's mental state has been fragile since her husband's death," he began. "She has been courted by many lords, including my cousin Nestor, but she has rejected their advances. It seems she is consumed by grief and suspicion, and her behavior has become increasingly erratic." I listened intently, absorbing the information and trying to piece together the implications in regards of what I had learned through my own investigations. "Is there any indication of what might have caused her suspicions?" I inquired. Lord Royce's expression darkened further, his voice filled with concern. "There have been rumors of a conspiracy surrounding Jon Arryn's death," he revealed, his words laden with gravity. "Some believe that Lady Arryn has uncovered certain secrets that threaten powerful individuals in the realm. It is possible that these secrets have fueled her suspicions and paranoia." My mind raced, connecting the dots between that information and what Lord Stark had told me when he required me to investigate Jon Arryn's death. "Do you think her suspicions hold any merit?" Lord Royce hesitated, his expression unreadable for a moment before he continued. "I expressed those elements to Lord Stark during our discussion. He told me that Lady Arryn sent a message to Lady Catelyn that depicted those suspicions." I listened attentively, remembering what Lord Stark told me about this message. "And did his answer assuage your concerns?" Lord Royce's gaze met mine, his expression solemn yet determined. "No, it intrigued and concerned me further as I felt something was amiss. When I asked Lord Stark, he told me you were tasked with investigating the circumstances of my lord's death and that anything I know about Lady Arryn must be shared with you." "He did," I confirmed. "When I had arrived in King's Landing to support his men, I not only discovered the wildfire plot the Mad King wanted to achieve. Lord Stark told me unsettling things about what might have happened to the previous hand and the necessity to find out the truth without arousing suspicion from some people," I explained. Lord Royce nodded, his bushy eyebrows furrowing in thought. "It seems Lord Stark is wary of spies finding out information that could be used against us," he remarked in a low voice. "Indeed. While Varys's ears are everywhere, it's not just him we need to worry about. The Queen and Lord Baelish are equally adept at gathering information and it is them we must be the wariest," I added, my voice tinged with caution. As our horses clopped steadily through the hook, Lord Royce leaned in, his interest piqued. "Go on," he urged, his tone eager yet guarded. I took a deep breath before continuing. "When Lord Stark tasked me with uncovering the truth, he mentioned that Lady Arryn had sent a message to her sister, Lady Stark, accusing the Lannisters of murdering her husband." His eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and suspicion flickering across his features. "Lady Arryn's suspicions on her husband's death seem to be true," he mused, his voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated before revealing the next piece of information, unsure of how Lord Royce would react. "Well, there's more," I began. "A Jurat informed Lord Stark that Lady Arryn's message might be a ploy to manipulate him into suspecting the Lannisters and pushing him towards accepting the position of Hand of the King to allow him to investigate the matter." His reaction was immediate, his eyes flashing with anger and disbelief. "A Jurat?" he repeated, his voice laced with contempt. "Why would they claim Lady Arryn is lying about her husband's death? The Lannisters are dishonorable and untrustworthy, even if Sir Jaime did the right thing in preventing the Mad King from burning this city." I hesitated, knowing that my next words would only anger the Lord more. According to Lord Stark, the Jurat told him that it is because of their reputation that the Lannisters are an ideal scapegoat. He leaned back in his seat, processing the information. "And what of this Jurat? Can he be trusted?" he inquired, his voice tinged with skepticism. I nodded quickly. "Lord Stark vouches for their trustworthiness. They've proven themselves reliable in defending his daughter against false accusations," I explained. Lord Royce nodded slowly, taking in the information. "I see. Very well. But that doesn't explain why Lady Erin would go to such lengths to deceive Lord Stark. He pondered aloud. I hesitated for a moment, knowing my next words would weigh heavily on Lord Royce. The Jurat suggested to my liege lord that Lord Baelish advised Lady Erin to do so and that both of them were behind Jon Arryn's death, I revealed, watching his reaction closely. Lord Royce's eyes widened in shock, his features contorting with disbelief. Lady Erin and Lord Baelish? He echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. But why would they want Jon Arryn dead? I let out a loud sigh. That's what I'm trying to discover. And that's why I asked you about Lady Erin's situation. His gaze became distant as he pondered the implications. Lord Baelish. He's a cunning man, to be sure. I've heard of how close he was to Lady Erin and to Lady Stark when they were younger, he mused aloud. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complexities of the situation. Indeed. And I've heard of Lady Erin's role in his rise to power, I added. I hesitated, thinking of this rumor some people informed me during my investigations as it was very damning and daunting, especially for Lady Stark's reputation. I was appalled to think that Lord Baelish was boasting about taking the maidenhood of Lord Tully's daughters, and I remembered how angry Lord Stark was when I had informed him of this gossip. Lord Royce's expression hardened, his jaw clenched in anger. If these accusations are true, it would mean that Lord Baelish has been manipulating us all along, he growled. I nodded, sharing his determination. Indeed, Lord Royce. And fortunately, my investigations allowed me to find crucial information on what had been going on here around the time of Lord Arryn's death. Lord Royce's expression hardened. What did you find then? He inquired. I took a breath, thinking of everything I'd found since my first encounter with Sir Hugh. I've encountered Sir Hugh of the Vale and he gave me crucial information on the matter, I revealed, watching as Lord Royce's eyes widened with recognition. Sir Hugh? Wasn't he Jon Arryn's squire? He asked, his memory stirring at the mention of the name. I nodded, confirming his suspicions once again. Yes, but he's been knighted by the king since Jon Arryn's death, I explained, watching as understanding dawned in Lord Royce's eyes. His expression darkened with concern. And why has he not returned to the Vale? Lord Royce questioned suspiciously. I recounted Sir Hugh's revelations. Sir Hugh had told me Lady Erin blamed him for her husband's death, that he had stayed in the city, first to honor his lord's funerals and then to find out what was amiss in his lord's death as he suspected foul play. Lord Royce's brows furrowed deeply as he absorbed the information. If what Sir Hugh says is true, then it seems Lady Erin may have had a hand in her own husband's demise, he said in disbelief. But why would she go to such lengths? What could she possibly gain from her husband's death? I paused for a moment, contemplating the question. Thanks to the testimony of Sir Hugh and of other servants of Lord Arryn that remained in the city, I found that Lord Arryn was making investigations in the city alongside Lord Stannis. He also intended to foster his son to Dragonstone. Lady Erin was furious at the decision. The day before his death, Lord Arryn fell ill and was first taken care by his maester before the Grand Maester dismissed him, and in the night, Lord Arryn died seemingly of sickness in the stomach. Lord Royce's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. Are you saying that Lady Erin would have poisoned her husband to prevent him from fostering their son? He muttered, his voice filled with suspicion and concern. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice to a whisper. Yes. Sir Hugh suspected there was foul play, but he had mentioned it to Lord Baelish, who warned him to stay low if he didn't want to be accused of having poisoned Lord Arryn for having served the wine the night the hand fell ill. Lord Royce's face contorted with anger and disbelief. This is a grave accusation, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But that would also mean that Lord Baelish was aware of the fact Jon Arryn's death might not be natural and was trying to hide it. I understand why Lady Arryn and he might be implicated in my lord's death with such facts. Indeed, my lord. The pieces of the puzzle seem to be falling into place, but there is still much we don't know. And I fear that outside of those who did poison Lord Arryn, there are those who benefited from his death. I said. Who, Sir Wendell? The tall lord inquired with a dark tone. I gravely nodded. The Grand Maester prevented Lord Arryn to be healed, and Lord Stark warned me that he was close to the Lannisters and even loyal to them. Lord Royce's face hardened further, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and suspicion. If what you say is true, then the Lannisters are still suspects, he said. They are, though if the Jurat's words to Lord Stark are true, they have likely benefited from Lord Arryn's death rather than doing the deed. I have wondered if the Grand Maester thought that Lord Arryn was poisoned by the Queen or one of her allies and decided to cover them. I said with a shrug. But why would they do that? Lord Royce asked with a dark and disbelieved tone. It is tied to the investigations Lord Arryn was conducting before his death. My own investigations to find the truth gave me testimonies that presented me with a concerning possibility, I answered gravely. Lord Royce leaned in, his expression intense as he awaited my revelation. Speak, Sir Wendell. What possibility is this? I hesitated for a moment, choosing my words carefully. Sir Hugh told us that Lord Arryn had discussions with the Grand Maester about lineages, I revealed, watching as confusion clouded Lord Royce's expression. Lineages? What could Jonaran possibly be searching for in lineages? Lord Royce mused aloud, his brow furrowing in deep thought. I sighed, the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon us. That has made me ponder too, and I found a start of answer when I spoke with some former servants of Lord Aran who remained in the city. They mentioned that he had visited different places in the city, including a brothel and a forge, I explained, watching as Lord Royce's eyes widened in surprise. A brothel and a forge? He echoed, clearly perplexed. What could Lord Aran have been doing there? I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. I have visited the forge that Lord Aran had gone to. And I saw a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to a younger version of the king, I confessed, watching as realization dawned in Lord Royce's eyes. A bastard, he murmured, connecting the dots with a grim understanding. He looked at me with a grave and serious face. Are you saying that Lord Aran was investigating the legitimacy of the king's children? I nodded solemnly, acknowledging the grim reality of our situation. That's a possibility I can't dismiss. As Hand of the King, he has to help to maintain the peace in the realm, and succession to the Iron Throne would be part of that matter. The North remembered the time when they had to intervene in the Dance of the Dragons to ensure the rights of Aegon, third of his name and son of Queen Rhaenyra. Lord Royce's expression darkened. You're right, he murmured, his mind racing with implications. And considering how the king's children bear more the features of the Lannisters than those of their father, it's not surprising if the legitimacy could be questioned, he mused aloud. Yes, but you must be aware that it's not proof enough. Otherwise, anyone could question the legitimacy of most of my liege lord's children, considering they are said to share more of their mother features than of Lord Stark. I cautiously agreed. Lord Royce concurred, his expression grave. Indeed, the resemblance alone is not enough to raise concrete doubts about the legitimacy of the king's children. However, it does provide a starting point for further investigations. If Lord Aran had begun digging into the matter, there might be more clues or evidence that he had uncovered before his untimely demise. He paused for a moment, his gaze focused. We need to approach this with caution. Accusing the Queen or the Lannisters without substantial evidence could have severe consequences, not just for us but for the entire realm. We must ensure that any accusations we bring forward are based on solid facts. I agree, my lord. I have only found those proofs because of accidental coincidences through my investigations. And I know we can't exactly make the same moves as Lord Aran, as it could alert those who would want to keep such matters secret if Lord Aran's suspicion on the children's true lineage are proven correct. Lord Royce listened intently, his eyes focused on me. You're right, my friend. We must proceed with utmost caution and discretion. Did you inform Lord Stark of those potential developments? I shook my head, not yet. I had informed him I had found some of the king's bastards, but I didn't discuss the motive behind Lord Aran's investigations. With the proximity of the Queen in the Red Keep, I felt it was far too dangerous to mention it, especially when all I have is circumstantial evidence. As much as I do not like the Lannisters, I am aware what could happen if I present such accusations against the Queen and her children. Lord Royce nodded, understanding the weight of the situation. You made the right decision, Sir Wendell. We cannot afford to make hasty accusations without substantial evidence. The Queen and her children hold immense power, and any false accusations could lead to great unrest and chaos in the realm. He paused for a moment, contemplating the next steps. We need to gather more information discreetly. Keep your investigations low profile, and if you come across any further leads or evidence, report them directly to me. We will need to tread carefully and ensure that the truth is brought to light without causing unnecessary harm. I nodded, acknowledging his instructions. Understood, my lord. He then asked, his eyes piercing as he sought further clarification. But how does this tie into your investigations regarding Lord Baelish and Lady Aran's involvement in Jonaran's death? I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. There might be no direct link, but considering the fact that Baelish had spies, it is not impossible to consider he might know not only about Lord Aran's investigation, but also on whether what we suspect is true or not. Lord Royce's face contorted with a mix of anger and disbelief. If that's the case, then he not only withheld information crucial to the stability of the realm, but he is also encouraging a potential issue to grow, he declared, his voice filled with righteous indignation. But why would he do that? I nodded grimly, adjusting my grip on the reins as I mulled over his words. Lord Stark expressed his concerns to me, suggesting that Lord Baelish may be attempting to sow discord between himself and the Lannisters, using Lady Aran's accusations as leverage. Lord Royce's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. It's a dangerous game he's playing, he murmured, his gaze darkening with suspicion. But it seems he stands to gain much from the chaos that would ensue if the legitimacy of the king's children were called into question. Indeed, my lord. And if Baelish is involved in Lord Aran's death, then it's likely he has a hand in covering up any evidence that could implicate him further. I said as I looked around to make sure no one was listening in. Lord Royce's jaw clenched with determination. We must uncover the truth, no matter the cost, he declared, his voice resolute. Lord Arryn deserved justice, and we shall see that he gets it. I felt a surge of gratitude towards Lord Royce for his unwavering support. Thank you, my lord. Your assistance in this matter will be invaluable, I replied earnestly, knowing that we would need all the help we could get to navigate the treacherous waters of King's Landing. But even as we spoke of our plans, I couldn't shake the lingering sense of caution that gripped me. We must proceed carefully, I reminded Lord Royce, my voice laced with concern. With so many people involved and the threat of wildfire still looming, we cannot afford to make any missteps. Lord Royce nodded solemnly, his gaze meeting mine with a steely resolve. Agreed, Sir Wendell. We shall proceed with caution and discretion, he affirmed, his voice carrying the weight of his words. I took a deep breath, glancing around at our surroundings as we continued our journey through the crowded streets. My lord, I was wondering if you and the other Vale Lords would be willing to lend your aid in uncovering the truth behind Lord Baelish and Lady Arryn's involvement. Lord Royce nodded solemnly, his commitment unwavering. Of course, Wendell. We stand with you and Lord Stark in this endeavour. However, we must also be wary of those who may seek to curry favour with Lady Arryn or have their own agendas. I sighed, realizing the challenges that lay ahead. Of course, my lord. But with your wisdom and guidance, I believe we can uncover the truth and bring those responsible to justice. Lord Royce offered me a reassuring smile, his confidence unwavering. Indeed, sir. Together, we will see this through to the end. As we rode on, the morning sunlight casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, I couldn't help but feel a sense of determination rising within me. Whatever obstacles lay ahead, I was resolved to see justice served and the truth revealed, no matter the cost. Fishmonger Square was revealing itself to our patrol and I knew it was time to focus on the current task. But thanks to the discussion with Lord Royce, I knew that Lord Stark and I would have a precious ally here and in the Vale. With him by our side, I knew that we were one step closer to unraveling the tangled web of lies that surrounded us. I prayed the Seven and more specifically the Father that nothing would stop the truth from being found and revealed. An. 1 And here we go. A new chapter in the context of King's Landing with our Merman investigator. 2 Wendell Manderley is one of the recurrent POVs to follow, mainly because he is on the field and because of his role in both keeping the peace and investigating the truth about Jon Arryn's death. It allows to show where his investigations are going and the situation in the capital, notably in the mention of the newcomers that had arrived at King's Landing to either help or investigate the matter, including a certain famous beauty. 3 When thinking about who would be at King's Landing, notably through my discussions with my beta readers, Jon Royce and his sons were among the key candidates that would go to answer Ned Stark's call due to the ties between Ned and the Vale. And of course, it influences the perspective on the investigations on Jon Arryn. 4 The whole discussion between Wendell and Jon was something I considered on the prism of Jon Royce being informed of the whole picture and of the implications of the issue around Jon Arryn's death and how the matter can be complex and convoluted. That discussion also allows to explore to what extent Wendell's investigations went, notably with the infamous rumors on Baelish taking the maidenhood of the 2 Tully sisters, but also how tricky and difficult it is as trying to tie Peter Baelish and Lisa Arryn to Jon Arryn's death is not easy due to how cunning and flimsy the man is on the one hand, the fact that Lisa is in the Vale or the fact that such investigations are complex. 5 The key element of this chapter are however the suspicions of Wendell Manderley, and of Jon Royce, on Cersei's secret. Considering the context, the means, and the way the investigation is going, it would be a matter of time for someone like Wendell Manderley. He might be a fighter firemost, but he is also Wyman Manderley's son, meaning he isn't without any potential political astuteness, to notice strange things and to consider certain possibilities. However, because the context is different and because of the current situation, he is aware of the risky implications and is trying to have a solid ground on the matter. 6 Next time, Mark is going to the kitchens, not without some uneasy encounters. 7 Have a good reading. 58/Kitchen entrance. For the third morning in a row, I was sitting with Sir Helman and his son. It seemed that I was rather pleasant company for them and I guessed my activities continued to fuel their curiosity. As I took a bite of the bread, Sir Helman leaned forward, his bushy eyebrows raised. Yesterday, we heard people talking about hearing singing inside the first keep, he remarked. Feeling a blush creep up my cheeks, I set down the bread and cleared my throat. Ah, yes. My apologies for any disturbance. I was simply teaching the bard who accompanied Lady Arya and me some songs from my homeland. We were trying not to disturb anyone, I explained. At the rate things were going, I'd be singing in front of all the northern lords. Standing in the middle of a feast, I was wearing white and dressed as a clown. Slowly the haunting lyrics from Pagliacci came out of my mouth. Lady Barbary was trying to hold in her tears. Benfred leaned forward. Songs from your homeland? Are they like the ones we have here? Snapping back to reality, I met his gaze with a small smile. They're different, Benfred. Different instruments, different styles, but they share the same essence, stories and emotions woven into music. His eyes lit up with intrigue. So, you're not just about books and serious talks, then. Not just that, even if my skills are first of mind and soul, I replied with a small smile. But that doesn't mean I won't try to develop any skill that could help me have a decent life. The young boy nodded, seeming to accept my response, but I could see his mind wandering. Speaking of skills, he began, I saw you training with Sir Kraton. You are improving, I must say. Thank you. Training in combat is part of developing skills I may not have initially been interested in, but may prove necessary. The techniques I'm showing Sir Kraton are self-defense techniques that can be useful in anticipating your opponent's moves and using their strength against them. Sir Helman then cleared his throat again, his voice gentler this time. I overheard some whispers about you frequenting the library since you have arrived here. That's right, Sir. I'm honing my knowledge and analytical abilities, I replied to him. And I am working to be able to write with a quill. It has been a while since I've written anything. Finishing up the bread, I made a move to take my leave when Benfred piped up. Would you honor me with a spar sometime? He asked eagerly. I hesitated momentarily, considering his proposition. I'm honored by your request, Benfred, truly. But are you certain? I'm no seasoned warrior like your father, and you've had years of training. Sir Helman intervened, his hand resting reassuringly on his son's shoulder. It would be a valuable experience for both of you, he said, his voice gentle yet firm. You may find that you have much to learn from each other. I'll prepare myself, Benfred declared, excitement evident in his eyes. I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Very well, I acquiesced. I look forward to it. I rose from my seat and nodded respectfully to Sir Helman and Benfred. If you don't mind, I'll take my leave. But I hope we find time for our spar. Have a good day, Sir Helman, Benfred. Sir Helman and Benfred both returned the nod with polite smiles, their curiosity about our impending spar still evident. Leaving the hall, I made my way through the corridors of Winterfell towards the entrance, intending to spend some time in the library to continue my pursuit of knowledge and hone my quill writing skills. As I approached the entrance, the tall figure of Roose Bolton caught my eye. Seeing the man so close made me realize how eerie and pale he sounded. Such a sight was very peculiar and unsettling. It was as if he was some kind of vampire or an albino, though his eyes were normal albeit cold like a sharp ice pick. Perhaps his use of leeches wasn't for health as he claimed, especially considering what leech bites did in reality, but a way to increase his fearful appearance to everyone. Such a picture made me think of a far more dangerous version of Tywin Lannister. Only instead of shielding his weaknesses behind harsh brutality, it was hiding behind a corpse-like impression. Personally, I would say that facing a man that had an eerie and terrifying allure was far more potent than a cold man with charisma who relied on brutes and over-the-top methods. Beside the Leech Lord stood another man, equally imposing, with cropped short hair mixing silver and brown color. I tried to make myself small, hoping to slip by unnoticed, but the tall man called out, recognizing me as the foreigner who had joined Winterfell with Lady Arya's escort. Hold a moment, he said, his voice carrying across the hall. You there, the foreigner. Stopping a sigh, I stopped and turned around to face Roose Bolton and the other lord. Greetings, my lords. May I ask who you are and what you want of me? The man beside Roose stepped forward, his demeanor authoritative yet not unkind. I am Roderick Ryswell, Lord of the Rills, he introduced himself. And this is Lord Bolton. My heart skipped a beat at the mention of Barbary Dustin's father, knowing of his ambitions and connections. While outwardly composed, I couldn't shake a sense of wariness. It was a coincidence, or perhaps bad luck, to encounter both him and Roose Bolton at once. The Lannisters send their regards, the show version's voice echoed in my mind as the scene of the man stabbing Robb with a dagger flashed in my mind. I felt a shiver go through my body and uneasiness growing like a knot in my stomach. For a short instant, I wished I had with me my face shield as it would have allowed me to hide my emotions. It was like facing a snake, or rather in my case, the Jurassic Park version of the Dilophosaurus. With a great effort, I maintained a composed exterior as I introduced myself with my alias. My name is Roger Bacon, my lords. It's an honor to meet you, I replied respectfully. Bang! Roose was rammed against the wall, a huge bloody hole in his chest. You saw nothing. I told Lord Ryswell as I took off, holding a still-smoking shotgun. As I ran, American rapper, Snoop Dogg stuck his head out of a door. 187 on the Leech Lord, he proudly exclaimed. Lord Roderick Ryswell studied me for a moment, his gaze sharp yet discerning. Roger Bacon, you say? He repeated, as if testing the name on his tongue. An interesting name for a foreigner. Internally sighing that I could not remove a monster like I did in my mind, I inclined my head slightly. It is the name I go by, my lord. Roose Bolton regarded me with his pale, ghostly eyes, his expression inscrutable. You are Lady Arya's companion, he remarked in his soft, almost whispery voice. I nodded, maintaining a neutral facade. That is correct, my lord. I have been fortunate to accompany Lady Arya on her journey and that the Starks have accepted me. Roderick Riswell's gaze lingered on me, assessing. You have caught the attention of many in Winterfell, he mused aloud. I straightened myself up, to not show any intimidation from them, not matter the turmoil within me. I can imagine, my lord. It is not everyday occurrence for a stranger to be in Winterfell in such a way. Roose Bolton's ghostly eyes seemed to bore into me, his voice low and chilling. Indeed, you have made yourself known, foreigner. Your actions speak volumes. Riswell nodded thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing slightly as if searching for something beneath the surface. True, he replied, his voice measured. Forgive my curiosity, but what exactly are your ties with House Stark? It's not often we see a foreigner so closely intertwined with the affairs of the North. Feeling the weight of their gazes, I knew I needed to tread carefully. Roderick's question about my ties with the Starks was inevitable, given my recent involvement in defending Arya during our journey. I have offered my services to Lord Stark, I replied cautiously, choosing my words with care. In return, he has granted me his protection and welcomed me into his household. My bond with Lady Arya is one of mutual respect and trust. Roderick's brow furrowed slightly, as if he were deciphering the truth hidden beneath my words. And what services might those be, Roger Bacon? He inquired, his tone betraying a hint of skepticism. I hesitated briefly, considering how much to reveal. I am skilled in various areas, my lord, I began carefully. Mainly advice and perspective, though for the time being, I hope I will be able to help the people in the kitchens. Riswell and Bolton exchanged a knowing look before Riswell spoke again. Advice and perspective, you say? And how exactly did you come to possess such valuable skills, foreigner? I took a moment to gather my thoughts, aware that my response needed to be both convincing and discreet. My experiences helped me to gain knowledge and insights that I believe can be of value to House Stark and its endeavors. As for the kitchens, it is a way for me to contribute in a more practical manner while I establish my place within the household, I explained, choosing my words carefully. Roderick Riswell's eyes narrowed further, his skepticism still evident. Forgive me if I sound skeptical, but it is unusual for someone with your background to be so closely involved with the affairs of a noble house, he remarked, his tone laced with caution. I maintained a composed demeanor, meeting his gaze directly. I understand your concerns, my lord. However, I assure you that my intentions are genuine. I seek no harm or ulterior motives. My allegiance lies with House Stark, and I am committed to serving them faithfully. The two lords exchanged another glance, seemingly engaged in an unspoken conversation. Roderick finally turned his gaze back to me, his expression guarded yet contemplative. Before he could continue, a familiar voice interrupted him from behind. Father, called out Lady Barbary Dustin, her approach catching both Roderick Riswell and Roose Bolton off guard. I turned around to see Lady Barbary approaching us, her demeanor exuding a Bellatrix Lestrange-like vibe, formidable and commanding. Despite the tension in the air, I couldn't help but notice the subtle elegance in her bearing, a stark contrast to the bitterness simmering beneath the surface. And a part of me was glad of her arrival while the other was wary considering the lack of information on her relation to her father. I couldn't be certain of her relation to Roose Bolton, but considering that the latter covered Ramsay on his part in Domerick's death, I suspected she might resent him for that. A tiny voice in my mind wished she resented him much more than the Starks, as it would solve so many issues, but I could understand why she was bitter with the Dire Wolf house. Lord Bolton, she coolly curtsied to the Leech Lord. But I could feel the cold air between them. It was like looking at a gorgon staring at a vampire and wondering which one would hold the stare the longest. Roderick's demeanor softened slightly at the sight of his daughter, though a hint of wariness remained. Barbary, what brings you here? He inquired, his tone cautious. Lady Barbary offered a polite nod to her father. I was about to take a walk when I noticed Lord Bolton and you speaking to him, she explained, gesturing towards me. Roderick's brow furrowed in surprise, his gaze shifting between his daughter and me. You seem to know this individual, he remarked, his tone tinged with curiosity. Barbary's lips quirked in a knowing smile as she met her father's gaze. Indeed, father. I had the pleasure of speaking to him the morning after the feast, upon Lady Arya's return, she replied smoothly. I confirmed her words with a nod, it's true, my lord. Lady Barbary and I had an interesting discussion. Both Lord Riswell and Lord Bolton exchanged a glance, seemingly intrigued by Lady Barbary's sudden appearance and her interaction with me. Their expressions betrayed a mixture of curiosity and cautiousness, no doubt pondering the significance of Lady Barbary's interest in someone they perceived as a mere foreigner. I rather hoped they didn't assume anything, though a part of me cursed the way I phrased my answer. The last thing I needed was a father that assumed I would try to worm my way into his daughter's bed. Either because of her current situation or because he would want to make a Thomas Bullen move and trying to convince Barbary to uncover whatever I knew or was hiding in keeping me company. Sensing the tension in the air, Lady Barbary decided to take her leave, gracefully excusing herself from the conversation. If you'll excuse me, I must take my leave, she announced, her gaze lingering on me for a moment longer before turning to depart. Before she could walk away, however, Lady Barbary extended her arm towards me, a subtle invitation. "Roger, would you care to accompany me?" she asked, her tone polite yet tinged with underlying intrigue. Caught off guard by her unexpected gesture, I hesitated for a moment, exchanging a brief glance with Lord Riswell and Lord Bolton. But ultimately, I consented, realizing that Lady Barbary's company might offer some respite from the tense atmosphere surrounding our conversation. In spite of my reservations about her due to her resentment towards the Starks, I would rather be with her rather than staying with her father and her former good brother. Damn, imagining Roose Bolton as her brother-in-law was so, yikes. I chased away the thought and answered her invitation. "Of course, my lady," I replied, offering her a polite smile as I took her arm. "It would be my honor." As we began to walk away, I couldn't help but notice the subtle reactions from both Lord Riswell and Lord Bolton. While their expressions remained guarded, there was a flicker of curiosity in their eyes, no doubt intrigued by the sudden camaraderie between Lady Barbary and myself. I was also intrigued and wary of such amity from her and suspected something amiss. For one instant, I thought of the late actor, Christopher Lee. It felt like I was in one of his movies where he portrayed Fu Manchu, with Barbie as said supervillain's daughter. Once again about to play games of death and deceit. Barbary and I walked alongside in the corridors, her presence commanding attention even as we moved through the bustling halls of Winterfell. A part of me felt wary, aware of how our interaction might be perceived by others, especially as I felt the glances of other guests and servants upon us. "Look at you. Some think you are a pervert trying to marry a child and others are now thinking you are seducing a highborn lady. You're like one of those American movies about how to be a player," a sarcastic voice that sounded like Theon spoke in my head. As we approached the entrance door of the guest house, Barbary seemed to sense my discomfort. She turned to me, her expression questioning. "Is something troubling you, Roger?" she asked, her voice soft yet perceptibly curious. I hesitated for a moment. "Sorry, my lady. It's just that I'm not very used to having such contact with people who aren't my family, or close friends," I confessed, offering her a small apologetic smile. "And not to mean offense, but you are aware that people will talk." Barbary regarded me with a knowing look, her lips quirking into a wry smile. "Indeed, they will," she acknowledged, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. "But worry not, Roger. Let them talk. Our actions are our own, and the opinions of others hold little sway over me." I nodded, appreciating her understanding yet still feeling a lingering sense of apprehension. "Thank you, my lady. It's just a habit, I suppose," I admitted, trying to mask my unease with a casual shrug. Barbary's gaze softened slightly, a glimmer of sympathy in her eyes. "Understandable," she replied, her voice gentle. "But remember, sometimes it's necessary to defy expectations, to challenge norms. That's how change begins." Her words struck a chord within me, resonating with a deeper truth that I couldn't quite articulate. Perhaps there was more to Lady Barbary than met the eye, more depth to her than the bitterness she outwardly displayed or what I knew of her from the books. Before I could dwell further on her words, Barbary's attention shifted, her gaze scanning the bustling courtyard beyond. "Shall we continue, Roger?" she inquired, gesturing towards the open door with a graceful sweep of her hand. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead. "Of course, my lady," I replied, falling into step beside her once more. I suddenly felt a small shock go through my body, when I realized we were holding hands. "Now you are acting like a schoolboy again." A voice that sounded like Rob teased. I found myself checking to be sure Arya was not around to see this. As we moved through the courtyard, I felt eyes on Lady Barbary and me. It made me further uneasy, considering how it could be interpreted. Lady Barbary tightened her grip on my hand and whispered, "Do not be bothered by what they see. Or are you worried about how the Starks would react to our walk?" Barbary led the way with an air of confidence, her presence commanding attention despite the crowded surroundings. I couldn't shake the feeling of scrutiny from the onlookers, their curious gazes following our every move. I hesitated, considering my next words carefully. Barbary's keen intellect and underlying bitterness towards the Starks made me wary of revealing too much. I was tempted to answer by another question, but it wouldn't be wise as it would confirm to her that I was really concerned by how the Starks would react and she might try to exploit it, knowing her resentment towards them. I finally answered in a neutral voice, "Well, unless the Starks decide to officially confirm me as part of their household, this is no real issue. And even if it is the case, you are a lady and I am a commoner. Outright refusing you could have been considered as an insult and I wasn't keen to remain in the company of your father and of Lord Bolton." Barbary's expression remained unreadable for a moment, her dark eyes searching mine. Then, a small smile played on her lips. "Ah, indeed," she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "A commoner's predicament in noble company can be quite vexing, I imagine." Looking into her eyes, the unspoken words were, "I wouldn't want to be near Ruse either." I held up a sigh of relief, glad that my response seemed to satisfy her. However, her next words sent a chill down my spine. "You know, Baron mentioned seeing you following a guard towards the Godswood yesterday," she remarked casually, though there was an underlying edge to her tone. "Quite an interesting place for a stroll, don't you think? Especially considering your bond with the Starks." I tensed, my unease growing at her mention of the Godswood. It was a place of significance for the Starks, and Barbry's bitterness towards them was well known. I couldn't afford to give her any ammunition to use against them, especially not my connection to Arya. "Just distract her with a kiss. You know you want to." Rob's voice teased me in my head again. Before I could respond, a voice called out from her right, drawing our attention. We stopped, and I turned to see a servant approaching us. Barbry stepped forward, separating herself from me, and inquired about the servant's purpose. The servant, clearly nervous under Barbry's scrutiny, stammered out his message. "Lord Rob sent me to bring Roger to the kitchens," he explained, his eyes darting between Barbry and me. Relief flooded through me at the servant's words, mingled with a sense of anticipation. My proposition to Rob about working in the kitchen seemed to be coming to fruition. It was good news as it meant I would be busy in my daily activities. Barbry's reaction was subtle but unmistakable. There was a flicker of annoyance in her eyes, before she composed herself. "Ah, I see," she murmured, her tone neutral. "Well then, Roger, it seems your services are needed elsewhere." Maybe I was internally hyperventilating and being a bit self-centered in concern, but considering I was a commoner, my ties with the Starks and her own resentment towards them, it wouldn't surprise me if she wanted to exploit me. "It's called playing the game," a voice that sounded like Charles Dance told me in my head. "Thank you, my lady," I replied, offering her a polite nod. "I am grateful for your intervention and your discussion. It has been pleasant and interesting." Barbry's expression softened marginally at my words, though her eyes still held a glint of calculation. "You're welcome, Roger," she said, her tone more cordial now. "Perhaps we shall have the chance to converse again soon." With a final nod, I turned away from her, keen to put some distance between us. As I did, I caught a subtle shift in her demeanor, as if she were internally assessing the situation. It was a reminder to remain cautious around her, despite the seemingly amicable exchange. And no, I did not have any urge to kiss her. Damn those wandering thoughts! What's next? Dealing with my own angel of temptation like Father Terrain from Les Anges Gardiens. Turning to the servant who had delivered the message, I offered him a polite smile. "Lead the way," I said, falling into step behind him as he began to walk towards the kitchens. As I walked away, I still felt Barbry's eyes on my back, her presence lingering like a shadow in the back of my mind. Interacting with her was still feeling like handling a snake that sounded sympathetic but always ready to strike at you if the opportunity was given. I was torn apart between my wariness towards her due to her ties and her resentment toward the Starks and by my natural tendency to be kind-hearted and compassionate, understanding a bit where she was coming from and the fact she embodied the dark dimension of the North remembers quote. After all, such a quote was like the Lannister boasting of always paying their debts. That made me wonder if the North couldn't be embodied by a mammoth due to the saying of elephants having good memory. The servant guided me through the bustling courtyard, where servants hurried to while guards were keeping watch over the castle walls. As we passed by the library tower, I thought upon what I had done since I had arrived in Winterfell. Reading on the North or the Seven Kingdoms brought so many interesting perspectives that helped me to refine the knowledge I had from reading the books and watching the show back in France. Soon, we approached a large circular building dominated by a towering turret. I couldn't help but ask the servant about the structures. "Excuse me, but what are those towers here?" I inquired, my gaze drifting upwards towards the impressive architecture. The servant, ever eager to assist, provided a quick explanation. "Yon tower's the bell tower, and the smaller one next to it's the maester's turret," he replied, gesturing towards each in turn. As we stepped inside, the warmth of the kitchen enveloped me, a stark contrast to the chill of the courtyard outside. The hustle and bustle of the kitchen staff greeted my ears, and the aroma of cooking food filled the air. I observed the kitchen staff working diligently, chopping vegetables, stirring pots, and tending to various tasks with practiced efficiency. It was a scene reminiscent of medieval kitchens, bustling with activity and alive with the sounds and smells of food preparation. The warmth from the crackling hearth greeted us, its dancing flames casting a flickering glow across the room. The kitchen is a bustling hive of activity, with scullions moving about with purpose. The walls, built of sturdy stone, stand as stalwart guardians of this culinary domain. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke, carrying the promise of hearty meals to come. Sunlight filtered through small windows, casting slivers of light upon the worn wooden table that serves as the heart of food preparation. The hearth, positioned at the center of the kitchen, was a majestic sight. Flames licked the blackened cauldrons and iron spits, their warmth filling the air. The head cook stood before the hearth, a figure of authority, tending to the fire and skillfully adjusting the heat as pots bubble and pans sizzled. Around the hearth, a symphony of copper and iron utensils hangs from hooks on the walls. Pots of various sizes, their surfaces worn and seasoned from years of use, awaiting their turn to hold savory stews or bubbling soups. Nearby, griddles bore the marks of countless loaves of bread, their surfaces ready to bake the next batch. In the corner of the kitchen, shelves and baskets overflow with an array of ingredients. Root vegetables, vibrant and earthy, nestle together, while fragrant herbs and spices filled the air with their intoxicating scents. Large barrels and containers, filled with ale, wine, and other beverages, stand as a testament to the importance of refreshment in medieval life. In the midst of the organized chaos, scullions scurried about, their hands busy with menial tasks. Some washed and chopped vegetables, while others tended to the cleaning and maintenance of utensils. Taking in the sight, I couldn't help but reflect on the similarities and differences between this kitchen and those of the 21st century, or even the way medieval kitchens were depicted in movies and shows. While some aspects were familiar, such as the layout and the use of certain cooking implements, there were undoubtedly unique elements that set it apart. And considering it was Westeros and not a past European court, I was certain there were obvious differences. My mind suddenly drifted to the fork I had brought from Derry Castle and considered the current circumstances might be an opportunity to introduce it, even though I would have to be smart and skillful. Lost in thought, I followed the servant as he approached one of the scullions. "Where'd we be find engage?" he inquired politely. The scullion, a young lad with flour dusting his apron, pointed in the direction of the far end of the kitchen, near the hearth. "He's seein' to the victuals for tonight's feast," he replied. "Thank you," the servant nodded gratefully before turning to me. "Shall we?" he asked, motioning for me to follow. With a nod, I followed the servant through the bustling kitchen, weaving between busy cooks and bustling kitchen maids. I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation mingled with apprehension. My new role in the kitchens marked a significant step forward in my integration into Winterfell's society, but it also brought with it a new set of challenges and uncertainties. With a deep breath, I steeled myself for whatever lay ahead, ready to embrace the opportunities that awaited me in this unfamiliar yet strangely captivating world. As we were approaching the hearth, I felt the warmness of the hearth. It was very contrasting to the cool air outside in the courtyard. The warmth of the fire cast flickering shadows across his features as he turned around to greet us, his expression a mix of curiosity and acknowledgement. Near the hearth, a stocky figure commanded the scullions with a practiced air, checking plates and recipes while attending to the fire. As we drew nearer, he turned around, his gaze meeting ours. The servant stepped forward, addressing him respectfully. "Gage, this yuan's Roger," he said, indicating to me with a gesture. "The lad Rob said yedi be hiren dot." Gage looked at me, his weathered face betraying a hint of curiosity as he observed me. I offered a respectful salute, acknowledging his authority and expertise in the kitchen. "Ah, yes," Gage replied, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I, been waitin' on yet." He paused for a moment, his gaze assessing me before continuing. "Rob spoke right highly o' yet, sayin' yedi a deft hand in the kitchen. We could use an extra pair o' good hands, with so many bellies to fill." I acquiesced to his words with a nod. "I am here to help in any way I can," I replied earnestly, though a part of me was half tempted to ask if Rob had mentioned my conditions. However, I held back the question, not wanting to complicate matters further. Gage turned his glance to the servant, offering a nod of gratitude. "Much obliged for bringin' him to me," he said before the servant took his leave, disappearing into the bustling kitchen. Turning back to me, Gage motioned for me to approach him. "Come along, let's get ye acquainted with the kitchen," he said, his tone brimming with a sense of purpose. I obeyed and followed him, leading the way through the labyrinth of the kitchen with purposeful strides. As we walked, I couldn't help but observe the flurry of activity around us, the clattering of pots and pans, the aroma of savory dishes wafting through the air, and the synchronized movements of the kitchen staff as they worked tirelessly to prepare meals for Winterfell's guests. Amidst the controlled chaos of the kitchen, I caught a glimpse of a small figure darting past us, weaving effortlessly between the crowded tables and bustling cooks. It was a scullion, but a very young one. Gage guided me to a discreet corner of the kitchen, away from the hustle and bustle of the main workstations. "Here we are," he said, gesturing for me to take a seat. "This'll be your spot for now." Settling into the seat, I met Gage's gaze as he leaned in, a faint hint of curiosity in his eyes. "So, Roger," he began, his tone inviting. "Tell me what ye know about work in the kitchen." I straightened slightly, eager to prove myself. "I have some experience cooking for myself and helping my family with meals," I explained, my words measured yet sincere. "While my skills may be modest, I'm dedicated to improving and eager to learn." Gage looked at me in understanding. "That's good to hear," he replied, a hint of approval in his voice. "We'll start ye off with some simple tasks, see how ye fare. Now, anything else ye'd like to discuss afore we begin?" I hesitated for a moment, weighing my words carefully. Actually, Gage, I began tentatively, did Lord Rob mention my conditions for work? Gage's brow furrowed slightly, his expression thoughtful as he considered my question. He did mention some o' the sort, he replied slowly, his gaze searching. But why don't ye just tell me again, just to make sure we understand each other? Taking a deep breath, I launched into an explanation of my conditions, careful to articulate my thoughts clearly. Well, you see, I began, I'm eager to assist in the kitchen, but I also need time for other activities such as visiting the library, improving my writing, and honing my combat skills as I need to keep some skills of mind in check. I hope this won't be an issue. Gage listened intently, his expression unreadable as he processed my words. After a moment, he nodded in understanding. I see, he replied, his tone measured. We'll do what we can to see your needs are met, but ye must remember, the kitchen's a demanding place, especially with so many bellies need fillin'. I nodded in agreement, grateful for his understanding. Of course, I replied earnestly. I'm committed to fulfilling my duties here, but I also appreciate your consideration. I then quickly pondered on how to find a balance between the nature of working in a kitchen and the activities I had to achieve there. How would you like me to organize my time here and the time in my other activities? As Gage considered my question, his brow furrowed in thought. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms over his chest as he pondered the logistics of balancing my duties in the kitchen with my other activities. Well, Roger, he began, his tone thoughtful, we'll need to find a way that suits us both. The kitchen's a wild place, especially with so many guests, but I know your other work's important too. He paused, his gaze meeting mine with a hint of resolve. I reckon we best start by making a schedule, he continued, his voice steady. We can set aside certain hours for your studies, your writin', and your trainin'. I nodded, appreciating his practical approach to the situation. That sounds reasonable, I replied, my tone earnest. I'm willing to be flexible with my time here in the kitchen, as long as it allows me to pursue my other interests. Gage nodded in agreement, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Good, he said, his tone decisive. Now then, let's see what skills ye bring to the table, he then said, motioning for me to join him at the nearby prep station. Plenty o' tasks waitin', and I got a feelin' ye'll fit in just fine. I smiled at him and moved to join the indicated place. As we made our way to the prep station, Gage directed a young scullion to clear some space for me. I recognized her as the same young girl I had seen darting through the kitchen earlier. With a quick nod from Gage, she obeyed, scurrying off to another part of the kitchen. Taking her place, I settled into the seat, preparing myself for the tasks ahead. Gage gestured for me to begin, and I took a deep breath, reaching for a knife. With steady hands, I started by cutting meat, starting with the parts that were boneless. As I worked, I focused on precision, ensuring each cut was clean and even. Gage observed quietly, his gaze following my movements. After a few moments, he commented, "Ya handle that knife right well. Not too shabby for a greenhorn." I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at his words. "Thank you," I replied, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. Encouraged by his praise, I continued, moving on to cutting vegetables with more ease. As I worked, I added, "I have more experience with vegetables and fish, if that helps." Gage nodded, acknowledging my words. That's good to know. We'll put that to use, we will, he replied, his tone thoughtful. Embarking on the tasks with renewed confidence, I worked diligently, eager to prove myself. After a while, I glanced up at Gage, meeting his gaze. "With your guidance, I hope to become as efficient as your senior scullion in time," I said earnestly. Gage's expression softened, a hint of pride evident in his eyes. "No doubts in my mind you'll get the hang of it," he replied, his tone encouraging. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, I then asked, "Where do you want me to begin?" Gage paused for a moment, considering my question. "Seein' as you're new round here, we'll start ye off easy like," he said, gesturing towards a basket of squash. "How 'bout peelin' them? We'll be needin' 'em for tonight's stew." I acquiesced to his words. "I'll do my best, Gage." Gage nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. Take your time, focus on gettin' them peels off clean, and mind your fingers. Wouldn't do to have no accidents in the kitchen." With his guidance in mind, I picked up a potato and a peeler, positioning it at the top of the squash and applying gentle pressure as I moved the knife downward, peeling off a thin layer of skin. I repeated the process for each potato, working steadily and methodically. As I peeled, Gage moved around the kitchen. But I focused on my task, thinking of doing what I would do when preparing my dinner back home. It helped me not to be too worried of being on my own for the time being. Midway through peeling, I suddenly felt a pair of eyes observing me. Glancing around, I met the gaze of the young scullion who had vacated her place to allow me to demonstrate my skills to Gage. She looked at me with curiosity, her expression a mix of interest and wonder. I offered her a small smile before she scurried off to another part of the kitchen, her task forgotten in the moment. Amused by the child's reaction, I couldn't help but feel a fondness for her innocence and eagerness to observe the bustling activity of the kitchen. Turning my attention back to the squash, I straightened myself before resuming my work, the rhythmic motion of peeling helping to calm my thoughts. As I continued with the task, my mind wandered, considering how I would organize my days in Winterfell to balance my duties in the kitchen with my other interests and responsibilities. I knew I needed to prove myself capable and reliable, especially given my foreign status and the suspicions it might raise among the northern lords. I also wondered how long it would take for me to integrate fully into the Stark household, knowing that my background and circumstances made it a delicate process. But I pushed aside those concerns, focusing instead on the task at hand and the satisfaction of contributing to the bustling activity of Winterfell's kitchens. With each squash peeled, I felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that I was making progress in earning my place among the household staff. And with Gage's guidance and encouragement, I was determined to continue learning and growing in my new role, one squash peel at a time. At least, my cooking skills would grow stronger. Perhaps I would be able to tell Gage some recipes I remembered and more likely recipes I would come on my own. I also thought of the fork and wondered how to introduce it to both the cook and Robb. So many projects, so many stakes, so many challenges. I couldn't help but think how the heroes of many stories felt when facing such burdens and responsibilities. But at this moment, the character I would feel the closest to for such a task was Ong, considering how unprepared he was to face his position of avatar and how finding himself 100 years later in a world ravaged by war had been so challenging and heavy for him. I might not be as funny and easygoing as him, but considering the power my knowledge could give, considering my situation of uprooted person from a place I might not have any chance to return back and the size of the challenges and dangers of this world, the airbender character was the closest one I could compare my situation with. An. 1 Here we go again, back to Mark as he is finally entering his service in helping the kitchens. 2 The introduction was a way to show that his peculiar situation and his initial interactions allowed him to build a start of bond with some people, here the tall heart, and how that relation is played out. 3 The big moment of the start of the chapter is however the encounter with Roose Bolton and Roderick Riswell. This idea was discussed with my beta reader and I find it interesting to explore it, notably to show the play of cat and mouse that is going through that encounter with the SI trying not to reveal more than what the two men may know, nearly tiptoeing in the discussion. 4 The arrival of Barbary Dustin was both a way to display on the dynamics between her father and Roose Bolton and the murky situation in which the SI is as he has to handle a group of the most dangerous people in the north. Concerning the walk, outside of the fact that the SI is trapped between a rock and a hard place and is someone polite, it is also a continuation of the cat and mouse game, especially considering the previous interaction between them. The ambiguity is deliberate on both sides as both are trying to guess the other while interacting in a civil manner. 5 The core element of the chapter is however the discovery of the kitchens. It is a mix of elements I have found on the canon, mainly for the building shape and emplacement, and of informations found on the medieval kitchens. And within the kitchens, the encounter with Gage. While he's mentioned in the books, I give him a bit more of a depiction, considering the fact the SI would interact with him. And due to the conditions discussed with Robb, they are also discussed with Gage in order to find some compromise, as just because Robb allows him doesn't mean he should take advantage of that favor when he needs to have a feasible and solid relation with Gage. 6 While the cooking lessons might sound needless in the narrative context, it is also a way to display how Mark is building his interactions with Gage and how he wants to commit into the kitchens in spite of the peculiar situation he puts himself in. 7 Next time, Mark's new sparring time turns bigger than expected and nearly derails. 8 Have a good reading. 59/cold training. The first hours spent in the kitchens of Winterfell were both busy and also exhilarating. I hadn't had so much fun doing physical labor, except perhaps when helping my father in splitting wood. I was making small steps, both to be sure I was doing the tasks right and listening to Gage's requests. Fortunately, I was someone that loved having a time frame to work with and knew how to become efficient once I got to know what was expected of me. Interacting with Gage and the scullions was akin to the meals shared with the household in the Great Hall, but with the advantage of not being watched by curious or opportunistic people that were wondering what kind of person I was. That was a liberating experience. After finishing my tasks in the kitchen and bidding farewell to Gage and the other scullions, I made my way back to the guest house where I was currently residing. Passing through the bustling courtyard, I couldn't help but notice the lively activity around me, from the guards patrolling to the servants going about their duties. As I approached the guest house, I retrieved my hammer from my room, feeling its familiar weight in my hand. Exiting my room, I moved back towards the entrance, nodding politely to the servants I passed along the way. Despite being a foreigner and a commoner, I had slowly begun to earn the respect of those around me through my actions and demeanor. Stepping back into the courtyard, I spotted Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton engaged in a sparring match. Intrigued, I approached them, the sound of their swords clashing filling the air. "Greetings, sirs," I called out as I drew near, catching their attention. The two men paused their sparring, turning to greet me with nods of acknowledgement. How does Winterfell fare for you? I inquired. Sir Ilifer responded first, his voice gruff but friendly. Winterfell treats us well enough, he replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Though I could do without this blasted cold. Sir Creighton chimed in with a chuckle, his easygoing demeanor evident. The north isn't exactly known for its warm weather, he remarked, twirling his sword idly. I smiled at their words, finding their camaraderie infectious. I can imagine. I'm still trying to get through the cold, even if the buildings are warm. The two knights tilted their heads. Sir Ilifer inquired, and how do you handle your stay here, Roger? Well, the first 2 days have been fine for me, I answered. Even though I wish I could have sparred with you, I added with a hint of jest. Sir Creighton's eyes sparkled with amusement at my comment. You're eager for a bout, aren't you? He teased, a playful grin tugging at his lips. I returned his smile, nodding in agreement. Of course, I am, I admitted. And today, Lord Rob granted me the opportunity to work in the kitchens while allowing me time for study and training. Both knights seemed intrigued by my revelation. Finding your place in Winterfell, are you? Sir Ilifer observed, nodding approvingly. That's good to hear. You've earned it with what you did for Lady Arya. Yes, I've got to start somewhere, I agreed, my tone earnest. Even with my past deeds, I have to prove my worth to Lord Rob and to his household. Sir Creighton nodded in understanding, his expression thoughtful. It's a noble goal, he remarked, his tone sincere. And we'll be here to support you along the way. I felt a swell of gratitude towards the two hedge knights. That they were like a saner version of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza was also a bonus. Thank you, I replied. Sir Ilifer's sharp gaze flickered to the hammer at my side. You're here for sparring and training, I see, he remarked, a hint of approval in his tone. I nodded in response. Well, I need to keep refining my skills. I replied with a small grin. The old knight nodded thoughtfully. A wise choice, he said, considering my words. Though perhaps you might consider learning to wield other weapons as well. It never hurts to change up your tactics. His suggestion resonated with me. You have a point, Sir Ilifer, I acknowledged, understanding the importance of versatility in combat. Sir Creighton spoke up with a question. Will you continue teaching me the moves you've shown me on our journey to Winterfell? Of course, Sir Creighton, I replied, feeling some pride in seeing his dedication to learning Aikido. That's part of the reason why I came straight to you. Sir Creighton's face lit up with a grin. Excellent. I look forward to our lessons, he exclaimed eagerly. I turned to Sir Ilifer, a thoughtful expression on my face. Still not interested in a few tips on those skills? I asked, extending the offer once more. Sir Ilifer chuckled softly, shaking his head. Perhaps another time, my friend, he replied. I turned back to Sir Creighton. Ready for a new lesson? I inquired. Sir Creighton's grin widened, his stance eager and ready. Absolutely, he declared, stepping back into position. As we prepared for the training session, I glanced around the courtyard, noticing whom else was training. It was different this time, as it was not just Stark men. In one corner, I saw some particularly tall bearded men, wielding axes as they practiced. At first, I thought they might be of the mountain tribes, until I saw some had a sigil of a man breaking chains. Perhaps House Umber. Umbergriataxes seemed like the right name for them considering the weapons they were wearing. On another side were men that looked like they had been in scrapes recently. For some reasons, it reminded me of movie scenes of people with scrapes and bruises, mostly from fight and combats, even though it was more of a feeling than a specific scene. Seeing the bear sigil, I knew they were from the famed House Mormont, a house fans and people like me would find fascinating. Looking at the appearance of the men, I couldn't help but think that a name like Mormont Bruisers would work well. Lastly, I saw some men whose sigil seemed to be that of a white Sunday. They were all holding spears and standing at attention. Even though I did not know whose house they belonged to, they were impressive-looking spearmen. I turned my head back to my companions. Let's see how you remember all the moves I've taught you, I said to Sir Creighton, gesturing for him to take the lead. Sir Creighton nodded eagerly, falling into a defensive stance as he awaited my attack. With a swift movement, he executed the first technique, Ikya, with precision, his movements fluid and controlled. I countered with Nikyo, testing his reaction time and balance. Sir Creighton responded with Sankyo, smoothly redirecting my momentum and turning it against me. The training session continued, each of us flowing from one technique to the next, the rhythm of our movements echoing in the courtyard. Sir Creighton demonstrated a firm grasp of the techniques I had taught him, his dedication evident in his every move. As the session progressed, I didn't hesitate to allow Sir Creighton to gain the upper hand, feeling the impact of his strikes and throws as I allowed myself to be sent to the ground. Despite the discomfort and occasional pain, I remained focused, using each opportunity to assess his progress and offer guidance where needed. After a series of intense spars, I looked around and noticed a small crowd of guards and Northern Lords men gathered around us. Their expressions were a mix of skepticism, curiosity, and even admiration from some, especially the guards from Area's escort. The attention made me uneasy, realizing how our sparring had drawn interest. Holding back a sigh, I exchanged a knowing look with Sir Creighton. Thankfully I was not blushing, though there was some embarrassment. "You remember your moves well," I commented to him. Sir Creighton's eyes sparkled with pride as he wiped sweat from his brow. "Thanks to your teaching," he replied warmly, his respect evident in his tone. "You've been a patient and skilled instructor." I flushed at his compliment, feeling a swell of pride mixed with humility. "Thank you, sir. I'm glad I could have taught you whatever I remember," I said earnestly. "Just remember that those moves are for self-defense and to help you in your maneuvers." The hedge knight nodded thoughtfully before responding, "Good advice. I'll keep that in mind, Roger. But integrating them into my own style might take some time. Though I hope I'm not bad for being nearsighted." "Indeed," I agreed, nodding. "Don't rush it. Let it come naturally. And you are doing an excellent job with your technique." A disinterested voice suddenly cut through the air. "Those moves seem rather fancy for a real fight," the voice remarked. I turned to locate the speaker and saw a familiar young man, lean and dark-haired, watching us with a cocky smile. His appearance exuded confidence, his stance casual yet calculated. Theon Greyjoy. Seeing him here intrigued me but also made me a bit wary, knowing how arrogant and cocky he was at this time. And knowing I was a stranger like him but also a commoner, I couldn't help but think he might be tempted to use me as his new punching ball, considering that John was now at the wall. I also remembered how complicated his situation was, torn apart between his blood ties and his heart ties. For a moment, all the fantasies I had of dealing with him went through my head. I managed to stop myself from acting juvenile. Maturity was needed here, especially when I was his eldest. Noticing the reaction of some people in the crowd, especially the Stark guards and Sir Illifer, I decided to respond to Theon. "Pardon me, but who are you?" I asked, in a neutral tone. Theon smirked, his confidence evident. "Theon Greyjoy, at your service," he replied in his typical self-assured manner. Immediately I felt a twinge of disdain for Theon's arrogance. However, I kept my expression indifferent. "I see. Greetings." Theon's smirk faltered slightly at my unfazed greeting, evidently not receiving the reaction he was expecting. His confidence wavered for a brief moment before he regained his composure, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. "Ah, a commoner with a sharp tongue," Theon remarked, his tone laced with thinly veiled condescension. "You must be quite the expert in whatever it is you do." While a bit irritated by his manners, I stood firm and calm. Theon was no Lord Valder Frey. In a place where a skill has never been exploited, anyone who knows this skill can pretend to be an expert, no matter how true or false it is, I replied in a neutral and scholar tone. "And not everyone can see the interest in those techniques, and it's all right. Not everyone is necessarily fit for it." Theon's smirk further faltered, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "And who are you to judge what's fit for combat?" he retorted, his tone challenging. "I am not an experienced fighter," I admitted, maintaining my composure, "but I'm aware of that fact and know why ways of fighting need to be versatile. As a Dornishman won't fight like a Westerlander, an Ironborn won't fight like a Valaman, and a Cranagman won't fight like an SI." Murmurs of agreement came from the crowd. Theon, however, seemed less impressed, his arrogance still showing. "Ah, but what does it matter?" he retorted. "You're just a foreigner, a commoner." "As much as you are within those walls," I retorted. Theon's expression darkened. Before the situation could escalate further, Harwin stepped in. "Let's not spoil the training session with unnecessary quarrels," he interjected. Theon scoffed, dismissing Harwin's intervention before turning his attention back to me. "We'll see about that," he muttered under his breath, his gaze lingering on me. He then turned on his heel and disappeared into the crowd. As he left, I saw a familiar blonde figure subtly taking her leave from the crowd. A look of mischief on her face, or was that lust? "Vate Fairfoutra, Kalmar." I accidentally blurted out. Thankfully Theon was gone. My words seemed to confuse the crowd, and as the tension dissipated, I exchanged a weary glance with Sir Creighton, silently grateful for Harwin's intervention. I looked at the guard. "Thanks, Harwin," I said. "Sorry for the way I spoke to him. That was unbecoming of me to publicly take him down a peg in front of everyone." Harwin's gaze met mine, his expression understanding. "No harm done, Roger," he replied. "The lad can be a handful, but we manage him as best we can. Not enough to save Winterfell from him and his family, is what I wanted to say out loud. Damn it! How to deal with this? The last thing that was needed was for me to do something that would unleash Red Rob, as fans called him. A furious Rob that had the morals of Lady Stoneheart. I shivered, remembering that though of Rob pursuing Theon and ready to stab him because of what I would have told him. And that without considering how the other lords would react, considering the bad reputation of the Greyjoy and of the Ironborns. Pushing those thoughts aside and looking around, I noticed that the crowd was still observing us. Sensing their lingering interest, I decided to address them directly. Are you satisfied with the show, or is there anyone who would like to test those moves or spar with me? I inquired, my voice carrying across the courtyard. Several murmurs rippled through the crowd as people exchanged glances, considering the invitation. Before anyone could step forward, a familiar figure emerged from the throng. I'd like to take you up on that offer, Roger, Benfred said eagerly. You promised me a spar this morn. Of course, Benfred, I responded. With a subtle gesture, I indicated my hammer. If you're ready, we can spar. The young boy's face lit up with enthusiasm as he nodded eagerly, his determination evident. I'm ready, he declared, a hint of excitement in his voice. As he stepped forward to prepare, I turned back to the crowd, raising my voice slightly. Is there anyone who wishes to test Sir Creighton's skills? A man who looked like a knight confidently stepped forward, as he met Sir Creighton's gaze. I'll take you up on that offer, he said. Sir Creighton turned to face the man. Very well, he replied, as he assessed the man before him. May I ask who is my opponent? The stern but confident man answered, Sir Kyle Condon, to your service. A ripple of interest passed through the crowd as they watched the exchange between Sir Creighton and Sir Kyle. Perhaps it would be best if the spars were conducted one after the other, or in different parts of the courtyard, Harwin suggested, his tone suggesting a desire to maintain order. With a nod of agreement, we prepared to proceed as suggested, ready to engage in our respective sparring matches. I was also intrigued to see how trained Benfred was, especially as I remembered what happened in the books. The fact that Theon had been earlier bothered me, and it was hard to remember that Theon didn't commit those deeds yet. I faced Benfred, my eyes meeting his. Ready to spar? I asked. Benfred's excitement was noticeable as he gripped his blade. I'm ready, he declared, his voice tinged with excitement. I readied myself, tightening my grip on my hammer as I prepared to face Benfred's initial assault, allowing him to make the first move. As Benfred lunged forward with a practiced strike, I used my Aikido training to sidestep his attack while maintaining my balance. His movements were swift and confident, but I could see the flaws in his technique, weaknesses that I could exploit. Each of us was testing the other's skill and resolve. Benfred's youthful energy was evident in his strikes, but I relied on my training and instincts to evade his blows while seeking openings to exploit. As the spar continued, I noted the flaws and weaknesses in Benfred's technique, biding my time for the right moment to strike. It was easier to deflect his strikes with my hammer, but my ways of attacking were limited. It occurred to me that another weapon could be useful in the future. Benfred's fatigue became evident, his movements growing sluggish. Finally, an opportunity presented itself, and I seized it without hesitation. With a swift motion, I deflected his blade again. I reached out and used the longer edge of my hammer to pull his leg out from under him, sending Benfred crashing onto his back. Pointing my hammer at Benfred's chest, I spoke in a firm but respectful manner. Yield. Benfred's reaction was a mix of frustration and acceptance, his youthful pride momentarily wounded by his defeat. I yield, he replied in disappointment. I offered him a hand to help him stand on his feet. Benfred accepted it, his expression grateful. I might not be an experienced fighter, but it seems you have some promising skills, I encouraged him. Just do not let overconfidence blind you. It can allow your opponent to fool, hurt, or to kill you. Benfred's response was a solemn nod, his gaze meeting mine with newfound respect and understanding. Thank you, Roger, he replied. I'll keep that in mind. I released his hand, allowing him to gather his wits after our spar. The crowd's murmurs filled the air as they reacted to the conclusion of our match, some impressed by the display of skill while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. I then turned my attention to the ongoing duel between Sir Creighton and Sir Kyle. Despite the outcome being clear, Sir Creighton fought valiantly, his Aikido techniques were evident in his movements. Sir Kyle, a seasoned northerner knight, held his ground admirably, his skill matching Creighton's in a dance of blades. Sir Kyle finally disarmed the hedge knight. Yield, he said. Sir Creighton answered with no anger. I yield. As Sir Creighton was retrieving his blade, Sir Kyle stepped back, his expression one of begrudging admiration. You held me on my toes, Sir Longbow, he remarked. Thank you, Sir Kyle, Creighton replied, his voice tinged with respect. It was an honor to spar with you. I couldn't help but notice some of the moves you employed during your spar, Sir Creighton, Sir Kyle then commented, his tone curious. They seem rather unconventional, yet effective. Sir Creighton's eyes lit up at the mention of his techniques, a proud smile forming on his lips. Well, Roger taught me well, he explained. His training has been invaluable in expanding my repertoire. While I was grateful for the compliment, my friend still had more to learn. I was not a black belt, but hopefully I could show some more tricks in the future. Creighton was able to put up a good fight because he was close to Sir Kyle. But had his opponent been more of a distance away, with my friend's nearsightedness, Sir Kyle titled his head before moving away from Sir Creighton. I then glanced around at the assembled lords and their retinues, noting their reactions to the day's events. Despite being a foreigner in their midst, I felt a sense of belonging among them, grateful. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, I took a step forward, my gaze scanning the faces before me. Is there anyone else that wants to spar with me? I called out, my voice projecting over the murmurs. Someone that can help me to spar and who wants to test their skills. Suddenly, a voice that sounded faintly familiar to my memory broke through the murmurs, expressing interest. I do. I turned around and spotted a young teen I recognized as Grymt Tuttle from the Telltale Game of Thrones video game. He was standing nearby with a tall and strong man who must be Lord Gregor Forrester. Seeing those two characters confirmed to me that I didn't hallucinate when I arrived here. Their presence also confirmed to me what I had shared with Rob. This Westeros wasn't exactly like the one in the books or in the show. It was its own reality with elements that were depicted in all the fandom's media. I then remembered where I had heard the name Simon Blackmire. This Cranonman healer had been featured on Game of Thrones, Winter is Coming. That made me wonder if events from games I had never played could occur. Hopefully I would not be offset by them. Seeing Grymt Turtle also reminded me of the Let's Play videos on the Telltale game and how grim and dark they were. And Grymt Tuttle was alongside Talia, and Myra Forrester was a character I had felt the most sympathetic for. This was due to his situation and the hardships he had endured after the Red Wedding. Approaching the two, I overheard Lord Forrester speaking to his squire, Gregor, showing concern for Gérard's safety. Are you sure about sparring with him, lad? He asked, his voice laced with paternal concern. Gérard met his lord's gaze. Yes, my lord, he replied. I want to test my skills. Arriving before them, I greeted them with a nod. My lord, I said, acknowledging them both. They greeted me in response. Lord Gregor seemed cautious but curious, while Gérard was to some extent expectant, even though I couldn't be so sure. I do not mind if your squire wants to test his skills against me, my lord, I told Gregor Forrester as I looked at him. I'm confident you've trained him well. Lord Gregor Forrester pondered for a moment. Gérard stood beside him, awaiting his decision. Finally, Lord Forrester nodded, his decision made. Very well, he said. Gérard's face lit up with excitement as he met my gaze. Thank you, my lord, he said, gratitude evident in his tone. I bowed my head to Gregor Forrester. Let us begin then, I said, turning to face Gérard. And may the best man win. I retrieved my hammer and waited for Gérard to take his weapon for our spar. I felt the glances of all the people around and could easily imagine Arya spying on the scene like she did in the books. Gérard finally stepped forward, as he reached for his weapon, a sturdy practice sword. I'm ready, he said. Good. I'm Roger, by the way. What's your name? I asked by politeness and not wanting to make a blunder in interactions. Gérard, he answered. Ready for our spar, Gérard? I asked, a slight smile playing on my lips. He acquiesced to my words. As I prepared for the fight, I noticed Gérard doing the same. Despite his young age, it was evident that he had been trained well by Lord Forrester. Deciding to switch up my approach, I made the first move, lunging forward with a calculated strike at his chest. Gérard reacted swiftly, parrying my blow with skill beyond his years. Our spar continued, each of us trading blows as we danced around the courtyard. Gérard proved to be a formidable opponent, his technique solid and his reflexes sharp. My lesser experience in combat put me at a disadvantage, but I refused to back down. Drawing on the moves I had learned, I managed to hold my own against Gérard, blocking his strikes and countering with my own. The crowd watched in awe as we battled, the sound of steel ringing through the air. As our spar neared its end, Gérard pressed his advantage, launching a flurry of attacks that left me on the defensive. With a final, decisive strike, he disarmed me, leaving me defenseless. I yield, I said, raising my hands in surrender. Gérard lowered his sword, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Well fought, he said, offering me a hand up. You're skilled, Roger. I accepted his hand, returning the smile. Thank you, I replied. And you are promising on your own. Lord Forrester trained you well. But just as we were about to part ways, a cruel-sounding voice cut through the air, mocking both Gérard and me. A pig farmer's son sparing a green foreigner? Ha! Winterfell is hosting quite the spectacle. The crowd fell silent. Gérard's expression hardened, his jaw clenched in anger. As I turned around to see who had said such condescending words, I saw a young man whose features triggered memories of the Let's Play of the Telltale Game of Thrones game. Gryff Whitehill. I inwardly cursed, having to deal with one of the most dislikable morons I had ever read and watched in fiction. This guy might not be as sadistic as Joffrey, but he was as bratty and violent and not one I would want any interaction with. Lord Gregor Forrester shot Gryff a stern look. Enough, Whitehill. Your words are unwelcome here. But Gryff ignored him, his gaze fixed on me now. And what's your name, foreigner? Roger? A fitting name for someone who doesn't belong. Before I could respond, Benfred Tallheart stepped forward, his voice booming with indignation. You dare insult him? He's willing to find his place in the north and to prove his worth. And I'll be damned if I let you insult him or anyone else without consequence. Gryff scoffed, his lip curling into a sneer. Ah, the Tallheart boy comes to defend his new friend. How touching. Seems like you've forgotten your place. Benfred's fists clenched at his sides, his eyes blazing with fury. That's it. I challenge you to a duel, Withy Hill. Silence struck the crowd. But Gryff just laughed, the sound grating on my nerves. A duel, you say? Very well, I accept. As the crowd whispered on what was happening, Helman Tallheart stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Benfred, this is not. But his son interrupted, his gaze unwavering. No, father. He needs to learn respect, and I'll be the one to teach him. As impressed by the determination of Benfred to do the right thing, I couldn't let him fight my battles for me. Remembering Gryff's actions in the Telltale game, I knew I had to intervene. Even if Benfred might win, I knew the Whitehill were bigger pride-wounded morons than the Lannisters. Thanks for defending me, Benfred, I said, stepping forward. But this fight is mine. This whiny cunt should wash his mouth 7 times before speaking. Inwardly, I was shocked at what I had said. It felt like I was channeling Sander Clegane by calling Gryff a cunt. The crowd erupted into a mixture of gasps and laughter at my bold retort. They had witnessed my skills in combat, but now they were witnessing my wit as well. Gryff Whitehill's face twisted into a scowl, clearly taken aback by my response. His eyes narrowed while a sneer of rage finally appeared on his face. You'll regret those words, foreigner, he spat. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder as they watched the confrontation unfold. Grymt approached me, concern etched on his features. Roger, are you sure about this? I know Gryff Whitehill. He's dangerous and won't hold back, even less against someone like you. I glanced at him, offering him a reassuring nod. I understand the risks, Grymt. But sometimes, standing up to bullies is necessary, regardless of the consequences. Sir Creighton and Sir Illifer approached next, their expressions a mix of worry and disbelief. Roger, you've already sparred twice today. This is unwise, Sir Creighton remarked. I know it may seem foolish, but I can't let his insults go unanswered. If I don't stand up for myself, who will? Besides, between a highborn like Benfred and someone like me, whose life is worth more? I said. Deep down, I had a feeling Illifer was wanting to take my place. But remembering what happened in the game, Gryff brutally beating a crippled Roderick Forrester in front of his family. And also beating an innocent maester. This monster could not be allowed to fight a young boy like Benfred or an elderly knight like Illifer. Sir Illifer, Creighton as well as Grymt ultimately stepped back, realizing that my decision was final. Sir Helman Tallheart stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Roger, think about what you're doing. This won't end well. But I shook my head, already committed to my course of action. I have to do this, I repeated. As I awaited Gryff Whitehill's arrival, I began to warm up, stretching my muscles and preparing myself mentally for the upcoming confrontation. The eyes of the crowd followed my movements, a buzz of anticipation filling the air. As Gryff approached, he continued his provocations, trying to intimidate me with every word. You should give up now, foreigner. It'll save you a world of pain, he taunted, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. I met his gaze, my own eyes flashing with defiance as I ready my hammer and my stand. You dare call Grymt a pig farmer, when you have the honor of a pig. My words struck a nerve in him as he charged towards me with reckless abandon, swinging his sword wildly. I sidestepped his attack, allowing his momentum to carry him past me. In spite of the physical fatigue, relying on all the skills and tools I had, I tried to strike him on the shoulder. He narrowly avoided being struck by my hammer, but the force of the blow still seemed to rattle him. He staggered back, his face contorted with rage before morphing into pain as he let down his sword and held his shoulder. A stunned silence occurred in the crowd. Taking advantage of the situation, I let down my hammer and for the second time in the day, grabbed his leg to make him fall. Stunned by my move, the young man didn't react in time and crashed backwards on the ground, landing in an armored heap. He was gritting his teeth in pain as I held up my hammer and approached him. A part of me was stunned with how quickly this fight went and the David vs Goliath passage of the Bible came to my mind. Still, this was the lucky shot of the beginner. While it strained my muscles, I pointed my hammer towards his chest. Yield, I spat in a firm voice, you are not in shape to fight anymore. The onlookers, mostly northern lords and their retinues, watched with bated breath, some exchanging puzzled glances at the sudden change in momentum. Gryff's face contorted with pain, rage, and humiliation as he realized he had been bested in such a quick way. As he seemed unwilling to yield, I applied a bit more force with my hammer against his chest, a silent warning. Do not make me wait. Or I swear I will beat your ass so hard that even the white snow of the north won't cover how red they have become, I told him. I yield, he said in a pained and down tone. Good. Next time you insult me or my friends, face me like a man and not a whiny child. Stepping away from Gryff, I turned my attention to Sir Creighton and Sir Illifer, their expressions a mix of concern and pride. But as I stepped towards them, panicked looks appeared on their faces. Look out! Sir Illifer yelled. Turning swiftly, I saw a stout woman disarming Gryff with surprising strength, sending his sword from his left hand and letting him crash to the ground. The woman scolded him fiercely, as she twisted his good arm. You spineless cur! You dare to try to stab someone in the back after losing fair and square? You're nothing but a pitiful excuse for a warrior. Gryff, humiliated and seething with pain, rage, and fear, crawled on the ground, his pride wounded by his defeat. He was like a wounded beast trying to flee a predator. The crowd was watching in fascination as the events unfolded. Many nodded in approval, impressed by the woman's swift action. I looked at the woman, grateful and impressed by her intervention. I noticed she might be in her late 40s or her early 50s with a mature beauty to her appearance. I heard what sounded like multiple people approaching. Looking up, I saw men with the White Hill sigil glaring at me. But they dared not come closer for two reasons. 1. The men I nicknamed Mormont Bruisers looked ready to fight. 2. Standing beside the bruisers were at least a dozen armored women holding spiked clubs and also bearing the sigil of a bear. I did a double take. I knew about Mormont women like Maej and her daughters, but she did not have that many children or grandkids. It was literally a unit of she-bears. Needless to say, the White Hill men backed off. The woman who helped me turned her gaze towards me, her eyes sharp but not unkind, assessing me with a keenness that sent a shiver down my spine. But for some reason, I couldn't help but feel she seemed to consider me not only as a stranger she was discovering, but for something else. My lady, I owe you my life. Thanks. The stout woman looked at me with amusement. No need for thanks, lad. I couldn't stand by and watch that sorry excuse for a man attack you from behind. Besides, it's not every day we get to see someone put someone of his kind in his place. I nodded, grateful for her support. I appreciate your help, my lady. I'm Roger, by the way. Roger, So you're the foreigner my fellows lords were speaking of since I have arrived here. A stranger that found his way with the Starks. I bowed my head in acknowledgement. I am, my lady. May I ask your name? She straightened her posture, her expression serious yet not unkind. I am Maej Mormont, the Lady of Bear Island. Recognition sparked in my mind. Lady Maej? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot of your family. And I would lie to say you are not a bear to behold, I said with a slight grin. Maej's stern expression softened slightly, a hint of amusement gleaming in her eyes. Flattery will get you nowhere. But I appreciate the sentiment. I apologize if it sounds like flattery. I tend to speak with my heart with people that give me a good vibe, I explained, hoping to convey my sincerity. Maej Mormont nodded, her gaze still sharp but now tinged with a touch of warmth. I can appreciate honesty, lad. And you seem to have a good head on your shoulders. I almost blushed. Taking a moment to study her, I saw that she looked different. Many fans would draw her a dumpy, gruff woman. This was a rough yet fair woman with more brown in her hair. Wow, who knew Maej Mormont could be sexy? Internally I slapped myself for thinking that. But my juvenile side was in full swing. A scene from The Nostalgia Critic went through my mind, an alarm bell ringing with the words MILF Alert. MILF Alert, appearing. I quickly shook that image from my head. Thank you, my lady. It means a lot coming from someone like you. Maej waved off the formality with a dismissive gesture. None of that my lady business, lad. We're past that now. Just call me Maej. It felt like I was back with Arya. No wonder the little girl was often depicted as admiring this house, considering not only their women fighters, but also the fact that the Mormont ladies were also unconventional in the matters of protocol. Very well, Maej. And please, call me Roger, I replied with a small smile. Maej smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes. Roger it is, then. So tell me, how did you find yourself tangled up with the Starks? They're a noble family, but their affairs can be quite complicated. I looked at her with surprise. I guess you have arrived recently. She nodded, indeed. My daughter and I arrived in the morn. We have heard of a foreigner that was both a guest of the Starks and yet had some ties with them and with the household, but the tales were a bit diverse and strange. I acquiesced. Well, they're right. I've started to work in the kitchens of Winterfell this morning, but I do not know if I would have a room in the household or if I am still in the guest house. Maej raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by my situation. Working in the kitchens, you say? That's an interesting choice. How did you end up there? I took a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. It's a bit of a long story, Maej. If you don't mind, I would like to share it while walking back to the guest house. Maej nodded, her curiosity piqued. Of course, Roger. Lead the way. Let me say goodbye to some people, I said, turning my attention to the familiar faces among the onlookers. Maej nodded in understanding, watching as I made my rounds. I approached Sir Creighton and Sir Illifer, offering them a respectful nod. I take my leave. I hope we can keep on our sparring sessions. The two hedge knights returned the gesture, expressing their agreement with a nod and a smile. Next, I turned to Benfred Tallheart, gratitude evident in my gaze. Thanks for standing for me. But please, do not rush into action when it can harm you. Benfred met my eyes, his expression serious yet appreciative. I understand, Roger. I'll keep that in mind. Finally, I glanced at Gayred Tuttle, offering him a respectful shake of my head. He returned the gesture, a silent understanding passing between us. Turning back to Maej, I met her gaze with a grateful smile. Shall we, Maej? Maej nodded, falling into step beside me as we began to walk. The weight of the day's events seemed to lift from my shoulders as we moved, the cool breeze of the north washing over us. As we strolled towards the entrance of the guest house, Maej spoke up, her voice carrying a note of curiosity. So, Roger, tell me more about your journey to Winterfell. How did you end up working in the kitchens? I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts before responding. It's a bit of a long story, Maej. You see, I found myself stranded in Westeros about 2 months ago. As I recounted the events that led me to Winterfell, Maej listened intently. As I finished retelling, we entered the guest house. Her gaze softened, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. I must admit, Roger, your story is unlike any I've heard before. But I can understand why Lord Stark would offer you refuge here. I felt a surge of gratitude towards Maej for her understanding. Thank you, Maej. Your words mean a lot to me. As we were walking in the corridors and quickly approached the area of my room, I commented while glancing at her. Of course, I am aware that joining the Stark's service is not enough. I have to prove my worth, especially as I'm aware of how people in the north can regard strangers and foreigners. Maej's expression softened and turned thoughtful. Indeed. The north can be wary of outsiders, especially in times of uncertainty. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to say next. That's why I joined the kitchens. And here I am. I'm glad to be part of the household and to prove my worth to the Starks and their people. Maej regarded me with a mixture of respect and understanding. A wise choice, Roger. Actions speak louder than words, especially in the north. I felt a certain bite in her voice and suspected she was thinking of her nephew. I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her and her family, considering she had to deal with the fallout of Yora's mistakes or the impoverished state of Bear Island because of the dissatisfaction of Lena's Hightower. What did she expect from that airhead blonde in marrying Yora? Seriously, what was the issue with so many ladies of Westeros being either bitter or delusional fools that believed in fairy tales? I couldn't help but think that GRRM had made many of his ladies far more Disney-like than the Disney princesses. Rather ironic of the man who claimed to create a more grounded middle age in opposition to the red-tinted glasses vision by Disney. As we reached the door to my room, I turned to Maej with a determined and kind smile. Maej. I've heard of what your house has endured. And I'm deeply sorry that your house had suffered and had to deal with the wrongs and mistakes your nephew did just to satisfy his wife's needless desire for wealth. Maej's eyes widened in surprise at my words, and her expression turned somber. She sighed heavily, her shoulders slumping slightly. You speak true, Roger. House Mormont has faced its share of hardships, and my nephew's actions have brought shame upon us. But we carry on, as we always have. I nodded, my respect for Maej growing even more. Your determination is admirable, Maej. I have no doubt that House Mormont will overcome these trials and emerge stronger. That's what I admire in your house. No matter the storms, you still live and thrive for another day. Her eyes met mine. Thank you, Roger. Your words mean a lot. I then opened the door of my room. It's time to part ways. But I think we'll meet again in the next few days, considering you are here for similar reasons as the other Stark bannermen. Maej inclined her head in agreement, a small smile touching her lips. I have no doubt we'll cross paths again, Roger. Until then, take care of yourself. With a final nod of farewell, Ma Edge turned and headed down the corridor, her figure disappearing around a corner. I suddenly saw another figure coming to her, a slim woman that seemed close to my age and with features that felt a bit familiar. Perhaps this might be Daisy. I however entered my room, feeling a sense of gratitude for the connection I had forged with Ma Edge Mormont and a renewed determination to prove myself within the walls of Winterfell. Exhaustion overflowed me as I let my hammer fall on the ground. I didn't expect to do so many spars in a row. It had not been as intense as my fights in the ambushes, but I felt my muscles aching and sweat slipping on my face. I needed to refresh myself in one way or another. If it was akin to the Middle Ages, baths were a bit common, but as the same I wasn't sure how and where I would go for refreshing or bathing myself. My thoughts lingered on the use of soap and wondered if it existed or not in Westeros, as it could be another field where I could bring some of my knowledge. Looking at my hammer laying still on the floor, I pondered that I needed to diversify my skills and moves to avoid becoming too predictable. Being skilled was one thing, but being able to move past any challenge needed to be prevalent. But for the time being, I needed some rest before resuming any activity, especially as I still felt the rush and adrenaline of the spars and duel. Knowing myself, I rather preferred taking a break instead of accidentally provoke tensions with any of the people I would interact with. One and we go again. This time with Mark doing spars and more. Part of the reason of this chapter was to show the SI keeping on training himself, and while he has his habits, he tries to avoid to trap himself into something too predictable. And of course, on a narrative field, it was to avoid a potential repetition with the library part, as it had been already tackled in a recent chapter. 3. The units depicted at some moments are inspired by units for a game my beta reading found out, ASOIAF TTRPG. And for those intrigued, here is the link to the site where those units' profile is indicated, https://asoif.command.com/products. For this chapter was built like some kind of crescendo, as it starts with the classical training with the figures Mark is familiar with, i.e. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton, with whom he is still teaching to use the few Aikido techniques he had learned and remembered. It allows to depict the ties he had built with them since they had joined the escort after the first ambush, and how Sir Creighton is grasping those new techniques. 5. The second stage was the payoff of the spar with Benfred Tallheart, displaying how the interaction with the Tallhearts bring. And while Benfred had been trained for years, his inexperience and his personal flaws are affecting him. My beta reader and I discuss of Benfred and of his tragic ending in canon, and it was interesting to display the overconfidence flaw that affects him as something that would lead him to be defeated. 6. The third spar was very interesting for me to imagine for many reasons. The first one is that I depict a character that only exists in the Telltale game, even if he could have his place in the show, to whom the game was tied in regard to canon, or even the books, even if the context would have been slightly different. The second reason, as mentioned in the text, is that Gared Tuttle is one of my favorite characters from the game, not only because he is one of those that can be played, but because of the struggles, tragedies and challenges he is dealing with. My headcanon is that he is 15 in 298 AC, he is said to be in his late teens in the game, and considering that the events of the game follow the context after the Red Wedding, which are supposedly happening around 300 to 301 AC in the show, I consider he is around 17 to 18 in the game. Finally, my last reason is of course to show that the lack of experience of the SI can be a weakness against someone who has been a page and is now a squire and is more focused than someone like Benfred, not to mention the physical exhaustion that is starting to happen. 7. But the big show and the big elephant in the room is the duel with Gryff Whitehill. Among the whole set of fictional characters in that universe and beyond, the Whitehill would be a serious contender for my most dislikable characters, and not even a character I love to hate, like Dolores Umbridge, at least the movie version, and Gryff is above Joffrey but below Ramsay in the list of characters the most despicable and dislikable. Is the duel a folly? Sure, and that's why characters advise the SI against, and that the SI is aware of that point. But using the hierarchical logic on the one hand and the temper of Gryff on the other, not to mention not wanting to see a potential feud between two houses to be created, the SI is determined to take that risk because he believes, it doesn't matter whether he's wrong or not in that context, it is the least worst situation, not to mention the fact he is also relying on the old way perspective, i.e. the man who passes the judgment must use the sword, even if it is a personal interpretation. Here. Concerning the conclusion of the fight, it is a case of lucky shot and the SI trying both to quickly end the fight as he knows of his restraints while not rushing into it but relying on his opponent's strength. And of course, when it is done with parsimony and in a good execution, it is cathartic to see a bad guy to bite the dust. 8. Of course, being beaten by a foreign commoner with not much experience would be a humiliating situation for any highborn, and for someone like Gryff Whitehill, the temptation to act in an angry rush. And that situation allows to introduce Ma Edge Mormont. For the headcanon, she is close to 51 years old, and for the depiction, it is something my beta reader contributed a lot, notably with the small nostalgia critic gag reference. Here is the reference for Ma Edge Mormont. https://aminoapps.com/c/throne/page/item/Ma Edge Mormont G5rs_VHSCLM2B6K0LKWXE41XKMV. 9. The interaction with Ma Edge Mormont was amusing to imagine, both due to the fact the SI regards the Mormonts with high regard, as many in the fandom, but also because he is generally at ease with women in interaction, when they don't have potentially murky intentions like a certain Lady of Barrowton, of course, or dangerously self-centered and proud like a certain queen, while Ma Edge is intrigued by this mysterious person who has joined out of the blue the Starks and has just fought in a duel. A highborn, wondering what kind of person he is. 10 Teaser, next time, Mark is taking a meal in the kitchens and ends to tell a story to the people present there. 11 Have a good reading.